Chapter 3. The magnate desires to spin the purple roulette. The middle-aged woman may lack substantial strength, yet she is certainly not to be underestimated. For she is a member of the family of a core participant in the Lucky Club. With this layer of identity, the aunt's complexion naturally appeared far healthier than that of the longevity parasites in the garage. Her entire demeanor exuded vitality and confidence. She cast a haughty glance at Jiang Yi and, with an air of impatience, inquired, "How much time do you have left? Will you draw from the white wheel or the green one?" To spin the white wheel once requires the sacrifice of 1 year of life. In contrast, spinning the green wheel demands the forfeiture of 10 years of life. Above these, there exist wheels of varying grades, such as blue and purple. Naturally, the items extracted from these wheels differ according to their rank. For instance, while both may yield an elixir of longevity, the one obtained from the white wheel merely extends life by a few decades, whereas the elixir sourced from the green wheel can augment one's life by several centuries. Jiang Yi had only a year left to live, making it impossible for him to draw from the green roulette. He slowly stepped outside and calmly stated, "I will draw from the white roulette." Upon noticing his unwavering demeanor, the elderly woman refrained from further inquiries, spat out a mouthful of sunflower seeds, and lifted her chin, saying, "If you're certain, then follow me." With that, she turned to leave. Just then, a voice echoed through the underground parking lot. "Aunt Lu, I too wish to participate in the lottery." The previously disparaged tattooed man, referred to as a longevity parasite, unexpectedly emerged from the garage. Aunt Lu cast him a fleeting glance, maintaining her characteristic demeanor and inquiring in the same manner. The tattooed man replied, "I have a mere 12 years of life remaining, and I too partake in the white spinning wheel." Aunt Lu nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to depart with Jiang Yi and the tattooed man. Once they had left, the other longevity parasites in the garage began to murmur among themselves, questioning, "Didn't Luo Shan just consume the leftovers brought by Brother Liang? Why is he still participating in the lottery at this moment? He is no longer hungry." "Humph, did you not hear what he just said? There are no favorable outcomes when one behaves like a mere parasite. So he intends to defy fate by relying on the spinning wheel of fortune. Alas, among the multitude of lifeworms, how many truly alter their destinies through the lottery of chance? Humph, it seems to me that he is simply unwilling to accept his fate. It is likely that the previous Gao Chong and today's Chun Liang have provoked him. Evidently, these resigned lifeworms do not believe that Luo Shan can defy fate through a lottery wheel. They merely find his unrealistic fantasies to be utterly laughable. As for Jiang Yi, such a person, on the brink of death, is deemed unworthy even of mockery. A few minutes later, Jiang Yi and Luo Shan followed Aunt Lu to the designated lottery area set up by the club. 1 month prior, the apocalypse game invaded, transforming the entirety of Blue Star into a digital realm. The once solid land appeared to have been shattered by a great force into countless fragments, scattered across an endless ocean. Jiang City, where Jiang Yi resided, is but one of those fragmented pieces. This city was known as Jiang City before the apocalypse, but approximately a year after the cataclysm, this area was renamed Qichuan Base. Other fragmented regions also began to adopt the unified naming convention of XX Base. The populations of these bases started to engage in significant exchanges. At that time, the apocalypse was no longer a mere end but resembled a world striving to restore order, a realm of revitalized spiritual energy. Under this new regime, social facilities such as orphanages, schools, hospitals, and transportation infrastructures commenced their reconstruction. A new legal system was to be established as well. However, in a world governed by the principle of the survival of the fittest, laws merely serve to constrain the weak. The power to dictate the world's narrative remains firmly in the hands of the strong. Of course, this reflects Jiang Yi's memories of the trajectory of his previous life. Now, we are in the early days of the apocalypse. Qichuan Base is still referred to as Jiang City, and many inhabitants remain oblivious to the broader circumstances of the world. The fragmented regions scattered across the boundless ocean have yet to establish any form of exchange. At this juncture, Jiang City resembles a novice village within a game world. The renowned figures of the future are still adapting to this new reality, diligently battling monsters, participating in lotteries, and striving to enhance their strength and expand their influence. Following a month of development post-apocalypse, various factions began to emerge within the Jiang City region. Those that could be deemed factions have generally attained a certain scale, akin to guilds in a game. Typically, these developed groups establish dedicated lottery areas. The outcomes drawn from the Wheel of Fortune are unpredictable, ranging from life-extending elixirs to deadly beasts. It is even possible that it could be a terrifying beast tide or a natural disaster. To minimize the risks associated with the lottery wheel, it is indeed essential to establish a designated lottery area, depending on the tier of the wheel. This area is categorized into white, green, and blue zones. Naturally, given that the Apocalypse game has only been ongoing for a month, and the Letian Club is merely a third-rate faction, it has only implemented the 3 tiers of white, green, and blue. The more prestigious purple lottery zone, however, has been jointly established with 2 neighboring clubs. As the sun sets, casting a crimson hue across the sky, the Letian Club, the Shanshui Club, and the Shuiyin Club form a triangular alliance, delineating a space that constitutes the collaborative purple lottery zone of these 3 factions. These clubs also maintain a relationship of mutual alliance. This purple lottery zone was once a strawberry farm on the outskirts of Jiangyi before the apocalypse. However, the former white greenhouses have now vanished. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 factions have gathered here. Jiang, the leader of the Letian Club, is tall and robust. Prior to the apocalypse, he worked as a security guard in a villa. Following a stroke of fortune, he drew powerful abilities from various lottery wheels and established the Letian Club, using the villa district as his stronghold. Yang Miao, the leader of the Shanshui Club, is slender and was a senior student at Jiacheng Suburban High School No. 2 before the end of the world. Thus, the base of the Shanshui Club is situated at that very school. Wang Shuiyan, the leader of the Shuiyin Club, hails from another city to study in Jiangcheng and is a rare female powerhouse in the apocalypse. Before the cataclysm, her appearance might have earned her a score of 50. Yet, in this dire environment of scarcity, where women face particularly harsh conditions, the absence of makeup and beauty enhancements, coupled with hunger and a month without bathing, has led many women without strength to see their beauty plummet to abysmal levels. Contrarily, Wang Shuiyan possesses formidable strength and ample resources, with just a touch of makeup. Her once mediocre score of 50 could be perceived as 80 in this bleak post-apocalyptic landscape. Regrettably, while one can enhance their visage through the art of makeup, one cannot alter their physique. Wang Shuiyan's stature is nearly as robust as that of the towering Jiang. Viewed from behind, one might easily mistake her for a formidable man with long hair. At this moment, these 3 influential figures have convened due to a pact made during the formation of their alliance. Any member from the 3 factions wishing to activate the purple roulette must ensure the presence of all 3 parties for mutual protection. After all, the effects of the purple roulette have proven to be quite formidable. Should an unfortunate draw unleash a beast tide or natural calamity, the repercussions would reverberate throughout the entire region. In a spirit of mutual protection, the aim is twofold: to minimize danger and to facilitate the exchange of information. It was none other than Wang Shuiyan from the Bloodswallow Club who proposed the purple roulette lottery this time. Yang Miao, of a similar age to Wang Shuiyan, exhaled a smoke ring while teasingly remarking, "Sister Wang, your prowess has notably increased in just a few days, hasn't it?" Once again, the purple roulette is set to be drawn. Chapter 4. The Fortuitous Encounter of Luoshan in a Past Life. Yang Miao appeared to jest, yet in truth, he was probing into Wang Shuiyan's capabilities. Naturally, Wang Shuiyan remained tight-lipped. She suddenly tilted her body, her voice sweetly murmuring, "This time, it is not me, but my brother." A young and handsome man stepped forward. His name was Zhou Yiming, though he was certainly not Wang Shuiyan's brother, but rather, her boyfriend. Before the apocalypse, Zhou Yiming was a top-tier celebrity in the entertainment industry, and Wang Shuiyan was his fervent fan. In a time of peace, given her background and beauty, it would have been inconceivable for her to have any connection with her beloved brother. However, in this apocalyptic world, Wang Shuiyan possessed formidable strength. The once celebrated star Zhou Yiming had now become her partner. Yet, it would be inaccurate to describe his situation as a decline. After all, this was the end of days. Death lurked around every corner. In such an environment, countless individuals clamored to reap the benefits of Wang Shuiyan's favor. Zhou Yiming, merely a pretty face, had become the object of envy and jealousy among many. Logically, one would expect someone like Zhou Yiming, who relied on a powerful partner, to adopt a humble demeanor before Wang Shuiyan. Yet, she was utterly captivated by his rebellious charm. Thus, even without any strength, Zhou Yiming displayed not a hint of subservience in her presence. Instead, it seemed as if he were the master, dictating her every action. At this moment, as Zhou Yiming approached, his demeanor towards the influential Jiang and Yang Miao was anything but humble. In fact, he boldly proclaimed, "I am the one who will draw from the purple roulette this time." Jiang and Yang Miao were momentarily taken aback and instinctively questioned, "You? Draw from the purple roulette?" Do you possess a 1,000-year lifespan? Zhou Yiming despised the condescending gazes of these so-called elites. With a haughty lift of his chin, he retorted. Of course. Wang Shuiyan was utterly enchanted by his audacious demeanor, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she proudly declared, I have already used my accumulated longevity elixirs to extend Brother Yiming's lifespan to over 1,000 years. There is absolutely no issue with him drawing from the purple roulette. Moreover, the rewards on the purple roulette even include the recipe for a longevity elixir. It is a purple recipe, far superior to the green one possessed by Chang Jiao. Brother Yiming was once hailed as a lucky charm in the entertainment industry. He will surely draw the longevity elixir recipe this time. Wang Shuiyan's fervent state was unmistakably that of an infatuated fan, causing Yang Miao and He Zheng to exchange glances in disbelief. He Zheng, known for his straightforward nature, rolled his eyes and remarked, You seem perfectly sane, yet the moment it involves this pretty boy, you act as if you've lost your mind? Such a precious purple roulette. And a 1,000-year lifespan. You would just give it away to this pretty boy. What kind of foolish devotion is this? How dare you even mention Changjiao? Do you not realize that the longevity elixir recipe she possesses was a result of her devoted suitor's impulsive gift? And now, while Changjiao thrives, where is her devoted admirer? Probably dead in some forgotten corner. He Zheng's earnestness stemmed from a desire to advise Wang Shuiyan against her infatuation. It was one thing to indulge a pretty boy for amusement. It was quite another to invest resources in nurturing him. Did she not fear a potential downfall? Zhou Yiming's current status as her boyfriend was solely due to his lack of strength, forcing him to rely on Wang Shuiyan for survival. However, should he ever acquire a purple-level longevity elixir recipe, would he not then cast Wang Shuiyan aside? The fate of Chang Zhao's devoted admirer served as a cautionary tale. Yet, if Jiang Yi were present at this moment, he would undoubtedly erupt in outrage. Who is Chang Zhao's devoted admirer? Who gave her the longevity elixir recipe? She stole it from me. It was theft, not a gift. Regrettably, in this world, only the strong wielded authority. Individuals like Jiang Yi were mere ants, unknown to He Zheng, who dismissed him with a mere mention of Chang Zhao's admirer. In a world where strength reigned supreme, few cared for the truth. He Zheng merely sought to counsel Wang Shuiyan against being blinded by love. However, if a few words could awaken her from such folly, it would not be termed infatuation. Wang Shuiyan paid no heed to He Zheng's well-meaning advice. Upon noticing that her brother Yiming's expression soured due to He Zheng's comments, she immediately turned coldly towards He Zheng. What do you mean? What do you mean by pretty boy? What do you mean by mere amusement? My feelings for brother Yiming are genuine. How dare you tarnish my love for him? As she spoke, she worried that Zhou Yiming might doubt her sincerity, and thus fervently swore her devotion to him. Zhou Yiming, having encountered numerous beautiful women in the entertainment industry, naturally did not genuinely harbor feelings for a robust woman like Wang Shuiyan. Yet, circumstances dictated his actions. He tenderly stroked Wang Shuiyan's hair, declaring with feigned affection, Rest assured, Yinner, I shall not doubt your feelings due to the slander of a lowly person. Wang Shuiyan was instantly moved by his words. Meanwhile, He Zheng seethed with frustration. A powerful warrior like him was being mocked by a weakling, who relied on a woman for survival, labeled as lowly. The audacity of this pretty boy was astonishing. He Zheng even felt a flicker of murderous intent, wishing to send this fool to meet his demise. However, as the thought crossed his mind, Wang Shuiyan, keenly sensing his aura of hostility, swiftly positioned herself protectively in front of Zhou Yiming, glaring at He Zheng with hostility. What do you intend to do? At that moment, the atmosphere in the purple lottery area was thick with tension. Fortunately, Yang Miao was adept at smoothing over conflicts. Lacking the moral compass that He Zheng possessed, he was indifferent to whether Wang Shuiyan would be deceived or exploited by Zhou Yiming. Thus, he stepped in to mediate, employing soothing words to quell the rising conflict. Afterward, the three resumed their preparations for the purple roulette draw. As for the events unfolding in the purple lottery area, Jiang Yi, situated in the white lottery zone of the Letian Club, remained blissfully unaware. However, he knew that in his past life, on this very night, a beast tide had emerged in the purple lottery area, affecting the territories of the nearby Tianshui Club, Shanshui Club, and Shuyan Club. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had just been invited into the death squad by Gao Chang and had not yet acclimated when he was thrust into the mission to fend off the beast tide. Nevertheless, the task of repelling the beast tide seemed trivial compared to the life and death situations he had faced in his past. Thus, in this new life, he resolved to follow the same path, join the death squad, undertake the mission to repel the beast tide, and earn his first fortune. Moreover, he recalled that within the mission to repel the beast tide tonight lay an opportunity. Although that opportunity did not belong to him in his past life, it was meant for Luo Shan. Prior to the apocalypse, Luo Shan was a good-for-nothing, a street rat who spent his days in internet cafes playing games. Immersed in gaming. He was not averse to the advent of the apocalypse. Rather, he was quite exhilarated. In the realm of reality, he was a mere puddle of mud. Yet within the gaming world, he flourished. Thus, he believed that this apocalyptic game was his chance to rewrite his destiny. Alas, fate was unkind. This apocalyptic game did not allow one to alter their fate merely through gaming prowess. Here, luck outweighs both talent and diligence. A stroke of good fortune allows one to draw exceptional rewards from the wheel of fate, thereby enhancing one's prowess. Otherwise, no matter how hard one strives, it merely leads to a swifter demise. Clearly, Luo Shan's luck is rather dismal, and as a result, his circumstances are quite bleak. At this juncture in his previous life, he, like Jiang Yi, had approached Aunt Lu to request a chance at the Wheel of Fortune. However, he was unable to procure any favorable items. Subsequently, when Jiang Yi joined Gao Chang's daring squad, Luo Shan gritted his teeth and followed suit. Yet, during the night's defense against the Beast Tide, an unexpected turn of events saw him rescue Zhou Yiming. After the crisis of the Beast Tide subsided, Wang Shuiyan sought out Zhou Yiming and expressed her gratitude to Luo Shan. Seizing the opportunity, Luo Shan endeavored to secure a position for Zhou Yiming as an assistant. The subsequent events remained unknown to Jiang Yi. It was only much later that he learned Luo Shan had joined the Blood Swallow Club, harboring aspirations of living off Wang Shuiyan's kindness. Ultimately, he was not only deprived of this luxury, but also incurred Zhou Yiming's resentment, leading to his quiet demise without any recognition. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had little connection with either Luo Shan or Zhou Yiming. If he were to seize Luo Shan's opportunity in this life, it could be viewed as a means of indirectly saving Luo Shan's life. However, he certainly would not consider becoming any sort of assistant to Zhou Yiming. The role of a star assistant before the apocalypse was already devoid of dignity. In this dire environment, who could predict how Zhou Yiming would treat others? Nevertheless, by not accepting the assistant role, he could still propose other requests to Wang Shuiyan. Wang Shuiyan was a romantic at heart, particularly attentive to anything related to Zhou Yiming. Naturally, she would offer generous rewards to the person who saved Zhou Yiming. As Jiang Yi contemplated the path he would take after his rebirth, he was suddenly interrupted by Aunt Lu's obsequious voice. Captain's son, I have brought 2 longevity worms to draw from the White Wheel. In the guardhouse of the villa area. Sun Hao cast a casual glance at Jiang Yi and Luo Shan before turning to Aunt Lu for confirmation. Both are for the white draw? Aunt Lu nodded eagerly, yes. 2 whites. Sun Hao yawned, then lazily addressed Jiang Yi and Luo Shan. You are aware of the rules, I presume? Before drawing from the White Wheel, you may enjoy a bag of bread and a box of milk. However, everything you draw will belong to the club. Additionally, if you acquire exceptionally valuable items, there will be extra rewards. Chapter 5, The Lottery? Designated Rewards. As Sun Hao spoke, he waved his hand, and suddenly, 2 bags of bread and 2 boxes of milk appeared on the table in the guardroom. The bread was expired, and the milk was close to its sell-by date. Yet, in this post-apocalyptic world, no one cared about such trivialities. Jiang Yi was simply too famished. In no time, he devoured his share of bread and milk. Even after eating, he felt only a slight sense of fullness. His body remained weak. Although his previous life was not particularly prosperous, at least he had no worries about food and drink. But now, having been reborn, he must endure hunger once more and traverse the arduous life of risking everything. This is truly exasperating. Such a splendid opportunity for rebirth. Why can't it be bestowed upon someone truly in need? Jiang Yi felt no joy in his resurrection, only an endless sense of frustration and confinement. However, it wasn't too long before he found himself intrigued. After completing the basic procedures, Sun Hao led him and Luo Shan to a green lawn outside the villa area. This was the White Lottery Zone, where all members of the Letian Club would gather to partake in the White Roulette Lottery. With a grand gesture, Sun Hao summoned a cardboard box that appeared out of thin air on the lawn. Inside the box lay numerous white roulettes, each about the size of a bowl, over 50 in total. These roulettes were collectively known as the Wheel of Fate, obtainable only through defeating monsters. Each Wheel of Fate was single-use, meaning once spun, it would be rendered void regardless of the outcome. Each roulette displayed 10 options, varying in proportions. Due to the differing options, the roulettes were categorized not only by color but also by quality, as designated by the stronger members. Generally speaking, each color of roulette was further divided into 6 qualities: perfect, exceptional, high, medium, low, and trash. A. Perfect. Roulette indicated that all options presented high-quality positive effects. Even in his past life, Jiang Yi had only heard of A. Perfect quality roulette once. The exceptional roulette, however, contained at least 8 positive effects among its 10 options, with over 6 being high-quality positive effects. For example, a bag of bread or a box of milk could be considered positive effects, but in the eyes of the elite, such trivial rewards held no value. Attributes, skills, talents, and powerful items were deemed as high-quality positive effects. Generally, the higher the proportion of high-quality positive effects in a roulette, the greater its quality. Conversely, the lower the quality when the proportion was diminished. Ordinary individuals who obtained high-quality roulettes typically kept them for personal use, and exceptionally high-quality roulettes could fetch a considerable price. Thus, the club only provided the low and trash-quality roulettes to the less fortunate. Even the low-quality roulettes were scarce, with most being of trash quality. Upon selecting a roulette and filling out the option sheet, the drawing could commence. Sun Hao lazily yawned and continued with the process. Luo Shan's eyes gleamed as he meticulously sifted through the box, ultimately selecting a roulette that featured an option for all attributes at level 1. However, this all attributes option represented almost less than 1/10,000th of the entire white roulette. It was but a mere whisper in the wind. The remaining 9 options were predominantly negative effects, such as fierce beasts, diseases, curses, and so forth. Fortunately, the negative effects on the white roulette were not excessively severe. Luo Shan spat into his hands twice, rubbing them together to wash away a month's worth of accumulated dirt. Then, as if a devout believer, he carefully cradled the roulette he had selected, his heart fervently praying for the favor of the high and mighty deity of fate, hoping for even a single moment of compassion. With his eyes shut tight, Luo Shan fervently vowed that if he were to draw the all attributes level 1 option, he would willingly pledge himself as the most loyal follower of the deity of fate for eternity. He would remain single for life. He would agree to anything. Just let him draw it. All attributes level 1. In a moment of desperation, he screamed internally. When he opened his eyes again, they were bloodshot. His trembling hand suddenly pressed down on the center of the white roulette, and with a fierce shout, he declared, "Draw all attributes level 1. Ding, the white roulette emitted a sound. "Congratulations! You have drawn the reward, a lump of feces." Damn. As the familiar notification echoed, Luo Shan's face flushed with anger, and he violently tossed the reward that had appeared in his hands. The white roulette he had so carefully cherished moments before was now hurled to the ground, receiving several forceful stomps. He cursed vehemently, "You're nothing but a lump of feces. Damn it. Why? Luo Shan's wrath and questions brimmed with unyielding resentment. Sun Hao, having witnessed such scenes countless times, rolled his eyes and scolded, "Enough. Now that you've drawn, hurry up and leave. Stop throwing a fit here." Despite his fury, Luo Shan dared not act out against Sun Hao, so he swallowed his indignation. However, he did not leave immediately. Instead, he lingered, muttering, "Let me see what this kid draws." The kid he referred to was naturally Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi held no expectations for his draw. After all, even if he were to draw an elixir of longevity, it would belong to the club and not to him. In his past life, he had spun countless roulettes and experienced too many disappointments. His heart had long since grown numb. After all, as long as one harbored no hopes, one would not face disappointment. Nevertheless, even with no hope, he still intended to carefully select from the over 50 white roulettes. Yet, when his hand touched the first white roulette in the box, a notification suddenly rang in his mind. Please select the designated reward from the roulette. 1. Foot odor. 2. Oral ulcer. 3. Weakness for 3 days. 4. Stinking water crocodile. 5. What? What in the world? Designate what? What reward? Designate what reward? Oh no. It surely couldn't mean what he thought it meant, could it? Could he truly designate the roulette reward? Is this real? Before confirming, Jiang Yi found it hard to believe this was true. However, this did not deter him from holding a sliver of faint hope to test it out. If he could indeed designate rewards, then he would need to scrutinize these low-quality white roulettes with utmost care. Firstly, he eliminated elixirs and various tangible items. As per club regulations, anything he drew would not belong to him, but to the club. In contrast, rewards like the all attributes level 1, which Luo Shan desperately desired, could be directly effective for the drawer. Such rewards were the only opportunity for the less fortunate to alter their fates. Yet, this opportunity was exceptionally slim. Hurry up. No matter how meticulously one selects, trying to draw something good from the trash roulettes is akin to chasing a dream. Seeing that Jiang Yi was taking too long to select a prize wheel, Sun Hao impatiently urged him on. in his eyes. It was utterly inconceivable that anything of value could emerge from such worthless wheels. To him, Jiang Yi's actions were nothing short of a waste of time. On the contrary, Luo Shan, observing Jiang Yi's meticulous selection process, felt a sense of camaraderie, as though they shared a common plight. You too are hoping to change your fate through this lottery, aren't you? I heard you have merely a little over a year left to live. If you fail to draw something worthwhile this time, it seems your days may be numbered. Upon hearing Luo Shan mention that Jiang Yi had only a year left, Sun Hao's gaze grew increasingly disdainful. Just as he was about to urge Jiang Yi once more, he finally witnessed Jiang Yi extracting a prize wheel from the box. I've made my choice. It's this one. Chapter 6. I choose 6. The bloodthirsty insect swarm. Luo Shan hurriedly leaned in for a glance. Upon observing the spinning wheel, he noted there were as many as 9 negative effects, while the sole positive effect was the longevity pill. After all that meticulous selection, this lad ended up with that? It's not to say that the longevity pill is undesirable. On the contrary, it is indeed valuable. One could say that drawing the longevity pill from the wheel virtually guarantees a profit. However, that is contingent upon having control over the longevity pill. For those like them, the wretched lifespan parasites, even if they were to draw the longevity pill, it would merely be confiscated by the club. Therefore, even if they were to draw the longevity pill, it would only serve to enhance their treatment, but it would be impossible to alter their fate. What on earth is Jiang Yi thinking? Does he believe that with his lifespan nearing its end and survival hopeless, he has already given up? It seems plausible. For someone with barely a year left to live, regardless of what treasures they draw, it's unlikely they could transform their fate. Thus, Jiang Yi is likely using this final chance at a lottery to savor a final meal. Luo Shan, convinced he had deciphered Jiang Yi's thoughts, felt no inclination to mock him. Instead, he was enveloped in a shared sorrow, for he could foresee that in the not-so-distant future, he would likely find himself in a similar plight as Jiang Yi. Despite his mind racing with thoughts of defying fate, he was acutely aware that such opportunities were, indeed, exceedingly rare. Jiang Yi paid no heed to Luo Shan's musings. He retrieved the selected wheel from the box. However, before he could commence the lottery, a voice called out from a distance, "Lao Sun, come over and lend a hand." Sun Hao followed the voice and saw a refined-looking young man waving at him. "Chengdu, what assistance do you require?" The young man gestured towards the white wheel in his hand. "Help me with a protective spell. Since the fate wheel has a probability of drawing dangerous effects. When an option presents a risk that one cannot confidently control, assistance is sought for protection. This includes situations like Jiang Yi and Luo Shan, where Sun Hao acts as their protector during their lottery. Should a ferocious beast be drawn, he would promptly eliminate it. The request for protection from Chengdu follows the same rationale. However, the white wheel inherently possesses low danger, and instances requiring protective assistance are exceedingly rare." Sun Hao furrowed his brow slightly, yet still approached, muttering, "What danger could your white will possibly entail?" Jiang Yi and Luo Shan trailed behind, eager to join the excitement. Luo Shan was purely there for the thrill, while Jiang Yi harbored his own calculations. He discreetly observed Chengdu, feeling a tinge of nostalgia. In Jiang Yi's past life, Chengdu could be considered somewhat of a legendary figure. It seemed that during a lottery involving a green wheel a month later, Chengdu drew an option called split personality. Split personality is indeed a malady, thus that option is undoubtedly a negative effect. Yet, absurdly, after the split, Chengdu transformed entirely. He morphed from a refined youth into a merciless demon. Not only did his combat prowess soar, but his actions also became ruthlessly decisive. He even defied the club's rules, betraying teammates during missions. In fact, the previous Sun Hao met his demise at Chengdu's hands. Ultimately, he managed to extricate himself from the club before they could deal with him, becoming a cold-hearted loner and a merciless assassin in the shadows. As the saying goes, the weak huddle together for warmth, while the strong walk alone. In this apocalyptic game, various factions seeking comfort in numbers are ubiquitous. Yet, many independent and powerful individuals exist, who do not rely on any faction. Once Jiang Yi matures, it is highly probable he too will detach from the club and become a lone wolf. However, he is currently too weak and must remain affiliated with the club to develop cautiously. The quality of the wheel he observed was evidently superior to the rubbish wheels used by the lifespan parasites. Among the 10 options, 6 displayed positive effects: longevity pill, spatial ring, diamond talisman, tang dao, mink coat, bullfrog grilled fish. These 6 positive effects are quite commendable, particularly the longevity pill and spatial ring, which rank among the finest high-quality options. Sun Hao discerned this immediately and surmised, You're hoping to draw the spatial ring, aren't you? Chindu shyly nodded. Sun Hao, however, shook his head slightly. The proportion of the spatial ring among the options on this wheel is exceedingly low. Furthermore, any spatial ring drawn from a white will not exceed a volume of 1 cubic meter. Chindu remained unfazed. Oh well. Since the white will only requires 1 year of lifespan to draw, it's worth a shot. Sun Hao opted not to elaborate further and rephrased. You require my protection because you're worried about drawing the negative effect of the illusionary powder butterfly swarm, correct? Chindu nodded. The scent emitted by the illusionary powder butterfly has hallucinogenic effects, and the phosphor on their wings can induce paralysis. I can handle up to 10, but I'm unsure about the scale of this swarm. Sun Hao understood. All right, go ahead and draw. I'll keep an eye on things. The proportion of the butterfly swarm option is also low, so it may not necessarily be drawn. Chindu expressed his gratitude with a nod. He then clasped his hands together in prayer for a moment. Though not as frantic as Luo Shan before, his attitude was sufficiently devout. After his prayer, he cautiously pressed the central button of the white wheel and firmly declared, "Lottery." Soon, a voice emanated from the center of the white wheel. "Ding, congratulations. You have drawn the reward, illusionary powder butterfly swarm." Swish, swish, swish. Sun Hao's reflexes were remarkably swift. With a flick of his hand, a black net-like object flew from his palm. The multitude of illusionary powder butterflies that had appeared out of thin air was swiftly ensnared and dispatched. The entire process took less than 3 seconds. Chindu's expression shifted to one of disappointment and apprehension as he lamented, "Good heavens. Just yesterday, someone spoke to me about Murphy's Law, and I was skeptical, but it appears to be true. I initially thought that with such a low proportion of the illusionary powder butterfly swarm on the wheel, it wouldn't be drawn. Yet it was precisely that." Sun Hao, having witnessed similar situations numerous times, remained relatively unfazed and simply offered Chindu a few words of comfort. "All right, take it easy." Chindu nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's merely a white wheel, no big deal." Just as he finished speaking, he noticed a slender young man gazing intently at him. Chindu frowned slightly and turned to Jiang Yi. "You are a lifespan parasite, aren't you?" Jiang Yi nodded and inquired of Chindu. May I have the corpses of the illusionary powder butterflies you drew?" Chindu frowned again. "What do you want the corpses for?" Jiang Yi swallowed hard, appearing eager, and managed to utter a single word with great difficulty. "To eat. I'm terribly hungry and might not have many days left." Jiang Yi knew that before his split personality, Chindu was a person of considerable integrity. Hearing Jiang Yi's words and observing his condition, Chindu felt no doubt, even developing a sense of compassion. Without much hesitation, he waved his hand. "They're just a pile of useless corpses. If you want them, take them. It's not my concern if you end up eating them and dying." A glimmer of surprise flashed in Jiang Yi's eyes as he quickly thanked Chindu, then began collecting the hundreds of corpses of illusionary powder butterflies into an empty bread bag. Watching Jiang Yi's demeanor, Chindu genuinely believed he would consume the butterflies. He shook his head slightly and, after thanking Sun Hao, departed. He may be a good person, but that doesn't mean his compassion overflows. There are countless pitiful life-sucking parasites like Jiang Yi, and his sympathy is simply insufficient to encompass them all. Sun Hao, however, offered no further commentary, impatiently urging Jiang Yi, "Enough, it's your turn now. Make your choice swiftly and be on your way." Jiang Yi nodded repeatedly, then pressed his right thumb firmly onto the center of the white spinning wheel he had selected. Meanwhile, a familiar prompt echoed in his mind. "Please choose your desired reward. 1. Elixir of longevity. 2. 3 days of insomnia. 3. Stuttering. 4. Strabismus. 5. Body odor. 6. Blood-sucking worm swarm. 7. Before the prompt could finish, Jiang Yi fervently whispered in his heart, "I choose 6. Blood-sucking worm swarm." Chapter 7. Level 1. The True Player. After silently reciting this in his heart, a familiar prompt echoed from the center of the white spinning wheel. "Ding, congratulations. You have drawn the reward, blood-sucking goose swarm." To his astonishment, he had indeed drawn the blood-sucking goose swarm, the very reward he had specified. In that instant, adrenaline surged through Jiang Yi's veins, making him acutely aware of the blood rushing to his brain, causing a dizzying exhilaration. He could hardly believe it. It was precisely as he had envisioned. He possessed the extraordinary ability to claim rewards from the designated wheel. This miraculous power. Just the thought of it illuminated a promising future. While others gambled their lifespans on the spinning wheel, his experience felt akin to robbing a store. Whatever he desired was within his grasp. This was phenomenal. As long as he continued to draw rewards, fervently and relentlessly, would he not become invincible? Almost overwhelmed with joy, Jiang Yi nearly burst into laughter, but his seasoned temperament from 2 lifetimes quickly tempered his emotions. Calm. Stay composed. His lifespan was a mere 38 days. He could not even afford a single draw on the white wheel. Thus, he needed to maintain his composure, strategizing carefully. These thoughts raced through his mind in an instant. Once calm, Jiang Yi's gaze immediately fell upon the blood-sucking goo swarm that had materialized before him. It resembled fierce beasts in nature, but differed significantly. The blood-sucking goo lacked any real offensive power. Even the weakest of them, the lifespan worm, could easily dispatch it. Thus, before Sun Hao could react, Jiang Yi swiftly enveloped the entire swarm with his coat. This reaction left Sun Hao momentarily stunned. However, regaining his composure, he instructed, "All right. Fill out your lottery registration forms and you can be on your way." Luo Shan had already completed his form and promptly handed it over. Jiang Yi squatted down, filling out the form while inquiring of Sun Hao, "Boss Sun, can I take care of these blood-sucking gus myself?" The blood-sucking gus appeared as enlarged blood-red maggots, utterly repulsive. Sun Hao rolled his eyes at the suggestion. "You're not planning to eat those disgusting things, are you? Do as you wish. The club will certainly have no use for such revolting creatures." At this point, Jiang Yi's anxious heart finally settled. He hurriedly stuffed the swarm into empty bottles. Yet, when he handed over the registration form to Sun Hao, he echoed his previous life, saying, "Boss Sun, I only have a little over a month left to live. Continuing to linger in the underground garage as a lifespan worm serves no purpose. So, I was wondering if I could join the club's death squad? I'm not afraid of dying." However, upon hearing this, Sun Hao rolled his eyes again. "If you truly fear not death or wish for it, I can send you on your way right now. The death squad, you think you can just waltz in because you're fearless?" His sarcastic tone mirrored that of Jiang Yi's past life. Just then, a figure approached the white spinning wheel area, Gao Chang. He was not there to draw from the white wheel but to observe others' draws to broaden his horizons. Previously, he had been a mere lifespan worm, possessing little knowledge of the apocalyptic game. As in his previous life, he spotted Jiang Yi and Luo Shan. While he had no particular impression of Jiang Yi, he distinctly remembered Luo Shan, marked by tattoos that signified he was not to be trifled with. During their time in the underground garage, Luo Shan frequently spoke passionately about reversing fate. Considering his own predicament in the death squad, Gao Chang pondered whether he should recruit Luo Shan into his team. As he contemplated, Luo Shan, influenced by Jiang Yi's words, fell into deep thought. The death squad. It was indeed a place that could potentially alter one's fate. However, the mortality rate was alarmingly high. Countless individuals joined one day only to become corpses the next. It was a treacherous path, paved with the bodies and blood of the fallen. Even as Luo Shan contemplated changing his destiny, he did not wish to perish. Yet, looking at Jiang Yi, who was also on the brink of death, Luo Shan's own lifespan was merely 11 years. He could only draw from the white wheel 11 more times. Given the dismal quality of the wheel, even drawing 100 or 1,000 times might yield no favorable outcome. Therefore, Jiang Yi's present was his future. Gritting his teeth, Luo Shan's wavering thoughts began to lean toward the option of joining the death squad. Noticing Luo Shan's change, Gao Chang stepped closer but did not address Luo Shan first. Instead, he turned to Jiang Yi and asked, "You just said you want to join the death squad?" Jiang Yi nodded vigorously, "Yes." Gao Chang feigned contemplation for a moment before casually stating, "I just managed a death squad. Would you like to join?" Jiang Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately replied, "Absolutely." His enthusiastic response was as if he were embarking on a path paved not with corpses but with radiant opportunities. Even Luo Shan felt somewhat inspired by this. After a brief hesitation, he turned to Gao Chang and said, "Brother Chang, does your death squad need more members? I'd like to join too." He added, "I'm much stronger than this kid. I've been in fights since elementary school, ruled the school in middle school, and dominated internet cafes in high school." Gao Chang chuckled at this and promptly agreed to let him join the team. However, he sought the opinion of Sun Hao, who had a higher status. Sun Hao, indifferent, replied, "Your death squad is your responsibility. I have no authority to interfere." Thus, following the trajectory of his previous life, Jiang Yi and Luo Shan joined Gao Chang's team. The difference was that in his past life, Jiang Yi had drawn the longevity pill from the wheel, while this time, he had acquired the blood-sucking goo. In addition to the blood-sucking goo, he had also collected the illusion butterfly. Now, he only needed the firefly. Jiang Yi mused over his plans, while Gao Chang led him and Luo Shan toward a villa. Along the way, he provided insights. This villa area comprises 320 units. The club's core members occupy the best 20, while the formal members take up 120. Our Death Squad members occupy a full 180. Additionally, there are scattered individuals residing in makeshift shelters. He continued, in terms of welfare. There isn't much difference between Death Squad members and formal members. The real distinction lies in the risks associated with missions. Gao Cheng elaborated with a vivid analogy. It's like before the apocalypse. Both jobs pay $10,000 a month. But the Death Squad is akin to laboring on a construction site, exhausting and perilous, while formal members enjoy the comforts of an office, basking in air conditioning and ease. Jiang Yi had known this from his previous life, but Luo Shan listened intently, nodding frequently. Gao Cheng, noticing his interest, continued to elaborate. In our club, members of the Daredevil team can advance to official status simply by reaching level 1. He then turned to Luo Shan and inquired, "Are you aware of the distinction between level 0 and level 1 in the Apocalypse game?" As a lowly larval creature, Luo Shan, with limited experience, naturally shook his head. Jiang Yi was aware but refrained from boasting. Thus, Gao Cheng took the initiative to explain. It was only after I drew a full Attribute 1 and encountered the club's official members that I truly understood. Players who break through from level 0 to 1 receive a unique fate disc from the Apocalypse game upon reaching level 1. This exclusive disc initially resembles an ordinary coin, but it can transform into any object according to its owner's desires. Most official players tend to morph their discs into the form of smartphones. Upon hearing this, Luo Shan suddenly realized, no wonder I've often seen prominent figures engrossed in their phones. So, they are not playing with smartphones, but rather with the exclusive fate discs? Precisely. Gao Cheng nodded in affirmation. The exclusive fate disc possesses a plethora of functionalities. For instance, there is a regional chat channel, where all official players within the Jiangxing area can communicate. Additionally, there is a regional forum channel, serving as a venue for player interactions. There's also a regional trading channel, facilitating transactions, and a regional leaderboard channel, documenting our area's longevity rankings, combat strength rankings, and level rankings. There is even a fringe channel, allowing players to add one another. In summary, the capabilities of the Fate Disc are exceedingly abundant. It can be posited that only those who ascend to level 1 and master the exclusive Fate Disc can be deemed true participants in this Apocalypse game. Gao Cheng spoke passionately, igniting a fervor in Luo Shan. He eagerly asked, "So, how does a level 0 player ascend to level 1? My data panel doesn't even display an experience bar." Gao Cheng shook his head slightly and sighed. In this unique Apocalypse game, leveling up is not as straightforward as in typical games. So many Daredevil team members are striving to reach level 1 and become official players. This is also my current objective. I am determined to ascend to level 1 swiftly, acquire the exclusive Fate Disc, and become an official player. According to the club's esteemed members, there are currently only 2 pathways to achieve level 1. Chapter 8. Luo Shan. The gears of destiny begin to turn. Strictly speaking, there exists a particular method to acquire an upgraded fate token. The means to obtain such a token can be categorized into 2 pathways. The first pathway is relatively straightforward. It involves utilizing a lottery wheel of blue or higher grade. Naturally, the lottery wheel must possess the option for upgraded fate token in order for it to be drawn. Upon hearing this, Luo Shan was taken aback. A blue or higher grade wheel would surely require a consumption of at least 100 years of lifespan, to spend a century of life merely to advance 1 level. This seemed utterly fantastical. Gao Cheng, resonating with this sentiment, nodded in agreement. When I first learned of this information, I shared your astonishment. However, upon further reflection, perhaps our poverty has limited our imagination? For those formidable individuals, a century of life may not be deemed significant. Nevertheless, for us lowly level 0 players, this first pathway is far from simple. As for the second pathway, it is even more arduous. Do you know where the high mortality rate of the death-seeking team originates? Luo Shan quickly deduced from his words that it was indeed linked to the second pathway. Precisely. Furthermore, every lake, river, and even the smallest pond within Jiangxing has transformed into a conduit for ferocious beasts to invade. These beasts can traverse through these passages to infiltrate our world, and conversely, we can utilize these channels to launch counterattacks against the realm of beasts. Liao Ge, who imparted this knowledge to me, stated that the world of ferocious beasts harbors endless dangers, yet also boundless opportunities. In that realm, even without participating in a lottery, one might still obtain an upgraded fate token, including Liao Ge himself, who was once a member of the death-seeking team. It was during an exploration of the world of ferocious beasts that he fortuitously acquired an upgraded fate token, enhancing his level and thereby unlocking the gates to a new world, ultimately becoming an official member of the club. Moreover, Liao encouraged me not to feel disheartened. Although the death-seeking team bears the name death-seeking, and the mortality rate is indeed high, each member is essentially a candidate for club membership. In comparison to those doomed to an inevitable demise, joining the death-seeking team truly offers a glimmer of hope for altering one's fate. Gao Chang spoke passionately, igniting a fervor within Luo Shan, while Jiang Yi remained remarkably composed, aware that Gao Chang's mention of Liao Gu was merely an enticing illusion. In truth, the entire club was spinning tales for the members of the death-seeking team. The world of ferocious beasts? In the future, this place would be referred to as the battlefield of realms. According to future players' assessments, even the most basic battlefield requires a level 5 player to possess the most rudimentary survival capabilities. Yet here we are, level 0 players daring to explore the battlefield of realms. What else could this be but recklessness? Lost in contemplation, Luo Shan followed Gao Chang, who led them to the entrance of a villa. The sky had grown dim, prompting Gao Chang to lower his voice. This is the villa of my team. Originally consisting of 7 members, with your presence, we now total 9. As they spoke, the trio entered the villa, which was enveloped in silence. In the living room on the first floor, a robust man was executing push-ups beside the sofa. Luo Shan, being socially adept, felt compelled to greet the seemingly formidable individual. However, before he could act, Gao Chang pulled him back. Let me first show you to your rooms, Gao Chang whispered, still keeping his voice low as he guided them up to the villa's west wing. The room assigned to Jiang Yi was a modest walk-in closet of about 5 or 6 square meters, while Luo Shan received a slightly larger study of 8 or 9 square meters. Gao Chang cautioned them, members of the death-seeking team are not as amiable as I am. If you have no pressing matters, do not disturb them unnecessarily. Luo Shan found this peculiar. Shouldn't we at least introduce ourselves to the existing members? Upon hearing this, Gao Chang felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. He had once expressed similar sentiments when he joined the death-seeking team. In the pre-apocalyptic days, when a new member joined a collective, it was customary to introduce oneself. However, when he attempted to foster camaraderie among the members, he was met with indifference. One individual coldly remarked, "Is there any need for the deceased to know one another?" A brutally honest statement, yet undeniably true. Ironically, the very person who uttered those words met his demise the following day. Such harsh truths were not something Gao Chang wished to convey to Luo Shan. After a moment's thought, he adopted an air of authority befitting a leader, asserting, members of the death-seeking team must first prove their strength before they are worthy of mutual recognition. Luo Shan did not dwell on the matter, but Jiang Yi recognized that Gao Chang's words should be rephrased. Members of the death-seeking team must first demonstrate their ability to survive before they have the opportunity to know one another. Otherwise, they would be disinclined to engage with someone destined for death. Gao Chang then proceeded to share additional precautions and details about a mission scheduled for the following morning at 9 o'clock, before taking his leave. Once he departed, Luo Shan turned to Jiang Yi and whispered, "Do you find the atmosphere within this death-seeking team somewhat peculiar? It feels rather stifling." Jiang Yi glanced at him and replied coolly, "If you manage to survive until a few days from now, you shall also feel this weight." Upon hearing this, Luo Shan's heart sank. He couldn't help but wonder, was his decision to join the death-seeking team truly the right one? Lost in thought, he suddenly heard Jiang Yi's voice. "Luo Shan, do you wish to defy fate?" The term defy fate was one Luo Shan had uttered almost daily, often mocked by the life force worms in the underground garage. Thus, at this moment, when Jiang Yi unexpectedly posed this question, Luo Shan instinctively assumed he was being ridiculed. The one who frequently declared his desire to defy fate had not realized that the gears of his destiny began to turn at this very moment. Chapter 9. The emaciated camel is bigger than the horse. What do you mean, kid? Do you want to fight? Or are you just tired of living? Luo Shan cursed vehemently, his demeanor suggesting bravado. Yet, Jiang Yi recognized the cowardice beneath his bluster. With a nonchalant glance, he replied, literally. He then pointedly patted the corpses of the illusory powder butterflies and the bloodthirsty worms he had collected. Initially annoyed by Jiang Yi's attitude, Luo Shan suddenly had a moment of realization, as if he finally understood the implications. He inquired again, "What do you mean?" Jiang Yi raised his chin slightly. "Let's discuss this in your room." Once the door was closed, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "Are you not collecting these butterflies and worms to consume them?" As he carefully extracted the illusory powder butterfly corpses, he casually asked, "You boast about those longevity worms all day. You must have heard of Chang Xiaoyi, right?" Luo Shan's expression turned peculiar. He was about to mock Jiang Yi with her name when he noticed Jiang Yi's unique technique in handling the butterfly corpses. The illusory powder butterflies bore a striking resemblance to ordinary butterflies, albeit with slightly larger wings. When alive, they emitted a fragrance with hallucinogenic properties. Furthermore, the powder on their wings had a mild paralyzing effect. Though the effect was weak, a hand heavily coated in the powder would turn blue and numb. Yet, Jiang Yi, who had collected numerous butterfly corpses, appeared completely unscathed. Luo Shan observed that Jiang Yi seemed adept at delicately pinching the barely perceptible antennae on the butterflies' heads. His movements appeared fluid and natural, all the while avoiding contamination from the powder. At this moment, Luo Shan finally comprehended that this seemingly half-dead individual, with merely a month left to live, might not be as simple as he appeared. He quickly suppressed his urge to mock and nodded. Of course I've heard of her. Jiang Yi is currently the only powerful being in Jiang City capable of crafting the longevity pill. Jiang Yi chuckled internally at this statement, but chose not to elaborate further. Instead, he continued his actions and inquired, "Do you know which school Jiang Yi attended before the apocalypse?" Luo Shan blurted out, "Hanjiang University." Jiang Yi pressed on, "You must have heard about the beast tide on the 7th day of the apocalypse at Hanjiang University, right?" Luo Shan nodded. "I heard that a student drew the beast tide from the blue roulette. At that time, on the 7th day of the apocalypse, the strength of most people was roughly equivalent to us longevity worms. The beast tide from the blue roulette was a devastating catastrophe for the players then. I heard that nearly all the teachers and students from Hanjiang University perished in that disaster. Fortunately, a group of them, leading hundreds of students, fought their way out against all odds. I heard that among the survivors was a formidable top-tier powerhouse. However, that powerhouse's name was never widely known. Subsequently, no news of him ever emerged. There were even rumors that he might already be dead." Jiang Yi chuckled softly at this. He retrieved a small knife and a bottle cap from the room, meticulously scraping the powder from the wings of the illusory powder butterflies into the cap. Meanwhile, he casually remarked, "The reason that powerhouse was strong was that he obtained a stat boost through the roulette." Luo Shan nodded, "Of course. To be able to lead people out of the beast tide, he must have drawn some incredible, fate-altering power from the roulette." Jiang Yi, however, shook his head slightly. He did not alter fate. What he drew was not a permanent ability, but one with a time limit. Therefore, 7 days later, he disappeared without a trace. Lost among the crowd, never to be heard from again. "Ah, I see," Luo Shan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. "Yes, it's a time-limited ability. I remember seeing options for time-limited abilities in the green roulette. How unfortunate for him, to finally draw a power, only to find it was time-limited. No wonder he faded into obscurity." Luo Shan, who relished tales of fate-altering adventures, felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this story of failure. However, he suddenly pondered, furrowing his brow as he looked at Jiang Yi. "You seem to know a lot about that powerhouse?" "Oh, right." He widened his eyes suddenly. "You and Jiang Yi are classmates. So you are also a student of Hanjiang University. Therefore, you were also rescued from that terrifying beast tide, a survivor from Hanjiang University." Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Yes and no." Luo Shan frowned. "What do you mean? What isn't correct?" Jiang Yi paused his actions and regarded Luo Shan coolly. "I am that nameless powerhouse." In an instant, Luo Shan's mouth fell open in shock, forming a perfect O. After a long moment, he finally regained his composure. "Is this real? Are you just bragging?" Jiang Yi did not elaborate further, instead stating coolly, "What I wish to convey is that the emaciated camel is bigger than the horse. Although the ability I drew was time-limited, I once shone brightly. So, let me ask you again, do you wish to alter your fate?" In an instant, Luo Shan stood up, exclaiming, "Absolutely. I desire it immensely." Jiang Yi placed the cap filled with illusory powder butterfly powder securely on the table and retrieved a bottle filled with bloodthirsty worms. The writhing worms appeared as if they were contained in a bottle of foul blood. After deliberately displaying both items to Luo Shan, he raised an eyebrow and said, "If you truly wish for this, then first procure a bag of firefly worms for me." "What? Firefly worms?" Luo Shan looked bewildered. "But where can I possibly find such worms when I have nothing?" Chapter 10, Strengthening Elixir, All Attributes 5. Jiang Yi glanced out the window. By this time, the sky had darkened. However, the moonlight tonight was bright, illuminating the room and preventing it from appearing gloomy. He then turned to Luo Shan and said softly, "Fireflies are not a rare find. Many people collect them to use as lanterns. You can ask other members of the death squad in this villa. There's a high probability they will have some." Luo Shan looked bewildered, but, judging by Gao Chang's attitude, it seems that the members of our death squad might not have the best temperaments. I'm just a complete novice who has just joined the team. How could I ask them for fireflies? I'm not their parent. Ah, Luo Shan was quite self-aware. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. and I am not your parent either. Why should I help you defy fate? His words struck to the core. Luo Shan, not foolish, sensed the underlying meaning. He let out a slight huff, then turned to leave the room. Jiang Yi emphasized to his retreating figure, make sure not to take longer than 5 minutes. Time was of the essence, as the impending beast tide from his previous life was fast approaching. After diligently working for 5 minutes, Jiang Yi frowned and looked at the door. A short while later, there was a knock. Jiang Yi opened the door to find Luo Shan complaining. Seriously, 5 minutes? Why lock the door? Without explanation, Jiang Yi glanced at the glowing bag in Luo Shan's hand. Undoubtedly, it contained fireflies. After closing the door behind him, Luo Shan, still shaken, lamented. I got this from that muscular guy downstairs. I had to part with a precious point coin for this bag of cursed things. Jiang Yi took the bag of fireflies. Startled by his words, you actually have point coins? Luo Shan nodded with some pride. I found a few during the first days of the apocalypse. Jiang Yi nodded in understanding. Indeed, when the apocalypse first struck, many people were bewildered, leading some to overlook the valuable time currencies scattered near the corpses of fierce beasts. Thus, a few astute individuals seized the opportunity to acquire precious time currency. Point coins are a type of time currency. The complete time currency system consists of 6 types: second coins, point coins, hour coins, and the more valuable day coins, year coins, and longevity coins. The exchange rate of time currency corresponds directly to standard time units. 1 point coin equals 60-second coins, 1 day coin equals 24-hour coins, and 1 year coin equals 365-day coins. As for the enigmatic longevity coins, their conversion into year coins varies based on quality. Players with exclusive fate charts primarily engage in trading with time currency, while informal players typically circulate small denominations like second coins, point coins, and hour coins. Therefore, even if they possess time currency, they can easily be exploited by established players. For instance, Luo Shan trading 1 point coin for this bag of fireflies was undoubtedly a significant loss. From Jiang Yi's perspective as an experienced player of the apocalypse, he considered himself fortunate. Among various beast materials, only consumable beast meat could fetch a decent price. Other unknown beast materials were often discarded as waste, allowing Jiang Yi to opportunistically acquire bloodthirsty goo and illusion powder butterflies. Now that he had the fireflies in hand, he wasted no time and swiftly began processing them. Fireflies are social creatures. When gathered in large numbers, they resemble a glowing orb. Yet, each individual is only about the size of an uncooked grain of rice. The tail of the firefly features a tiny point that emits light. Jiang Yi carefully punctured this minuscule point with a sharp blade. After several seconds, a drop of viscous, fluorescent liquid slowly dripped into the cap filled with illusion powder butterflies. The cap hissed as if the powder were about to ignite. However, the liquid from a single firefly was too scant. The hissing sound lasted only a few seconds before dissipating. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi punctured another firefly's light point, and another drop of thick liquid fell into the cap, producing another round of hissing. This process repeated seamlessly. At first, Luo Shan thought this operation was straightforward. But after observing a few times, he realized how small the firefly's light point truly was. Jiang Yi's technique for puncturing it was evidently not simplistic. Most would struggle to perform such a task with ease. Though Luo Shan did not know the exact nature of Jiang Yi's endeavor, he felt a growing respect. Minutes later, the illusion powder butterflies in the cap had completely transformed into a deep green liquid due to the firefly secretions. Jiang Yi then carefully poured this liquid into the bottle containing the bloodthirsty goo. A more intense hissing sound erupted as the blood-red skin of the bloodthirsty goo began to slowly peel away under the influence of the deep green liquid. After approximately 3 more minutes, the entire bottle of bloodthirsty goo had shed its blood-red skin, transforming into a pool of dark, viscous liquid that resembled toxic venom. Yet Jiang Yi held the venomous liquid and said to Luo Shan, "Extend your hand." Instinctively, Luo Shan reached out, but noticing Jiang Yi's movements, he abruptly withdrew. "Wait. You're not going to pour that cursed stuff into my hands, are you?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "What cursed thing? This is a good substance." Luo Shan, skeptical, retorted, "If it's so good, why don't you use it yourself?" Jiang Yi rolled his eyes and then moved to pour the liquid onto his own hand. "Fine. I'll use it myself. Don't regret it later." Luo Shan, seeing Jiang Yi's determination, immediately reconsidered. "Hey, wait. I'll use it. Is that all right?" Thus, Jiang Yi reversed the bottle's opening and poured the dark liquid into Luo Shan's palm. While pouring, he asked, "How does it feel?" Luo Shan, rigid with tension, replied with a strained voice, "Hot. Numb." Jiang Yi nodded slightly, reassured that everything was proceeding normally, and instructed Luo Shan to apply the liquid to various parts of his body. After about 5 more minutes, he inquired, "How are you feeling now?" Luo Shan's face flushed, and he breathed slightly heavier. "I feel a bit warm, and my muscles are somewhat sore." Jiang Yi continued to nod. "That's normal." However, Luo Shan felt increasingly uncertain, as it became clear that Jiang Yi was conducting an experiment on him. If the outcome was positive, that would be fine. But what if there were adverse effects? Luo Shan mentally cursed, but soon heard Jiang Yi instruct, "Now, check your data panel." Data panel? Luo Shan immediately summoned it in his mind. Data panel. Moments later, he suddenly stammered in disbelief. Wait. I just gained 5 points to all attributes. Am I dreaming? Chapter 11. Congratulations. You have drawn the reward. Beast Tide. All attributes 5. What does this even mean? From Luo Shan's perspective, he truly had no comprehension of its significance. Yet, he understood. Even the most exquisite white roulette could never present an option of all attributes 5. In fact, not even an option of all attributes 2 could ever appear on the white roulette. Therefore, Luo Shan reasonably deduced that even on the more precious green roulette, an option of all attributes 5 would likely be exceedingly rare. This implies that while others might sacrifice 10 years of their lifespan for a chance at the lottery, they might not necessarily acquire such a power. Yet Jiang Yi effortlessly achieved it. This is simply outrageous. Luo Shan felt as if his brain was about to short-circuit, unable to process the information. But calm down, the effects of all attributes 5 are time-limited. Luo Shan struggled to regain his composure, swallowing hard as he looked at Jiang Yi, whose expression remained complex. What is the duration? Jiang Yi, approximately 1 day. 1 day? That is still quite formidable. Luo Shan's tone regained its excitement, observing that the process of creating that black liquid did not seem overly complex. We can simply wait for the effect to expire and continue crafting and using it. Jiang Yi shot him a disdainful glance. You wish. In this world, how could things be so convenient? That black liquid is called strengthening potion. This version of the strengthening potion is simple to make, yet it comes with numerous drawbacks. Essentially, the first use grants all attributes 5 for 1 day. The second use yields all attributes 2 for half a day. The third use results in all attributes 1 for 3 hours. Thereafter, starting from the fourth use, the body's resistance to the potion renders it ineffective. Moreover, you didn't genuinely believe that this concoction is easy to create, did you? Fireflies are indeed commonplace. However, the illusion powder butterfly is a rare species, seldom seen. As for the bloodthirsty goo, it is even more elusive. On average, 1 in 10,000 white roulettes may present an option for the bloodthirsty goo. Furthermore, the probability of drawing such an option is minuscule, comparable to drawing all attributes 1 from a white roulette. Consequently, once the market matures, materials like the bloodthirsty goo from white roulette products will nearly surpass the price of green-grade materials. This time, Jiang Yi surprisingly discovered a roulette featuring a group of bloodthirsty goo among a box of white roulettes from Sunhao. He himself was quite astonished. However, without the specified roulette reward for that extraordinary ability, even if such an option existed on the roulette, it would likely be exceedingly difficult to draw. Luo Shan, unaware of the underlying reasons, could only think, this is simply absurd. The bloodthirsty goo group, which is harder to draw than all attributes 1, was fortuitously drawn by Jiang Yi? This is. He suddenly regarded Jiang Yi with a peculiar gaze. You little rascal. You didn't choose that roulette solely because of the bloodthirsty goo group option, did you? Jiang Yi appeared calm. At that time, I scrutinized various roulettes and found them all to be utterly trash. Only that one featured both the longevity pill and the bloodthirsty goo group. Hence, to me, it represented 2 high-quality positive effects, so of course, I chose it. As for drawing the bloodthirsty goo group, I truly did not anticipate that. Jiang Yi's ability to fabricate lies with a straight face was remarkable. Luo Shan held no doubts. After all, who would dare believe that someone could specify a roulette reward? After briefly explaining to Luo Shan, Jiang Yi applied the remaining half bottle of the strengthening potion onto himself. Initially, Luo Shan thought little of it. After all, such a valuable item, Jiang Yi would undoubtedly want to use himself. However, moments later, he frowned and remarked, according to Gao Chang, we are not scheduled for the mission until 9 a.m. tomorrow. Therefore, applying the strengthening potion in the morning would allow us to utilize its 1-day effect more thoroughly. If we apply it now, it would waste an entire evening of all attributes 5 time. Luo Shan appeared quite regretful. Jiang Yi nodded in agreement, casually responding, you make a valid point. I apologize for my oversight. Almost simultaneously, as Luoshan and Jiang Yi applied the strengthening potion, the three major clubs converged in the purple lottery area. He Zheng, Yang Miao, and Wan Shuiyin all wore serious expressions. However, Zhou Yiming could not contain his impatience, complaining, "This is absurd. I saw that the beast tide option occupies less than 10 of the entire purple roulette. For such a slim chance, we prepared for a full 2 hours. If we do not draw the beast tide, won't all that preparation be in vain?" Hezheng couldn't stand Zhou Yiming's attitude and shot him a glare. Not drawing the beast tide indeed wastes 2 hours. But do you understand what would happen if we were unprepared and happened to draw the beast tide? On the 7th day of the apocalypse, that incident almost obliterated the entire Hanjiang University with the beast tide. You've heard of it, right? At that time, it was merely a beast tide drawn from a blue roulette, and its power was already terrifying. What you are drawing now is from a higher grade purple roulette. One requires a sacrifice of 100 years of lifespan, while the other demands 1,000 years. In other words, if you truly draw the beast tide, its destructive potential will be tenfold compared to the one that ravaged Hanjiang University. If we do not prepare adequately, it is likely that all three clubs will perish under the beast tide. Hezheng spoke with considerable gravity. Yet Zhou Yiming, growing impatient, replied, "I am not denying the danger of the beast tide. I merely state that the probability is low. How could I be that unfortunate to draw the worst outcome?" Hezheng was left speechless, rolling his eyes and unwilling to waste further words on such a fool. Meanwhile, Yang Miao stepped in before Wang Shuiyin could erupt. "None of us here genuinely wish to draw the beast tide. All this preparation is merely a precaution, a way to find peace of mind. Moreover, this is an agreement we established among the three clubs long ago. Now that the preparations are complete, discussing this further is meaningless. I believe the moonlight is just right. We can commence the lottery now." Although this apocalyptic game has only been ongoing for a month, many players have already concluded that conducting roulette draws under ample moonlight increases the probability of drawing positive effects. Whether this rumor holds any truth is uncertain. However, many players, clinging to the hope that it might be true, prefer to draw under the moonlight. In fact, Wang Shuiyin even hired a feng shui master to select the optimal drawing position in the purple lottery area. With a wave of her hand, a booth half the height of a person materialized, showcasing a purple roulette the size of a bowl. The purple roulette's exterior was far more splendid than that of the white roulette. Even the formidable Hezheng and Yang Miao found themselves captivated. The more enthralled they became, the more they looked down upon Zhou Yiming. How could a man living off a woman even dare to draw such a precious purple roulette? Wang Shuiyin must have lost her mind. Zhou Yiming gazed at the purple roulette, his eyes gleaming with excitement, especially upon seeing the option for the longevity pill recipe. His heart raced uncontrollably. That is a purple-grade longevity pill recipe. Currently, the only person in the entire Jiang city capable of refining the longevity pill is Jiang Yi. However, the only thing Jiang Yi possessed was merely the green-level longevity elixir formula. If Zhou Yiming could grasp the purple-level longevity elixir formula, then this insignificant blood swallow club would hardly warrant his attention. For at that moment, the prominent forces of Jiangsheng would vie to recruit him. He would no longer be the dependent pretty boy of a woman, but would reclaim his former status as the illustrious Zhou Yiming, a top-tier figure whom Wang Shuiyin could never hope to reach. Just the thought of himself extracting the longevity elixir formula sent a surge of fervor coursing through his veins. However, before he could officially commence the lottery, Wang Shuiyin persistently cautioned him. "Yiming, remember, if the wheel indicates that you have drawn a beast tide, you must immediately use the teleportation stone I prepared for you. It will transport you to a safe haven. And please, do not lose the positioning compass I provided." The purple-level beast tide had yet to manifest in Jiangcheng. Should it truly appear, even with our preparations, the scene would likely descend into chaos. "Yiming, do not forget." Wang Shuiyin reiterated her warnings with great urgency. Zhou Yiming appeared to listen earnestly. Yet inwardly he scoffed. Beast tide, beast tide. They are making too much ado about nothing. As if I would actually draw a beast tide. What bad luck. Even if you were to draw a beast tide, it would surely be due to the ominous words of these three harbingers. After a while, Wang Shuiyin finally concluded her admonitions. She raised her hand to cast a hand seal, bestowing Zhou Yiming with a blessing before finally reminding him. "All right, Yiming, you may begin." Zhou Yiming had awaited this moment eagerly. He fervently chanted prayers to various deities, placing his impeccably maintained hands upon the center of the purple wheel. Draw at that instant. Hezheng, Yang Miao, Wang Shuiyin, and the others held their breath, fully prepared for the impending beast tide. Yet, Deep down, they did not truly believe Zhou Yiming would draw a beast tide. Nevertheless, Murphy's Law struck once more. A sound emanated from the center of the purple wheel. Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, beast tide. Chapter 12. The ingenious housewife struggles without rice. What? Is it real? Did they really summon the beast tide? Zhou Yiming was utterly stunned. He remarked that Zhang, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuiyan must be the harbingers of doom. Damn it. In truth, Zhang, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuiyan also bore grim expressions. None of them wished for the beast tide to manifest, especially Wang Shuiyan, who reacted swiftly and exclaimed to Zhou Yiming, "Teleport. Quickly use the teleportation stone." Only then did Zhou Yiming come to his senses and utilize the teleportation stone that Wang Shuiyan had given him beforehand. As soon as he vanished, the remaining 3 prominent figures began to execute their previously devised plan. Approximately 2 minutes after Zhou Yiming summoned the beast tide, a thunderous roar resonated throughout the 3 nearby clubs. Jiang Yi was originally lying on his single bed, resting with his eyes closed. Upon hearing the colossal sound, he opened his eyes, filled with calmness and clarity. Luo Shan, reluctant to waste the full attribute 5 effect, was exercising with a burly man downstairs. He completed over 100 push-ups without breaking a sweat, astonishing the burly man beside him. Just as he contemplated striking up a conversation with the man, the deafening sound erupted. He jolted in surprise and instinctively exclaimed. The burly man beside him also changed color, uttering, "Something's wrong. What is happening?" Luo Shan panicked. The burly man shot him a glare. How the hell would I know? Wait for news. Just as Luo Shan was about to inquire further, the burly man interrupted him, offering an explanation. The official players have a chat system via their life plates to relay information swiftly. Although Gao Chang isn't an official player, as the captain of the Daredevil team, he should have contact with at least one official player. While they were speaking, the 2 heard hurried footsteps descending from the villa staircase. Simultaneously, Gao Chang's urgent and resounding voice rang out. "Gather. Everyone in the villa, assemble." To ensure others would heed his command, he added, "Brother Liao, Liao Yuan phone from Team 7 just messaged me." Evidently, the name of this official player held more authority than Gao Chang's own. Before long, the various footsteps converged, and all 9 members of the team assembled in the first-floor hall within 2 minutes. Jiang Yi blended in seamlessly, displaying no signs of abnormality. Conversely, Luo Shan, upon seeing the other members, felt a wave of alarm wash over him. He couldn't help but think that the Daredevil team members looked rather disheartened. Moreover, 2 or 3 of them bore visible injuries. At that moment, Luo Shan was struck by a sense of dread. Was joining the Daredevil team truly the right decision? No. There was no need for doubt. It had to be the right choice. For now, he possessed the advantage of the full attribute 5 effect within this entire Daredevil team. Perhaps even Gao Chang would not match his prowess. All of this. Luo Shan glanced at Jiang Yi. Subsequently, he unobtrusively took a seat beside Jiang Yi. Gao Chang, while tapping on the table, retrieved a map and spoke rapidly. "I just received news that people from the Blood Swallow Club in the Purple Lottery Zone have summoned the Beast Tide." "What? A Beast Tide? And it's from the Purple Lottery Zone?" Instantly, the Daredevil team members, who had previously been listless, reacted fervently. A purple-level Beast Tide is 10 times more terrifying than the one at Hanjiang University, isn't it? 10 times? What does that even mean? It's like the difference between a century and a millennium. It appears to be merely a factor of 10. But in reality, how many of us possess a century of life? Having 10 years of life is already quite fortunate. Now we are to face a purple-level Beast Tide that emerges from a millennium of life with our mere 10-year lifespan. We are Daredevil team members, not merely seeking death. Clearly, the Daredevil team members reacted vigorously to the sudden purple-level Beast Tide, expressing their grievances. Gao Chang, however, was not surprised by this situation. He pounded the table. "Silence. Rest assured, although this Beast Tide is of purple level, our club's leaders, Zhang, as well as Yang Miao from the Shan Shui Club and Wang Shuiyan from the Blood Swallow Club, have thoroughly prepared for this event. The immense sound you just heard was not caused by the ferocious beasts, but rather the trap set by the leaders to annihilate them. Therefore, despite the Beast Tide's higher level compared to that at Hanjiang University, the combined strength of our 3 clubs far surpasses that of the students from Hanjiang University. Coupled with the ample preparations made prior to the lottery, we can completely handle this Beast Tide. Moreover, our Daredevil team's task is not to charge to the front lines as cannon fodder." At this point, Gao Chang pointed to the map he had laid out. "Look here. This is the Purple Lottery Draw Zone, the most perilous core area of the Beast Tide. Then here, Gao Chang circled the outermost edge of the purple lottery draw zone with a red pen. This is our first line of defense against the beast tide, manned by the core members of the three clubs. Following that, Gao Chang drew a larger yellow circle outside the red circle. Here is the second line of defense, where the official members of the three clubs will be stationed. Upon hearing this, the Daredevil team members began to calm down. It was clear that they were not being sent to their doom amidst the beast tide. Luo Shan felt a sigh of relief within, and he asked, "Then where do we Daredevil team members fit in?" Gao Chang pointed at the map again and explained, based on experience. The spread of the beast tide resembles ripples formed by a stone thrown into water, emanating outward from the core area in concentric circles. While the first two crucial defense lines are guarded by stronger leaders, they are not all powerful, and some ferocious beasts will inevitably continue to spread outward. As he spoke, Gao Chang drew a larger circle on the map with a fluorescent pen. Our responsibility is the outermost region. However, the burly man who had been exercising earlier frowned at the expansive area. This vast area, we Daredevil team members simply lack the manpower, don't we? Do not worry. Gao Chang offered a reassuring glance, continuing, the concentration of beasts in this area has been diluted, so it can hardly be considered a beast tide anymore. Therefore, today, we only need to guard the critical areas within this large circle, while the remaining regions can be gradually cleared of residual ferocious beasts after the beast tide crisis subsides. As he spoke, Gao Chang outlined the area where the Letian Club was located with a black pin, creating a square on the map. This black square intersected with the outermost fluorescent circle. Gao Chang shaded that intersection and addressed the members. This is the territory assigned to our Daredevil team. The other Daredevil team members exhaled in relief, nodding in agreement. Jiang Yi, listening to Gao Chang's analysis, which was nearly identical to his previous life, felt a wave of reassurance. In truth, this beast tide posed little danger to him. What he truly valued were the opportunities that accompanied the beast tide. Despite possessing the extraordinary ability of a designated lottery reward and having stacked a full attribute 5 buff for himself, it might seem as if he could lie back and remain invincible without a care in the world. In truth, he currently finds himself in a rather awkward predicament. His lifespan is a mere 38 days. 38 days. Even the most rudimentary of white spinning wheels cannot be activated even once. As the saying goes, a skilled cook cannot prepare a meal without rice. No matter how extraordinary the capabilities of the designated spinning wheel rewards may be, without the time to partake in the lottery, they are utterly futile. Of course, he could choose to replicate his previous life as Path, joining a death squad and facing a terrifying mortality rate, fighting desperately for a month. He could accumulate time credits and club points to exchange for the subpar longevity elixir offered by the club. Moreover, this inferior elixir is concocted by none other than Jiang Yi. Firstly, the process is far too lengthy and laborious for Jiang Yi. Secondly, in this lifetime, he has no desire to purchase the longevity elixirs crafted by Jiang Yi again. Therefore, he must seize the opportunity presented by the beast tide and swiftly secure a second chance to participate in the lottery. Chapter 13. The White Silk Spider. Black Widow. What caused the sudden commotion, prompting the club's bigwigs to spring into action? Surely, something significant must have occurred. Regardless of the situation, we can rest assured knowing that there will always be someone tall enough to bear the brunt of it. We, the insignificant ones, can remain worry-free. News of the beast tide had not reached the subterranean garage where the insignificant ones resided. They merely heard the clamor and then saw the various figures from the club hastily mobilizing. This display was clearly indicative of trouble. However, the insignificant ones displayed no signs of anxiety. Some, having nothing better to do, even ventured outside the garage to witness the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Holy cow, look over there. Isn't that Luo Shan? Why is he walking with the Suicide Squad? Goodness, has Luo Shan lost his mind and decided to join the Suicide Squad? It seems he is recklessly attempting to defy fate. He must be out of his mind. And that useless Jiang Yi has also joined the Suicide Squad. For individuals like them, joining such a group is akin to an old man hanging himself, wishing for a shorter life. Indeed, they have only been part of the Suicide Squad for a few hours, lacking any experience. And already they are being sent on a mission. Those who are close to them should take a good look while they can. Soon, there may be no opportunity even to glimpse their corpses. If you ask me, being an insignificant one is far better. No hardships, no risking one's life, and merely coasting through life suffices. Precisely. Look at Luo Shan and Jiang Yi. They toil diligently, yet they live less comfortably and for a shorter duration than we do. It is truly a thankless endeavor. Even before the apocalypse, I had seen through it. Serving the capital is far less gratifying than simply lying back and letting life unfold. Indeed, what do those people gain after a lifetime of hard work, serving the capital like beasts of burden? They end up unable to afford a home or medical care, living like dogs, amounting to nothing. I had already chosen to lie back and let things be before the apocalypse, and now, being an insignificant one is simply perfect. Most insignificant ones are content with their situation, regarding Luo Shan and Jiang Yi's choices with scorn and ridicule. Meanwhile, Chen Liang, enjoying the privilege of a private room in the greenhouse, caught sight of Jiang Yi mingling with the suicide squad from a distance. Just a glimpse ignited a sudden pang of anxiety within him. That once formidable man at the onset of the apocalypse, Jiang Yi. It was indeed Jiang Yi. As Chen Liang gazed at that silhouette, an inexplicable unease surged within him. However, he quickly shook his head, cursing under his breath, recalling that Jiang Yi's previous strength was merely a stroke of luck, having acquired formidable abilities. Yet, those abilities were time-limited. Once the 7 days were up, now he was nothing but a complete waste. Yes, a waste. Even inferior to Chen Liang himself. How dare such a waste join the suicide squad? He is currently undertaking missions with them. Chen Liang continuously reassured himself, striving to suppress that inexplicable anxiety. At that moment, Jiang Yi remained oblivious to the scrutinizing gazes. He followed the bustling crowd toward the northwestern section of the villa area, the very location marked on the map by Gao Chang, where the beast tide intersected with the club's territory. This area was a well-maintained camping site with a broad view. What in the world is that? Luo Shan, unaccustomed to his first mission, was startled as he saw a writhing mass of black shadows approaching from a distance, causing his complexion to pale. His exclamation naturally earned him several disdainful glances. Gao Chang, showing kindness, explained, "That is the white silk spider, also known as the Black Widow. When you have the opportunity to undertake missions in the beast world, you will discover that these creatures are quite common there." Another member of the suicide squad added, "The Black Widow moves quickly. It's entirely normal for them to be the first to arrive here. However, there is no need to worry too much. They may look frightening, but their combat capability is rather lacking. As long as you are cautious and avoid being ensnared by their silk, you should be safe." Gao Chang nodded, adding, however, "This is merely the initial phase of the beast tide. As time progresses, you can expect other types of ferocious beasts to appear as well. During your combat, do not let your guard down." This warning was primarily directed at Luo Shan and Jiang Yi, as they were the newcomers in the group. Luo Shan nodded in acknowledgement, then inquired, "So, does this Black Widow have any weaknesses?" As he spoke, he observed the members of the suicide squad already engaged in battle. He quickly noticed that Gao Chang's team was indeed somewhat lacking in numbers, with only 9 members, including himself and Jiang Yi. In contrast, the other suicide squads averaged nearly 20 members. Those already in combat were primarily attacking the Black Widow's legs in groups of 2 or 3, with some even tackling it solo. Luo Shan, not being foolish, quickly deduced that those working in pairs or alone clearly possessed some strength. While pondering this, Gao Chang further elucidated, "As you can see, the Black Widow is considered a low-tier beast in the beast realm. Therefore, we need not concern ourselves with any particular weaknesses. A few of us can work together to sever its legs and then strike its head." Luo Shan nodded but soon realized, "But Jiang Yi and I." He wanted to express that both he and Jiang Yi were unarmed. How could they possibly fight the Black Widow barehanded? However, just as he began to speak, a voice of impatience echoed from behind, "You two are of no concern at all." It was Sun Hao. Luo Shan was taken aback upon seeing Sun Hao appear. Wasn't he responsible for the lottery for the insignificant ones? How could he be here? While perplexed, Sun Hao merely shot him a glance of disdain and addressed all the members of the suicide squad, saying, as per usual, those without their own weapons, "Come to me to collect them." Seemingly mindful of the presence of newcomers like Luo Shan and Jiang Yi, Sun Hao added, "This process is familiar to the other suicide squad members." Immediately, several individuals rushed over to Sun Hao to claim their weapons. Luo Shan observed that in many of the suicide squads, nearly every member had their own personal weapons, thus they did not need to seek out Sun Hao, while others, like Gao Chang's team, required almost everyone to collect weapons from him. Initially, Luo Shan, being new and unaware of the dynamics, began to sense Sun Hao's position within the club. It was evidently more than just overseeing the lottery for the insignificant ones. He seemed to also manage some lower-tier supplies. Moreover, the varying strengths of different suicide squads became apparent. Some teams were powerful, while others were weak, with Gao Chang's team being the weakest among them. Previously, Luo Shan had admired Gao Chang, thinking him remarkable. However, his feelings had become somewhat conflicted. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, remained unfazed. Having experienced all this in his past life, he navigated through it with ease. He approached the area where Sun Hao was distributing weapons and quickly selected his target. The weapons available for the Suicide Squad were primarily low-quality items obtained from the white spinning wheel, such as knives, axes, and clubs. As Jiang Yi was about to retrieve the weapon he had chosen, a sharp voice of derision suddenly pierced the air. "Kid, do you really think that just because you're clever, no one else would dare to select the composite bow? You won't be able to take advantage of it." Chapter 14. Jiang Yi's Weapon, a Shovel. Jiang Yi turned his gaze towards the source of the taunting voice, only to realize that the mockery was not directed at him, but rather aimed at Luo Shan. Luo Shan's eyes gleamed with hunger, akin to a wolf pouncing on its prey. As he lunged for an exquisitely crafted pure black compound bow, the young man who had initially ridiculed him stood nearby, arms crossed, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. Indeed, the compound bow was the finest among the array of inferior weapons. Yet, none of the members of the Death Squad dared to select it, the primary reason being its excessive weight. Even the elite members of the squad would find themselves utterly exhausted after just a few minutes of wielding such a heavy bow in battle. For an ordinary person, unaccustomed to special training, lifting the bow would result in fatigue after merely a few steps, leading to immediate abandonment. The mocking youth awaited the moment when Luo Shan would experience the bow's weight and embarrass himself in front of everyone. However, much to his astonishment, Luo Shan lifted the compound bow as effortlessly as one would a light sword. He even wielded it with one hand, waving it excitedly. This scene left the young man who had mocked him utterly speechless. Impossible. This bow? Could it not be the same one from earlier? This astonishing display attracted many curious glances. Numerous members of the Death Squad regarded Luo Shan with eyes wide in disbelief, as if witnessing a ghost. Even Sun Hao, tasked with overseeing the weapon selection, was taken aback. He approached Luo Shan, scrutinizing him for a moment before commanding, "Display your data panel." The data panel was a digital representation of information that everyone received after the onset of the apocalyptic game. Typically, this panel was only visible to the individual unless a player chose to display it voluntarily. Forcing someone to reveal their data panel was generally considered extremely impolite. However, in this world of the apocalyptic game, the principle of strength prevailing over courtesy was evidently paramount. To Luo Shan, Sun Hao embodied strength. Thus, despite his reluctance, Luo Shan found himself unable to resist. Soon, his data panel was displayed for all to see. Name, Luo Shan, level, 0, lifespan, 11 years 158 days, talent, none, profession, none, skills, none, status, none, strength, 1, 5, constitution, 1, 5, speed, 1, 5, mentality, 1, 5, combat power, 108, gasp. All attributes at 5. Combat power exceeding 100? This tattooed youth turned out to be a hidden powerhouse. What nonsense. Such attributes within parentheses are time-limited. Once the duration expires, the effects will vanish. This fellow is merely an ordinary person with all attributes at 1. Yet, even with a time limit, during this period, he is indeed formidable. Many gazes directed at Luo Shan were filled with envy. Even Gao Chang wore an expression of astonishment and discomfort. The young man who had previously mocked Luo Shan retreated to the back of the crowd, utterly humiliated. Sun Hao observed this scene, deep in thought. He frowned, about to inquire further, when Jiang Yi suddenly stepped forward, feigning indignation, and exclaimed, "Boss Sun, please stand up for me. This Luo Shan snatched my blood-devouring goo and devoured it all. He then obtained the all-attribute 5 buff that should have belonged to me." Jiang Yi's words were filled with righteous indignation, as if Luo Shan had stolen his rightful opportunity. Initially, Luo Shan was bewildered by this statement. However, he quickly grasped Jiang Yi's intentions. Thus, he played along, responding, "I ate it. So what? Am I supposed to regurgitate it back to you? Furthermore, this all-attribute 5 effect is temporary. It's not a permanent ability. What is there to fuss about?" Their exchange gave the impression that Luo Shan and Jiang Yi were on the verge of a confrontation. Sun Hao shot them an exasperated glare, barking, "Enough. Both of you. Stop arguing. Luo Shan, while the all-attribute 5 effect is indeed temporary, it is still your opportunity. If you can seize it, you may rapidly grow stronger. But if you fail to capitalize on it..." Sun Hao shook his head, choosing not to elaborate. His gaze shifted back to Jiang Yi. It was evident that his earlier scrutiny of Luo Shan had been laced with goodwill and friendliness, exhibiting more patience than usual. However, when he turned to Jiang Yi, his demeanor grew cold and indifferent once more. "Jiang Yi, is it? You wish for me to intervene on your behalf. Huh, how naive. You must understand that in this world of the apocalyptic game, strength is the only truth. The fact remains that Luo Shan consumed your blood-devouring goo. He gained the all-attribute 5 effect, while you are still a waste. As a waste, you must possess the awareness of your status. You have no right to point fingers at the strong. Sun Hao's words were quite harsh. The onlooking members of the death squad murmured among themselves. Were they ordinary individuals? They might feel a sense of grievance and resentment, perhaps even uttering a phrase akin to "don't underestimate the young and poor, fortune can change." However, Jiang Yi, having lived 2 lives, had forged his heart into steel. He recognized that Sun Hao spoke the undeniable truth. This apocalyptic game indeed operated on the principle of the strong prevailing. He believed that if he were to reveal his own secret of possessing all attributes at 5 at that moment, Sun Hao's attitude towards him would shift as well. Thus, rather than perceiving Sun Hao as targeting him, he understood it was a critique directed at the weak. Jiang Yi held no particular thoughts on the matter. However, Sun Hao's words left Luo Shan feeling rather embarrassed. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to speak a few kind words on Jiang Yi's behalf, Jiang Yi took the initiative to say, "Regarding the blood-devouring goo, I miscalculated. Nonetheless, I still hope that Luo Shan can offer me some form of compensation." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao's expression turned icy once more. He was about to reprimand Jiang Yi again when, unexpectedly, Luo Shan interjected, "Well, if you have any requests, just let me know. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can agree to it." With Luo Shan himself making such a statement, Sun Hao naturally had no further comments to add. Jiang Yi cast a glance at Luo Shan, thinking to himself that this guy was far superior to the ungrateful ingrates like Tang Ku and Chen Liang. Luo Shan did not consider his actions to be particularly noble. After all, the all-attribute 5 buff he possessed was entirely due to Jiang Yi's efforts. Feeling gratitude was only natural, wasn't it? Of course. If Jiang Yi were to propose an excessively unreasonable demand, he would undoubtedly refuse without hesitation. After all, while it is human nature to be grateful, it does not mean he would be bound by moral obligations. However, the request Jiang Yi made left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. He pulled a shovel from the pile of weapons, then earnestly turned to Luo Shan and said, "Since your attributes are high, could you sharpen the tip of the shovel for me?" Luo Shan immediately wore a bewildered expression, akin to an elderly man perplexed by a smartphone. The onlookers were initially confused, then began to suspect that Jiang Yi was intentionally humiliating Luo Shan with such a request. This was too petty, too lowly, was it not? Even Sun Hao felt that Jiang Yi was out of line, preparing to admonish him further, when he witnessed Jiang Yi sincerely reiterate to Luo Shan, "I am not joking. I genuinely intend to use the shovel as a weapon." Nevertheless, he was dissatisfied with the insufficient sharpness of the shovel's tip. Hence he sought your assistance in honing it. Luo Shan was aware of the underlying circumstances, leading him to believe that Jiang Yi was unlikely to deliberately humiliate him, especially given his serious demeanor at that moment. "So, are you genuinely prepared to wield this shovel as a weapon?" Luo Shan's expression was peculiar. Jiang Yi, however, nodded earnestly in affirmation. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Shan reciprocated with a nod. "Very well, I shall assist you." With that, he turned to inquire with Sun Hao about the availability of a sharpening stone. Sun Hao, perplexed by the antics of the two, particularly Jiang Yi, found himself indifferent as long as the matter could be resolved, and thus lent Luo Shan a sharpening stone. Consequently, they delayed for a bit longer before Jiang Yi and Luo Shan proceeded to the front line, each armed with their respective weapons. Many onlookers were taken aback to see Jiang Yi wielding a shovel, their expressions reflecting a myriad of unspoken sentiments. Naturally, no one was inclined to form a team with him in such a state. Conversely, Luo Shan, effortlessly gripping his composite bow, approached him and whispered, "How about we team up? I can guide you." Jiang Yi cast a nonchalant sidelong glance at Luo Shan, who inexplicably felt a great weight upon his shoulders. He was increasingly convinced that Jiang Yi was indeed the formidable individual rumored to have led students from Hanjing University through the beast tide. Although his formidable prowess had waned over time, the aura he exuded was undeniably authentic. As expected, Luo Shan was not surprised when Jiang Yi declined. "With your full attributes at 5, taking on 2 Black Widows single-handedly poses no challenge. Why would you need a partner?" That was unmistakably a rejection. Luo Shan, understanding the implication, refrained from further pursuing the idea of teaming up. Nonetheless, he remained astute, deliberately choosing a position beside Jiang Yi within the makeshift defense line formed by the Suicide Squad. At this moment, the beast tide had only just begun. with many ferocious creatures yet to encroach upon their location. Thus, their defense line was relatively manageable. After observing the scene for a while, Luo Shan suddenly drew his bow. With a swift whoosh, a sharp arrow was launched towards the head of a black widow. The subsequent sound of a thud echoed as the arrow struck true. Luo Shan, a bit pleased with himself, raised his chin, exhilarated by the surge of power coursing through him. Previously, when he had been a tumor bug, he had found that existence rather agreeable, as it posed no threat to his life. However, now, he finally comprehended why, despite the high mortality rate, members of the suicide squad were reluctant to regress into mere tumor bugs. Because the sensation of wielding power was truly exhilarating, beyond imagination. If Luo Shan had once yearned to defy fate purely due to excessive gaming and the fervor of youth, now he had firmly planted within his heart a seed of desire to grow stronger. He craved power. He aspired to become formidable. He wished to seize his destiny in his own hands. To grow stronger, he must become stronger. Jiang Yi, observing the shift in Luo Shan's mentality, pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Have you practiced archery?" Luo Shan shook his head. "Not exactly practiced. But I did use a slingshot to shoot birds in the mountains during elementary school and even crafted a crossbow in middle school." Just as he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, and he shouted towards Jiang Yi, "Watch out." Chapter 15. The First Fatality. Luo Shan's reaction was quite intense, as if a particularly dangerous incident had just occurred. However, in the next moment, that fervent emotion transformed into sheer astonishment. Just moments ago, Jiang Yi, who had been conversing with him, simply bent slightly and casually thrust the sharpened end of a shovel forward. With a swift motion, the shovel struck at the abdomen of the Black Widow spider, which then fell to the ground with a thud. The Black Widow, a creature that crawls close to the ground, had its abdomen positioned less than 10 centimeters from the surface, a blind spot that had seldom been attacked. Yet at this very moment, Jiang Yi executed a seemingly effortless sliding strike, and the spider that had launched a surprise attack on him was instantly slain. What? Although Luo Shan himself could shoot the Black Widow in the head with an arrow, it required considerable effort to draw the bowstring. But Jiang Yi? His actions appeared so effortless. It was almost imperceptible to others that he possessed the full attribute level 5 effect. This scene not only astonished Luo Shan, but also left the other members of the death squad, who were witnessing the event, utterly dumbfounded. Could this kid be a hidden powerhouse? In particular, Gao Chong, who was also engaged in battle nearby, was shocked and blinked hard. You rascal. You're hiding your true strength." Suddenly, Gao Chang's eyes widened as a thought struck him. "Could it be that you've also acquired the full attribute level 5 effect?" No. After a moment of speculation, he shook his head vigorously. "But you seem to have killed the Black Widow without much effort." Suddenly, Gao Chang's gaze fixated on the shovel in Jiang Yi's hand. He finally realized it was the shovel. Then, he turned to stare at the corpse of the Black Widow and abruptly recognized the truth. You little brat. You must know the Black Widow's weakness, don't you?" This exclamation startled all the nearby members of the death squad. While there were several capable individuals in the squad who could swiftly eliminate a Black Widow, the knowledge of its weakness would be a boon for all members. In an instant, numerous gazes fell upon Jiang Yi, their excited and fervent expressions unmistakable. Jiang Yi had no intention of keeping secrets. After all, the Black Widow was a relatively low-level beast. Any player with a modicum of skill could easily achieve a headshot without needing to consider its weak points. It was only the weaker members of the death squad who had to contemplate targeting weaknesses to enhance their efficiency in combat. Thus, he generously explained, "As you surmised, the reason I was able to slay the Black Widow with a single strike was due to my precise targeting of its weak point. The abdomen of the Black Widow has a pair of protruding structures known as spinnerets, which are connected to numerous silk glands within its body. Those spinnerets are indeed the Black Widow's vulnerabilities. Moreover, the reason it crawls so close to the ground is to protect those weaknesses." Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions turned to one of realization. So that's how it is. However, considering how close to the ground the Black Widow crawled, accurately striking its weak point didn't seem a simple task. As they spoke, their gazes finally settled on the shovel in Jiang Yi's hand. At this moment, they understood that Jiang Yi's request for Luo Shan to sharpen the shovel was not merely an inconvenience, but rather a strategic advantage against the Black Widow's weaknesses. Thus, after hastily expressing their gratitude to Jiang Yi, the group rushed over to Sun Hao to request weapon exchanges. Sun Hao, stationed at the rear of the battle line, was quite distant from Jiang Yi and was unaware of what had transpired. He merely observed dozens of people rushing towards him, each selecting long-handled weapons like shovels and spades. When he inquired, he was astonished to learn that Jiang Yi, whom he had previously dismissed as incompetent, actually possessed knowledge of the Black Widow's weaknesses. It made sense now why he had chosen a shovel as his weapon. While a typical individual might have stopped their thoughts there, Sun Hao, as the logistics manager, interacted with many people daily. His mind was quite astute, and suddenly he recalled Jiang Yi had approached him for the blood-devouring goo. Pondering whether he had known all along that consuming the blood-devouring goo would grant him the full attribute level 5 effect. Perhaps luck had simply not been on his side, and this opportunity had been snatched away by Luo Shan? There was indeed a strong possibility. Until this moment, Sun Hao had never taken Jiang Yi seriously, but now he began to regard this seemingly doomed individual with a measure of respect. Jiang Yi, Sun Hao contemplated, recalling that this young man had only recently joined the Letian Club. Yet, he appeared to possess a limited lifespan. With such youth, he could not possibly have so little time left. This suggested that prior to joining the club, he must have undergone extraordinary experiences. Perhaps it was those experiences that had informed him of the Black Widow's weaknesses and the secrets of the blood-devouring goo. But could he possibly know other secrets as well? Sun Hao pondered this, but did not approach Jiang Yi. After all, the apocalyptic game had descended for a month, and many individuals with unique experiences had emerged. If Jiang Yi could survive the current beast tide crisis, it would indicate that his experiences held some value. Otherwise, Sun Hao shook his head slightly. Meanwhile, those members of the death squad who had exchanged for long-handled weapons, despite their newfound knowledge of the Black Widow's weaknesses, initially struggled to strike with precision to achieve a swift kill. It was only after numerous attempts that they slowly became adept. Once they mastered the weak point, what once required a skilled individual to handle a single Black Widow could now be tackled by almost anyone alone. This significantly eased the pressure on their defensive line. However, as time passed, the number of beasts spreading from the center of the tide continued to increase. The Black Widow population surged, occasionally mixed with other types of ferocious beasts. About half an hour into the beast tide, Jiang Yi felt his tension rise. He recalled from his previous life that it was around this time the first fatality among the death squad would occur. Sure enough, the trajectory of fate aligned once more with his past. In what had been a relatively relaxed atmosphere for monster hunting, a sudden scream pierced the air. Zhang Biao. He had waited a while before hearing the news reach him. Someone had lost their life. It appeared to be a beast swifter than the Black Widow. Reports indicated that not only was it agile, but also possessed exceptional stealth. It had killed and vanished in an instant. Zhang Biao, the deceased, was known for his prowess and could typically hold his own against a Black Widow even without knowledge of its weaknesses. Yet, he had been silently dispatched. What should they do now? If even Zhang Biao could be so quietly eliminated, what chance did they have? Fear not. I've heard that Fan Hu's team has already begun to scout the mysterious beast. They should be able to resolve it swiftly. Fan Hu's team ranked among the top 3 in overall strength across all death squads. However, the full-scale reconnaissance by this team did little to reassure the others. After all, until the mysterious beast was truly dealt with, any of them could fall silent like Zhang Biao at any moment. This was the tragedy of the death squad, or rather, the lament of the weak in this extraordinary era. Often, they merely survived by sheer luck. In that moment, all the members of the death squad were engulfed in anxiety. Even Jiang Yi felt a tinge of nervousness within. The reason he chose the transient option of all attributes at level 5 over the permanent attribute level 1 was to maximize the assurance of his own safety. The other members of the death squad could only place their hopes on fortune, gambling on whether they would be targeted by the ferocious beasts. However, Jiang Yi was unwilling to take that gamble. Should he lose this wager, it would cost him his life, possessing the ability to obtain designated rewards from the roulette. His life was indeed exceedingly valuable. Thus, Jiang Yi dared not to be greedy. He solely sought stability, with all attributes at level 5. Coupled with the combat awareness and acute instincts honed in his past life, if he were to be swiftly defeated by the Shadow Cat, it would not merely be a matter of luck, but rather a reflection of his own shortcomings. In truth, in his previous life, he never encountered an attack from the Shadow Cat. Yet, Jiang Yi was acutely aware of a concept known as the butterfly effect. From the moment he was reborn, although the overarching trajectory mirrored that of his past life, he inevitably altered certain elements. The Shadow Cat that had not pursued him in his former existence might very well do so in this life. As he pondered this, remaining vigilant, Jiang Yi continued to fight. He casually dispatched a Black Widow with a swift strike of his shovel, only to suddenly catch sight of a flash of white light. Immediately following, he heard the exclamation of Luo Shan. Jiang Yi. Chapter 16 Exchange. White roulette lottery ticket. Goodness. You've struck gold. You've won the white roulette. Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the dazzling white light dissipate, revealing the white roulette. It is worth noting that the probability of such a low-tier beast like the Black Widow dropping a roulette is exceedingly rare, less than 1%, perhaps. Thus, for him to unveil a white roulette at this juncture is indeed a stroke of exceptional fortune. However, as the apocalyptic game has progressed, white roulettes have lost their novelty. In fact, many low-quality white roulettes go unopened, even if offered for free. The expressions of the surrounding members of the Daredevil team remain surprisingly composed. Only Luo Shan, being a recent addition to the team, displayed genuine excitement at Jiang Yi's acquisition of the white roulette. In his past life, Jiang Yi had no idea how many white roulettes he had obtained, hence his heart remained unfazed. Yet, as he approached to pick up the white roulette, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Luo Shan, drawn by the commotion, leaned in to see what was happening. Upon noticing the options on the white roulette, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he exclaimed, "What the?" Before he could finish, he felt Jiang Yi's warning gaze upon him. Promptly, Luo Shan prudently sealed his lips, though he could not hide the envy sparkling in his eyes. Yet, amidst his admiration, he suddenly recalled that Jiang Yi's remaining lifespan was less than a year. This meant that such a remarkable white roulette would be of no use to Jiang Yi himself. How then would he handle this white roulette? While Luo Shan pondered this, he suddenly heard Jiang Yi's calm voice. "Please guard this for a moment. I'll go find Sun Hao." With that, Jiang Yi clutched the white roulette and made his way towards the logistics area at the back. Shortly thereafter, at the logistics station, Sun Hao furrowed his brow upon spotting Jiang Yi. "Why aren't you guarding the front line? What brings you here?" Jiang Yi held the sizable white roulette in his hand and responded, "I just defeated a monster and obtained this white roulette." "A white roulette?" Sun Hao raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with subtle disdain. Even members of the Daredevil team remained indifferent upon encountering a white roulette. As someone in charge of low-tier resources, Sun Hao was even less inclined to regard a mere white roulette with any significance. Assuming Jiang Yi was unaware of its true worth, he lazily explained, "Members of the Daredevil team can either handle the white roulette themselves or submit it to the club, depending on its quality. The club will reward a certain number of club points for the submission. However, the maximum points awarded for a white roulette will not exceed 10. Accumulated club points can be exchanged for desired resources from the club's warehouse. Moreover," Sun Hao insinuated with a glance that club points could also be traded for longevity pills. It was evident that he was aware of Jiang Yi's dwindling lifespan and his urgent need to accumulate points to exchange for a longevity pill. Yet, to Sun Hao's surprise, Jiang Yi remained unfazed upon hearing the mention of the longevity pill. In fact, he earnestly stated, "I do not intend to exchange this white roulette for club points. Rather, I wish to conduct a trade with you, Manager Sunday." Upon hearing this, Sun Hao chuckled. "You wish to trade with me? Surely you do not believe a mere white roulette would pique my interest?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sun Hao's mocking smile froze on his face. His reaction mirrored that of Luo Shan, his eyes widening in shock. Even the typically composed Sun Hao could not refrain from exclaiming, "What?" He was so stirred that he nearly reached out to seize it. Then, he looked earnestly at Sun Hao and continued, "As you well know, my remaining lifespan is less than a year. Thus, I naturally cannot utilize this white roulette." Hearing this, Sun Hao regained his composure. "Yes, no need to panic. This lad cannot even activate the white roulette. Therefore, no matter how exceptional it is, he can only trade it with others." Sun Hao steadied his nerves and resumed his calm demeanor. "What do you wish to trade? Do not even think about the longevity pill. After all, no matter how exceptional your roulette, it is merely a white roulette." Sun Hao's words were evidently disingenuous, for the exceptional nature of the white roulette in Jiang Yi's possession stemmed not only from the high proportion of quality options. More crucially, it contained the option for the longevity pill formula. Furthermore, the probability of this option appearing was as high as 20%. A 20% probability is indeed remarkable among 10 options. The rarity of the longevity pill formula option cannot be overstated. Consider the entire Jiang City region with a population in the millions. Even after the apocalypse, there are still at least 100,000 people. Each person can spin the roulette multiple times. With so many individuals having spun the roulette countless times, only one person has ever obtained the longevity pill formula. This highlights the challenge of acquiring it. Primarily, the roulettes that offer the longevity pill formula option are exceedingly rare. Even among these scarce roulettes, the chances of the option appearing are rarely above 1%. Any roulette containing the longevity pill formula option inherently possesses a value greater than that of an ordinary roulette. Yet, Jiang Yi's exceptional white roulette boasts a 20% chance for the longevity pill formula. Its worth is, without a doubt, immense. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Sun Hao were to place this white roulette in the official player trading area, there might indeed be someone willing to exchange a low-quality longevity pill for it. However, Sun Hao would never openly share this insight with Jiang Yi, as he intended to drive the price down. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi was no naive novice. He comprehended the value of this roulette better than Sun Hao. Yet, he recognized his own humble stature and the improbability of selling it for its true worth. In truth, he had no intention of trading this roulette for a low-quality longevity pill. After all, the low-quality longevity pills available in Jiang City were all concocted by Chang Jiaoyi. He had already vowed never to use any of Chang Jiaoyi's concoctions in this lifetime. Thus, Jiang Yi refrained from arguing with Sun Hao and decisively stated, "I wish to exchange this white roulette for a white lottery ticket." A white lottery ticket? Sun Hao paused, taken aback. The white lottery ticket is not particularly rare. Its effect is to negate the lifespan cost of a single spin on the white roulette. From this perspective, the value of the white lottery ticket could be considered equivalent to a year of life. However, its actual value is slightly less than that of a year of life. After all, the relationship between a white lottery ticket and a year of life is akin to a shopping voucher worth $100 compared to $100 in cash. The voucher can only be used for shopping, while cash offers far greater utility. Sun Hao initially assumed that Jiang Yi, in his desperation to extend his life, would seek to prolong it. Yet, he chose to request a white lottery ticket instead as a steward of low-tier resources. Sun Hao possessed such tickets. However, he hesitated, pondering whether to agree immediately or to try to negotiate a lower price. Yet, before he could deliberate, he heard Jiang Yi's resolute voice once more. At this moment, "I only desire a white lottery ticket. If Manager Sun is unwilling, I shall seek assistance elsewhere." With that, Jiang Yi genuinely appeared ready to turn and leave. Sun Hao could not possibly let such an exquisite spinning wheel slip away. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively spoke. All right. Considering your cleverness, I consent to this transaction." Sun Hao's choice did not surprise Jiang Yi in the slightest. After all, exchanging a magnificent white spinning wheel for a white spinning wheel lottery ticket was undoubtedly a lucrative deal for Sun Hao. Before long, the two completed the transaction. Sun Hao handed a white spinning wheel lottery ticket to Jiang Yi, simultaneously acquiring the exquisite white spinning wheel. Despite having encountered countless white spinning wheels before, this particular one stirred the deepest desire within Sun Hao. Fearing that the night might bring unforeseen complications, he swiftly raised his hand and pressed it firmly at the center of the white spinning wheel. Then, with steady resolve, he called out. Draw moments later, a sound emanated from the center of the white spinning wheel. Ding! Congratulations! You have drawn the reward, longevity pill recipe. In an instant, a white scroll adorned with mysterious runes appeared in Sun Hao's hand. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of joy rendered Sun Hao momentarily dazed. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, who was observing this scene, suddenly became acutely aware of a chilling aura of murderous intent. In a flash, a shadow darted swiftly past his line of sight. Chapter 17. Sun Hao extracts the longevity pill recipe. Danger awaits. Meow. You wicked beast. Hiss. In the blink of an eye, voices echoed from the west road. The one shouting about danger was Jiang Yi. However, the peril was not directed at him. Instead, it was aimed at Sun Hao, who had just extracted the recipe and was still in a state of euphoria. The shadow that suddenly lunged at Sun Hao was none other than the mysterious and fearsome beast, the Shadow Cat, which had instilled terror in the hearts of the Daredevil squad. Lost in his ecstasy, Sun Hao was caught off guard and nearly met his demise at the claws of the Shadow Cat. Fortunately, a streak of sharp azure light flashed by, causing the reckless Shadow Cat to emit a hiss before abruptly falling to the ground. In that moment, it could be said that Sun Hao had danced on the brink of death. Grateful to be alive, he gasped for breath, clearly still shaken. From the direction of the azure light, a teasing voice suddenly rang out. How can a mere Shadow Cat frighten our manager's son to such an extent? The speaker, or rather the one who had come to rescue Sun Hao, was a young man in his 30s. However, the mocking expression on his face froze upon seeing the mysterious white scroll in Sun Hao's hand. His eyes widened in shock, and with a sudden surge of determination, he charged towards Sun Hao with an imposing aura. To an unknowing observer, it might have seemed like he was about to engage in a brawl with Sun Hao. In truth, it nearly escalated into a fight. The cause of this tension was the precious longevity pill recipe clutched in Sun Hao's hand. Fortunately, Sun Hao reacted swiftly and tore the white scroll apart just before Liao Yuanfeng could reach him. Instantly, the torn scroll transformed into white light, merging into Sun Hao's forehead. Liao Yuanfeng, witnessing this scene, was furious, gnashing his teeth as he exclaimed, "Had I known you were extracting the longevity pill recipe, I wouldn't have bothered to save you. I could have let that shadow cat take you out and claimed this precious recipe for myself." Liao Yuanfeng's words were filled with genuine emotion, sounding far from playful. Sun Hao, both relieved and annoyed, shot him a glare. Liao Yuanfeng quickly composed himself, biting back his envy as he said, "Since I just saved your life, you ought to bestow upon me a few hundred longevity pills as a token of gratitude." "A few hundred?" Sun Hao rolled his eyes. "Why not say a few 100 billion? Liao Yuanfeng grinned as if he truly believed Sun Hao would gift him a few 100 billion longevity pills. Sun Hao shot him another incredulous look and tossed him a small vial. "Just this one. Don't expect anything else." Liao Yuanfeng accepted the vial with a cheerful laugh, continuing to pester him. "Regardless, old son, you're destined for greatness now. Don't forget my life-saving grace when you're living the high life." As the two big shots exchanged playful banter, Liao Yuanfeng noticed Jiang Yi and casually inquired, "What's this kid up to?" At that moment, Sun Hao finally recalled Jiang Yi. After all, the exquisite spinning wheel that had granted him the longevity pill recipe had been provided by Jiang Yi. To prevent Jiang Yi from feeling slighted, Sun Hao hesitated for a moment before addressing him. "In light of your role in my extraction of the longevity pill recipe, I offer you this promise. If you can survive until 3 days from now, come find me, and I will grant you a longevity pill to extend your life." 3 days? A longevity pill? Jiang Yi pondered, thinking that by then, he might possess a lifespan of hundreds or even thousands of years. Would he really need Sun Hao's longevity pill? As for Sun Hao's concern about Jiang Yi feeling unbalanced, that was far from his mind. The longevity pill recipe was indeed precious, capable of altering Sun Hao's standing in the Letian Club. Even if Sun Hao were to leave the Letian Club for a more powerful faction, he would still be treated as a revered guest, enjoying excellent benefits. However, this held no significance for Jiang Yi. Firstly, the white quality longevity pill recipe could only produce white longevity pills. Moreover, those artificially refined pills were generally of inferior quality compared to those produced by the spinning wheel. The longevity gained from artificially brewed white longevity pills varied from 1 to 10 years, and the process required collecting materials, investing time and effort, and risking losses from failed attempts. In contrast, even a white-quality longevity pill from the spinning will guaranteed a minimum lifespan extension of 10 years. The disparity between the two was self-evident. Of course, for ordinary individuals, the probability of extracting a longevity pill was exceedingly low. Despite the spinning wheel's white longevity pills starting with a 10-year extension, an ordinary person could draw 100 times without ever obtaining a single longevity pill. Thus, they were compelled to place their hopes in the subpar, artificially refined longevity pills. Jiang Yi's situation was evidently different from that of ordinary people. If he wished to extract a longevity pill, he need not concern himself with probabilities. As long as the spinning wheel had the option for a longevity pill, he could specify it for extraction. By sacrificing just 1 year of life, he could instantly obtain a premium longevity pill that extended his life by 10 years. While others labored to refine longevity pills, he could effortlessly churn them out in bulk as long as he possessed ample lifespan in the spinning wheel. The contrast was stark. He would never need to bother with pill refinement in his lifetime. Naturally, he paid no mind to Sun Hao's promise of a longevity pill 3 days hence. After contemplating, Jiang Yi proposed to Sun Hao, "Could I exchange this promise for something I can redeem sooner?" Sun Hao's initial reaction to this was one of displeasure. He thought to himself, "I've already offered you a generous deal, and you still dare to haggle?" However, he soon heard Jiang Yi continue, "I'd like to trade it for 3 white spinning wheels, even if they're of poor quality." 3 white spinning wheels of poor quality. This was no longer haggling. It was practically a generous concession. After all, poor quality white spinning wheels were virtually worthless. Not to mention 3, even 30 would be worth far less than a longevity pill. Sun Hao, of course, was willing to agree. Though he found it curious, what do you need 3 white spinning wheels for? With your lifespan, you can only draw once, right? Jiang Yi had already prepared his rationale. When I extracted that exquisite spinning wheel earlier, Luo Shan was watching nearby. I feared he might get ideas, so he trailed off, leaving the rest unsaid. Sun Hao thought to himself, "This kid is quite astute." Nodding, he waved his hand, summoning 3 large boxes. "You have 3 minutes. Make it quick." Jiang Yi expressed his gratitude repeatedly before diligently selecting his desired items. Observing this exchange, Liao Yuanfeng quickly deduced that the white spinning wheel from which Sun Hao had extracted the longevity pill recipe must belong to Jiang Yi. He scrutinized Jiang Yi for a moment, but did not dwell on it. At that point, Sun Hao also remembered to question Liao Yuanfeng. Isn't it strange? Even if the second line of defense faltered, you should have requested support from the first line, rather than coming here. Jiang Yi, squatting beside the boxes selecting the white spinning wheels, discreetly perked up his ears. Chapter 18. A New Mission. Departing the club. Liao Yuanfeng did not deliberately avoid Jiang Yi. Instead, he initially approached Sun Hao to express his grievances. Hey, I've just received a new mission. You know that Zhou Yiming from the Blood Swallow Club, right? Sun Hao nodded. The top-tier celebrity before the apocalypse? I heard he has become the kept boy of the Blood Swallow Club's leader. Liao Yuanfeng clicked his tongue. He is no ordinary kept boy. The leader of the Blood Swallow Club dotes on him. Recently, amidst the chaos of the Beast Tide, that kept boy was teleported to the vicinity of our Letian Club. However, he landed not within the club's safe zone but in the chaotic area outside. Sun Hao, understanding the situation, nodded. The beasts outside are manageable, but those rogue players without any affiliation. Although most of them are roughly equal to our death squad in terms of strength, given the sheer number, there are bound to be a few formidable lone wolves. Exactly. Liao Yuanfeng concurred. Zhou Yiming has ended up in that chaotic area filled with beasts and rogue players. My mission is to lead a team to bring Zhou Yiming back to our safe zone. As you know, the pressure on the second defense line is immense, and we lack manpower. Thus, I thought it best to recruit from the death squad. It should be manageable. Sun Hao contemplated for a moment and nodded. Letian Club enjoys a certain reputation in this area. Typically, rogue players would hesitate to provoke us. Bringing only death squad members should suffice. All right, go ahead and recruit. But don't gather too many. Keep it under 20. Liao Yuanfeng nodded and proceeded towards the area responsible for the death squad. At that moment, Jiang Yi had just finished selecting 3 white spinning wheels. He hurried after Liao Yuanfeng and called out, Brother Liao, may I join you on this new mission? Liao Yuanfeng turned to glance at him and inquired, Which team are you with? And who is your captain? This question seemed casual, but Jiang Yi understood the underlying implications. The death squads of Letian Club numbered nearly 200, divided into 5 major factions. This meant that each group was backed by one of the 5 established leaders. Naturally, Liao Yuanfeng would select from those aligned with him for this mission. Coincidentally, Gao Cheng's team was part of Liao Yuanfeng's faction. Jiang Yi, unfazed, replied, My captain is Gao Cheng. Liao Yuanfeng pondered for a moment and remarked, that Gao Cheng. He scrutinized Jiang Yi for a moment and nodded. Very well. You may accompany me. Jiang Yi quickly fell and stepped behind him. Meanwhile, Sun Hao observed their retreating figures, deep in thought. He mused that Jiang Yi had a knack for seizing opportunities. This mission was relatively low risk, and as a member of the death squad, accompanying an official member like Liao Yuanfeng was a tremendous honor. Gaining Liao Yuanfeng's favor could yield numerous hidden benefits. However, it was unfortunate that this young man was nearing the end of his lifespan. Initially, Sun Hao had intended to mentor Jiang Yi. He had promised Jiang Yi a longevity pill in 3 days, with the hope of integrating him into his faction. If Jiang Yi were to grow, Sun Hao might even consider promoting him. Regrettably, the young man had inexplicably rejected the longevity pill. Perhaps he believed he wouldn't survive until then? Sun Hao dismissed such thoughts and reported to the club as higher-ups about his ability to concoct white longevity pills. Upon seeing Jiang Yi trailing behind Liao Yuanfeng, Gao Cheng and Luo Shan were momentarily taken aback, thinking that Jiang Yi had received some fortune and was favored by Liao Yuanfeng. However, they quickly learned that Liao Yuanfeng was merely recruiting from their death squad for the mission. As the news spread, numerous members of the death squad eagerly volunteered. Ultimately, Liao Yuanfeng selected 12 individuals. The lineup closely mirrored that of his previous life, with Luo Shan and Gao Cheng included. Moreover, Liao Yuanfeng noted the composite bow Luo Shan was carrying and remarked, Young man, not bad. This composite bow, which none dare use in the death squad, seems to be wielded effortlessly by you. Luo Shan, flattered, explained that he had merely received a temporary effect with full attributes of 5. Liao Yuanfeng was not surprised and encouraged him. Having this opportunity is commendable. Seize it well, and you may reap rewards. Luo Shan gratefully nodded in appreciation, eliciting a twinge of envy from Gao Cheng. Liao Yuanfeng did not linger on the matter and waved his hand, revealing a pile of standardized uniforms on the ground. For this mission, we must depart from the club's main base. To avoid unnecessary troubles, we'll need to wear these uniforms. Each of you, pick one and put it on, then we shall set off. This was quite understandable. Donning standardized attire signified allegiance to a certain faction. In such a chaotic environment, individuals would generally think twice before provoking them, thus minimizing potential conflicts. Typically, only official members of the club were entitled to wear these uniforms. But due to the special circumstances, they had been granted this honor. Soon, including Jiang Yi, the team of 10 donned the standardized attire and prepared for departure. As a former member of the Lifespan Worm, Luo Shan had never had the chance to partake in such an event, and he was quite exhilarated. Their 14-member team was swiftly divided into 3 groups, 1 group of 6 and 2 groups of 5. Liao Yuanfeng, being the strongest, took command of the 6-member team, while he appointed captains for the other 2 5-member teams. Due to Luo Shan's full attribute 5 buff, he was made a temporary team leader, with Jiang Yi and Gao Chang joining his group. The remaining 2 members were a seemingly honest middle-aged man named Li Xiao and a lean, sharp-featured youth named Zhang Peng. After they got acquainted, Liao Yuanfeng led the 3 teams to retrieve 3 vehicles. The teams then drove out of the villa area where the club was located. Inside Luo Shan's vehicle, the talkative Zhang Peng chattered incessantly. Before I joined the club, I witnessed official members of Letian Club embarking on missions. Goodness, I was filled with envy. I never dreamed I would wear the club's exclusive attire and represent them on a mission one day. Li Xiao nodded in agreement. Sharing the sentiment, Gao Chang and Luo Shan also found themselves fondling their black uniforms, daydreaming of the day they would officially become club members. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi contemplated how to find an opportunity to secretly draw from the 3 newly acquired white spinning wheels. Additionally, he reflected on the task of locating Zhou Yiming. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had not been chosen by Liao Yuanfeng for this mission, leaving him unaware of how Luo Shan had ultimately rescued Zhou Yiming. However, being close to Luo Shan now presented a significant opportunity. As he was lost in thought, the vehicle suddenly braked sharply, causing Zhang Peng, who was still chattering away, to collide headfirst into the front seat. Luo Shan lifted his chin and gestured ahead, indicating that it was Liao Lauda who had first halted the vehicle. Consequently, the occupants of the car turned their gazes toward Liao Yuanfeng's vehicle in unison. Before them, they noticed another unfamiliar off-road vehicle parked ahead of Liao Yuanfeng's leading car. Gao Chang observed for a moment and concluded, "It seems there are more wandering players preparing to ally with our club." Zhang Peng cast a glance as well and scoffed. With those scrawny refugees, they will likely only serve as mere pawns within the club. Both Luo Shan and Gao Chang, who shared a similar background as pawns themselves, felt a slight discontent upon hearing this remark. Jiang Yi, however, exhibited no emotional response. Yet, when he caught sight of the unfamiliar off-road vehicle's owner, his brow furrowed with sudden astonishment. As it turned out, this individual had joined the Letian Club at this very moment. Chapter 19. Yu Yu and Yu Shui, acquaintances from a past life. Yu Yu. In his previous life, Jiang Yi became acquainted with this individual while striving desperately to become a formal member of the Daredevil Squad. By the time Yu Yu achieved formal membership, Jiang Yi had already distinguished himself among the elite of the club. Yu Yu was adept at socializing, enjoying considerable popularity among the formal members. Upon becoming a formal member himself, Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable fondness for Yu Yu. However, during one mission, Jiang Yi stumbled upon a career roulette at a shrine ruin on the battlefield of realms. Unlike the ordinary one-time use roulettes that dropped from monsters, this career roulette was not single-use and could be employed by multiple individuals. It presented 10 options, all pertaining to careers. Although these career options varied in quality, their value during the early apocalypse was undeniable. Securing such a treasure could elevate one's status within the club. Yet, after Jiang Yi valiantly vanquished the guardian beast beside the career roulette, it was suddenly claimed by Yu Yu. Jiang Yi would never forget the moment Yu Yu snatched the career roulette away, flashing him a nonchalant smile and declaring, "Jiang Yi, today I shall impart a lesson to you. In this apocalyptic realm, there are no eternal friends, nor eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Had it not been for this precious career roulette, we might have been great friends. Alas, now you have chosen the path of demise." After uttering those fateful words, Yu Yu launched an unhesitating attack on Jiang Yi. At that moment, Jiang Yi's strength was vastly inferior to Yu Yu's, and having just battled the guardian beast, he should have perished at Yu Yu's hands. However, Yu Yu's lengthy monologue had afforded Jiang Yi the opportunity to prepare and escape using a teleportation stone. Jiang Yi attempted to expose Yu Yu's nefarious deeds, yet his claims were met with disbelief. At that time, Jiang Yi thought it was merely due to Yu Yu's adept social skills that no one believed his accusations. Eventually, he came to realize that in this apocalyptic world, the truth was never paramount. No one cared about the true nature of Yu Yu. What mattered was that Yu Yu was stronger. Just as no one was concerned whether Chang Jiaoyi's longevity elixir was stolen or self-created, the saying to the victor goes the spoils rang true. The truth was never of great significance. Rather, strength equated to power. In his previous life, Jiang Yi's lack of strength and Yu Yu's targeting led him to gradually become marginalized within the club. To evade Yu Yu's machinations, he sought opportunities to extricate himself from the club. By the time he heard Yu Yu's name again, the Letian club had long since ceased to exist. At that point, Yu Yu had ascended to the position of leader of the Qingchuan Base's Practitioner Alliance. Power, status, and strength were far beyond Jiang Yi's reach. Yet, Yu Yu's fate was not much better. He met an early demise, and it was quite tragic. Lost in thoughts of past grievances, Jiang Yi suddenly heard Zhang Peng gasp in awe. Wow, a fairy. Not only Zhang Peng, but also Gao Chong and Luo Shan were equally captivated. Even the older man, Li Xiaod, appeared somewhat dazed. Jiang Yi was not surprised. His gaze drifted to Yu Yu, who stood beside a slender and fair young woman. The girl possessed a delicate and graceful figure, exuding a pure and innocent aura reminiscent of ethereal beauty. Despite the distance, her exquisite features were evident. Resembling a sprite, innocent and lively, she was the kind of beauty that left most men spellbound. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Jiang Yi had developed a camaraderie with Yu Yu partly because of Yu Yu's social prowess, but also due to Yu Shue's presence. At the time, Jiang Yi believed it was merely a universal appreciation for beauty that endeared him to Yu Shue. It was only later, upon learning of Yu Yu's demise through the forums, that he discovered Yu Shui, who was often by Yu Yu's side, was not his sister. In fact, more accurately, she was not human at all, but a succubus. Yu Yu's amicable demeanor, as well as Jiang Yi's fondness for him, were intricately linked to that succubus. Furthermore, Yu Yu's rise to the position of leader of the Qingchuan Base's Practitioner Alliance was likely assisted by that succubus. However, as the saying goes, what leads to success can also lead to downfall. Yu Yu's ultimate demise was tied to the revelation of Yu Shue's succubus identity, which allegedly involved some chaotic entanglements among powerful figures. However, at that time, the forums were rife with gossip, and Jiang Yi, merely a bystander, could not comprehend the intricacies and vested interests involved. He merely lamented that in this world, those who smile brilliantly may not necessarily be the ones to laugh last. If he could survive for a long time, perhaps he would witness the demise of his former foes one by one. After that, Jiang Yi became increasingly cautious in his actions. His desire for revenge was no longer urgent. Now, upon encountering Yu Yu and Yu Shui again in this life, Jiang Yi's mindset was considerably more tranquil. If an opportunity arose, perhaps he could seek vengeance against Yu Yu himself. But if such an opportunity did not present itself, it mattered not. Jiang Yi's thoughts were simple. In this vast world, survival was paramount. His life was undoubtedly irreplaceable and invaluable. As Jiang Yi contemplated, his attitude towards Yu Yu softened considerably due to Yu Shui, yet he still maintained a semblance of formality. Words alone are insufficient. Show me your data panel. Yu Yu, appearing refined and amiable, nodded and called out, data panel. Immediately, a cerulean light curtain materialized before him. Name, Yu Yu. Level, 2. Lifespan, 323 years. 281 days. Talent, none. Profession, none. Skill, speed burst, D grade. Status, blessed by the moon goddess. Strength, 11. Constitution, 10. Speed, 13. Mentality, 10. Combat power, 282. This data left Liao Yuanfeng astonished. He could hardly contain his exclamation. Level 2. Combat power nearing 300. And your lifespan is astounding, exceeding 300 years. Although his voice was not loud, it carried clearly to Luo Shan's team nearby. Gao Chong, Luo Shan, and others were all wide-eyed in astonishment. Particularly Zhang Peng, who had previously mocked him for being a parasite, now looked as though he had seen a ghost. Liao Yuanfeng quickly regained his composure, adopting a much more serious demeanor. He produced a device resembling a mobile phone. Luo Shan observed and whispered to Gao Chong, "Is that the exclusive live panel for formal players?" Gao Chong nodded. Brother Liao must be messaging the higher-ups of the club. This new member is likely to become a formal member immediately, standing on equal footing with Brother Liao. Zhang Peng observed from a distance and added, "No wonder that girl beside him looks like a fairy." In this world, without a bit of strength, you can't possibly keep such a beautiful woman around. Li Xiao nodded in agreement, however, if that lad does not join any faction and remains a lone wolf, he may struggle to keep such a stunning woman. Joining the Letian club seems to be a wise decision. Zhang Ping, feeling somewhat envious, lamented, "Alas, we are all human, experiencing the apocalypse game at the same time. Why is there such a stark disparity? That fellow must be extraordinarily fortunate." Luo Shan, equally envious, retorted, "Need I say more? In this world, who possesses a modicum of skill that isn't blessed with good fortune?" As the crowd exchanged their thoughts, a vehicle approached from the direction of the club, personally escorting the siblings Yu and Yu Shui to the club's main base. Meanwhile, Liao Yuanfeng's team, after this brief interlude, continued their mission away from the club. Liao Yuanfeng led the way, with two other vehicles trailing behind him. Having just joined the death squad, Luo Shan, with limited experience, followed closely in his vehicle. Perplexed as he mused, weren't we supposed to be searching for someone? I assumed it entailed a thorough search across the globe, yet seeing Brother Lao's demeanor, it seems as though he knows precisely where to find them. The loquacious Zhang Ping interjected before Gao Chang could speak, explaining, "The official players possess a plethora of various items. That Zhou Yiming, who got lost due to the teleportation stone, surely has a locating compass on him. And Brother Lao must have had the coordinates of that compass from the very beginning." Chapter 20, From a Task of Retrieval to a Quest for Discovery. Upon hearing these words, Luo Shan furrowed his brow. Does this mean that our mission is not merely to retrieve someone, but rather to locate someone? Zhang Ping replied, "Indeed. What else did you expect?" Luo Shan had initially anticipated an exhilarating and adventurous search for individuals, but now it appeared. Sigh. Although this task was far simpler than he had imagined, he couldn't shake a feeling of disappointment. Seated in the passenger seat, Jiang Yi, however, sensed that this mission might not be as straightforward as it seemed. If it were merely a matter of picking someone up from a designated location, then the credit would undoubtedly belong to Liao Yuanfeng. In his previous life, Luo Shan could never have owed a debt of gratitude to Zhou Yiming. Indeed, Jiang Yi's intuition proved correct. Approximately half an hour later, Liao Yuanfeng's convoy halted in a bustling commercial district. He retrieved a compass, its needle pointing directly to this very street. As vehicles could not navigate this area, he signaled for the death-seeking team to disembark. As Luo Shan stepped out, he was immediately struck by a pungent odor of smoke, prompting him to mutter, "What on earth is burning?" Liao Yuanfeng cast him a glance and explained, "It's the beast-repellent incense. The scent keeps ferocious beasts at bay. Remember, the aroma of beast-repellent incense resembles that of charred smoke. If you ever catch a whiff of a cool, minty fragrance, be wary. That would be the beast attractant incense, which draws ferocious beasts closer." Luo Shan, gaining insight, nodded appreciatively. Liao Yuanfeng, devoid of arrogance, turned to the team and urged, "Stay sharp. Just because we have beast-repellent incense doesn't mean we are free from danger. The wilderness is chaotic and far from the safety of our club's headquarters. Some ferocious beasts, unaffected by the incense, as well as ill-intentioned humans, could take your lives at any moment." His tone was stern, and the team members were understandably on high alert. Subsequently, Liao Yuanfeng organized them into formation and led them toward the shop indicated by the compass. The shops in this post-apocalyptic world were a stark contrast to those before the catastrophe. Some doors swung open, revealing disarray within, while others displayed the gruesome remains of human corpses or beast carcasses. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay. The shop indicated by Liao Yuanfeng's compass had its iron door firmly shut. A pile of putrid flesh lay at the entrance, rendering it nearly indistinguishable whether it belonged to a human or a beast. A putrid insect, known as a life tumor worm, crawled slowly toward the rotting mass. Indeed, in this apocalyptic game, life tumor worms existed, ugly and bloated creatures that feed on decaying flesh, yet lacking any means of attack, placing them at the lowest tier of the ferocious beast hierarchy. The term life tumor worm is often used among humans to describe the most worthless of individuals. Liao Yuanfeng, showing no interest in dealing with the harmless life tumor worm, held the compass and approached the closed iron door. After confirming the compass's reading, he knocked on the door, calling out, "Zhou Yiming, are you inside? If you don't open up, I will force my way in." Liao Yuanfeng frowned, stepping back slightly before whispering to the team, "Prepare to breach the door. There may be danger. Stay alert." The members of the death-seeking team felt the tension rise, gripping their weapons tightly. Luo Shan raised his composite bow, aiming toward the iron door. However, before Liao Yuanfeng could truly break the door down, it swung open. Indeed, there were people inside. 3 young men stood behind the door, weapons in hand. appearing anxious as if bracing for a confrontation. Yet upon seeing the imposing presence outside, their faces paled. And they quickly dropped their weapons, raising their hands in a gesture of surrender. Peace, esteemed ones. We mean no harm. Let us talk this out. It was clear that these three were wise enough to recognize their situation. This was precisely why Liao Yuanfeng had brought extra personnel in the post-apocalyptic environment. Ordinary people instinctively grasp the notion that there is strength in numbers. Liao Yuanfeng's demeanor remained stern as he scanned the three individuals, frowning as he asked, "Is it just the three of you? Where is Zhou Yuming?" What Zhou Yuming? One of the scruffy youths stammered, his voice trembling with apprehension. Another, appearing more astute, calmly queried, "Zhou Yuming? The top celebrity before the apocalypse?" Liao Yuanfeng nodded. The clever youth shook his head. "We don't have anyone by that name here." "Foolishness," Liao Yuanfeng barked, raising the compass. "I came here based on this. The compass clearly indicates that Zhou Yuming is in your shop." "The compass?" The astute youth shifted his gaze and pulled out a compass from his pocket. "Is this what you mean?" Liao Yuanfeng snatched the compass, his expression darkening. "How did this come to be in your possession? Where is Zhou Yuming?" Upon witnessing this exchange, Jiang Yi understood the gravity of the situation. Indeed, they had found the locating compass, yet Zhou Yuming was nowhere to be seen. Thus, the mission of retrieval had now transformed into a quest for discovery. Chapter 21. Divide and Conquer, Act Independently. As anticipated, Liao Yuanfeng, after interrogating the astute young man holding the compass, gleaned some information. The three boys were originally part of a small group called the Green Bay Crew, named after an internet CAF known as Green Bay. The members of this crew primarily consisted of students and delinquents who frequented the CAF. When the apocalypse struck, they were all at the CAF, which naturally led to the formation of their group. Initially, the Green Bay Crew boasted over 50 members, but as time passed and casualties occurred alongside internal conflicts, the group gradually disintegrated. Now, only about 8 or 9 members remained. Notably, these three boys had recently severed ties with the Green Bay Crew. The reason for their departure was straightforward, a dispute over interests. According to the astute young man's account, the leader of the Green Bay Crew had pretentiously gifted him a green spinner, only to snatch away the good items he drew from it, claiming ownership of the spinner. Such occurrences are quite common in loosely organized groups. In the Lucky Club, the rules for the lottery are well established, whereas in smaller groups, it is challenging to find a decisive leader who can formulate universally accepted agreements. Without rules, the phenomenon of breaking promises is frequent. Thus, such small groups often cannot endure for long. Only those led by a core powerhouse with absolute authority are likely to develop incrementally. The Green Bay Crew evidently lacked the requisite elements for growth. After clarifying his background, the astute young man shifted the blame for the compass to the Green Bay Crew. "Didn't he, that leader of the Green Bay Crew, snatch the swift boots I drew? Then he tossed this compass to me as compensation. After I left the Green Bay Crew, I examined it and found it seemingly useless. From what you imply, this compass possesses a locating function. Is it meant to locate that celebrity Zhou Yuming?" The astute young man spoke methodically, appearing to be truthful. Beside him, a shorter boy muttered in complaint, "I said this thing was useless from the start. It would have been better to toss it away. If we had discarded it earlier, we wouldn't have attracted such trouble." The astute young man quickly nudged him to silence and then addressed Liao Yuanfeng. "Ignore his ramblings, if it can assist Captain Liao. We don't mind the trouble." It must be said, the astute young man not only handled matters calmly, but also exhibited commendable interpersonal skills. His words eased Liao Yuanfeng's previously agitated mood. Liao Yuanfeng was indeed torn. If they were merely ordinary people, their disappearance would be inconsequential. After all, in an apocalypse, disappearances and deaths are all too commonplace. However, Wang Shiwen from the Blood Swallow Club was genuinely in love with Zhou Yuming. The task she assigned came with a substantial reward, clearly indicating her steadfast determination to locate him. Thus, Zhou Yuming could not be treated as an ordinary individual. At the very least, one must see him alive or dead, right? After a brief moment of contemplation, Liao Yuanfeng made a decision. He inquired of the astute young man, "Are there any formal players among the members of the Green Bay Crew?" If there were formal players, he could post inquiries in the chat channels or forums reserved for them. However, the astute young man's eyes lit up with surprise and curiosity as he asked, "What is a formal player? Are you all formal players? Could you tell us how to become formal players?" After pondering briefly, he continued, "Do you know the main area where the Green Bay Crew operates?" The astute young man was knowledgeable and replied fluently. The Green Bay Crew initially established their base at the Green Bay Internet CAF, but later relocated several times for various reasons. When we left, they were using the Baishang Living Supermarket on Rongjiang Road as a base. However, according to the leader, they seemed to plan to go to Yucai Primary School on Shi Village Road to find someone. The Baishang Living Supermarket and Yucai Primary School are situated in two different directions. Liao Yuanfeng pondered for a moment, then glanced at his team. After a brief silence, he turned to the two designated team leaders, Luo Shan and Fan Hu. Are you both familiar with these two locations? Fan Hu, tall and robust, immediately responded. I'm quite familiar with Baishang Living Supermarket. I've shopped there before. Excellent. In that case, Liao Yuanfeng decisively declared, my team will head to Yucai Primary School. Fan Hu, you lead your team to the Living Supermarket. Luo Shan, you take your team to the Green Bay Internet CAF. Zhou Yiming is quite a prominent figure in the entertainment industry. You all know what he looks like, right? Our task is to locate him as swiftly as possible. Fan Hu was a veteran member of the Daredevil team, with prospects of becoming a formal member. He had undertaken far more perilous missions than this one, so he readily accepted. Conversely, Luo Shan had only recently joined the Daredevil team. This would essentially be his first official mission. Deep down, he felt somewhat apprehensive. Yet, fearing that hesitating now would lead Liao Yuanfeng to look down on him, he gritted his teeth and agreed, not daring to voice a single objection. Meanwhile, Zhang Ping from his team appeared pale, muttering, but there are only 5 of us, and none of us are formal players. What if something goes wrong? The astute young man, overhearing this, cast a glance at Zhang Ping and vaguely discerned the dynamics of this team. Liao Yuanfeng also glanced at Zhang Ping and replied sternly, this mission is far simpler than your task in the beast world. While there will certainly be risks given the nature of the apocalyptic world, we cannot expect the same comfort as in peaceful times. However, the world is as it is, and we have no choice but to adapt. Zhang Peng immediately refrained from further comments. Fan Hu, too, regarded Zhang Peng with a scoff, remarking, if I recall correctly, the Green Bay Internet CAF isn't too far from this commercial street. Thus, among the 3 teams, yours is the easiest. With that, you still have the audacity to complain about danger? Fan Hu, possessing strength, left Zhang Peng with no room to argue, compelling him to lower his head in frustration. Liao Yuanfeng said little more, handing each of Fan Hu and Luo Shan a small pouch. Inside are a bag of beast-repellent incense and a cloud-piercing arrow. If your team finds Zhou Yiming, launch the cloud-piercing arrow. Fan Hu and Luo Shan nodded as they accepted the pouches. With that, the 3 teams set off to act independently. Once Liao Yuanfeng and Fan Hu's team had departed, Zhang Peng finally murmured, is it just because he is stronger? What is so impressive about that? If my luck improves later, I might even achieve more than he does. Here, he naturally referred to Fan Hu, who had just dismissed him. Gao Chong furrowed his brow, but said nothing. Luo Shan considered admonishing Zhang Peng, but recalling his own temporary attributes, he decided it was best not to offend anyone. Thus, opting for discretion, he addressed the group. Although Captain Liao instructed us to go to the Green Bay Internet CAF, our primary task is to locate Zhou Yiming. Therefore, since the Green Bay Internet CAF is not far from here, let us walk and search for him along the way. This approach is certainly more meticulous than driving around in search. Jiang Yi, aware that in his previous life it was Luo Shan who located Zhou Yiming, was naturally inclined to heed his directives. However, Zhang Ping was less agreeable. Given their team's inherent lack of strength, traversing on foot would pose an even greater danger than traveling by vehicle. Yet, before he could voice his dissent, Jiang Yi, who had remained rather taciturn, spoke up. Brother Liao has appointed you as the captain, so we shall all follow your lead. His words effectively acknowledged Luo Shan's temporary leadership. Internally, Luo Shan felt a surge of joy. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi continued, as for the route to the Green Bay Internet CAF, I am quite familiar with it. Why don't you all proceed first? I'm feeling a bit unwell and would like to take care of that first. Once I'm done, I shall catch up with you. Chapter 22, a solo lottery, drawing the longevity elixir. Jiang Yi's proposal was, in fact, rather absurd. Their group of 5 was already considered a disadvantaged collective, and yet he had the audacity to request to act independently? Jiang Yi disregarded Zhang Ping entirely, instead assuring Luo Shan, I will definitely set off to pursue you within no more than 15 minutes. Zhang Peng rolled his eyes in response. Definitely? What assurance do you have? However, he did not finish his sentence before hearing Luo Shan's agreeing voice. Fine, 15 minutes it is. We will head in this direction. There should be remnants of the beast-chasing fragrance along the way. Just remember to catch up. Jiang Yi and Luo Shan had developed a certain camaraderie, so he was not surprised by Luo Shan's acquiescence. Thus, Jiang Yi found himself with private time, free to act independently. He turned to the astute young man among the trio of shopkeepers and inquired, "Surely, you have a place to relieve oneself?" The astute young man nodded. "Of course, but the water has been out for a long time, so the restroom conditions are rather unsightly." "No matter." With that, Jiang Yi entered the shop. The environment within the shop was indeed quite dire. It was a hardware store, and when Liao Yuanfeng had led the way, the three individuals appeared to be tinkering with makeshift weapons. Jiang Yi noticed a nearly completed crossbow lying on the filthy floor, stained with black oil. He briefly glanced at it and raised an eyebrow at the astute young man. "Is there anyone among you skilled in crafting crossbows?" The astute young man nudged the shorter individual beside him and chuckled. "This guy is just fiddling about. Unfortunately, its power is rather limited." Jiang Yi nodded, refraining from further comments as he proceeded to the restroom at the back of the store. The stench was indeed overwhelming, but his thoughts lingered on the unfinished crossbow, whose efficacy was evidently minimal. It would likely prove ineffective against ferocious beasts, but when it came to confronting fellow humans. As anticipated, shortly after Jiang Yi entered the restroom, the previously cooperative trio of young men exchanged furtive glances. Even the most amiable among them, the astute young man, wore a darkened expression. The shorter individual squatted down to pick up the incomplete crossbow and whispered, "I think I just figured it out in that team. Only Captain Liao is truly powerful. The others are likely just slightly stronger than the captains of the other teams. The remaining ordinary members must be on par with us." At this, he pointedly glanced towards the restroom. Among the three, it was evident that the astute young man was the linchpin. Another individual turned to him and softly asked, "What does it mean that the guy suddenly wanted to use the restroom alone? Could he have figured something out?" The astute young man's gaze swept across the room, his tone nonchalant. "Figured out what?" The other two promptly lowered their heads and fell silent. The astute young man cast another glance at the crossbow and lowered his voice, speaking gravely. "If within 15 minutes, that guy chooses to leave and pursue his team, then we can coexist peacefully. But if, after 15 minutes, he remains..." His statement trailed off, not due to intent, but because they suddenly heard a familiar notification from the restroom. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, longevity elixir." The three young men, who had just moments ago worn somber expressions, now stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Even the most composed among them, the astute young man, found his breath uneven. The other two were practically beside themselves with excitement. They struggled to contain their emotions and suppress their voices, but even their hushed tones betrayed their elation. The longevity elixir. That guy stayed behind to secretly partake in the lottery, and he drew the longevity elixir on his first try. The longevity elixir. Even the white version would grant at least a decade of extended life. But if it were the green version, that would be a minimum of a century. Quan Gu. The green quality longevity elixir. I. The two companions were clearly at a loss for words. Yet Quan Gu, the astute young man, remained steadfast. Quickly regaining his composure, he seized the arms of the two boys and exclaimed fiercely, "Calm down. Calm down. You all need to remain composed. Regardless of the quality of the longevity elixir, it has nothing to do with us." That guy deliberately stayed behind to secretly spin the wheel, undoubtedly hoarding an exceptionally high-quality wheel. Otherwise, he wouldn't have drawn the longevity elixir on his first attempt. With all his preparations, he will surely consume it the moment he draws it. We cannot hope to snatch away what has already been ingested by another. Indeed, the two agitated boys quickly grasped the situation. That guy drawing the longevity elixir would surely be more thrilled than they were. He wouldn't care whether he was in the restroom. He would undoubtedly consume the longevity elixir immediately, no matter how envious or resentful they felt. They could not extract what someone else had already swallowed. Thus, calmness was imperative. They learned something from Quan Gu and soon forced themselves to settle down. The astute Quan Gu then solemnly advised, "When that guy exits the restroom, we will act as if we are unaware of his drawing the longevity elixir. Let's all be a bit more astute." The two younger companions nodded in agreement, pledging to follow Quan Ji's lead. However, they had anticipated that Jiang Yi would emerge after finishing his draw. Instead, they heard another familiar notification from the lottery. "Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, Space Watch." Chapter 23. 3 consecutive prizes. 2 kills. The spatial watch. This is indeed a piece of spatial equipment. The two subordinates, with their arms firmly gripped by Brother Quan, had tears of excitement welling in their eyes. Back when they were part of the Green Bay Group, they had only seen the leader of the Green Bay Group possessing such spatial equipment. In this apocalyptic environment, The convenience and significance of spatial equipment are self-evident. Even Brother Quan, who appeared astute, was now breathing unevenly. The two subordinates lowered their voices, barely able to contain their excitement. Brother Quan, that is spatial equipment. If we had it, moving our base would be so much easier, and we wouldn't have to worry about our supplies being stolen or coveted. However, Brother Quan was no ordinary person. He quickly regained his composure. Stay calm. Keep your wits about you. If it doesn't belong to us, don't covet it. Let's pretend this never happened. We know nothing. His voice was low but firm. The two subordinates dared not speak, yet their eyes betrayed their frustration and unwillingness. They cast a longing glance in the direction of the restroom, as if they could pierce through it with their gaze. Brother Quan, aware of their discontent, admonished them sternly. Listen to me. I will not lead you astray. The two subordinates remained sullen. Just then, from the restroom, another voice echoed. Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn a reward. A teleportation talisman. A teleportation talisman. Brother Quan, that kid drew something good again. A teleportation talisman. This is a life-saving item. Even the formidable Captain Liao mentioned that in this changed world, anyone could encounter danger. But Brother Quan, think about it. If we had a teleportation talisman, it would be like having a life-saving amulet. In the face of deadly danger, we could escape using the teleportation talisman. This is essential for survival, Brother Quan. The longing in the eyes of the two subordinates was almost overwhelming. The impact of 3 consecutive draw announcements had shattered their rationality. At this point, what use was rationality? Can it feed them? Can it save their lives? The two subordinates were consumed by envy and jealousy. Originally, it was Brother Quan holding their arms. Now, it was they who seized Brother Quan's arm. Even the self-proclaimed calm Brother Quan found it difficult to maintain his composure at this moment. Just one successful operation could yield spatial equipment and a life-saving talisman. It was incredibly tempting. Furthermore, Brother Quan realized that he could no longer control his two subordinates. They were now utterly intoxicated by desire. If he were to voice any objections now, it would not be calmness, but rather a mood dampener. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and finally lowered his voice, declaring, "All right, let's go for it. But once we finish, we must run." The two subordinates erupted in elation. Of course, they did not act immediately. Instead, they prepared quietly, waiting for more commotion from the restroom. 3 consecutive draws. Surely that guy wouldn't continue drawing, would he? Keep drawing. The more, the better. It's all for their benefit. The two subordinates were caught up in fervor. Yet, Brother Quan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. After a short while, more noise emanated from the restroom. However, this time, it was no longer the sound of the spinning draw, but the creaking of the restroom door opening. As anticipated, Jiang Yi emerged from the restroom, a look of delight gracing his face. After all, who wouldn't be thrilled to draw 3 valuable items in succession? Brother Quan discreetly glanced at the watch on Jiang Yi's wrist. That must be the spatial watch, a precious piece of spatial equipment. It remained unclear whether it was drawn from the green or white wheel. Brother Quan's gaze flickered, but he maintained an expression of ignorance, keeping his demeanor friendly as he greeted Jiang Yi. All done? Jiang Yi smiled back. Yes, I'm heading to catch up with my teammates. I wouldn't want them to worry. The phrase about worrying held implications. However, the 3 men were oblivious to it. They only saw Jiang Yi, blissfully dazed by his 3 consecutive draws, completely unguarded. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He slowly walked towards the shop in trance. Just as he was about to step out of the shop, the 3 exchanged glances. In an instant, a sharp arrow whizzed through the air, aimed at the back of Jiang Yi's head. Simultaneously, Brother Quan and 1 subordinate swung their weapons, one wielding a fire axe, the other a large blade. 3 directions, 3 lethal intents, almost encircling Jiang Yi. Yet, just when the trio thought their plan was foolproof, Jiang Yi seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. Casually raising his hand, he caught the arrow mid-flight. With a swift motion, he retaliated, sending the very arrow back at the assailant. Whoosh! It struck true, piercing the forehead of the boy who had attempted the ambush, who fell lifelessly to the ground without even a scream. Almost simultaneously, Brother Quan, wielding the fire axe, felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He realized his entire wrist was gripped by someone. Then, with a forceful pull, that grip directed his axe blade towards the other subordinate wielding the knife. All of this transpired in less than a second. In that fleeting moment, the 2 assailants were eliminated, leaving Brother Quan alone. One was shot through the forehead, lifeless and unblinking. The other had his skull smashed by his own axe. No matter how composed he had prided himself on being, an overwhelming sense of terror flooded Brother Quan's mind. At that moment, he finally understood. You did this on purpose. Jiang Yi, who had just killed two, showed no signs of disturbance. His expression appeared even more amiable than when he had faced off against Captain Liao. He even smiled patiently and said, "What do you mean on purpose? I simply prefer self-defense over taking the initiative to kill." Self-defense. With a clang, the fire axe in Brother Quan's grip dropped to the ground. In that instant, the cunning and calculation in his eyes vanished, replaced by profound fear and regret. You. He looked at Jiang Yi but could not muster any words of plea. It was only now that he realized his self-proclaimed cleverness had led him to commit a grave error that most people would make. That is, underestimating others. He had belittled Jiang Yi because he seemed inconspicuous in the team. Brother Quan recalled a time when he had vowed to himself, amidst the oppression from the captain of the Green Bay group, to never underestimate anyone, even the most insignificant of characters. Yet the outcome? He never had the chance to witness the reversal of fortune. He probably would never get to tell that captain who had looked down on him. Ironically, the bullet he once wished to fire now found its mark in his own forehead. Is this not a slap in the face? A wave of desolation washed over Brother Quan. However, Jiang Yi did not easily end his life as he had with the other two. He casually waved his hand, sending Brother Quan crashing to the ground. Then, in a manner reminiscent of old friends engaged in casual conversation, he smiled lightly and said, "As for my Captain Liao, he may appear fierce and intimidating, yet deep down, he remains rather gentle. If I were the captain, from the moment I set foot in this establishment, you would not have dared to lie." Jiang Yi's smile exuded a disarming warmth, appearing utterly harmless. However, upon witnessing that smile, Zhao Quan's pupils abruptly constricted, and his entire being trembled. Clearly, he grasped the implication of Jiang Yi's words. Jiang Yi relished conversing with such astute individuals, requiring little elaboration. Thus, he crouched down once more, weighing Zhao Quan's axe in his hand, and continued to smile. "Now, clever one, why not recount for me how you acquired that navigational compass? And whether you are indeed aware of Zhou Yiming's whereabouts?" He slowly wiped the blood from the blade of the axe and remarked casually, "It is quite well honed." With that, he raised his gaze to Zhao Quan, maintaining his smile. "Of course, you must realize that your forthcoming words will ultimately determine your fate." Chapter 24. News of Zhou Yiming. Upon hearing this, Zhao Quan's heart stirred with the thought, "Will you let me go?" Truly astute individuals possess myriad ways to ensure their survival. After a brief moment of contemplation, Zhao Quan's gaze suddenly solidified, and he spoke in a grave tone. "I have indeed concealed certain truths regarding Captain Liao's assertions. I know where Zhou Yiming is." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi felt a surge of certainty within. Zhao Quan continued to elucidate. "In fact, Captain Liao could ascertain Zhou Yiming's whereabouts by seeking out the commander of the Green Bay Brigade. The reason I guided Captain Liao to approach the Green Bay commander." Zhao Quan paused, locking eyes with Jiang Yi. "You should have deduced it by now." Jiang Yi nodded, uttering a single phrase, "Using another's blade to kill." Zhao Quan chuckled lightly. The exchange between clever minds is always so effortless. "My commander of the Green Bay Brigade has previously offended Zhou Yiming gravely. If he were to learn that Captain Liao was searching for Zhou Yiming, a conflict would undoubtedly ensue. Given his foolish and arrogant nature, he would find no favor in Captain Liao's hands." Thus, Zhao Quan effectively orchestrated a lesson for an old adversary without expending any effort, utilizing Liao Yuanfeng's hand. Of course, in the end, Liao Yuanfeng would likely obtain news of Zhou Yiming from the Green Bay commander, albeit after a convoluted detour, effectively serving as a tool for another. Truth be told, this situation arose from Liao Yuanfeng's poor handling. Had Jiang Yi been responsible for locating Zhou Yiming, he would never have laid his intentions so plainly on the table from the outset. Such an approach is foolish and easily exploited. Had Zhao Quan been unaware of their group's purpose in seeking the compass owner, he would likely not have orchestrated this maneuver of using another's blade. Furthermore, Liao Yuanfeng's demeanor, while appearing fierce, lacked true ruthlessness. Such individuals possess strength, but lack intellect and cunning. In his previous life, Liao Yuanfeng did not even survive the first year of the apocalypse. Previously, when Zhang Ping criticized Yu, he remarked that those with strength were merely lucky. Yet, Jiang Yi, having lived 2 lives, understands that while luck is indeed significant, intellect can be equally crucial. In his past life, Jiang Yi's luck was not particularly favorable. Yet he managed to outlive many. In this life, he is confident that he can exceed his previous longevity. He even harbors hopes of pursuing the elusive path to immortality. Zhao Quan paused, speaking solemnly, "Unless you agree to." However, before he could complete his request, Jiang Yi interrupted sharply. You lack the standing to negotiate conditions with me. After all, the Green Bay commander is also aware of Zhou Yiming's whereabouts. Zhao Quan fell silent for a moment before speaking in a subdued tone. In truth, Zhou Yiming is likely not to survive. After being stripped of his belongings by the commander, he was cast into the depths of the Qin Lake Park. You should be aware that, following the apocalypse, those rivers and lakes have become conduits for the invasion of beasts. Being thrown into such a place is tantamount to being cast into a world of monstrous creatures. His chances of survival are grim. My departure from the Green Bay Brigade was, in fact, motivated by a desire to distance myself from this predicament. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression darkened instantly. Based on his memories from his previous life, he had believed Zhou Yiming was trapped in a nearby shop or ruins. He never imagined he had been thrown into the battlefield of realms. Aren't those interconnected lakes essentially the battlefield of realms? At this realization, Jiang Yi felt a profound sense of loss regarding this mission. If he were to search for someone within Jiang City, with his current attributes at level 5 and the beast scent, he would likely encounter minimal danger. But to risk venturing into an entirely uncharted battlefield of realms for a mere token of gratitude from Wang Shuiyan, that hardly seems worthwhile. A fleeting thought of abandoning this opportunity crossed Jiang Yi's mind, yet he refrained from making an immediate decision. After all, as a member of the club's death squad, he would inevitably be assigned to such perilous missions in the battlefield of realms one day. Moreover, while dangerous, the battlefield of realms does indeed harbor numerous opportunities. He wished to swiftly attain level 1 and become a formal player, and the quickest path to that end would be to venture into the battlefield of realms. However, this conflicted with his current philosophy of survival. Unable to reach a conclusion for the moment, Jiang Yi decided to set aside the matter and casually glanced at Zhao Quan. Suddenly inquiring, "By the way, what is your name?" Zhao Quan's eyes brightened, and he promptly responded, "My name is Zhao Quan." Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Unexpectedly, this seemingly random encounter on the road to find Zhou Yiming involved a person of notable standing in his previous life. After Jiang City was developed into the Qingchuan base, the upper echelons of the base comprised 7 formidable factions that maintained a delicate balance. Among these factions, the city lord's mansion was managed by a steward named Zhao Quan. Jiang Yi had never had the opportunity to interact with the steward of the city lord's mansion in his previous life, so he had no way of knowing whether this Zhao Quan was indeed the same. Nevertheless, after a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Do you still possess any unspun wheels?" Zhao Quan instinctively thought to reply in the negative. However, he felt as if Jiang Yi had seen through him the moment he heard his name. "I secretly kept one wheel." As he spoke, he lifted the hem of his shirt. There, around his waist, was wrapped a thick bandage, stained with remnants of blood. Unwrapping the bandage revealed a nearly embedded blue wheel within his flesh. Chapter 25, The Just Always Slaughter the Dogs. The blue roulette. Even more precious than the green roulette. When Jiang Yi caught sight of that hint of blue, his eyelids twitched. However, regrettably, the lottery for the blue roulette required a sacrifice of a century of life. He had just drawn a longevity pill from the white roulette, which only extended his life by 23 years. After 2 more draws from the white roulette, his remaining lifespan stood at 21 years. Even the green roulette could only afford him 2 draws. He still needed to accumulate 80 more years to partake in the blue roulette. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Life is something he would eventually gather. The blue roulette would, in due time, be in his possession. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi ripped the roulette from Zhao Quan's grasp. Zhao Quan, his gaze fixed on the roulette, suppressed his unwillingness and pledged loyalty to Jiang Yi. "Boss, I am willing to follow you from now on. Your command is my only purpose. To follow me." Jiang Yi casually weighed the blue roulette in his hand, his tone indifferent. He scanned the options on the roulette before his gaze slowly settled back on Zhao Quan. Zhao Quan's eyes were sincere and loyal, as if he truly wished to be Jiang Yi's most faithful dog. Yet in the next moment, with a loud thud, Jiang Yi swung the fire axe in his hand with nonchalance, and Zhao Quan's head burst open under the blade. He was dead beyond revival. Indeed, Jiang Yi preferred to engage with intelligent individuals, as it spared him much unnecessary chatter. Yet more often than not, he detested dealing with the clever, for he had experienced too much in his past life. He understood well that one could never truly know what thoughts lurked in the convoluted minds of the astute. As an ancient adage states, the just often slay the dogs, while the heartless are always the scholars. It is a simple truth. The dog slayers see the dog as a dog and the unjust as unjust. But the overly clever scholars, they often regard the dog as a mere reflection of the person behind it. They scrutinize injustices, calculating the gains and losses behind each one. The cunning Zhao Quan was precisely the type of scholar Jiang Yi could not trust. Of course, Jiang Yi had once been a dog slayer. And in the end, he too became a scholar. From the moment he unabashedly allowed the three to witness his 3 successful draws, he had never intended for any of them to survive. Regardless of whether Zhao Quan was significant in his past life, whether he was named Zhao Quan or Zhao Gao, or even Nicholas Zhao Shi, the wretched would still meet their end. Jiang Yi's decisions were immutable. After a brief search of the 3 corpses and finding nothing of use, he stored the fire axe, the homemade crossbow, and a long knife in his spatial watch. The spatial watch drawn from the white roulette had only a meager space of less than 1 cubic meter. However, it sufficed for storing a few items. After tidying up the scene and the bodies, Jiang Yi departed the shop, heading towards the direction of Luoshan. Just moments ago, he had formulated a plan. Was it not merely a matter of advancing to the battlefield of realms? He would inevitably go there sooner or later. If he could ascend to level 1 early, then he would obtain his exclusive fate plate and become a proper player. At that time, he could swiftly utilize the various functions of the exclusive fate plate, such as chatting, forums, and trading. Only then would he truly unlock the essence of this apocalyptic game. He could leverage the trading area to accelerate his growth, rather than being in his current state, where he possessed the blue roulette yet could not utilize it. After pursuing for a little over 10 minutes, Jiang Yi indeed followed the scent of burnt beast incense to catch sight of Luoshan and the others. However, as he approached, he realized that this Western team seemed to be embroiled in some conflict. Even if you are the captain, you cannot be so domineering and unreasonable. Our Dare to Die squad has always operated on the principle that the benefits created through teamwork belong to the team collectively. You are merely a temporary captain. Do you truly wish to break the rules? As Jiang Yi neared, he overheard Zhang Peng's aggressive voice. The target of his accusations was, of course, the temporary captain, Luoshan. Luoshan's expression darkened, yet he ultimately refrained from retorting, instead coldly inquiring of Zhang Peng, "Then what do you propose? How do we divide this one roulette among us Westerners?" Zhang Peng slightly raised his chin, his tone assertive. "It's quite simple. The roulette has its own value. Either we divide it according to club points. For instance, we hand this roulette over to the club and share the points equally among the Westerners. Or we calculate it in time currency. We sell this roulette for time currency, and the proceeds are shared equally among us. In any case, you cannot monopolize the profits simply because of your status as captain." Zhang Peng's tone was particularly righteous, as if he believed Luoshan was one of those scoundrels exploiting the interests of his teammates due to his captaincy. Jiang Yi glanced around and vaguely grasped what had transpired. He interjected, "Why should it only be the Westerners? Shouldn't our team consist of 5 members?" Zhang Peng shot a glance at Jiang Yi, utterly speechless. "Come on. When we were fighting the monster earlier, you weren't even present. How can you claim a share of our benefits when you weren't there?" Jiang Yi's gaze fell upon the golden-backed groundhog, smiling. "But there are only the wounds left by Luoshan's composite bow on that beast's corpse. This means that Luoshan was solely responsible for its demise. You 3 contributed nothing yet wished to share the spoils. Meanwhile, I, due to my absence, am excluded from the division." At these words, Zhang Peng's expression stiffened momentarily. The reason Luoshan had sought to monopolize the green roulette dropped by the golden-backed groundhog was precisely because he had single-handedly slain the beast. It was not, as Zhang Peng had claimed, that he was exploiting his teammates due to his captaincy. He had nearly been swayed by Zhang Peng's arguments. But upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, he was beginning to regain clarity. Zhang Peng, noticing Luoshan's changing demeanor, gritted his teeth in frustration. Ultimately, he relented. However, it was not a concession to Luoshan, but rather to Jiang Yi. Fine, you can share in the division." After adopting an air of condescension, Zhang Peng could not help but insult. "With someone like you, who loves to take advantage, you will never amount to anything in your life." Jiang Yi was left speechless, seriously doubting whether this fellow was actually insulting himself. Gao Chang and Li Xiao did not refute Zhang Peng's remarks. After all, if they were to follow Zhang Peng's proposal, they too would benefit. However, Jiang Yi would not indulge such behavior. He scoffed coldly and addressed Luoshan. As the saying goes, the kind are often bullied by the wicked. Some individuals never cease their penchant for intimidating the meek and fearing the strong throughout their lives. I know you are hesitant to offend others due to the time-limited effect of your all attribute 5. But you must understand that the more cautious you appear to avoid offending others, the more brazen they become, pressing you further and testing your limits. These words were directed at Luoshan. Without waiting for Luoshan to contemplate, Jiang Yi turned his gaze towards Zhang Peng, sneering as he scolded. What are you to dare approach a strong person and flaunt your presence? Are you tired of living? Even if that golden-backed groundhog was slain through teamwork, and if you were to monopolize the team's profits, what can you, a useless individual, do about it? Do you even have the right to speak? Chapter 26. Lessons for Jiang Ping, Regulating the Team. Jiang Ping was acutely aware that Jiang Yi's words encapsulated the unvarnished truth of this apocalyptic game world. However, mere awareness did not dictate his response. Had those words been uttered by the more formidable Luo Shan, he would have undoubtedly remained silent. Yet, the question arose, who was Jiang Yi to admonish him? Infuriated, Jiang Ping's face turned a shade of green as he clenched his fists, launching a furious strike towards Jiang Yi's visage. What gives you the audacity to teach me a lesson, you worthless parasite? In response, Jiang Yi effortlessly sidestepped the blow, casually seizing Jiang Ping's arm and executing a forceful shoulder throw. With a resounding thud, Jiang Ping crashed to the ground, howling in pain. Jiang Yi cast a disdainful glance at him, commanding him to be silent before delivering a sharp kick. The sheer ferocity of Jiang Yi's actions left Jiang Ping momentarily stunned. His complexion drained of color, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He was clearly in excruciating pain yet dared not whimper further. The fear reflected in his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Yi spoke volumes. Witnessing this scene, Luo Shan finally grasped the essence of Jiang Yi's earlier statement, an embodiment of the principle of preying on the weak while fearing the strong. Jiang Yi's assessment was irrefutable. Individuals like Jiang Ping thrived on intimidation. The more one showed him kindness and deference, the more emboldened he became to oppress them. Conversely, a display of strength and harsh words rendered him submissive. As Luo Shan contemplated this, he felt Jiang Yi's piercing gaze upon him. Handle this, Jiang Ping, Jiang Yi instructed. Handle? Luo Shan discerned the underlying meaning in Jiang Yi's words, while Jiang Ping, catching a hint of the implication, was instantly gripped by terror. He could hardly fathom that Luo Shan would resort to violence over such a trivial matter. Yet fear not at him, prompting him to scramble onto his knees. Clutching Luo Shan's pant leg in despair. Captain Luo. I was momentarily blinded by folly. No, please. I no longer desire anything. The turntable was your spoils from slaying the creature. I won't seek to divide the spoils with you. I swear, I will follow your orders without question. Point east. And I shall not glance westward. I promise. His frantic utterances painted a stark contrast to his earlier brash demeanor before Luo Shan. Luo Shan, sensing the shift in atmosphere, pondered thoughtfully. Ultimately, he refrained from exacting punishment on Jiang Ping, instead coldly kicking away Jiang Ping's grasp. Consider this a warning. I am disinclined to hold a grudge. However, should there be a next time, should you fail to recognize your place, your foolishness may very well lead to your demise at the hands of another. Upon hearing Luo Shan's decision to let him off, Jiang Ping exhaled a sigh of relief, hastily proclaiming, I understand. I will understand my place. I shall behave from now on. I would not dare offend the strong again. Luo Shan nodded, casting a complex glance at Jiang Yi and expressing his gratitude. Jiang Yi merely raised an eyebrow, unfazed by Luo Shan's resolution. His ruthlessness stemmed from a lifetime of experiences, having traversed 2 lives filled with hardship. In contrast, Luo Shan had never truly taken a life. He was not yet capable of such cruelty over a mere argument. In truth, even Jiang Yi had not always been a remorseless killer. His first experience with taking a life left him trembling and disoriented, haunted by nightmares for several nights thereafter. Such reactions are typical for ordinary individuals in peaceful times. Taking a life is not akin to slaying a chicken or vanquishing a monster. It bears a profound psychological impact on modern humanity. However, the environment inevitably shapes individuals. As Darwin posited, survival of the fittest dictates that those who can adapt will endure, while those who cannot will be left behind. At this juncture, amidst the early days of the apocalypse, many were still acclimating to the shifting circumstances, necessitating time for adaptation. Following this incident, although Luo Shan did not kill Jiang Ping, his demeanor exuded a newfound assertiveness, embodying the essence of a leader. Clutching the green turntable, he turned his attention to Gao Chang and Li Xiao, inquiring in a calm tone, What are your thoughts? Should this turntable belong to me or be shared among the team? Li Xiao, with his honest demeanor, promptly responded, Of course, it rightfully belongs to you, Captain. After all, you were the one who defeated the golden-backed gopher. We contributed nothing. Gao Chang, though his expression was somewhat conflicted, nodded in agreement. Yes. The turntable should be handled by you, Captain. Notably, this was the first time Gao Chang had addressed Luo Shan as Captain, indicating the impact of this minor conflict on his perception. Luo Shan nodded, stowing away the green turntable. With merely 11 years of life remaining, In the draw from the green turntable requiring a full 10 years, he was not inclined to make a hasty decision regarding the lottery. Moreover, to mitigate danger, lottery draws typically occurred in designated areas under the protection of the strong. Thus, the green turntable would be secured for future consideration. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi harbored a lingering curiosity but refrained from pressing Luo Shan for it. The group continued their journey to the Green Bay Internet CAF, with Zhang Ping exhibiting a newfound sense of compliance. Just as they arrived at the CAF and were about to commence their search, a brilliant azure firework erupted from the western sky. The dazzling display illuminated the night, yet it produced no sound. Gao Cheng immediately recognized it, exclaiming, "Cloud-piercing arrow. It's in the direction of Yucai Primary School. Brother Liao must have found Zhou Yiming." Luo Shan nodded repeatedly, and the group promptly turned back. However, as they retraced their steps and passed by the shop where Zhao Quan was located, they were met with a grim sight. 3 corpses lay within, with parasites feasting upon them. Zhang Peng froze, his face blanching as he turned his gaze towards Jiang Yi, only to retreat several steps, unable to bear the sight. Jiang Yi, however, remained composed, exhibiting an air of indifference. Luo Shan, too, refrained from inquiring further, proceeding towards his vehicle. Half an hour later, the 5-member team arrived at Yucai Primary School, only to find that Liao Yuanfeng was not present. It was Fan Hu's team that had parked nearby, beckoning to Luo Shan. "Brother Liao has gone to a nearby location. Let's south head to Qinhu Park instead." Luo Shan acknowledged and followed Fan Hu's vehicle towards the park. Qinhu Park housed a lake that had transformed into a channel for beastly invasions post-apocalypse, resulting in a higher concentration of ferocious creatures in its vicinity. Nevertheless, Liao Yuanfeng had arrived ahead of them, and with several teams of monster hunters already gathered at the park, Luo Shan and Fan Hu's group encountered no immediate danger. They parked at the entrance of Qinhu Park, where Fan Hu astutely observed the shift in atmosphere surrounding Luo Shan's team, particularly noting how the previously boisterous Zhang Ping was now remarkably subdued. He mused to himself, "You've done well, showing some finesse." However, Luo Shan offered no explanation, instead directing his gaze toward the park, sensing an air of tension. "Why do I feel that the atmosphere here is rather strained?" Indeed, the tension was palpable. Fan Hagong initially praised Luo Shan, but now he cast a disdainful glance. After the invasion of the apocalyptic game, various rivers, lakes, and seas have transformed into channels for ferocious beasts. For players of all kinds, these channels are akin to monster spawn points within the realm of the game. Chapter 27. The Unprecedented Bounty for Love-Struck Minds. Luo Shan cast a glance towards the direction of Qin Lake Park, contemplating whether the park was indeed owned by someone. Fan Hu nodded, leading the group towards the park while speaking in a calm and composed tone. "However, there's no need for you to be overly anxious. While our Letian club may not rank highly in Jiangcheng as a whole, we do possess a certain notoriety in the suburbs. The small factions within Qin Lake Park are no match for the influence of our club. Brother Liao has already entered to negotiate, and the factions here have shown us considerable respect." Trailing behind Fan Hu, Luo Shan felt a palpable sense of inferiority. After walking for a while, he suddenly realized the implications of their conversation. Could it be that Zhou Yiming had fled from the Qin Passage to the Beast World? Fan Hu turned to glare at him. Zhou Yiming is nothing but a useless pretty boy. How could he possibly have the audacity to venture into the Beast World on his own? He was thrown in. The previous Green Bay faction had already been eradicated by Brother Liao. Luo Shan had learned that Zhou Yiming was severely beaten by the members of the Green Bay faction and subsequently discarded into Qin Lake. As Fan Hu spoke, he guided the group to a green lawn within the park, where Luo Shan could see multiple teams gathering. In a corner of the lawn, several human corpses were ominously piled up, presumably the remains of Green Bay faction members. Not far from the pile of bodies, Liao Yuanfeng appeared visibly agitated, manipulating his phone with fervor. As Luo Shan approached with Fan Hu, he greeted Liao Gu, but Liao Yuanfeng paid him no mind. After a considerable pause, Liao Yuanfeng cursed under his breath. What the hell is this foolish love-struck mind? The expressions of the other teams nearby were perplexed. What does that mean? Is that Wang Xueyin still holding out hope? Given Zhou Yiming's condition before he was thrown into Qin Lake, it was inconceivable for him to survive in the Beast World. Even we, as formal players, have a low survival probability when traversing the Qin Lake Passage to the Beast World, let alone that useless pretty boy. Captain Liao, have you clearly conveyed the situation to Wang Xueyin? Liao Yuanfeng inhaled deeply, his expression darkening. How could I not have explained? I made the stakes abundantly clear to her. But that foolish love-struck mind is currently incapable of grasping any rational considerations. She is adamant, alive or dead, she demands to see Zhou Yiming. Even if his body has been devoured by the beasts, she insists on finding the beast to retrieve his remains. With this declaration, the various team leaders on the green lawn exchanged incredulous glances, astonished. Is it really that extreme? I've heard tales of brainless fans before. But in this apocalyptic scenario, can there truly be someone so irrationally devoted to a star? The notion seemed fantastical to them. What kind of person could be so foolish as to form a club based on such delusions? Liao Yuanfeng shared their incredulity. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lashed out at Wang Shuiyan. He took another deep breath and surveyed the crowd. But make no mistake, she is genuinely invested in finding Zhou Yiming and is prepared to pay any price. In our recent private chat, Wang Shuiyan made it unequivocally clear that she would not abandon her search for Zhou Yiming. It won't be long before members of the Blood Swallow Club arrive to traverse the Qin Lake Passage and seek him out. I hope the 3 captains stationed at Qin Lake can be accommodating. The area of Qin Lake is relatively small, and the 3 teams stationed here lack substantial strength. Among them, only the captains hold formal player status, while the other members possess abilities comparable to those of the club's death squad. Hence, such teams are unlikely to pose a threat to members of the Blood Swallow Club. Among the 3 captains, Captain Wusu exuded a slightly stronger presence as he inquired of Liao Yuanfeng, "What is the Blood Swallow Club's intent?" Jiang Yi, who had been following Luo Shan's team, felt inconspicuous yet listened intently. Liao Yuanfeng continued, "Wang Shuiyan's position is clear. Her representatives from the Blood Swallow Club will undoubtedly seek to use the Qin Lake Passage to enter the Beast World. However, those not affiliated with the Blood Swallow Club, specifically members from the Letian Club," he cast a glance at Luo Shan and Fan Hu's group, then turned to the 3 Qin Lake team captains and the other 3 already present in the Qin region. "Whether we proceed through the Qin Lake Passage to search for Zhou Yiming is entirely voluntary. Of course, behind this voluntary choice lies the bounty offered by Wang Shuiyan." Wang Shuiyan stated that anyone willing to enter the Qin Lake Passage to search for Zhou Yiming would receive a white-quality longevity pill as a reward in advance. This announcement visibly brightened the eyes of the 3 Qin Lake captains, while the members of the Death Squad, like Fan Hu, could not conceal their excitement. The Beast World is indeed perilous, yet it is rife with opportunities. The Death Squad, by nature, is tasked with being the vanguard, the first to explore the Beast World. Typically, when a faction prepares to investigate a section of the Beast World, they arrange numerous explorations, with the initial 3 often assigned to the members of the Death Squad. They're akin to the pioneers, the first to brave uncharted territory. Once sufficient information is gathered, formal members can be dispatched to minimize their losses. Being part of the Death Squad, Fan Hu was acutely aware of the exploration protocols. This time, entering the Beast World connected to the Qin Lake Passage would also yield a white-quality longevity pill. For the Death Squad, such a reward feels akin to a windfall. Consequently, Fan Hu resolved almost instantly to venture into Qin Lake. The same sentiment echoed among the other Death Squad members. Luo Shan, being new to the Death Squad and unfamiliar with the task protocols, felt somewhat lost. Meanwhile, the 3 teams originally stationed at Qin Lake were equally tempted by Wang Shuiyan's bounty. After all, they understood that in this apocalyptic game world, rapid advancement is best achieved through exploration of the Beast World. They had previously contemplated entering the Qin Lake Passage for exploration, but due to the inherent dangers and their own lack of strength, they had hesitated. However, this time, while the primary mission is to locate an individual, they could also join a powerful faction in exploring the Beast World. Moreover, with additional rewards to be earned, this was an irresistible temptation for their small group. Liao Yuanfeng, observing the reactions of those present, felt no surprise. He continued, "In addition to the white longevity pill offered to those who assist in finding Zhou Yiming, there will be another reward for anyone who successfully locates him. Should anyone find Zhou Yiming's body, they will receive a green quality longevity pill. Moreover, it is the green longevity elixir produced by the spinning wheel." Chapter 28, The Enigmatic Realm of Ferocious Beasts. Hiss. Upon hearing these words, the crowd, who had already been stirred with anticipation, collectively gasped in astonishment. Many, with fragile composure, even reddened their eyes on the spot. A green quality longevity pill produced by the Wheel of Fortune. Such a treasure could extend one's life by at least a century. Even in the eyes of the core members of the club, it is regarded as a top-tier resource. And now, simply by locating Zhou Yiming's corpse, one could attain such a resource reward. This is outrageous. Luo Shan was among those who were envious. He indignantly thought to himself, "How could a mere corpse be worth more than a living person like me?" A single body could be exchanged for a green-quality longevity pill that extends life by at least a century, while his own lifespan barely exceeded 10 years. Truly, comparisons between people can be infuriating. Others harbored similar thoughts, once again experiencing the terrifying power of infatuation. Yet, this was not the end. For Liao Yuanfeng continued. Therefore, Wang Shuiyan has promised a reward of 1 blue-quality longevity pill. Furthermore, one can freely select 3 items from the Blood Swallow Club's points warehouse. What the hell? Some could not help but exclaim in surprise. Even Jiang Yi could only concoct green-quality longevity pills at most. This implies that the blue-quality longevity pill offered by Wang Shuiyan must be a product of the Wheel of Fortune. And the blue-quality longevity pill from the Wheel of Fortune. Goodness, it could extend life by at least a millennium. What does living for 1,000 years even mean? Our Chinese history spans merely 5,000 years. If I could live for 1,000 years. Goodness. Various exclamations illustrated the astonishment within the crowd. Only Jiang Yi, upon hearing this, appeared contemplative. For he recalled that Zhou Yiming was indeed a living person. Yet, in his previous life, Luo Shan seemingly did not receive any blue-quality longevity pills, let alone selecting 3 items from the Blood Swallow Club's points warehouse. The bounty offered by Wang Shuiyan evidently had not been fulfilled for Luo Shan. Jiang Yi was unaware of the circumstances of his past life. However, if he were to venture a guess, the previous situation likely boiled down to 2 possibilities. Either Wang Shuiyan deemed Luo Shan too weak, thus rescinding her promise, or others in the Letian Club, such as Liao Yuanfeng, had seized the rewards that rightfully belonged to Luo Shan. Both scenarios were plausible. After all, in the apocalyptic gaming world, the strong are revered. Ultimately, Luo Shan in his past life was too feeble. He lacked the strength to compel the strong to honor their commitments. If he could not secure benefits from Wang Shuiyan, was there any necessity for him to traverse the Qin Lake passage to the realm of beasts? Jiang Yi found himself entangled in such thoughts. In truth, he was not the only one grappling with similar dilemmas. However, those of lesser power lacked the qualifications to question the strong. Hence, amidst the cacophony of astonished voices, the responses emerging from the crowd were overwhelmingly fervent. Captain Liao, I am willing to undertake the mission to seek Zhou Yiming in the realm of ferocious beasts. Isn't it merely exploring the realm of ferocious beasts? I am willing. Count me in, Captain Liao. I am willing too. The chorus of voices expressing a willingness to search for Zhou Yiming resonated fervently. This turn of events did not surprise Liao Yuanfeng in the least. He raised his hand slightly to calm the fervent youth whose heads had been heated by the allure of rewards, and then solemnly declared, Rest assured, everyone, Wang Shuiyan is not an ordinary individual. Her words will undoubtedly be fulfilled. The people from the Blood Swallow Club are already en route. Once the responsible party arrives, they will first distribute a white-quality longevity pill to all players willing to undertake the mission through Qin Lake. At this point, the commanding presence of Captain Wu Su from Qin Lake interjected, Captain Liao, may I inquire whether the white-quality longevity pills distributed by the Blood Swallow Club are products of the Wheel of Fortune or artificially refined? Ahem, Liao Yuanfeng cleared his throat, stating that such mass-distributed rewards could only be artificially refined. Wu Su was not surprised and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, another captain from Qin Lake addressed Liao Yuanfeng. Although our 3 teams are stationed at Qin Lake, we actually have no understanding of the realm of ferocious beasts. May I ask if Captain Liao could spare some time to provide us with a brief overview of the situation in the realm of ferocious beasts? Upon hearing this, Luo Shan's eyes brightened. After all, he had just joined the Death Squad and was equally uninformed about the realm of ferocious beasts. Liao Yuanfeng graciously nodded. Since the people from the Blood Swallow Club have yet to arrive, I will take this opportunity to enlighten you. You should already be aware that after the advent of the apocalyptic game, the originally connected cities were severed by oceans into isolated regions. Various ferocious beasts primarily invade our world through natural water resources such as rivers, lakes, and seas. These natural water resources have also transformed into bidirectional passages between our world and the realm of ferocious beasts. The ferocious beasts can invade us through these passages, and we can also explore the realm of ferocious beasts through them. Our Jiang city, before the apocalypse, was renowned as the City of 1,000 Lakes. Thus, in such a vast Jiang city, there are numerous passages to the realm of ferocious beasts, linking to many realms. Currently, the development of various forces in Jiang City is fundamentally intertwined with the exploration of the realm of ferocious beasts. As for the mysterious realm of ferocious beasts, I can only say that the conditions of the realms connected by different passages vary significantly. Chapter 29, core member of the Blood Swallow Club, Guanling. First, let us delve into the environment of the beast world, which is filled with the extraordinary and the bizarre. In some realms, one might encounter majestic mountains and grotesque rock formations, while in others, one might find desolate wastelands devoid of life. There are even places where the ground is scorched and night reigns eternally, with no trace of daylight. In essence, one could stumble upon any number of peculiar environments. Moreover, the beasts inhabiting these realms are equally diverse and astonishing. Do not be misled into thinking that because the beasts invading our world are relatively weak, those in the beast world are of the same ilk. In truth, the variety and capabilities of the beasts in the beast world are vast and unique. Some have even been reported to possess the ability to speak, to transform into human forms, and to masquerade as humans. The beasts that invade our world are but a mere fraction of what exists. Thus, when traversing the beast world, one must not hastily judge the unfamiliar and seemingly feeble creatures based solely on their appearance. Your curiosity could very well cost you your life. At this juncture, Liao Yuanfeng paused, contemplating for a moment before adding, "It is precisely because the conditions in the beast world are unpredictable." Upon hearing this, the three teams from Chiha Park collectively gasped in astonishment. Even Luo Shan felt a chill run through him. The implication of total annihilation loomed large. This meant that the exploration undertaken by the Death Squad was purely a gamble. A single stroke of bad luck could lead to entering a realm teeming with catastrophic beasts, leaving no path to survival. No wonder the Death Squad has earned such a reputation. Liao Yuanfeng, unfazed by the reaction of the three teams, continued, however. Various clubs have compiled some experiences. Generally speaking, smaller bodies of water, like Chinha Lake, are connected to beast worlds that do not possess a danger level capable of obliterating the entire Death Squad. Our chances of successfully returning from exploration are quite substantial. As he spoke, Liao Yuanfeng gestured towards Fan Hu. For instance, take our member Fan Hu, who has ventured into 3 different beast worlds and returned successfully from each, now boasting strength rivaling that of seasoned players. Upon receiving this commendation, Fan Hu straightened his posture with pride. He continued, asserting, Liao's words ring true. Although the circumstances in each beast world remain unknown and unpredictable, there is still a certain pattern to their danger levels. Like Chinha Lake, the connected beast worlds typically pose minimal risk, likely resembling the game dungeons we previously conquered. With that, he cast a glance at the 3 captains of Chinha. Though Fan Hu had yet to achieve formal player status, he was backed by the Letian Club. Thus, he stood his ground against the established players of this lesser group. Speaking with an air of superiority, if you are hesitant to explore even the least dangerous beast worlds, you will inevitably fall behind the other seasoned players. This assertion visibly unsettled the 3 Chinha captains. The captain with the strongest presence, Wu Su, furrowed his brow and shot Fan Hu a cool glance. We were merely inquiring. We never claimed to be afraid of exploration. Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng's gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Wu Su, inquiring, Captain Wu, could it be that you are considering joining our Letian Club? Wu Su maintained his composure, neither affirming nor denying the suggestion. Liao Yuanfeng smiled and elaborated. Once the Death Squad has gathered sufficient information, the club will arrange for formal members to form a more formidable team for deeper explorations into the beast world. At that point, the risks to life would be virtually non-existent, while the opportunities for long-term gains would be abundant. As for us club members, our loyalty to the club is driven by the resources it has already developed within the beast world. The 3 Chinha captains absorbed this information, gaining newfound insight. The recently joined Luo Shan's eyes sparkled with anticipation at the prospect of becoming a formal member and reaping the benefits of the resources from the beast world. However, Captain Wu Su pondered more deeply. Liao Yuanfeng's expression momentarily stiffened before returning to its usual cheerfulness as he added, that is a confidential matter of our club, which cannot be disclosed to outsiders. Wu Su, not lacking in intelligence, quickly formed a rough estimate in his mind. It is conceivable that the prominent superpowers in the central urban area of Jiangcheng have control over the beast world. For a third-tier force like the Letian Club, it might indeed be considered a decent faction for ordinary small groups. Yet, it is likely that they do not possess genuine mastery over any beast worlds. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility that as time progresses and the club's influence expands, Letian Club might come to genuinely control 1 or 2 beast worlds. However, until such achievements are realized, who can say for certain? Wu Su harbored a bit of ambition, yet found himself torn. Should he join a third-tier faction like the Letian Club, transfer his allegiance to a more powerful top-tier force in central Jiangcheng? or continue leading a loose group with minimal constraints. Faced with these three choices, he certainly could not make a decision on the spot. Just as he was about to further inquire about the benefits and regulations of the Letian Club from Liao Yuanfeng, he suddenly sensed a formidable aura approaching from the direction of Qinhua Park. Simultaneously, the gathering on the grassy expanse erupted with exclamations of shock. What the hell? A 1,000-mile cloud leopard. This must be a level 5 beast. Help. Quickly. Captain. There is a powerful beast on the loose. Wait. No. Look at that person riding on the cloud leopard. Could it be a beast that has transformed into a human? Beasts capable of such transformations must be incredibly powerful. Oh no. We're doomed. Doomed? Liao Yuanfeng rolled his eyes and, with a commanding shout, quelled the cacophony of panic before adding, that is Guanling, a core member of the Blood Swallow Club. Chapter 30, The White Longevity Pill for the Green Roulette? As the figure riding the stormy cloud leopard quickly approached from the distance, the crowd soon discerned that it was indeed a human player atop the majestic beast. Moreover, she was a strikingly poised female player. In this apocalyptic game, there were few women who managed to maintain such dignity. Although Guanling's appearance was not exceptionally beautiful, her commanding presence exuded the aura of a valiant heroine. Furthermore, her well-proportioned figure, seated atop the handsome stormy cloud leopard, was accentuated by her form-fitting black attire, making her appear as wild and intoxicating as the strongest liquor. Any man who laid eyes on her would feel an overwhelming desire to conquer. The aura she radiated and her dramatic entrance left many players in the vicinity gasping and murmuring, "Wow. Is she really that stunning? Is this truly a woman? What on earth is Wang Shuiyan thinking, preferring a pretty boy over such a captivating woman? Wow, the leader of the Blood Swallow Club is a woman. And one of the core members is a beauty as well. Could it be that the entire Blood Swallow Club is essentially a club for beautiful women? Goodness. Suddenly, I also wish to join the Blood Swallow Club. I wonder if they accept male members? Wow, I can't help but feel that Zhou Yiming is incredibly lucky. I also want to be a pretty boy. Does the stunning sister think I'm handsome enough? Sister, come and step on me. Wow, a sister this beautiful. Could she possibly be a fan of Zhou Yiming? Unlikely. Women with such a commanding presence are typically fiercely career-oriented. Absolutely not love-struck. It was evident that many men gazing at Guanling atop the stormy cloud leopard had eyes filled with the uncontainable desire of a starving wolf spotting its prey. However, Guanling displayed no signs of being intimidated by the leering glances. With a confident leap, she dismounted from the leopard, her feet landing gracefully on the grass. Her form steady and poised. Jiang Yi, mingling in the crowd, distinctly heard several audible gulps, shaking his head in disbelief. This fierce beauty could truly devour a man whole. Guanling evidently possessed a decisive and assertive character. Her gaze, even more powerful than that of Liao Yuanfeng, swept across the crowd, silencing the assembly instantly. Once the atmosphere settled, she spoke with a sharp tone. The bounty from the Blood Swallow Club has already been posted in the trading area. For those among you who are official players, you may use your life plates to take a look. As she spoke, her eyes scanned the crowd and quickly located Liao Yuanfeng, inquiring, "Are you Captain Liao?" Liao Yuanfeng, who had previously displayed a strong attitude, now appeared somewhat intimidated before this formidable woman. However, he managed to maintain his composure, nodding slightly. "Yes, Captain Guan, I am Liao Yuanfeng. Sister Wang has mentioned you." Guanling acknowledged him with a slight nod, then raised her hand, tossing a small jade vial in Liao Yuanfeng's direction. "This is the reward Sister Wang provided for assisting in locating Zhou Yiming." Liao Yuanfeng caught the vial securely and expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Guanling nodded again and addressed the crowd. "The situation is extremely urgent. For every minute we delay entering the beast world of Qin Lake, Zhou Yiming's chances of survival diminish. Therefore, let us not waste time. Members of the Blood Swallow Club will be stationed at the edge of Qin Lake. Anyone willing to assist in searching for Zhou Yiming in the beast world may claim a white-quality longevity pill. However, those who receive the longevity pill must enter the beast world within 2 minutes. If you consume our longevity pill and then refuse to undertake the mission." Guanling raised her hand, and suddenly, a fiery red spear appeared in her palm. She twirled the spear with a flourish, her presence even more striking. Then, her gaze swept across the crowd once more as she continued assertively. "I will personally break his legs and forcibly throw him into the beast world of Qin Lake. Furthermore, any individuals who accept the mission must remain in the beast world for a full 8 hours unless they have indeed found Zhou Yiming. Otherwise, I will similarly break their legs and toss them back into the beast world. All right, take your time to consider. If you still decide to accept the mission to find him, you may proceed to Kinlake to claim your longevity pill from the Blood Swallow Club. Some who were overly infatuated were reluctant to leave, while those who knew their desires moved decisively towards Kinlake. Those like Fan Hu, who had made a name for themselves in the Death Squad, were certainly not swayed by mere beauty. He greeted Liao Yuanfeng and resolutely headed towards Kinlake. Luo Shan, observing nearby, felt equally compelled. He too greeted Liao Yuanfeng and asked, Captain Liao, if we enter the beast world through the same passage, will we end up separated? Liao Yuanfeng nodded. Of course, we will be separated. If we weren't, finding Zhou Yiming would be a breeze. However, you need not worry too much. The range of the beast world connected to such a small lake will not be extensive. After you enter, there is still a chance of running into each other. But let me caution you, if you encounter other human players in the beast world, do not assume it will be a heartwarming reunion. Human hearts can be far more treacherous than the beasts. I trust you understand how to navigate social interactions without needing my explicit instruction? Luo Shan nodded thoughtfully and expressed his gratitude to Liao Yuanfeng. Although they would be separated upon entering the beast world, he still proceeded to Kinlake with several teammates from the Death Squad. On their way to Kinlake, Jiang Yi turned to Luo Shan and suggested, "Didn't you recently acquire that green roulette? I was thinking of exchanging the white longevity pill I'll receive shortly for your green roulette. What do you think? Are you interested?" Chapter 31. The Arrogant Wu Su and the Threatening Trade. Upon hearing the proposal of exchanging the white longevity elixir for the green roulette, Luo Shan's eyes brightened significantly, although he did not possess a precise understanding of current market prices. A moment's contemplation made it clear that the value of the white longevity elixir was undoubtedly superior to that of the green roulette. After all, the longevity elixir could genuinely extend one's lifespan, whereas the green roulette merely served as a tool for a gamble, one that cost 10 years of life for the chance to win. There was a high possibility that one could sacrifice 10 years of life only to draw a ferocious beast, making the exchange utterly futile. Therefore, from any perspective, the value of the roulette was exceedingly unstable and could never surpass the tangible worth of the longevity elixir. Thus, Jiang Yi's proposition was undoubtedly a boon for Luo Shan. Without hesitation, Luo Shan was prepared to agree to the exchange. However, a sudden doubt flickered in his mind as he turned to Jiang Yi with a puzzled gaze. "Haven't you already stated that you couldn't afford even a single gamble with the white roulette? This longevity elixir, obtained through this arduous task, must hold great significance for you. Why would you trade such a precious item for a green roulette that you cannot even utilize?" Luo Shan found himself utterly bewildered. Jiang Yi, on the other hand, had already devised a rationale. Liao, the team leader, had clearly stated that the longevity elixirs provided by the Blood Swallow Club were not products of the roulette but rather artificially refined. Currently, in the entire Jiang City region, only Chang Jiaoyi had the capability to concoct longevity elixirs. I have enmity with Chang Jiaoyi, thus, I would rather perish than consume a longevity elixir refined by her. At first glance, this reasoning seemed plausible. Yet, one might question whether such a person truly existed in this world. If life were at stake, what value was there in maintaining dignity? The nearby Gao Chong and Zhang Peng could hardly comprehend this situation, especially Zhang Peng, who believed Jiang Yi was merely posturing. He thought that once faced with the specter of death, Jiang Yi would surely regret such a foolish decision. Luo Shan, however, was already aware that Jiang Yi was not to be underestimated. He speculated that Jiang Yi's audacity to make such a statement might be rooted in a form of self-assuredness. Perhaps, even without consuming Chang Jiaoyi's longevity elixir, he possessed the confidence to survive. Luo Shan reached into his pocket, feeling the green roulette, and confirmed with Jiang Yi. "If you are indeed certain about this exchange, I have no objections. However, once you proceed, do not come to regret it later." Jiang Yi smiled and nodded, "Rest assured, I will not have regrets about my decisions." Thus, the two reached an agreement. However, as they were about to complete the exchange for the white longevity elixir at the Blood Swallow Club, a deep voice suddenly interrupted, "Young man, you wish to trade a longevity elixir for a green roulette? That would be a grave miscalculation." Following the voice, Jiang Yi saw Wu Su, the captain of the Qinhu team, approaching with a genial smile. Although his demeanor appeared friendly, his gaze was fixated on the longevity elixir in Jiang Yi's grasp, as if it were already in his possession. Upon witnessing this, Luo Shan furrowed his brow tightly. "What do you mean by that?" Wu Su merely cast a sidelong glance at Luo Shan and dismissed him entirely, turning his attention back to Jiang Yi. In times of peace, trades are dictated by the highest bidder. But in this apocalypse, I am willing to exchange 3 green roulettes for your 1 longevity elixir. You wouldn't disappoint me in your choice, would you? As he spoke, Wusu exhibited the 3 green roulettes before Jiang Yi, exuding sincerity. However, Luo Shan, upon seeing the 3 green roulettes in Wusu's possession, was infuriated to the point of laughter. What kind of joke is this? While my green roulette may not be of the highest quality, it is at least of medium quality. Yet, the 3 green roulettes you possess are all of inferior quality. Such worthless roulettes wouldn't even be accepted as gifts. How dare you propose them in exchange for a longevity elixir? You have no shame. After angrily rebuking Wusu, Luo Shan turned to Jiang Yi, offering a warning. Jiang Yi, do not let him deceive you. Those 3 green roulettes are of too low a quality and are clearly a trap. My single medium quality roulette is worth far more than his 3 pieces of trash. Before Jiang Yi could respond, Wusu shot a fierce glare at Luo Shan and then turned back to Jiang Yi with an ominous tone. Young man, you must think this through. Team leader Liao has already mentioned that the world of ferocious beasts is a treacherous place. A single misstep could lead to death within. Although I lack the backing of a club, I'm a seasoned player. I do not fear revealing that my current level is only 1. Yet my combat strength approaches 200. By trading with me, not only do you gain a numerical advantage in roulettes, but you also have the opportunity to forge a connection with me. Should we encounter each other in the world of ferocious beasts, I may show you some goodwill. However, if you decide to trade with this fellow, his implication was clear. Refusing his offer could lead to dire consequences when they entered the ferocious beast world. For a moment, even Luo Shan, who had been so resolute moments before, found himself stunned into silence by the veiled threat in Wusu's words. Luo Shan's expression darkened, his grip on the green roulette tightening until the veins on his hand bulged. Yet, he dared not protest, for he understood that Wusu's assertions held a kernel of truth. In the world of apocalyptic games, strength was paramount. If Jiang Yi chose not to trade with Wusu, and subsequently encountered him in the world of ferocious beasts, his fate could indeed be bleak. But the threats did not end there. After targeting Jiang Yi, Wusu turned to Luo Shan with a mocking smile. You are Luo Shan, aren't you? Holding a green roulette of medium quality? Quite commendable. Yet, it appears you are rather lacking in intelligence. With a medium quality roulette in your possession, you should keep it concealed. Yet here you are, flaunting it. Are you not afraid of being killed for your prized green roulette in the world of ferocious beasts? His words, though cloaked in a guise of concern, were laced with menace. Luo Shan's pupils dilated. He recognized the underlying threat in Wusu's statement. Having angered Wusu earlier, he now feared that if they crossed paths in the world of ferocious beasts, Wusu may not hesitate to end his life. In that moment, Luo Shan's expression grew even more grim, to the point where he hesitated to enter the world of ferocious beasts. Yet, he had already claimed the longevity elixir from the Blood Swallow Club, and as Guan Ling had stated, those who accepted the elixir could not renege on their mission. What to do? Just as Luo Shan's face turned pale, another voice emerged. Oh, Wusu, your arrogance is truly remarkable. Do you really think our Letian Club does not regard the members of the Death Squad as human? How dare you threaten them in public? If anyone harbors ill intentions toward a member of our Letian Club, I, as their captain, cannot simply stand by and watch. But how, I wonder? Can we eliminate such dangers before they even arise? As Liao Yuanfeng approached, he too directed a meaningful glance at Wusu. Wusu, not lacking in wit, instantly discerned the murderous intent behind Liao Yuanfeng's words, which unmistakably implied that should Wusu dare to assert his intention to pursue members of the Letian Club in the beast world, Liao Yuanfeng would not hesitate to eliminate him before he could make his entrance. In that fleeting moment, the tide shifted dramatically. Luo Shan's eyes sparkled with realization, while Wusu's countenance darkened. Their emotions underwent a complete reversal. Wusu gritted his teeth, quickly suppressing his own murderous aura, and forced a smile, saying, just a jest. Just a jest. How could I harbor any ill intentions towards the members of the Letian Club? Captain Liao must have misunderstood. It is merely a longevity pill. And I only hope that this young brother Jiang Yi can have an additional choice, rather than being misled by his so-called close companions. Regardless, young brother Jiang Yi, the choice is now yours. Would you prefer to exchange your longevity pill for 3 green spinning wheels with me, or trade for a single green spinning wheel with Luo Shan? Chapter 32. Of course, choose the 3 spinning wheels. Liao Yuanfeng cast a glance at Jiang Yi, offering his support. Jiang Yi, you have the backing of the Letian Club. It is your stronghold. Whether you choose to exchange with Luo Shan or Wusu, let your heart guide you, without any psychological burdens. Upon hearing Liao Yuanfeng's authoritative words, Luo Shan smiled faintly, feeling a deeper sense of belonging to the Letian club. The onlookers, witnessing Liao Yuanfeng's protective demeanor, couldn't help but think that joining the club was indeed an excellent choice. At least there was a stronghold to prevent them from being bullied by anyone. Wusu also managed to smile, albeit a forced one. After all, he was well aware that the 3 green spinning wheels in his possession were of rather poor quality. Such inferior spinning wheels, he mused, might not even be desired if given away for free. Jiang Yi, by all reason and sentiment, should choose. I shall select the 3 spinning wheels from Captain Wu's hands. Huh? Wusu was momentarily taken aback, abruptly gazing at Jiang Yi. You are not joking? Liao Yuanfeng furrowed his brow slightly. Have you thought this through? Jiang Yi, somewhat helpless, smiled at Wusu. Actually, when Captain Wu first arrived, I intended to exchange for those 3 green spinning wheels. However, you spoke incessantly, leaving me no opportunity to voice my thoughts. At this, Wusu felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. Yet, after a few seconds of discomfort, he suddenly suspected that Jiang Yi's words might be a fabrication. This lad was likely still shaken by his earlier threatening remarks. Even with Liao Yuanfeng's support now, Jiang Yi must still be worried about facing him in the beast world. Thus, he was trying to curry favor by choosing to trade with him. Contemplating this, Wusu straightened his posture, casting a teasing glance at Luo Shan while laughing heartily at Jiang Yi. Young man, you have great potential. What I just said still stands. If we encounter each other in the beast world, I will protect you. Jiang Yi found this amusing, but merely expressed his gratitude. Among the onlookers, numerous whispers of derision emerged due to Jiang Yi's choice. This kid is really spineless. Even with Captain Liao backing him, he still licks Wusu's boots like a dog. What a disgrace to the Letian club. Indeed, how can such a shameless and spineless waste be a member of the Letian club? Truly, they are tarnishing its reputation. A coward like him will never amount to anything. Even if he joins the Letian club, he will inevitably perish in the beast world. To be able to endure and adapt isn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, times have changed. Sometimes, being a dog by a strong man's side is more dignified than being a man. Haha, then you go and kneel as a dog. I, for one, intend to stand tall as a human. These murmurs of ridicule did not reach Jiang Yi's heart. Others may have assumed that he was afraid to offend Wusu, leading to such an absurd choice. But in truth, the 3 green spinning wheels from Wusu were far more valuable to him than a single green spinning wheel from Luo Shan. To him, the quality of any spinning wheel was inconsequential. The only drawback was that he had approached Luo Shan first, yet now opted to trade with Wusu. After exchanging 3 green spinning wheels with Wusu for a white longevity pill, Jiang Yi turned his gaze towards Luo Shan. Luo Shan's expression was noticeably unnatural. However, he did not share the sentiment of the other onlookers, thinking Jiang Yi was afraid to offend Wusu. After all, Jiang Yi had proposed the exchange because he did not wish to consume the longevity pill crafted by Chang Jiaoyi. He was inherently proud, and it was unlikely he would suddenly bow to Wusu. Thus, Luo Shan believed that Jiang Yi was not lying. His choice was not born out of fear of Wusu, but rather genuine admiration for those 3 spinning wheels. As Luo Shan contemplated this, he glanced at the green spinning wheel in his hand and resolved to take action. Captain Liao, he called out. Liao Yuanfeng, still displeased with Jiang Yi's choice, turned to look at Luo Shan with a furrowed brow. What is it? Luo Shan, gripping his spinning wheel tightly, declared with determination, before we enter the beast world, I wish to withdraw this green spinning wheel. I hope Captain Liao can protect me. His calm words sent ripples through the crowd, like stones cast into water. Especially Wusu, who let out a light laugh, casting a derisive glance. The other onlookers whispered among themselves. I suspect he is terrified by Wusu's previous words, fearing a confrontation in the beast world. At that point, he would not only lose his life but also have his green spinning wheel snatched away by Wusu. Such a disgraceful fool, losing his composure over a minor setback, will never achieve anything. Liao Yuanfeng also felt that Luo Shan's decision was somewhat impulsive and frowned. Attempting to dissuade him, withdrawing the green spinning will require sacrificing 10 years of life. How many years of life do you currently have? Are you certain about this decision? Do not act rashly at this moment. Yet, Luo Shan remained unfazed by the mocking voices. His gaze was steadfast as he solemnly stated, I have considered this thoroughly. Even though the Qin Lake is not vast, and the connected beast world is not overly perilous, there are still dangers for a player like me who is not officially recognized. It is better to prepare adequately before facing real danger, rather than regret it too late. The green spinning wheel in my possession is of decent quality. If I can draw something beneficial, it might save my life. Conversely, If I hesitate now while holding onto this green spinning wheel and fail to act, I would have wasted the remaining years of my life when faced with imminent danger. Luo Shan's tone was resolute and his logic clear. From his demeanor, he did not appear to be acting impulsively. After a moment of hesitation, Liao Yuanfeng nodded. Very well. As long as you are not making this decision out of impulse, I can grant your request. However, you must first show me what options are available on your green spinning wheel to see if I am qualified to protect you. All right. Luo Shan nodded and presented his green spinning wheel to Liao Yuanfeng. The quality of his spinning wheel was indeed commendable, with 5 favorable options among 10. The remaining 5 negative effects included 3 curses and 2 beast-related drawbacks. The 2 beast options were not particularly formidable, and Liao Yuanfeng could handle them alone. Nodding in approval, he led Luo Shan to a grassy area away from the crowd and said, "All right, let us draw here." Chapter 33, The Lucky Bracelet and BGM Speaker. Holding the green roulette wheel, Luo Shan's emotions were decidedly intricate. This marked his inaugural attempt at spinning the wheel for himself. Regardless of what he might draw, the outcome would be entirely under his own control. He had just consumed the white longevity pill he received from the Blood Swallow Club, which had granted him an additional 2 years to his lifespan. Now, his life expectancy stood at 13 years. After this spin of the green roulette, only 3 years would remain. In one breath, he was prepared to expend 10 years of his life. Previously, when he had spun the white longevity roulette for a mere year, he had been nearly paralyzed with anxiety. Now, the stakes were 10 years. His current tension far exceeded that of before. Yet, this time, despite the overwhelming nervousness, Luo Shan did not succumb to the frenzied outbursts he had displayed during the previous white roulette draw. Regardless of his inner turmoil, he maintained a facade of calm and dignity. He recognized this personal growth within himself. In a moment of clarity, he grasped the ancient tale of Meng Mu's 3 relocations. Indeed, one's environment can profoundly influence an individual. Previously, he had mingled with a group of ineffectual longevity parasites. Despite their ignorance, they prattled on about defying fate with reckless bravado. But now he had distanced himself from those parasites. He had encountered Jiang Yi, Gao Chang, Liao Yuanfeng, and had embarked on missions with a daring team. He had glimpsed the world beyond the club, acquiring more knowledge about the apocalypse game. These changes had undeniably impacted him. While he still harbored thoughts of overturning fate, these ideas were no longer superficial or naive. He no longer relied solely on empty rhetoric. He understood that true strength is rooted in one's heart, not merely vocalized. Thus, as he prepared to spin the wheel, he refrained from shouting out loud. Instead, he maintained his composure while silently offering a prayer. Taking a deep breath, he steeled himself and firmly pressed his palm against the center of the green roulette, declaring, "Spin." Ding, the familiar sound of the spinning wheel resonated. Luo Shan's heart nearly stopped. "Congratulations! You have drawn the reward. Lucky bracelet." A lucky bracelet? What purpose does it serve? Does it enhance luck? Luo Shan pondered, yet suddenly noticed a shift in Liao Yuanfeng's expression. He realized that the silver-white bracelet that had materialized in his hand was likely a rather exceptional item. Just then, a sharp female voice cut through the air. "Luo Shan, is it? That lucky bracelet you hold is of little use to you." Startled, Luo Shan swiftly turned to see the imposing Guanling approaching him with deliberate strides. He was not swayed by her beauty, but rather became acutely alert. What did Captain Guan mean by that? Guanling's gaze fell upon the silver bracelet in his hand. Her tone languid. The effect of this lucky bracelet is that when worn during a roulette spin, it allows you to eliminate one option from the wheel. Of course, the green quality lucky bracelet is only effective on green quality wheels. Moreover, after 100 uses, it will be rendered completely useless. The chance to exclude one option from the green roulette truthfully, the effect of this lucky bracelet was rather impressive. While it may seem trivial to eliminate just one option, the potential losses it could mitigate were beyond imagination. For instance, in the current purple roulette prepared by Wang Shuiyan for Zhou Yiming, the most terrifying outcome was the beast tide. Should that occur, all 3 clubs would suffer grievously. Had they possessed a purple quality lucky bracelet at that moment, they could have entirely avoided the beast tide. The same was true for the green roulette. Some negative effects on certain wheels are unbearable. Thus, eliminating them would alleviate much distress. Furthermore, excluding an option is not merely about minimizing losses. For example, if a premium wheel features 9 positive options and 1 negative, removing that sole negative option equates to possessing a flawless wheel. In addition, if a certain insignificant option comprises too high a proportion, Excluding it would significantly enhance the probability of drawing a desired option. Thus, the value of a lucky bracelet is self-evident. Yet, Guanling was right. This bracelet was evidently more suited for large, powerful factions. At this moment, Luo Shan, with only 3 years of life remaining, could hardly afford a single spin on the green roulette. Holding onto this lucky bracelet would merely be a waste. However, Luo Shan furrowed his brow in contemplation, quickly realizing Captain Guan intends to exchange this lucky bracelet for something of hers. Guanling cast a glance at him, her tone commanding. It is not a matter of wanting, but rather taking. You have no choice in the matter. With that, she raised her hand and swiftly snatched the silver bracelet from Luo Shan's grasp. Luo Shan's expression changed dramatically, fearing she intended to seize it publicly. Yet, Guanling waved her hand, tossing a square object into Luo Shan's palm. What? Luo Shan examined the item for a moment, confusion etched on his face. Was this a speaker? This item was known as a BGM speaker, a rather exquisite tool. As Guanling stored the lucky bracelet into her spatial equipment, she explained nonchalantly, "Have you heard the saying that no one can defeat me in my BGM? This BGM speaker has a somewhat similar effect." Upon hearing this, Luo Shan's eyes widened in disbelief at Guanling's generosity in bestowing such an extraordinary item upon him. Yet, Guanling added, "It's not as exaggerated as you might think. This speaker is merely of green quality. It cannot render one invincible. It contains 3 tracks of BGM. The track Amazing Grace can prevent beasts below level 5 from harboring hostility towards you. This effect is somewhat akin to beast repellent, but the BGM's efficacy surpasses that of the repellent. The second track, Ambush from All Sides, grants you a fierce battle state, enhancing your combat power. This BGM speaker can certainly be regarded as one of the more valuable items obtainable from a green roulette. For you, it is evidently more practical than the lucky bracelet." Listening to Guanling's explanation of the BGM speaker, a smile of delight spread across Luo Shan's face. This speaker, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, was indeed very suitable for him. However, he was not foolish. He quickly realized that the value of the BGM speaker likely paled in comparison to that of the lucky bracelet. Yet, what could he do? He simply lacked the strength to rival Guanling. Had it not been for the backing of the Letian Club, even if Guanling had forcibly taken his lucky bracelet, what could he have done? In this apocalyptic game, the weak possess no voice. There can be no discussions of fairness with the strong. At this juncture, Luo Shan had gained clarity on many matters. He did not quibble with Guanling over minor details. Instead, he graciously expressed his gratitude. This attitude prompted Guanling to take a second look at him, remarking, "Your mindset is commendable." The onlookers who had gathered to witness Luo Shan's draw, upon seeing him procure such valuable items and receive praise from Guanling, erupted with envy and jealousy. This young man had indeed drawn a lucky bracelet. What extraordinary luck he possessed. Upon reflection, it seems he did not exchange the green spinner for Jiang Yi's longevity elixir, and it appears he has indeed profited. With this BGM speaker, his chances of survival in the ferocious beast realm have significantly increased. Truly, a blessing in disguise. As the onlookers marveled, they discreetly scrutinized Wu Su. Wu Su's expression remained unchanged, concealing the thoughts that swirled within his mind. Meanwhile, Ao Yuanfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Luo Shan would actually draw such exceptional items from the green spinner. While he sighed in amazement, he suddenly noticed Jiang Yi and casually inquired, "You young lad just acquired 3 green spinners. Why not seize the moment and draw one? I can provide protection for you." Upon hearing this, Wu Su felt a jolt of alarm. It was one thing for Luo Shan to draw something valuable, but if Jiang Yi were to also draw something remarkable, that would be quite the humiliation for Wu Su. Nevertheless, the 3 spinners in Jiang Yi's possession were of poor quality, rendering the odds of obtaining something worthwhile exceedingly low. Thus, there was no need for concern. Wu Su steadied his demeanor and smiled at Jiang Yi, saying, "Young brother Jiang Yi, do you wish to draw now? I can also safeguard your endeavor." Chapter 34. Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir. Is it time for a lottery? Jiang Yi shook his head. My current lifespan is insufficient even for the white lottery, let alone the green one. As these words echoed, numerous eyes turned toward him, examining, questioning, and sneering. If he lacked the time for the white lottery, did that not imply he was on the brink of death? Such a worthless individual dared to feign nobility and relinquish the white-quality longevity pill? Had this lad lost his sanity? Or perhaps he had no intention of prolonging his life at all. If he was destined to perish, consuming the longevity pill would indeed be a waste. Viewed from this perspective, His choice to forfeit benefits in exchange for 3 inferior green lotteries could be somewhat comprehended. After all, even with the lottery, he would be unable to claim any rewards. If he couldn't participate, then possessing the lottery was merely a fruitless endeavor. Wu Su, pondering this, thought that since Jiang Yi was attempting to curry favor with him, he might as well consider the white longevity pill as a gift. Jiang Yi, having declined the lottery, turned away and made his way toward the Qinghai Lake. Hey, Jiang Yi, wait for me. Wu Su hastily pursued him. Yet, Jiang Yi seemed oblivious to his call, leaping into the Qinghai Lake without hesitation. Typically, upon entering such a lake passage to the beast world, individuals would display hesitation and anxiety, perhaps even trepidation. Yet, Jiang Yi appeared utterly resolute, which only deepened the spectators' belief that he might genuinely harbor a desire for death. His leap into the lake resembled a deliberate act of self-destruction. Such a useless being had no capacity to survive in the apocalypse. Choosing to end his life voluntarily could indeed be deemed a rational choice. Yet, how absurd it was that he took 3 green lotteries with him. Although of inferior quality, they were still green lotteries. What a waste of resources. Wu Su muttered a curse under his breath. After a moment's hesitation, he too leaped into the Qinghai Lake. Meanwhile, the graceful Guanling gazed thoughtfully in the direction Jiang Yi had jumped, deep in contemplation. What is it, team leader Guan? What are you looking at? Liao Yuanfeng approached. Curious, Guanling furrowed her brow and inquired, that lad, Jiang Yi? Yes, Jiang Yi. Is there a problem? He is not as he claims. He is certainly qualified for the white lottery. I have observed that he possesses a full attribute level of 5 and a lifespan of 21 years. Furthermore, that watch on his wrist appears to be a spatial equipment. The revelations left Liao Yuanfeng dumbfounded. Full attributes of 5, a lifespan of 21 years, and spatial equipment? What a remarkable fellow. Is he playing the fool to catch the tiger? No, wait. How do you? Liao Yuanfeng suddenly regarded Guanling with a look of horror. Guanling raised an eyebrow. Exuding an air of sophistication, I possess an investigative skill that allows me to probe the data panels of players whose levels do not exceed mine. She delivered this information nonchalantly. However, Liao Yuanfeng recoiled several steps, his expression tense with suspicion. Guanling smiled. I have already seen it, so your caution is in vain. Liao Yuanfeng's lips twitched slightly, and he maintained a resistant demeanor toward her. Guanling pressed further. What background does Jiang Yi have? I overheard discussions that he has enmity with Chang Jiaoyi. Liao Yuanfeng shook his head slightly. I am not entirely sure. That lad seems to have just risen from the lifespan tumor worm to the suicide squad. Even if he is related to Chang Jiaoyi, it should be an affair prior to the apocalypse game invasion. It's likely just a glitch detail of unrequited love. His words were dismissive, bordering on disdain. Yet, Guanling remained pensive. Unable to contain himself, Liao Yuanfeng questioned her again. What are you thinking? Guanling remained silent for a moment before countering with a question of her own. Are you familiar with the Silver Frost Club? After pondering, Liao Yuanfeng nodded. I have heard of it. It seems to be a second-tier force developing quite well in the city center. Guanling affirmed. I have heard that the Silver Frost Club once had hopes of evolving into a first-tier force. Yet, due to a rigid regulation within the club, dissatisfaction arose among the members, leading some to withdraw from the Silver Frost Club. Members voluntarily withdrawing. This is no trivial matter. Liao Yuanfeng frowned deeply, struggling to comprehend. What kind of rigid regulation? If club members oppose it en masse, such a regulation should be abolished promptly. Guanling paused before elaborating meaningfully. That rigid regulation is the Silver Frost Club's refusal to engage in any dealings with Chang Jiaoyi, including prohibiting club members from private transactions with her. Liao Yuanfeng was rendered speechless. What? Are you joking? Prohibiting transactions with Chang Jiaoyi? Not long ago, Sun Hao from their Letian club also drew the longevity pill formula. However, it was merely a white-quality formula, and the news has yet to spread. If a large force forbids transactions with Chang Jiaoyi, they are digging their own grave. The leader of the Silver Frost Club must be insane. This is more irrational than Wan Shuiyan from your Blood Swallow Club. Liao Yuanfeng found it utterly incomprehensible. Guanling continued. The recent recruits of the Blood Swallow Club came from the Silver Frost Club. They mentioned that the leader of the Silver Frost Club harbored animosity toward Chang Jiaoyi. Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng frowned deeply and mused. What a profound grudge. However, Guanling shook her head. It is said that it is not as deep as one might think. The leader of the Silver Frost Club simply disapproves of Chang Jiaoyi's character. Disapproves of her character? In this apocalypse, where might makes right, there are still those who concern themselves with character? Are they out of their minds? Liao Yuanfeng silently cursed. Yet, he heard Guanling remark thoughtfully. Do you not find that Jiang Yi's attitude toward Chang Jiaoyi resembles that of the leader of the Silver Frost Club? Could there be a connection between the two? Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng's gaze sharpened. He pondered briefly before speculating. Could it be that Chang Jiaoyi indeed has some issues with her character? Do the new members of your Blood Swallow Club possess any insider knowledge? Guanling shook her head slightly. It's not exactly insider information. I merely heard that when members of the Silver Frost Club were cursing Chang Jiaoyi, they recited a verse that was quite fitting. Liao Yuanfeng was taken aback. What verse? Guanling glanced once more toward Qinghai Lake, her voice grave. Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir. The azure sea and blue skies echo her heart nightly. Chapter 35. A second lottery, 3 centuries of life. The meaning of the verse is quite apparent. Liao Yuanfeng quickly grasped the implication and abruptly turned to Guanling. Are you suggesting that Chang Jiaoyi's longevity elixir recipe was stolen? Before Guanling could respond, Liao Yuanfeng shook his head in denial. Impossible. Such a precious recipe would be used immediately by anyone who drew it. How could it be allowed to be stolen? As he spoke, he began to realize the truth himself. Guanling promptly interjected. It's quite simple. When the apocalyptic game first descended, many were unaware of the situation. Even if one drew a longevity elixir recipe, who would immediately know that such a valuable scroll had to be torn to be utilized? Lacking such crucial information, it is entirely possible for the precious recipe to be stolen by another. Indeed, during the initial stages of the apocalyptic game, many were fumbling and stumbling as they grew. Who could have known that tearing the scroll would equate to using it? In a state of ignorance, it was certainly plausible to tuck away the valuable recipe, which could later be seized by Chang Jiaoyi. However, to be frank, Liao Yuanfeng furrowed his brow. What about you? Would you steal such a precious recipe? Of course. Guanling rolled her eyes, exclaiming, can high moral standards fill one's stomach? Who would want such a remarkable item? Even Chang'e from ancient mythology would find it difficult to resist the temptation of immortality. In times of peace, most would likely struggle to refuse the allure of eternal life, let alone in an apocalypse. The longevity elixir recipe is an insatiable temptation. Thus, Liao Yuanfeng raised an eyebrow, perplexed. If everyone would choose to steal, why would the Silver Frost Club disapprove of Chang Jiaoyi's actions? 2 possibilities. Guanling raised her fair finger, gesturing. Either Chang Jiaoyi stole the longevity elixir recipe from the leader of the Silver Frost Club, or she committed some other heinous act that incited public outrage. As I observed Jiang Yi's departing figure, I pondered, that lad might know something. Liao Yuanfeng turned his gaze towards the direction Jiang Yi had leaped into the Qinghai Lake, deep in thought. However, what he considered was, the poem stated that Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir. But in reality, would Chang Jiaoyi truly regret it? If it were him, having stolen the longevity elixir recipe, he would never harbor regrets. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, the subject of discussion between the 2 prominent figures, had already traversed the passageway of Qinghai Lake and arrived at the world of beastly monsters. To his surprise, the environment of the world of beastly monsters was one of perpetual night. This so-called polar night implies an existence of darkness without daylight, where the night is so profound that one cannot see one's hand in front of oneself. Generally speaking, within known environments of beastly worlds, a polar night setting is undoubtedly considered quite harsh. However, based on Jiang Yi's past experiences, in a beastly world connected to a small lake like Qinghai, if the environment is particularly harsh, the strength of the beasts tends to be somewhat diminished. This balance determines the danger level of the Qinghai beastly world. A truly nightmarish beastly world, if enveloped in perpetual night, would be a different level of abnormality. In total darkness, one could silently perish at any moment. Yet, the danger level of the Qinghai beastly world was naturally not high. Jiang Yi had braved countless beastly worlds in his previous life, so he felt no panic in facing this polar night. Instinctively, his other senses became extraordinarily acute in the diminished visual conditions. Through his heightened sense of smell, hearing, and touch, he quickly deduced that he was in a plain environment. Surrounding him were some insects, potentially mildly toxic, but not significantly threatening. Jiang Yi remained vigilant. He had long contemplated this. While the beastly world was dangerous, it also presented fewer opportunities for prying eyes to uncover secrets. If this beastly world posed minimal threat, he wouldn't mind developing cautiously in the Qinghai beastly world, and the first step in his cautious development was to spin the wheel. While others gambled their lives on the wheel, he intended to take off from where he stood. Jiang Yi flipped his hand, retrieving the western wheel stored within his spatial watch. Yes, the western wheel. In addition to the 3 green wheels from Wusu, he also possessed a blue wheel acquired from Zhao Quan. Jiang Yi planned to spin all the Western wheels in one go. As for what he would draw, his foremost consideration was the longevity elixir. After all, his current lifespan was merely 21 years, rendering him unqualified to draw from the blue wheel. Among the 3 green wheels, one of them contained the option for the longevity elixir. Without hesitation, he selected that particular wheel. Please select the reward from your designated wheel. 1. Longevity elixir. Jiang Yi skillfully chanted within his heart. I choose 1. Longevity elixir. Thus, the green wheel emitted its familiar, melodious sound. Ding, congratulations. You have drawn the reward, longevity elixir. It was that simple. What others fought tooth and nail to obtain, he found effortlessly within his grasp. Even though it was not his first time designating a wheel reward, Jiang Yi could not suppress his excitement and joy. He immediately consumed the green quality longevity elixir that appeared in his hand. Glancing at his data panel, he saw the lifespan section soar from 21 years to 372 years. An astonishing increase of over 300 years of life. Such was the miraculous effect of the green wheel's longevity elixir. At that moment, Jiang Yi recalled his old classmate Qin Liang, who had drawn a longevity elixir from the green wheel when he was newly reborn. That fellow had received such a precious green longevity elixir, but had merely exchanged it for a lavish meal and a so-called elevation in status. Such a transaction was clearly imbalanced. Yet as a longevity parasite, he had no choice in the matter. This was also the reason why the club was willing to support longevity parasites. Even if a longevity parasite lost in 100 draws, as long as they drew the longevity elixir once, the club would reap substantial profits. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly, choosing not to dwell on it. With his lifespan now ample, he was in no rush to continue spinning the green wheel. Instead, he grasped the more precious blue wheel. The wheel that Zhao Quan was willing to embed into his body for safekeeping was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. However, no matter how high the quality of the wheel or how beneficial the options, ultimately, one could only designate one reward. At this moment, Jiang Yi found himself in a quandary. The blue wheel contained 2 options that he yearned for greatly. Chapter 36. Upgrading. Enjoying first, then considering the consequences. One of the most pressing needs for Jiang Yi at this moment is the upgrade token. By acquiring this token, he can swiftly ascend to level 1. Level 1 marks a significant watershed moment. Only upon reaching this level can he obtain the exclusive life token of the Doomsday game, thereby becoming a bona fide player in every sense of the word. At that point, he will be able to leverage the exclusive life token to access a plethora of additional features within the Doomsday game. For instance, he will be able to view various leaderboards and even compete for leaderboard rewards. Moreover, through forums and chat channels, he can gather an abundance of information. What is even more crucial for him is the ability to utilize the trading features of the official player community, thereby rapidly expanding his advantage in the lottery wheel draws. By continuously engaging in transactions with others, he can amass a substantial number of lottery wheels at an accelerated pace. He can then exchange the rewards obtained from these draws for even more lottery wheels. And then, the cycle of drawing, and drawing again can commence. He can potentially rise to a level that astounds everyone in an exceedingly short time. Despite being a month behind in this Doomsday game, he can still surpass everyone with remarkable speed. He could even upend everyone's expectations. Thus, the upgrade token will significantly influence the velocity of his ascent. However, the second option on the blue lottery wheel, which causes him great hesitation, is a crucial item known as the Crown of the Grim Reaper. For the average person lacking investigative skills, merely glancing at the name Crown of the Grim Reaper does not reveal the true value of this item. Yet Jiang Yi, having been reborn, possesses extensive knowledge. He does not require investigative skills to comprehend the effects of the Crown of the Grim Reaper. Crown of the Grim Reaper consumes 100 years of life upon binding, automatically activates upon receiving fatal damage, grants the binder an instant revival with 1 additional year of life, restoring them to peak condition. Revival. Just the very word encapsulates the astonishing nature of this item. Of course, the blue quality Crown of the Grim Reaper is only effective for players below level 10. Furthermore, there exist certain death methods in the Doomsday game that can bypass the effects of the Crown of the Grim Reaper. Nevertheless, regardless of the limitations, one cannot deny the extraordinary nature of this item. It effectively grants players below level 10 an additional life. Life is singular and infinitely precious. No matter how extraordinary an item may be, it cannot compare to the value of life. Moreover, upon realizing he could designate the rewards from the lottery draws, Jiang Yi cherishes his life even more. Growth can be gradual, vengeance can be delayed. However, one's life must be preserved at all costs. Thus, the option of Crown of the Grim Reaper on the blue lottery wheel is equally significant for him. Additionally, there exists a disparity in the difficulty of obtaining the Crown of the Grim Reaper versus the upgrade token. An item like the Crown of the Grim Reaper will only appear among the lottery wheel options, based on his previous life experiences. It is exceedingly rare to encounter the Crown of the Grim Reaper option even among hundreds of thousands of blue lottery wheels, even with his ability to designate lottery rewards. The likelihood of encountering a lottery wheel featuring the Crown of the Grim Reaper within a short period is slim. In contrast, the difficulty of acquiring the upgrade token is considerably lower. It can not only be drawn from the blue lottery wheel, but may also be found in certain special environments within the beast world. It can even be obtained by defeating certain unique beasts. Furthermore, if he has a sufficiently extensive network, he could trade this item with other official players. Speaking of trading, an item as extraordinary as the Crown of the Grim Reaper, if placed in the trading zone for official players, would likely see even the leaders of major factions willing to acquire it for a price of 10 upgrade tokens. Therefore, in terms of both rarity and acquisition difficulty, Jiang Yi should logically choose the Crown of the Grim Reaper. Opting for the Crown of the Grim Reaper is the most secure, prudent, and rational decision. The upgrade token could be pursued later at a more leisurely pace. However, even the most rational individuals sometimes find it challenging to adhere strictly to reason. The Crown of the Grim Reaper is indeed valuable, yet Jiang Yi's current acquisition of it would not yield immediate benefits. In the absence of fatal damage, possessing this item or not is essentially inconsequential. Moreover, he must first sacrifice 100 years of life to bind this item. It is akin to insurance. Payment must be made up front, and only in the event of an unforeseen circumstance does it provide its benefits. From a rational perspective, preserving a life is undoubtedly worthwhile. Yet, from an emotional standpoint, it does not offer the immediate gratification that an upgrade brings. There is an inspiring adage: the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. The second best time is now. In psychology, there is also the concept of immediate versus delayed feedback. It seems that most success requires individuals to pursue delayed gratification through reason. Yet, how many truly rational individuals exist in this world? Jiang Yi's rational mind urges him to choose the Crown of the Grim Reaper for safety. However, his emotions are fervently clamoring for the upgrade token. In that moment, Jiang Yi ultimately succumbed to his emotional inclinations. To hell with it. Enjoy first and worry later. After all, once he becomes a formal player, the likelihood of encountering life-threatening situations will naturally diminish as his strength increases. Thus, Jiang Yi pressed down on the blue lottery wheel, feeling a pang of regret as he bid farewell to the option of Crown of the Grim Reaper. He then resolutely whispered in his heart, "I choose 7. Upgrade token." The blue lottery wheel immediately emitted a delightful chime. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. Upgrade token. Simultaneously, the one-time blue lottery wheel was rendered unusable. In Jiang Yi's hand appeared a dark silver item, roughly the size of a playing card. Even in the perpetual night, he could not see it clearly. Yet he knew what the upgrade token resembled. The front of the token bore the character for life in an ornate font, with the final stroke extending elegantly. The reverse side resembled a player data panel, but prior to use, it only displayed the top line with his name. Jiang Yi expertly placed his palm on that interface. Instantly, a voice echoed in his mind. Player identity verification in progress. Player information being recorded. Ding! Detected that the player has met the upgrade requirements. Would you like to upgrade? At that moment, Jiang Yi felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The exhaustion, hunger, and other ailments accumulated during his time as a parasitic creature seemed to vanish entirely. Simultaneously, a warm surge coursed through his veins, invigorating him with newfound strength. Of course, this sensation was merely an illusion. The act of upgrading itself did not enhance his power attributes. Approximately half a minute later, the pleasant warmth culminated at his forehead. In that instant, Jiang Yi felt a heat at his brow, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of palpitations. He instinctively raised his hand to his forehead and, almost instinctively, felt a solid texture. With a mere thought, it was as if a coin-sized, circular object emerged from his brow. That was the exclusive life token? The exclusive life token for formal players is the most critical item connecting players to the Doomsday game. If this Doomsday scenario is indeed a game, then the exclusive life token serves as the game's login device. Once bound, it cannot be destroyed or dropped. Moreover, it can transform into any shape according to the player's will: watches, glasses, scarves, and so forth. anything that the human mind can conceive. Due to contemporary lifestyle habits, many seasoned players have become accustomed to manifesting their exclusive command disks in the form of mobile phones. Furthermore, during operation, they can easily utilize all player functions as if navigating mobile applications. However, Jiang Yi, having been reborn, is already considered a veteran player. In his previous life, approximately 6 months after the apocalypse, players' attitudes toward using their exclusive command disks gradually shifted toward dematerialization. This signifies that they no longer manifested their command disks as physical objects, but rather integrated them into their foreheads. Additionally, certain functions inherent to the command disks could be accessed directly within the mind. This approach is evidently more convenient and discreet than handling physical objects. Thus, Jiang Yi merely held the command disk in his hand for a moment to gauge its presence before pressing it to his forehead. Subsequently, he adeptly accessed the command disk's features within his mind. Suddenly, his acute hearing detected the approaching sound of footsteps. Chapter 37. A familiar encounter. The blue turntable reappears. The sound of footsteps echoed in the darkness. With Jiang Yi's experience, he could discern that these were unmistakably human footsteps. The owner of these steps, it seemed, was not wandering blindly through the shadows. The cadence was steady, suggesting that the individual could navigate the surrounding gloom with clarity. Just as he pondered this, the footsteps grew clearer, and a voice suddenly emerged. Jiang Yi? Is that you? The voice was now remarkably close to Jiang Yi, perhaps no more than 10 meters away. Yet, from his vantage point, he could perceive not a glimmer of light. Indeed, even within a span of 10 centimeters, visibility remained utterly obscured. Strangely, in this same darkness, the other person recognized him with certainty. As a reincarnated individual, Jiang Yi could surmise the reason behind this anomaly. However, he maintained an expression of surprise and called out. Li Xiao? Is that really you? Can you see me? The footsteps approached further, halting a mere 2 to 3 meters from him. While Jiang Yi remained vigilant internally, he outwardly displayed a facade of relief and even joy at encountering an acquaintance. Li Xiao's voice brimmed with excitement as he clarified. Yes, it's me. I can see you. In this perilous world of monstrous beasts, the enveloping darkness was not merely an ordinary absence of light. Even with luminous fireflies or any other illumination tools, visibility would remain elusive. However, there existed a remarkable fruit that could aid players in perceiving their surroundings in such conditions. As he spoke, Li Xiao extended his hand to grasp Jiang Yi's. The gesture bore no hostility, and Jiang Yi offered no resistance. He soon felt a cool fruit placed in his palm. This fruit, known as Bunai Ming, granted 2 hours of night vision when consumed. I once traversed other realms of ferocious beasts with the Death Squad, so I carry a few of these with me, Li Xiao explained. Though not exceedingly rare, this fruit typically grows in environments shrouded in perpetual night. Much like how an antidote is always found within 7 steps of a venomous snake in martial tales, you should consume this Bunai Ming to enhance your eyesight. It will facilitate everything you wish to do, he urged, his demeanor reflecting the warmth of a fellow villager meeting another. Jiang Yi, feigning the naivety of a newcomer to this perilous world, accepted the fruit without hesitation and consumed it. The cool flavor was tinged with a hint of spiciness, and simultaneously, a warm sensation rushed to his eyes, enabling him to perceive his surroundings. Although it was not as clear as daylight, his capacity for basic discernment was assured. Jiang Yi exhibited the wonder and surprise of a novice experiencing Bunai Ming for the first time. This is astonishing. It truly allows one to see in the night, he exclaimed. Li Xiao chuckled amiably. Since the advent of the apocalyptic game, how could there be a shortage of wondrous things? As you grow and gain experience, your horizons will surely broaden. Oh, by the way, as he spoke, Li Xiao appeared to recall something, his expression brightening as he regarded Jiang Yi. He scrutinized Jiang Yi thoughtfully before lowering his voice conspiratorially. Little Jiang, tell Uncle Li the truth. When I saw you execute that shoulder throw on Zhang Peng, your movements were impressively fluid. Do you possess some martial prowess that you've been concealing? Li Xiao's sudden inquiry held no ulterior motives. Rather, he had discovered a blue turntable on his way here. I noticed a blue turntable, but unfortunately, it was guarded by a fierce beast. My own strength is limited, and I lack the lifespan required to interact with the turntable, so I decided to forego it. However, now that I've encountered you, I believe we might devise a plan to acquire it together, he continued, urging. Based on my experiences with the Death Squad, blue turntables are already quite valuable in themselves. Generally, the turntables scattered throughout the realms of ferocious beasts possess a quality superior to those dropped by regular monsters. Securing the turntable would be a significant achievement. Internally, Jiang Yi remained calm, though he feigned interest as Li Xiao desired. Yet, he hesitated to agree outright and pondered aloud. But even if we manage to obtain that blue turntable, there is only one, and there are two of us. That's easily resolved. Li Xiao replied cheerfully. We can discuss it as we walk. The location is quite nearby. Jiang Yi made no objections and followed Li Xiao toward the northwestern expanse of the perpetual night. After walking for just a few minutes, Li Xiao pointed to a tall, bare tree. Look at that tree. In the bird's nest. Is that not the blue turntable? Following his gaze, Jiang Yi indeed saw the blue turntable nestled within the bird's nest. Generally, turntables scattered throughout the ferocious beast world are dropped upon the demise of these creatures. In this realm, the beasts typically rank low in level, primarily due to their bloodlines. Inferior bloodlines result in diminished intelligence, rendering them incapable of speech or transformation into human forms. Such lowly beasts do not manage fate turntables and leave them to scatter freely. Thus, in the early days of the apocalypse, players frequently stumbled upon these scattered turntables in various low-level ferocious beast realms. Conversely, the situation differed in high-level beast realms. Noble-blooded beasts, referred to as the Beast Clan, possess intelligence comparable to that of human players and can utilize fate turntables for lotteries. Moreover, the reason the ferocious beast world later came to be known as the domain battlefield was due to human players discovering that these noble-blooded beasts not only matched human intelligence but also possessed lifespans vastly exceeding that of humans. While a human infant may only live for a century, some young members of the Beast Clan could have lifespans reaching tens of thousands of years from birth. Therefore, as the apocalyptic game progressed, when human players ventured into the true domain battlefield, they gradually realized that humanity occupied the lowest tier of the food chain among myriad species. However, that was a matter for a year into the apocalypse. Presently, Jiang Yi, after scanning the blue turntable nestled within the bird's nest, curiously inquired of Li Xiao. I see the blue turntable, but I don't see any fierce beasts guarding it. Chapter 38. No grudges, no enmity with Li Xiao? When I last looked, there was a rather fierce bird creature in that nest. But now, it seems to have vanished, likely gone out in search of food. At this thought, Li Xiao's expression suddenly brightened, and he spoke with rapid excitement. Since the fierce bird is absent, we should swiftly seize the opportunity to steal that blue turntable. The nest appears quite large. It might conceal other treasures. As he spoke, Li Xiao dashed towards the tree. He turned to Jiang Yi and asked, Hey Jiang, are you quick at climbing trees? Or would you prefer to keep watch while I scale the tree to pilfer the nest? Jiang Yi hesitated for a moment before replying. Then I'll keep watch nearby. Great. I'll make it quick. Li Xiao exclaimed, his tone brimming with exhilaration. He then charged forward, scaling the tree with impressive speed and efficiency, truly embodying the phrase strike while the iron is hot. Although he appeared to be a stout and unassuming middle-aged man, his ascent was seamless and swift, akin to a startled hare. Let us go. Run. We need to find a place to divide the spoils. Li Xiao called out, clutching his ill-gotten gains as he urged Jiang Yi to hurry. Thus, the two of them ran in the opposite direction for quite some time until they reached a secluded hollow in the hills where they could hide. Leaning against the slope, Li Xiao was panting heavily, yet his face radiated joy as he murmured, I've long heard that opportunities abound in the world of fierce beasts. I never expected to acquire the blue turntable so easily upon entering. And a nest full of bird eggs. Indeed, besides the blue turntable, Li Xiao had also pilfered a nest of pure black bird eggs. He carelessly set the eggs aside and turned his gaze to the blue turntable. Upon inspecting it, he gasped in astonishment. Wow, this is extraordinary. Truly exceptional. Out of 10 options, 8 are positive effects. And a longevity pill. An upgrading token. Even a recipe for the longevity pill. Goodness. There's even an impressive talent. Unbelievable. This turntable is simply outstanding. Li Xiao's voice trembled with excitement. Akin to a beggar who had just won a lottery worth 5 million. Logically, Jiang Yi should have felt immense regret upon seeing the same option for the upgrading token appear again on another blue turntable. After he had previously forsaken the Crown of Death in its favor, he should have been filled with sorrow, even remorseful for not choosing Crown of Death instead. Even if he had drawn that blue turntable a little later, he would have gained an additional choice. However, Jiang Yi remained remarkably calm. Not only was his inner state tranquil, but his facial expression also reflected an unusual serenity, entirely unlike that of a novice who had just encountered an extraordinary blue turntable. Noticing Jiang Yi's peculiar demeanor amidst his own elation, Li Xiao suddenly felt a jolt of concern and asked, Jiang, why do you seem so unexcited? Jiang Yi merely smiled faintly, looking at Li Xiao with an inscrutable expression, and replied slowly, "What should I be excited about? Killing Uncle Li to seize this blue turntable?" Those words bore a profound implication, causing Li Xiao's brow to furrow. Instantly, he appeared visibly tense. Yet, after a brief moment of anxiety, he seemed to gather his resolve and willingly handed the blue turntable to Jiang Yi. With sincere earnestness, he said, "Rest assured, Jiang, I am nothing like that fool Zhang Ping. There is no need for murder to obtain treasures. I am a reasonable person. In this apocalyptic game world, good things rightfully belong to the strong. Besides, I have no lifespan to waste on drawing from this turntable. Here, take it. Just remember this favor, and I will have no complaints." Li Xiao appeared exceptionally honest and simple-minded. His words were delivered with such sincerity, and the act of passing the blue turntable to Jiang Yi was decisive, showing no signs of reluctance. Jiang Yi observed Li Xiao for a moment before smiling and accepting the blue turntable. However, just as Li Xiao believed he had secured Jiang Yi's gratitude, Jiang Yi began to toy with the blue turntable and remarked, "Uncle Li and I have no grievances, so you shouldn't harbor any resentment towards me. Yet, strangely, even though I have no animosity towards you, why do I feel a murderous intent towards you?" At this statement, Li Xiao's complexion shifted dramatically. He appeared noticeably more anxious than when Jiang Yi had previously mentioned murder and treasure. His entire being became rigid. After a prolonged silence, he finally managed to ask, "What do you mean by that? Are you not satisfied even after I willingly relinquished the blue turntable?" Jiang Yi continued to hold the turntable, smiling slowly as he said, "From that tree to where I was originally, it isn't very far at all. Uncle Li must have heard some noise to find me there, right?" Li Xiao's expression darkened. However, he soon exhaled, confessing, "Indeed, I heard the sound of the turntable lottery and followed it to your direction." After a pause, he continued, "Yes, I heard the sound of you drawing the upgrading token. In the extreme night environment, vision is hindered, making hearing exceptionally keen." Li Xiao had not initially spotted Jiang Yi. It was not mere coincidence. He had followed the sound of Jiang Yi drawing the upgrading token. Li Xiao explained further, "Yes, I know you drew the upgrading token. However, I also understand the survival principles of this apocalyptic game. Everyone harbors their own secrets. Thus, I instinctively pretended to know nothing. But I assure you, I bear no malice towards you. I can act as if I will never know about this matter." His words were laced with utmost sincerity, and coupled with Li Xiao's honest demeanor, they were easily convincing. Yet, Jiang Yi merely smiled again. "No malice? Then what about this blue turntable? Oh no, to be precise." As he spoke, Jiang Yi's gaze was fixed intently on Li Xiao's face. Sure enough, upon hearing the term cursed turntable, Li Xiao's pupils noticeably contracted, and his eyelashes quivered violently. He became palpably more tense, his eyes darting around with a shrewdness that starkly contrasted with his earlier innocent appearance. In that moment, as Li Xiao appeared increasingly taut and his eyes flitted about, Jiang Yi, not allowing him any opportunity to concoct an excuse, leisurely smiled and said, "Why the silence? Uncle Li could explain that you are unaware of what a cursed turntable is, or perhaps devise other excuses to buy some time. After all, it is only a matter of minutes before the side effects of belly enlightenment take effect. I assentee it." Chapter 39. Chang Jiaoyi's ranking on the longevity list. At last, upon hearing Jiang Yi's words, Li Xiao's fleeting hope shattered completely. He finally realized that this seemingly inexperienced novice, who appeared to be entering the world of ferocious beasts for the first time, truly possessed profound knowledge. He was aware of everything. He understood the side effects of the internal clarity pill. He knew of the existence of the curse wheel, even from the very beginning. When he ingested the internal clarity pill, he feigned novelty, as if he were an absolute novice. But in reality, it was all an act. Jiang Yi. He was far from a novice. He was a cunning character masquerading as a simpleton. In fact, Li Xiao himself could also be considered a cunning character in disguise. His seemingly honest demeanor easily put others at ease, yet no one knew of his insidious nature. At this moment, almost as soon as Jiang Yi revealed the side effects of the internal clarity pill, Li Xiao seemed to receive some kind of cue and decisively crushed a stone. With a whoosh, he vanished from Jiang Yi's sight. Li Xiao possessed a teleportation stone that was faster than the activation mechanism of a teleportation talisman. Isn't that rather peculiar? Typically, one must acquire a blue wheel to obtain such a teleportation stone. How could a mere member of the Suicide Squad, who was not even a formal player, possess a teleportation stone? Moreover, such a precious life-saving item. Why did he use it so decisively? It was as if he had already predicted that Jiang Yi would strike in the next second, and indeed had the capability to eliminate him in an instant. This Li Xiao had entered the Qin Lake world of ferocious beasts before Jiang Yi. Yet, During this encounter, something about him felt distinctly off. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Yi did not dwell on his frustration. His gaze swept over the mountainous terrain for a moment before he swiftly departed. Soon, he stumbled upon a cluster of internal clarity pills and ice silk fruits hidden within a thicket. Without hesitation, he consumed the ice silk fruit to negate the side effects of the internal clarity pill. Just as Li Xiao had said, there is always an antidote within 100 steps of a venomous snake. In the perpetual night environment, many internal clarity pills and ice silk fruits naturally thrived. These two types of fruit almost symbiotically grew together, requiring simultaneous consumption for optimal effect. The effect of the internal clarity pill, as Li Xiao described, granted night vision for 2 hours. However, if a player consumed the internal clarity pill alone, they would experience excruciating abdominal pain 10 minutes later. As time progressed, this burning pain would swiftly spread throughout the body, severely impairing combat effectiveness. Only by consuming the ice silk fruit within 10 minutes could one alleviate this side effect. For seasoned players, this knowledge was merely common sense for survival in the world of ferocious beasts. Yet, during the early days of the apocalypse, many novices entering the world of ferocious beasts were completely unaware of such fundamental knowledge. Jiang Yi recalled that in just a few months, various top factions would establish dedicated educational institutions to teach new players how to survive in the world of ferocious beasts. These institutions would become significant incentives for major factions to attract players to join. This was also a reason for the high mortality rate within the suicide squads. The disparity in information could sometimes be more perilous than the ferocious beasts themselves. For instance, if Jiang Yi had truly been a naive novice, he would have likely fallen victim to Li Xiao's schemes. Firstly, the information gap regarding the internal clarity pill would result in him suffering side effects after 10 minutes, severely diminishing his combat prowess. Secondly, the information disparity concerning the curse wheel was equally treacherous. The curse wheel appeared identical to the fate wheel. Its 10 options were actually filled in by players. This sounded incredibly outrageous, as players could create options for the wheel. Yet in truth, the curse wheel was a grand deception. For example, the curse wheel that Li Xiao prepared for Jiang Yi, which resembled a blue wheel, would cost Jiang Yi a century of life if he mistakenly believed it to be a premium blue wheel and used it for a draw. Ultimately, he would lose a century of life without receiving anything in return. The curse wheel would then store his century of life. After a day, it would coalesce into a blood-red longevity elixir. Li Xiao could then consume that blood-red elixir to extend his life by a century. Hence, in later years, the curse wheel was mockingly referred to by players as the scam wheel. In times of peace, scams targeted players' accounts. However, within the apocalyptic game setting, the curse wheel's deception preyed upon the players' lifespans. Jiang Yi recalled numerous cases from the early days of the apocalypse in his past life, where novices had tragically fallen victim to scams. They often drained their hard-earned savings, believing they had obtained a premium wheel. They might even eagerly present such a precious wheel to their superiors, expressing gratitude and admiration. Then, with great anticipation, they would expend their lifespans for a chance at the draw, thinking they could obtain something extraordinary to change their fate. But what was the outcome? The greater the hope, the more profound the disappointment. They would use the magnificent scam wheel to draw, ultimately gaining nothing. Not only would their hopes be dashed, but they often faced lethal repercussions as well. For instance, just now, if Jiang Yi had been a foolish novice, he would have experienced a scenario where he believed he had stumbled upon a premium blue wheel, excitedly spent a century of life on the draw, fantasized about the treasures he might obtain, only to find that his century of life had vanished without yielding any reward. Then, the side effects of the internal clarity pill would kick in. He would suffer excruciating pain throughout his body, severely diminishing his combat power. Only then would Li Xiao reveal his true nature. Perhaps Li Xiao would disclose the truth about the curse wheel, then proceed to eliminate him. After a day, Li Xiao would enjoy the blood-red longevity elixir produced by the curse wheel, delighting in his newfound century of life. And what of the deceived Jiang Yi? If he were to discover the truth of the curse wheel before his demise, he would likely be unable to rest in peace. All of this unfolded within Li Xiao's mind. Li Xiao? He should be called Li Lack of Virtue instead, if fate would permit them to meet again. Jiang Yi would undoubtedly slay that unscrupulous old fool on the spot. As for the present, the teleportation stone's range was vast, and Jiang Yi was not in a hurry to seek out others. He swiftly relocated to another concealed corner. Once he confirmed that the surroundings posed no danger, he turned his attention back to his exclusive fate wheel. He then proceeded to check the current player rankings. At the onset of the apocalypse game, The regions were completely isolated by endless seas. The player rankings Jiang Yi could access at this moment were limited to the rankings of Jiang City. This regional ranking was further divided into 3 categories: the longevity list, the combat power list, and the level list. As the name suggests, the longevity list ranks players based on their lifespans, the combat power list ranks players based on their combat strength, and the level list ranks players according to their levels. Naturally, non-official players at level 0 without an exclusive fate will do not participate in the rankings. Furthermore, the 3 main lists are not updated in real time. Instead, they refresh at midnight in the game's time, based on the data of surviving formal players from that day. Simultaneously, players listed receive rewards corresponding to their rankings. Consequently, many capable players strive to secure a position on the lists, due to the existence of these ranking rewards. The entire Apocalypse game seems to operate under an unspoken rule of the strong growing stronger. The disparity in strength among players appears to widen. However, that is not entirely accurate. After all, the element of luck in the lottery draws is exceedingly high. A player who has long dominated the rankings may, due to a single draw, find themselves reduced to insignificance or even meet an untimely demise. Conversely, an inconspicuous lower-tier player might soar to greatness and alter their fate with just one lucky draw. In essence, this apocalyptic game is filled with daily excitement, where anything is possible. Having lived 2 lives, Jiang Yi has witnessed an abundance of events in his previous existence, and his mindset has been tempered to a remarkable tranquility. His gaze first turned towards the longevity rankings of Jiang City. Previously, while in the underground garage of the Letian Club, a group of longevity worms had claimed that Jiang Yi held the top position on the longevity rankings. However, in truth, these longevity worms were not even official players. Their words were merely the misguided fantasies of losers. They presumed that Jiang Yi, being the only player capable of refining longevity pills in Jiang City, would naturally occupy the first position on the longevity rankings. After all, one who can refine longevity pills must surely have their own needs satisfied before selling to others, right? Yet, in reality, Jiang Yi's ranking on the longevity rankings is a mere 27th. Jiang Yi felt no surprise at this ranking, as there are 2 significant factors influencing Jiang Yi's longevity standings. Chapter 40. The Mechanism of Upgrades and Levels of Existence. The first reason resides in Jiang Yi's elixirs, or rather, all artificially crafted longevity pills. Not only do these pale in comparison to the products of the roulette in terms of lifespan extension, but they also impose far stricter limitations during consumption. Players cannot indulge in these longevity pills as if they were mere sweets, expecting their lifespans to surge dramatically. Such a scenario is utterly impossible in a post-apocalyptic game. Generally speaking, when consuming artificially concocted longevity pills, it is advisable to wait at least 4 hours between doses. Otherwise, the efficacy of the medication diminishes significantly. In contrast, the longevity pills produced by the roulette require only an hour's interval to ensure their potency. To put it succinctly, within a span of 24 hours, a player consuming subpar, artificially crafted longevity pills can take a maximum of 6 doses, while one utilizing the roulette's offerings can take up to 24. Naturally, in the early stages of the Doomsday game, players capable of maximizing their daily quota of longevity pills are exceedingly rare. Consequently, despite Jiang Yi's ability to concoct longevity pills, she does not significantly outpace others in terms of lifespan. Most of the longevity pills she creates are traded for benefits from numerous players. Another factor that constrains her ranking on the longevity leaderboard is the upgrade mechanism of the Doomsday game. Recently, Jiang Yi ascended to level 1, but his data panel displayed only the level column, changing from 0 to 1. The other data fields remained unchanged. It appeared as though this upgrade merely granted him a unique destiny plate, unlocking player functionalities. However, the significance of upgrading is far more profound. The upgrade mechanism in this Doomsday game does not resemble that of typical games, where experience points are accumulated for level advancement and subsequent power enhancement. Instead, the upgrades here lean more toward a reality akin to obtaining a driver's license. Merely acquiring the license does not bestow exceptional driving skills. One must first master the art of driving before qualifying for the license. The license serves as a testament to one's ability to drive. In the context of this Doomsday game, levels function similarly as a form of proof. This process of proving oneself necessitates that players first meet the upgrade conditions. When Jiang Yi reached level 1, the requirement was that all attributes on his data panel needed to be at least 1, with a lifespan of 100. By fulfilling this condition, he was able to smoothly ascend to level 1 using the upgrade plate. Furthermore, each subsequent level advancement requires the player to satisfy the respective upgrade conditions to progress. This raises a new question. If upgrading offers no tangible enhancement to the player and merely serves as a testament to one's strength, what is its true purpose? Is it merely for the leaderboard? While the leaderboard indeed offers one advantage of upgrading, the genuine significance of player advancement lies in the elevation of one's level of existence. The concept of levels of existence was introduced by influential figures only after a year of the Doomsday scenario. Their understanding of the meaning behind upgrades is rather straightforward: real lifespan. In this Doomsday game, every player's data panel includes a lifespan section. However, the true essence of lifespan is far more intricate than a mere numerical value. Does the lifespan gained from consuming longevity pills genuinely belong to the player? Is the increase in lifespan truly as simple as merely ingesting longevity pills? In the realm of cultivation novels, practitioners must exert immense effort in their cultivation to elevate their prowess before reaping the rewards of increased lifespan. Can it be that in their world, merely consuming longevity pills suffices? Could one not consume longevity pills to amass a lifespan of several thousand years, seclude oneself, and then emerge after millennia only to repeat the process, thus achieving immortality? As players delve deeper into the intricacies of the Doomsday game, an increasing number of prominent players will realize that the enhancement of lifespan is not as straightforward as consuming potions. A player's lifespan is essentially divided into two tiers. One tier is the genuine lifespan that rightfully belongs to the individual, while the other is the superficial lifespan that is merely displayed on the data panel. The real lifespan is the only one that truly belongs to the player, and once the superficial lifespan is depleted, it cannot be restored. A vivid example is when a player sustains fatal damage. Their lifespan will plummet instantaneously. For instance, if gravely injured, their lifespan might dwindle to mere days, hours, or even minutes. However, if this player utilizes healing potions to restore themselves to peak condition, their lifespan will also recover. Yet, ultimately, only the genuine lifespan is restored. The lost superficial lifespan remains unrecoverable. The concepts of genuine and superficial lifespans encapsulate the very essence of levels. The lifespan accrued from consuming longevity pills solely enhances the superficial lifespan. Only through leveling up can one transmute the superficial lifespan into genuine lifespan. For instance, upon reaching level 1, Jiang Yi experienced a sensation of pure elation, as he had acquired a genuine lifespan of 100 years. Due to this implicit design, many powerful players do not relentlessly pursue excessively high superficial lifespans. No matter how much one accumulates that is not inherently theirs, a single serious injury will result in the loss of that surplus lifespan, which does not belong to them. The fact that Jiang Yi ranks only 27th on the longevity leaderboard is a testament to this principle. It is her level that constrains her lifespan. Jiang Yi must now strive to elevate his level further to convert more of his superficial lifespan into genuine lifespan. Ideally, he hopes to reach level 10 as swiftly as possible. Level 10 represents a pivotal threshold. He is eager to discover whether his designated roulette options can also be activated during the profession roulette draw. If they can be activated, then he could select his profession at will, rather than relying on luck as other players do. Chapter 41. The First Professional and the World Announcement. Jiang Yi recalled that the widespread adoption of the profession will occur approximately a month later in his previous life. At that time, he was merely a novice in the Daredevil squad of the Letian Club, not even qualifying as a formal player, existing at the very bottom of the apocalyptic gaming hierarchy. Meanwhile, various factions were zealously amassing high-quality profession wheels. Many independent players found themselves struggling to reach level 10 on their own, prompting them to consider joining a faction. The profession wheel possessed by a faction became a pivotal factor for independent players contemplating allegiance. However, about a month later, some independent players, discontent with the constraints imposed by factions, banded together under the leadership of formidable lone warriors to establish a professional alliance. Once formed, this alliance effectively addressed the job transition issues faced by independent players. By the time the Jiang city was renamed Sichuan base a year into the apocalypse, the professional alliance had grown into a formidable entity. Jiang Yi's attention drifted to the level rankings. Indeed, as he scanned the list, he noted that every entry from the 1st to the 1,000th position was filled with players at level 10. This suggested that, even among the most elite players, none had yet transitioned to a profession. As fortune would have it, while Jiang Yi pondered this, a familiar mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! World announcement. Congratulations to player Jean Bewley for becoming the first professional. Reward, profession wheel, purple. This was the world announcement of the apocalyptic game. In his previous life, Jiang Yi had not yet become a formal player at this juncture, thus he had never encountered this announcement. Yet in this life, it was indeed on this day that the world's first professional was born. Jiang Yi? This individual was undeniably a bona fide global powerhouse. Jiang Yi had heard this name trigger world announcements on numerous occasions in his past life. However, this enigmatic figure seemed to possess no allies and had not joined any faction. No one knew how he had risen to prominence while maintaining his lead. Jiang Yi had only glimpsed various rumors about him on forums, making it difficult to discern their veracity. Now, having become a formal player ahead of time, he felt as though he was witnessing history unfold. He promptly accessed the regional chat channel with practiced ease. As expected, the chat was ablaze with discussions about the world announcement. Jiang Yi, it's him again. How many world announcements has he triggered? Incredible! I just became a formal player not long ago. May I ask the esteemed players if such world announcements occur frequently? How exactly are they triggered? My time as a formal player is also short. I have only heard 2 announcements. One was when Jiang Yi reached level 10. And the other was a regional announcement for our Jiang City's Luo Chaqing also reaching level 10. What? The top of the level rankings, Luo Chaqing? He triggered an announcement too? Unfortunately, I became a formal player too late and missed the grand announcement. What a pity. Luo Chaqing reaching level 10 seems to have happened several days ago. Has he still not made any progress toward a profession? I heard that transitioning requires using a profession wheel for a lottery. The esteemed player must be pursuing a high-tier profession, hence the reluctance to transition casually, right? As a newcomer, may I inquire if anyone has heard of other announcements? Do all announcements come with rewards? Are the rewards substantial? I believe I belong to the earlier batch of veteran players. I recall hearing about someone reaching level 2 on the second day of the apocalypse, with rewards of all attributes too. What? The person above became a formal player on the second day of the apocalypse. Esteemed player. Do you still need leg accessories? I'm no esteemed player, just someone who got lucky. Now, I can't even make it onto the level rankings. Just a waste of space, really. The esteemed player is truly modest. So, does this mean that the first player to level up at each tier can trigger an announcement and receive a reward? Exactly. Moreover, there's a world announcement and a regional announcement. It seems our Jiang City has yet to trigger a world announcement. Yet Jiang Yi frequently triggers world announcements. It's almost as if he is cheating. Aside from leveling up, are there other ways to trigger announcements? There are various first-time achievements. For instance, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, I heard the announcement for the first person to draw a purple wheel. What? Someone drew a purple wheel on the 10th day of the apocalypse? Drawing it must cost a millennium of life. That is astonishing. And what about the orange wheel above the purple one? I suppose one would need to spend 10,000 years of life to draw it? Has anyone triggered the announcement for the first orange wheel lottery? Great. I have my goal. I declare, I, Zheng Wenhao, shall become the one to trigger the announcement for the orange wheel lottery. Just wait and see. All these chats were conducted anonymously, with information scrolling through without revealing the identity of the sender. In this anonymous environment, a mix of novices like Jiang Yi, who had just upgraded to formal players, coexisted with veterans who had become formal players on the second day of the apocalypse. However, being an early formal player did not inherently signify greater strength. It merely indicated initial good fortune. As Jiang Yi immersed himself in the lively chat, he suddenly heard another voice in his mind. Ding! Regional announcement. Congratulations to player Huang Xin for becoming the first professional in this region. Reward, profession wheel, blue. Upon glancing at the chat channel, he found yet another wave of fervent discussion. What? Just as the world announcement for the first professional came through, someone triggered a regional announcement. Does this count as the closest we've been to a world announcement in Jiang City? By the way, who is Huang Xin? I've never heard that name before. It doesn't seem to be on the level rankings. Could this be an understated powerhouse? If only he had transitioned a bit earlier, he could have triggered a world announcement. What a shame. Oh no, you all need to check the forums. Huang Xin has made an appearance. Chapter 42, Enemies of Past Lives. The Ungrateful Ones. Jiang Yi naturally turned his attention to the forum channel. However, he soon realized that rather than Huang Xin coming forward to share his insights, he was essentially using this regional announcement as a platform for self-promotion. The post's title boldly proclaimed, "The first professional in Jiang City shares his story. The Silver Frost Club welcomes all official players to join." Just from the title, Jiang Yi could sense something amiss. Upon clicking in, he discovered that Huang Xin was, in essence, not a low-key hidden powerhouse at all, but merely a pawn of the Silver Frost Club. This club had leveraged Huang Xin to be the first to possess a blue-quality class transfer wheel. A class transfer wheel of blue quality. The allure it held for level 10 players was self-evident. One must commend the decision-makers of the Silver Frost Club for their astuteness. If Jiang Yi's assumptions were correct, the class transfer wheels held by various factions were likely of exceedingly poor quality, rendering them virtually useless for anyone seeking a class change. After all, the act of selecting a profession is a momentous decision that could define one's life. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from making hasty choices in this regard. However, the situation was different now. The world announcement triggered by the first professional indicated that the reward was, in fact, a purple quality class transfer wheel, based on historical patterns. The rewards from regional announcements typically aligned with those from world announcements, though perhaps slightly inferior in quality. Thus, seasoned veterans would likely surmise that the reward for the first professional's regional announcement was also a class transfer wheel. Consequently, the decision-makers of the Silver Frost Club reacted swiftly, likely choosing to sacrifice the future of a level 10 player to seize this announcement. The specifics of how they convinced Huang Xin to use an inferior quality class transfer wheel to change professions remained a mystery to Jiang Yi. Nevertheless, this maneuver evidently brought immeasurable benefits to the Silver Frost Club. Now, not only could the level 10 players within the Silver Frost Club consider utilizing this blue class transfer wheel for their transitions, but a greater number of eager level 10 independent players would also turn their gaze towards the Silver Frost Club. It was truly a win-win situation. However, there's a saying that goes, cutting off and leads to one's own downfall. The decision-makers of the Silver Frost Club had envisioned a beautiful outcome, yet they overlooked the intricacies of human nature. As the saying goes, a man is innocent, but possessing a precious item can be a crime. Without a doubt, the Silver Frost Club, now the proud owner of the blue class transfer wheel, would become the target of collective ire. Jiang Yi distinctly remembered that when he became an official player in his previous life, the Silver Frost Club had long ceased to exist in the Jiang City region. What transpired in between, he could not fathom, but one could easily speculate. The Silver Frost Club had likely faced targeting and suppression from other factions due to that blue class transfer wheel, ultimately leading to their utter downfall. Reduced to mere dust in the annals of history, as Jiang Yi pondered the fate of the Silver Frost Club in his past life. Within the central urban area of Jiang City, the Silver Frost Club, based in a small community, was in disarray. A young man with a buzz cut clutched a specialized fate disc transformed into a mobile device, his expression fraught with anxiety. Beside him stood a poised young woman with an elegant demeanor. If Jiang Yi were present, he would recognize that this capable young woman was none other than Wei Lingshuang, the roommate of Chang Xiaoyi. In truth, Wei Lingshuang was not, as Jiang Yi presumed, a victim of her own cleverness. She had indeed contemplated the repercussions of possessing the blue class transfer wheel. Yet, she still made that choice. After all, should one cower in fear of potential targeting from other factions and abandon their personal growth? Such reasoning was untenable. In this apocalyptic game, weakness is the original sin, while the blue class transfer will bears no guilt. At that moment, Wei Lingshuang was also perusing the forum through her specialized mobile device. I advise everyone to cease their adulation of this so-called expert. Huang Xin is not the low-key hidden powerhouse he claims to be. In reality, Huang Xin has been manipulated and deceived by the Silver Frost Club. He utilized the club's inferior class transfer wheel to change into a worthless profession, reducing himself to utter uselessness. His actions are nothing short of self-sabotage. And yet, this fool continues to promote the Silver Frost Club. He has been sold by them and is now counting their profits. Ordinary players began to awaken to the truth, prompting them to inquire about the profession Huang Xin had transitioned into. Simultaneously, they questioned whether the Silver Frost Club had coerced or exploited him. It can be said that from this moment onward, other factions had already begun their strategic maneuvers. Ostensibly, they were seeking justice for Huang Xin, but in reality, they were launching an offensive against the Silver Frost Club. What was their motive? Was it not for that coveted blue class transfer wheel? Wei Lingshuang observed the unfolding situation, inhaled deeply, and was about to instruct the buzzcut youth when her phone suddenly pinged with several friend messages. Tanku, old classmate, quite impressive. But I trust you have anticipated the impending situation? Tanku, that blue transfer wheel. I doubt the Silver Frost Club can hold on to it. Tanku, so, are you going to seek my assistance? The buzzcut youth, Huang Xin, leaned in to glimpse the messages, and his face lit up with excitement. Boss. This Tangku. Could he be the formidable warrior ranked 7th on the strength chart? The top-tier powerhouse. Boss, your old classmates with such a figure. With his assistance, we can surely protect the blue transfer wheel. Wei Lingshuang took a deep breath, yet disregarded Huang Xian's exuberance. Do you believe I would seek help from an ungrateful wretch? Ungrateful? Are you referring to Jiang Yi? But if my assumptions are correct, he should be long dead. Have you not yet perceived the truth? In this world, only strength is the unassailable truth. Everything else, favor, morality, is but fleeting illusion. My strength, along with Jiang Yi's demise, serves as the ultimate testament. Jiang Yi? He may not be suited for this apocalyptic game. If you, too, remain blind to reality like him, I can assure you that the fate of your Silver Frost Club may very well mirror that of Jiang Yi. Chapter 43, Public Trading Zone. Preparations for takeoff. The notion of a fate akin to Jiang Yi's is undoubtedly a veiled threat. Yet, Wei Lingshuang possesses a character that is unyielding and resistant to coercion. Her fingers tightened around her phone as she prepared to firmly reject Tang Ku's goodwill. Suddenly, an exuberant voice emerged from outside the conference room. Sister Shuang. Good news. A youthful boy, seemingly still in his adolescence, burst in, his face alight with uncontainable joy. Wei Lingshuang's eyes flickered. What good news? A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Wei Lingshuang's mouth. What was there to be joyous about? Such sycophants were exceedingly superficial. Once they recognized the perilous situation surrounding the club, they would likely contemplate fleeing. However, after taking a breath, the boy hastened to add, right. Those traitors who have already betrayed the club, I initially intended to just send them away. Wei Lingshuang pressed, what news? Out in the suburbs of Jiangqing, there's a third-rate faction called the Letian Club. The boy, named Su Xiaoduo, appeared somewhat frail. After catching his breath, he continued. This Letian Club has produced our city's second fortunate individual capable of refining the longevity pill. Capable of refining the longevity pill. At this revelation, Wei Lingshuang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Her mind raced with thoughts. If you can persuade Changjiao to urgently concoct a batch of green longevity pills for me, I might consider seeking your assistance. Upon uttering this, Su Xiaoduo's eyes widened in disbelief. Sister Shuang, what are you doing? Weren't you previously? Wei Lingshuang anticipated his words. She put away her phone and suddenly inquired, Xiaoduo, why do you think only Changjiao and Jiacheng can refine the longevity pill? Huh? Su Xiaoduo paused. Because the formula for the longevity pill is extraordinarily precious, others haven't been able to extract it. Isn't that obvious? However, Wei Lingshuang shook her head slightly. The formula for the longevity pill is indeed rare and difficult to obtain. Yet, this apocalyptic game has persisted for a month now. How is it that no one else has extracted the formula for the longevity pill? Are all the players in Jiangcheng so unfortunate? As these words left her lips, both Su Xiaoduo and the nearby Huang Xian fell silent. Wei Lingshuang continued in a grave tone. To my knowledge, on the 10th day of the apocalypse, a second individual capable of refining the longevity pill did emerge. However, that fortunate individual met an untimely demise that very night. Su Xiaoduo and Huang Xian's pupils dilated in shock. In this apocalypse, they were not foolish and quickly deduced that a player capable of refining the longevity pill would be highly coveted by any faction. Yet, to one person, they would be a thorn in the side. Changjiao. Huang Xian did not know Changjiao personally, but he had heard her name countless times. It appeared on the 3 major leaderboards, consistently ranking among the top. Previously, he had been curious about the legendary woman behind the name. Now, in this moment, he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Wei Lingshuang needed not to elaborate further and promptly stated, I will do my utmost to divert Changjiao's attention. Xiaoduo, have your brother head to the suburbs to negotiate directly with the player who can refine the longevity pill. We must bring them into our Silver Frost Club as swiftly as possible. Furthermore, the fact that they can refine the longevity pill must remain confidential. Su Xiaoduo nodded vigorously. No problem. Sister Shuang, rest assured, because of the regional announcement triggered by Brother Xian, coupled with the advertisements on the forum, our Silver Frost Club has become quite renowned. Many players admire and aspire to join our club. This recruitment endeavor should not be too challenging. Indeed, not everyone possesses the insight of Wei Lingshuang and Jiang Yi to discern the hidden dangers behind the fade of prosperity. The majority of ordinary players merely believed that the Silver Frost Club was on the brink of a meteoric rise. Jiang Yi, however, was oblivious to the happenings within the Silver Frost Club and the crisis confronting Sun Hao. He had only briefly perused the chat channels and forums before shifting his focus to the trading zone. The trading functionality for formal players was the key to his rapid ascension. Nevertheless, the entire trading zone remained confined within the Jiaqing area, rendering international transactions impossible for the time being. The regional trading zone was currently divided into public trading zone, friends trading zone, and VIP trading zone. Having just become a formal player, Jiang Yi had yet to add any friends, leaving the fringe trading zone entirely vacant. His only recourse was the public trading zone. However, the public trading zone was fraught with drawbacks. For instance, sellers were required to post items under their real names, and neither party could engage in private chats. Instead, they could only communicate publicly in the chat section beneath the trading entries, visible to other buyers. This often led to players who had no intention of purchasing commenting derogatorily on others' listings, devaluing the items for sale. Additionally, some unscrupulous competitors would hijack others' trading entries to promote their own wares. In summary, the atmosphere of the entire public trading zone was deplorable. Subsequent players even mockingly referred to it as the stinky fish and rotten shrimp trading zone. Genuine players with prowess typically opted for the VIP trading zone, where the trading experience was markedly more pleasant. Unfortunately, access to the VIP trading zone required a certain level of financial standing. Thus, Jiang Yi, as a newly minted formal player, was naturally unable to utilize it. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Upon examining the public trading zone, he was unsurprised to discover that the majority of listings consisted of various worthless spinning wheels. However, even discarded items were unwelcome. Consequently, the trading zone became the ideal repository for those unwanted spinning wheels. Alas, trash remains trash. Even when listed in the trading zone, no one was inclined to engage. Not only was there a lack of interest, but Jiang Yi observed this situation with growing excitement. Unwanted spinning wheels. He desired them. Moreover, the selling price of these spinning wheels was nearly akin to acquiring them for free. However, a pressing issue remained, even for the worthless spinning wheels. Sellers generally demanded payment in time coins. Yet, Jiang Yi currently possessed not a single time coin. He needed to earn a bit of time coins before he could procure the spinning wheels. Thus, Jiang Yi skillfully engaged in a round of listings within the public trading zone. Once his trading entry was properly displayed, he paid it no further mind and prepared to draw from the 2 remaining green spinning wheels he had. Almost immediately after his trading entry appeared in the public trading zone, it garnered a wave of attention. Chapter 44. Same name, same fate? Kill him a second time. Are you out of your mind, my friend? Just a mere roulette, and you dare to list it for 100 years' worth of currency? I suggest you promptly revise your asking price. For a mere 100 coins, I might consider purchasing this worthless roulette. What on earth? This must be a cursed roulette, right? Is the seller completely bereft of sense? The existence of cursed roulettes should be a closely guarded secret. And yet, you brazenly put it up for sale? Have you lost your mind? You foolish individual. Remove this roulette from the market at once. Otherwise, I will ensure you cannot survive in the entirety of Jiangqing. Why not keep the elixir of longevity for yourself instead of seeking trouble? You pitiful creature. Take it down. Hurry up and take it down, or I shall bring about your demise. The vitriol was unbearable. During this time, the existence of cursed roulettes was known only to a select few. Jiang Yi's decision to display it publicly inevitably threatened the livelihoods of some individuals. Those habitual fraudsters who wished to keep the existence of cursed roulettes hidden naturally desired Jiang Yi to take it down swiftly. However, soon enough, Jiang Yi, you're still alive? Have you become a formal player? Jiang Yi, are you the one from Hanjing University? Jiang Yi, are you the one from the Starlight Garment Factory? In this apocalyptic game, there were no game nicknames. Players were primarily identified by their real names. This included the names on the leaderboard, which were almost always genuine. Of course, there existed a tool known as the name change card, allowing players to alter their names. However, the public trading area utilized by Jiang Yi could not conceal the seller's identity. Thus, his name was prominently displayed next to his trading listing. Nevertheless, the name Jiang Yi was not exceedingly rare. It was quite common to encounter others sharing the same name in the trading area. In fact, there had been instances where the top-ranked player, Luo Changqing's name, suddenly appeared in the public trading area selling items. This had sparked considerable discussion among players. However, it was later confirmed that this Luo Changqing was merely a name twin. It was highly probable that someone had intentionally used a name change card to adopt the name of the esteemed leaderboard player. Having witnessed such occurrences frequently, players became less fixated on names. After all, could someone named Ma somehow acquire the wealth of the real Ma? A name is ultimately just a designation. In this apocalyptic game, what truly mattered was prowess. In his previous life, after becoming a formal player, Jiang Yi had also listed items under his real name in the trading area, which had indeed attracted comments questioning whether he was the Jiang Yi from Hanjing University. He had chosen to ignore those comments, and they eventually faded away. This time, however, his name naturally caught the attention of some acquaintances. At the Lutian Club, situated behind the third line of defense against the beast tide, Sun Hao also noticed the entry in the public trading area. He paused momentarily, but soon shook his head slightly, concluding it was merely a case of name coincidence. After all, Jiang Yi, afflicted with the life-siphoning bug, had less than a year of life remaining. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly become a formal player in such a brief span of time? Meanwhile, at Qinhu Park, as one of the last groups of players descending into the perilous realm of Qinhu, Liao Yuanfeng had just received the longevity elixir from the Blood Swallow Club and was preparing to venture into the world of beasts through the Qinhu Passage when he suddenly heard Guan Ling's voice. Team leader Liao, take a look at the trading area. There's someone named Jiang Yi selling accursed roulette. Jiang Yi. Liao Yuanfeng was startled and immediately pulled out his phone to check the public trading area. However, he soon shook his head with a smile, just a name coincidence. According to your previous skill assessment, Jiang Yi only has a lifespan of 21 years. Even if he were extraordinarily lucky and obtained a level-up token upon entering the world of beasts, he would still not meet the 100-year lifespan requirement for leveling up. Moreover, how could he possibly possess such a valuable item as a cursed roulette? Guanling pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, the Jiang Yi in this trading area is likely not the Jiang Yi from our Lutian Club. After observing for a while, Liao Yuanfeng thoughtfully remarked, the inquiry about whether he's the Jiang Yi from Hanjing University probably pertains to our Jiang Yi. It seems Jiang Yi might actually have some connection with Changjiao Yi. Liao Yuanfeng still did not place much importance on Jiang Yi. Deep down, he believed Jiang Yi would likely not survive this exploration of the beast world. Convinced it had no bearing on him, he proceeded to take the longevity elixir and plunged into the Qinhu. On the other side, at the Infrost Club, Wei Ling Frost gazed at the trading entry, her eyes wide with astonishment. Beside her, Huang Xian analyzed. The value of the cursed roulette is likely higher than 100 years' worth of currency. After all, it can not only refine a longevity elixir worth a century but can also deceive others. Sister Frost, should we? Huang Xian, unfamiliar with Jiang Yi, had no idea what Wei Ling Frost was contemplating. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoduo, also eyeing the trading entry, was equally taken aback. After some time, he stammered, could it be? Is Jiangshin? Su Xiaoduo instinctively referred to Jiang Yi as Jiangshin, for during the early days of the apocalypse, Jiang Yi had indeed shone brightly, becoming a formidable figure in the hearts of many. However, regrettably, just then, the trading entry suddenly vanished from the trading area, indicating that a buyer had completed the transaction. Simultaneously, within one of the most prestigious factions in Jiancheng, the Zhuwei Guild, a young man toyed with the cursed roulette listed by Jiang Yi, an amused expression gracing his features. At that moment, a friend request notification popped up on his phone. Changjiao Yi, have you seen the public trading area? It's just a name. What are you afraid of? Whether that Jiang Yi is the one we know or not is irrelevant. Even if he is, so what? I can kill him once. I can certainly do it a second time. However, it's a pity he may not grant me the opportunity to kill him a second time. Chapter 45, The Eye of Intrusion. Secrets exposed? Tang Ku and Jiang Yi were college roommates, their bond as strong as that of brothers. So much so that one could assert that the fraternal connection between them surpassed even that of Jiang Yi with Changjiao Yi. Indeed, they epitomized the adage that while women may be akin to garments, brothers are like one's own flesh and blood. During their university days, they shared countless interests and topics of conversation, including their mutual passion for Detective Conan. Tang Ke had a particular admiration for Jin, captivated by the aura of power and unshakable confidence that the underworld figure exuded, often described as a subtle air of superiority. Conversely, Jiang Yi favored Akai Shuichi from the same series. Their other dormitory mates would jest that Jin and Akai Shuichi were rivals. But Tang Ku and Jiang Yi brushed off such banter with laughter, dismissing the notion that they could ever become adversaries. Jiang Yi would jokingly retort, rivals? Nonsense. We are lifelong brothers. Yet, how things have changed. Time, fickle as it is, has brought about unforeseen transformations. Tang Ke had merely made a choice to adapt to the shifting tides of fate. He recalled a line from Detective Conan, where Jin expressed a similar sentiment. If given the chance to kill Akai again, he would feel exhilarated. Tang Ke found himself in a similar predicament, regrettably. He had perhaps become like Jin, while Jiang Yi had evidently fallen far behind, unworthy of being his rival. The disparity between them was so vast that he found little interest in confronting Jiang Yi again. After all, who would expect an elephant to take pleasure in trampling ants? Tang Ke's vision was firmly set on the future, contemplating formidable figures like Luo Cha-Ching from Jiacheng and the world-renowned powerhouse Jin Buli, known for triggering global announcements multiple times. As for Jiang Yi, he had long been left in the dust, likely to the point of non-existence. However, reminiscing about their past camaraderie, Tang Ke felt a twinge of sorrow at the thought of Jiang Yi's demise. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi remained oblivious to the fact that his former close friend harbored fantasies about his corpse, feigning sorrow. At that moment, he found himself nestled in a secluded nook of the Qin Hubbeast world, still gripping 2 green fortune wheels. Indeed, he had yet to spin those last 2 wheels. Initially intending to do so, he abruptly recalled something and decided to wait for the 100-year currency from the cursed will sale to be credited. Subsequently, he carefully selected a green wheel from the trading zone, spending 5-time currency to acquire it. With an expression devoid of emotion, he pressed the green wheel into his palm and uttered the word, spin. Then came the familiar chime, ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, Eye of Intrusion. At the same time, a black orb the size of a ping-pong ball appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi adeptly employed the black orb. Before his eyes, the once pure black orb morphed into a peculiar eyeball. He placed the eyeball on the ground, and it began to rotate of its own accord. After several spins, the black eyeball suddenly halted, seemingly stuck, and emitted a mechanical voice. Intrusion I detected, initiating analysis and elimination. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yi's expression shifted to one of seriousness. Moments later, a nearly imperceptible speck of dust slowly descended through the air around him. It was the Eye of Intrusion. In the context of the apocalyptic game, countless miraculous items existed, and the Eye of Intrusion's function was akin to that of a surveillance camera, allowing one to monitor others discreetly. The beauty of this item lay in its inconspicuous appearance, entirely undetectable to the naked eye, requiring the corresponding tools to reveal its presence. At first, Jiang Yi had planned to spin the remaining 2 green wheels as well. Yet, at the last moment, he decided to first acquire an Eye of Intrusion to check for any surveillance cameras in his vicinity. This action stemmed purely from caution. He had never anticipated that an Eye of Intrusion truly existed nearby. Who could it be? The duplicitous Li Xiao? No, Li Xiao bore him no grudge. Their recent conflict had not been a personal attack, but rather a chance encounter that Li Xiao had seized to orchestrate his demise. There was no need for him to place an Eye of Intrusion nearby. As for the possibility of using a teleportation stone in a moment of urgency to escape, that seemed unlikely. After all, Li Xiao's ability to flee was not solely reliant on possessing a teleportation stone. It was equally due to his quick reflexes and decisiveness. He would hardly have had the time to employ an Eye of Intrusion in such a scenario. So, who could it be? Tang Ke? Or perhaps Chang Xiaoyi? No. That was even less plausible. Given their strength, either of them could easily subdue him without needing to resort to an Eye of Intrusion. The purpose of the Eye of Intrusion was primarily to surveil, or, more accurately, to eavesdrop and pry into others' secrets. Who could be so curious about his secrets as to expend an Eye of Intrusion? Was it Guanling from the Blood Swallow Club? Even if Guanling were to employ a probing skill to scrutinize his data panel at that time, he possessed nothing more than a temporary state of all attributes at level 5 and a lifespan of 21 years. Such data hardly seemed worth the expenditure of an Eye of Intrusion. In this apocalyptic game, who did not harbor secrets? Take Li Xiao, for instance. He was also a parasitic worm, but not only possessed a rare cursed wheel, but also a teleportation stone for self-preservation. If secrets were the measure, his were far more numerous than Jiang Yi's. Even if Guanling were to discover Jiang Yi's data, it likely would not warrant much concern. Moreover, based on Jiang Yi's previous life experiences with Guanling, she was quite straightforward, not the type to resort to clandestine surveillance. So, who could it be? Members of the Letian Club? Sun Hao? Yao Yuanfeng? Or perhaps someone like Li Xiao, a wolf in sheep's clothing, hiding their true nature? Jiang Yi took a moment to steady his thoughts, replaying everything that had transpired since his rebirth in his mind, as if watching a film. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. One particular scene crystallized in his mind. It was when he had sat in the roller coaster, departing from the Letian Club alongside Liao Yuanfeng's group. At that moment, their convoy had encountered Yu Yu and Yu Shui, who were seeking to join the Letian Club. Throughout the entire episode, Jiang Yi had merely been an inconsequential bystander. With no interaction between him and Yu Yu or Yu Shui, merely serving as a background character. At that time, the entire convoy had gazed at Yushui with dazed expressions. After all, she was a succubus. Yet, Jiang Yi was the only one who. Perhaps it was precisely during that moment that his unique demeanor caught Yushui's attention. It may sound absurd, but could a mere micro-expression hold such significance? However, often, in the high-stakes world of skilled players, a mere glance can determine the outcome of a confrontation. For instance, between Jiang Yi and Tang Ke, they shared another mutual interest, werewolf. Within the realm of werewolf, there exists a term known as reading, which refers to discerning whether a player is a werewolf based solely on their micro-expressions during card drawing. The most skilled players can identify werewolves purely through subtle cues. In that case, could it be that Jiang Yi's micro-expression in the presence of Yu and Yushui was detected by them as unusual? And given Yu's hypocritical nature, he indeed resembled the sort who would employ an eye of intrusion to pry into other secrets. If it truly were Yu, Jiang Yi felt no significant concern. After all, since his initial encounter with Yu, he had only utilized the Wheel of Fortune 6 times. 6 attempts at the lottery, each yielding a positive outcome. At first glance, this might seem somewhat absurd, yet it is not entirely implausible. There are indeed those fortunate souls whose luck seems akin to that of a demigod of fortune. Furthermore, within the apocalyptic game, there exist various blessings that can temporarily enhance a player's luck. For instance, the Moon Goddess's blessing within Yu's status bar serves as a time-limited luck enhancement. Additionally, there are unique items such as the Lucky Bracelet. Even if Yu were to observe the events unfolding around Jiang Yi, he would likely attribute the occurrences to some fortunate buff rather than fathom the outrageousness of his ability to designate rewards from the wheel. Naturally, had Jiang Yi acted with less caution, recklessly engaging in numerous spins immediately upon his first encounter, it would undoubtedly have dazzled Yu, alerting him to the alarming anomaly. Presently, Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before retrieving the eye of investigation from the ground and swiftly relocating to a more discreet corner. Chapter 46, Attribute Surge. Reaching the limit. Meanwhile, at the Litian Club, as Jiang Yi's probing eye dismantled the concealed spy eye, siblings Yu and Yushui were seated in a vehicle heading towards the second defensive line against the beast tide. In that fleeting moment, Yushui's striking, deep-set almond eyes suddenly flickered. With a gentle, melodious voice, she murmured, "We've been discovered." After pondering for a moment, she slowly continued, "I wonder if that boy truly sensed something or if it was merely a stroke of luck. Perhaps during his turn on the lottery wheel, he happened to draw a probing eye and made the discovery." Her tone bore no hint of frustration. Instead, it carried a playful innocence reminiscent of a young girl. Yu furrowed his brow slightly. "Is it merely coincidence?" Yushui, with an angelic smile, responded, "Does it really matter if it's a coincidence? Regardless, he could never guess that the spy I was placed by you, dear brother." Upon hearing this, Yu's previously somber expression relaxed. True. This Jiang Yi, 6 draws, all yielding positive results. He must possess some fortunate blessing. Yushui, ever cheerful, remarked, "It may even be a luck buff more powerful than my Moon Goddess blessing." Yu nodded, his voice growing grave as he contemplated. Luck buffs typically have a time limit. Beyond his fortunate draws, I am more concerned about the essence of this person, his ruthless cunning. Whether facing Zhao Quan or Li Shao, Jiang Yi, as long as he does not falter, will inevitably rise to prominence. Yushui blinked her beautiful eyes. Indeed, Jiang Yi is likely to thrive in the future. Are you planning to befriend this future overlord in advance, or? Her voice trailed off, her innocent demeanor rendering her forthcoming words unexpected. Yu smiled lightly, exuding calm confidence. No need to rush. Currently, he is in the light. While we remain in the shadows, he may still be attempting to conceal his true capabilities, playing the role of a pig to devour the tiger. Even if he discovers the probing eye, he would not suspect us. Once, Yu suddenly laughed joyfully, a meaningful glint in his eye. "Let us take our time." Yushui beamed with unrestrained joy, her innocence radiating. "Then, we shall take our time." Unbeknownst to Jiang Yi, he had become a mere plaything in the eyes of this faux-sibling duo. He found a colossal tree hollow, cleared out the pest within, and then took refuge inside. Following that, he proceeded to sweep through the trading zone. This time, he acquired 102 lottery wheels in one go. Among them were 100 white wheels, 1 green, and 1 blue. Altogether, these 102 wheels cost him several dozen coins. As Jiang Yi began, he pressed his palm firmly onto the green wheel. After a series of prompts, he mentally recited with familiarity, "I choose 10, Shadow of Nullity." Simultaneously, the green wheel chimed with the notification, "Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, Shadow of Nullity. The Shadow of Nullity appeared as a mass of blackness, resembling pure black paper. Yet, when held, it bore no weight at all. Jiang Yi crushed the shadow in his hand. In an instant, the already darkened environment was enveloped entirely by this shadow. Even with the use of his internal clarity, he could see nothing at all. The Shadow of Nullity is, in fact, a life-saving item. Upon activation, it allows the player to enter a state of nullity, shrouded in shadows for 3 minutes. In this state, the player becomes virtually non-existent, impervious to attacks and detection. At this moment, Jiang Yi, situated in a secure environment, did not employ this item for self-preservation. Instead, it served to safeguard his secrets. Everyone harbors secrets. For instance, Jiang Yi's encounters with Zhao Quan and Li Xiao, even if discovered, would not be particularly alarming. It would merely lead others to realize that he is not an ordinary individual, perhaps feigning weakness. Even old acquaintances familiar with Jiang Yi would not be overly surprised, merely astonished by his good fortune in consistently drawing valuable items. However, the actions Jiang Yi was about to undertake would undoubtedly astonish the world. Such secrets regarding designated will rewards must not be unveiled to anyone. Thus, he resorted to the Shadow of Nullity. The effect of the Shadow of Nullity lasts only 3 minutes. Jiang Yi wasted no time. His hand pressed rapidly against the white wheels, and within the realm of the shadow, a cacophony of notifications erupted. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. All attributes 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. All attributes 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn the reward. All attributes 1. With 100 white wheels at his disposal, Jiang Yi's objective was solely to accumulate all attributes 1. Regardless, his priority was to enhance his attributes. Typically, when a player acquires all attributes 1, the sensation is not particularly pronounced. However, he was experiencing nearly 100 instances of all attributes 1 in one breath. Throughout this process, his body was once again flooded with the exhilarating sensations reminiscent of leveling up. Simultaneously, he felt a warmth and fullness akin to the effects of a strengthening potion. Just as this feeling approached its peak, amidst the incessant notifications, a distinct prompt emerged. Ding! Your attributes have all reached the current level cap. Please level up swiftly. Level cap? What in the world is a level cap? Jiang Yi had never encountered such a concept in his past life. Chapter 47, Career Planning. At least 9 stars. Upon a simple contemplation, it becomes rather easy to comprehend. Given the current circumstances, the maximum attribute limit for a level 1 character is a staggering 100. This figure is indeed quite outrageous. The prerequisite for a player to reach level 1 is merely an attribute of 1. This creates a disparity of 100-fold. Jiang Yi is nearly certain that, at present, it is improbable for anyone to trigger such an absurd attribute limit prompt. Even in his past life, among the pinnacle of the strongest, none had ever triggered a limit prompt at level 1. Thus, could this be considered a historical achievement? However, what perplexes him is that he initially believed he could recklessly enhance his attributes, envisioning a future where he would overpower all races at level 1. But now, it is evident that he was overly optimistic. Since there exists an attribute limit at level 1, it can be inferred that each subsequent level likely possesses one as well. This means that to achieve rapid growth and strength, he must simultaneously enhance his attributes while not neglecting his level. Before reaching level 10, it is relatively manageable. If he desires, he can level up as effortlessly as he does with his attributes. Ascending to level 10 in mere moments is quite achievable. However, the dilemma arises when he realizes that after he exploits his way to level 10, he must confront the issue of changing professions. The crux of this issue lies within the career wheel. It is evident that Jiang City has already witnessed the emergence of several career wheels. For instance, the one used by Huang Xian, and there are certainly factions beyond the Silver Frost Club that possess career wheels. However, those career wheels are likely of the white tier. Any player with aspirations would never choose to utilize a white tier career wheel for their profession change, let alone someone like Jiang Yi, who possesses extraordinary advantages. In this apocalyptic game, careers are distinguished by star ratings. Options on the white tier career will primarily consist of 1-star professions. The green career wheel corresponds to 2-star professions. The subsequent blue, purple, orange, red, and gold wheels correspond to 3-star, 4-star, 5-star, 6-star, and 7-star professions, respectively. Yet, as far as Jiang Yi knows, the most illustrious and formidable figures from his past life predominantly held 8-star professions. In fact, the legendary figure Jin Bu Li was the sole possessor of a 9-star profession among humanity. As for whether there exists a more outrageous 10-star or divine profession beyond 9 stars, Jiang Yi remains uncertain. However, as a player with extraordinary advantages, he cannot afford to be outperformed in career choices by even the most ordinary of players. Since he has the means to excel, he must not succumb to complacency and lack ambition. The issue lies in the fact that at the onset of this apocalyptic game, gold-tier career wheels are simply unattainable. Furthermore, as far as Jiang Yi is aware, humanity had not genuinely possessed a gold-tier career wheel even by the time of his demise in his previous life. One might inquire how those formidable individuals transitioned into 7-star or even 8-star professions without a gold-tier career wheel. Jiang Yi has indeed heard whispers from his past life regarding this. Humanity lacked gold-tier career wheels, but the beast race, with its longer history and greater strength, certainly possessed them. Ambitious prodigies among humanity desiring to utilize gold-tier wheels for their profession changes typically sought to exploit the beast race. Some would disguise themselves using special abilities to masquerade as beasts, thereby drawing upon the gold-tier career wheels without hesitation. Others, more audacious, would brazenly infiltrate the beast race's forbidden grounds, hastily drawing their rewards before fleeing. Regardless of the approach taken, the risks are undeniably perilous. After all, those in urgent need of a career change are generally level 10 players. To dare to intrude upon the beast race's stronghold for a mere level 10 player, attempting to seize their precious gold-tier career wheel, is akin to extracting teeth from a tiger's maw, an act even more reckless than a suicide mission. Previously, when Jiang Yi was unaware of the attribute limit at level 1, he had contemplated first maximizing his attributes before considering a venture into the beast race's stronghold to draw for a profession. But now, regarding his career, he may have no choice but to take the risk. Moreover, different career wheels present distinct options. If he could also specify the options of the career wheel, he would undoubtedly need to explore several powerful beast factions, compare their offerings, and gather more information before selecting the most suitable profession for himself. This line of thought left Jiang Yi with a throbbing headache. Simultaneously, he grew increasingly curious about how Jiang Yi had attained his 9-star profession in his past life. Moreover, he was the world's first professional. Jiang Yi pondered, speculating that the enigmatic Jiang Yi must have infiltrated some beast stronghold early in the apocalypse. It is highly probable that he possessed some ability to disguise himself as a beast. With such a skill, he could navigate within the formidable beast race, leaving ordinary human players far behind. As Jiang Yi contemplated the situation regarding Jiang Yi, he also devised a simple plan for his own career development. Before the effect of the void shadow dissipated in 3 minutes, his hand pressed upon the blue wheel, silently chanting, "I choose 6, elixir of longevity." Immediately, the familiar sound of the wheel echoed. Ding. "Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, elixir of longevity." Following this, he drew from the remaining 2 worthless green wheels he had exchanged with Wu Su. Ding. "Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, heart-shaped pendant." Ding. "Congratulations, you have drawn the reward, wave of the storm, D grade." The heart-shaped pendant is an accessory that primarily serves to resist psychic attacks. Although, at the onset of the apocalypse, formidable beasts capable of psychic attacks are quite rare, one misstep could jeopardize one's life. In his past life, Jiang Yi had encountered numerous stories of powerful players being outmatched by psychic beasts, resulting in unexpected downfalls. Thus, the heart-shaped pendant, capable of resisting psychic attacks, is indeed a pleasant surprise for him. He promptly adorned it upon himself. The Wave of the Storm is an E-grade skill, like the elixir of longevity. It appears in Jiang Yi's hands in the form of a scroll. In truth, for players between levels 1 and 10 who have yet to change professions, the effects of skills utilized are significantly diminished. Moreover, this is merely an E-grade skill. Hence, he did not harbor any disdain and tore open the scroll, instantly mastering the skill. Consequently, after ascending to level 1, his longevity of 272 years has dwindled to a mere 43 years. Well, that is somewhat lacking. However, the blue elixir of longevity can augment lifespan by thousands. He merely needs to wait a little over 10 minutes. After an hour has elapsed since he last consumed the green elixir of longevity, he can partake of the blue elixir once again to extend his life. Jiang Yi stored the blue elixir of longevity within his spatial watch. After a brief moment, the void shadow enveloping him automatically dissipated. While the void shadow appears formidable and invincible, it significantly differs from a genuine state of invincibility. In a typical invincible state, players are unrestrained, able to choose between fleeing or engaging in battle. However, the void shadow resembles more of a confinement for the player. Although, during those 3 minutes, the confined player does not face attacks or detection, they are equally unable to move or perceive the circumstances beyond the void shadow. They can only remain in the darkness for 3 minutes, akin to being imprisoned. After 3 minutes, they must confront whatever awaits them. If this occurs during a battle, the utilization of the Shadow of Nihility merely grants players a fleeting reprieve, allowing them a maximum of 3 minutes to recuperate. Thus, this life-saving item can be drawn from the humble green roulette during the 3 minutes spent within its confines. Jiang Yi is naturally oblivious to the happenings of the outside world. It is only upon the dissipating of the Shadow of Nihility that he becomes aware of the tumultuous sounds of conflict emanating from beyond the tree hollow. Chapter 48. Encountering Wu Su again. Jiang Yi is under my protection. Jiang Yi maintained a calm demeanor, and with a fleeting glance, he observed a band of Westerners engaged in a fierce struggle against a horde of dark, menacing beasts. Individually, these creatures did not possess great strength, yet their overwhelming numbers, combined with aerial assaults, clearly conferred an advantage. Among the Westerners, only one was a formal player. The other 3 were mere ordinary individuals who had not attained player status. Their efforts to fend off the beasts were evidently arduous, and if the situation persisted, it would not be long before they met their demise. Jiang Yi observed this scene with an expression of indifference, devoid of any inclination to intervene. It was evident that he was no longer the idealistic youth of a peaceful era, who adhered to the principles of integrity and valor. His experiences in 2 lifetimes during apocalyptic times had granted him profound insight into human nature. As the saying goes, wealth attracts distant relatives. Poverty leaves one unnoticed in the bustling city. When the apocalypse first struck, he had acquired formidable abilities, and countless individuals, both known and unknown, flocked to him, addressing him as Brother Jiang, Jiang the Great, Jiang the Divine, and nearly begging for his favor. Gratitude? Those who did not come to trample on him while he was down were already considered exceptionally virtuous. Jiang Yi had long discerned that the weak who cling to the strong do not genuinely express heartfelt gratitude for their protection. No, instead, they harbor resentment and jealousy. They ponder, why has he become powerful while I remain a mere waste? Why does he enjoy good fortune, drawing rare treasures, while I squander my life in vain, achieving nothing? The vast majority of people in this world suffer not from scarcity, but from inequality. The existence of fate's wheel is inherently unjust. It creates profound psychological imbalances for players. When you spend a year of your life drawing something worthless while witnessing others obtain life-extending elixirs, how would you feel? Congratulations? Jealousy and discontent are the true sentiments of any ordinary person. Now, Jiang Yi, with an attribute score of 100 across the board, could effortlessly eliminate the beasts. However, he had no intention of revealing himself or taking action. He planned to wait until the Westerners were overwhelmed before emerging from his hiding place. Unexpectedly, a few minutes later, another group of players made their way towards him. Presumably, the formal player among the Westerners had contacted friends within this perilous world of beasts through the friend chat function. This new group consisted of 5 individuals, 2 formal players and 3 ordinary people. Among them was the capable captain of the Qinhu team, Wu Su. At this moment, Jiang Yi realized that the formal player struggling against the beasts was also one of the 3 captains of the Qinhu faction. The 3 captains, all formal players, had evidently added each other as friends, enabling swift reunions even in this treacherous realm. As the lineup against the beast strengthened, the battle continued for a few more minutes, after which the beasts, sensing their impending defeat, retreated. The Western player who had initially faced the beasts expressed his gratitude to the arriving 5 with fervor. Thank you, Captain Wu. If you hadn't arrived in time with your team, we would surely have perished here. Wu Su had evidently found the earlier confrontation quite manageable, showcasing a strength greater than that of the other 2 captains. With a composed demeanor, he waved dismissively at the thanks. It's nothing, just a minor effort. However, why did the beasts attack you so aggressively? I've wandered around this Qinhu world for a while and noticed that the most dangerous creatures here are the venomous insects. The beasts typically do not initiate attacks. Did you provoke them somehow? The initial captain, who had dealt with the beasts, shook his head vigorously. That is not the case. We merely stumbled upon a tree hollow over there and intended to check if Zhou Yuming was inside. Yet, as we approached, the beast suddenly charged at us, catching us completely off guard. Upon hearing this, Wu Su's gaze sharpened, and he instinctively turned to the concealed tree hollow where Jiang Yi was hidden. He furrowed his brow, hesitating. After all, he possessed a teleportation talisman drawn from the white wheel. With it, he could instantly depart from this place, avoiding unnecessary trouble. However, that talisman had been obtained from the white wheel, and he was reluctant to waste it merely to evade individuals less formidable than himself. As he contemplated, Wu Su had already approached the tree hollow. Someone. Wu Su reacted swiftly, instinctively gripping his weapon, prepared for battle. However, he quickly recognized Jiang Yi and exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Yi, is that you? His tone bore a hint of astonishment. Jiang Yi considered for a moment and stepped out from the hollow. It's me. The other two Qin who captains behind Wu Su regarded him with furrowed brows, particularly the one who had initially faced the beasts, who pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Yi. You were hiding in the tree hollow all along. Why didn't you come to our aid during the fight with the beasts? You made us struggle so much. The Western player's gaze turned hostile as he regarded Jiang Yi. Yet, Wu Su, displaying a camaraderie with Jiang Yi, casually draped an arm over his shoulder and said to the Western teammate, Hey, you can't blame Jiang Yi. With his limited strength, he would have only been a liability even if he had come out to help you. Besides, I've said before that this young brother Jiang Yi is under my protection. The Western player, though looking down on Jiang Yi, still held a degree of respect for Wu Su and, upon hearing him speak in Jiang Yi's defense, dared not retort. Just as he was about to engage with Jiang Yi, the formal player captain suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, I know why the beast horde abruptly attacked us without provocation. Chapter 49. An apology and a gesture of remorse. Is that all? He raised his hand, pointing towards the tree hollow, his tone increasingly furious. That is a bird's egg. Jiang Yi stole the bird's egg. That is why we were attacked. In that moment, the captain of the official player team was once again consumed by rage directed at Jiang Yi. They had fought valiantly against the birds outside the tree hollow. Yet the birds were coming for Jiang Yi. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi remained silent, hiding within the tree hollow. Furthermore, the captain shouted angrily at Jiang Yi. Are you an idiot? You didn't take Captain Liao's words to heart, did you? He told you to restrain your curiosity in the beast world and avoid provoking the beasts. Yet you chose to steal an egg. Just moments ago, that captain had nearly lost his life beneath the onslaught of the birds. Now, his fury was palpable. Disregarding even Wu Su's face, he truly did not dare offend Wu Su, but as a formal player, did he not have the right to scold a fool? Moreover, this captain understood Wu Su. He vaguely sensed that Wu Su's protection of Jiang Yi was not as sincere as it appeared. Wu Su was the archetype of someone who would not act without a personal gain. How could he possibly show kindness to a useless individual? Indeed, while Wu Su placed a friendly hand on Jiang Yi's shoulder, his gaze swept towards the tree hollow, and he mockingly remarked, indeed a pitch-black bird's egg. This is where you went wrong, Jiang Yi. You summoned that flock of birds, yet you hide here playing dead, isn't that a tad unethical? Nevertheless, he continued, earlier, when you chose to trade for the elixir of life with me, I thought you were clever. Wu Su's words carried an underlying message, subtly urging Jiang Yi to be more astute. With a smile still plastered on his face, as if they were the best of friends, he went on, Now, let us settle this matter. Just apologize and show some respect, and I, Brother Su, will ensure that these fellows do not pursue this misdeed any further. What do you say? Isn't Brother Su being quite reasonable? The implication was clear. The apology was secondary. The main point was to show respect. This was not difficult to comprehend. The men surrounding Wu Su naturally picked up on this as well, echoing, Yes, you should hurry and apologize. For Brother Su's sake. We'll let this matter slide. Jiang Yi surveyed those present, suddenly chuckling. An apology and a gesture of remorse, is that all? If Zhao Quan, who had perished and now returned from the underworld, were to witness this smile, he would undoubtedly understand its significance. Unfortunately, Wu Su's comrades merely found Jiang Yi's smile peculiar, failing to recognize the gravity of the situation. On the contrary, Wu Su found Jiang Yi's smile exceedingly displeasing. His expression darkened, his voice dripping with malice. What do you mean by that? Do you truly believe that with the support of the Happy Club, I would not dare to act against you? Do you think I, Wu Su? Wu Su's threatening tone mirrored the one he had used previously when coercing Jiang Yi into trading for the spinning wheel. However, this time, he did not finish his threat, noticing the fearful expressions of his teammates. Almost instantly, their horrified cries echoed, Damn. The flock of birds. More and stronger than before. We're finished. Jiang Yi, it's all your fault. You've doomed us, you bastard. Jiang Yi noticed it too. At that moment, centered around their group, the western horizon was enveloped by a terrifying number of birds and beasts. Moreover, this time, not only was their number staggering, but their aura was significantly stronger. These creatures were evidently more formidable than the previous batch that had dispersed. It turned out that the earlier flock had not simply scattered, but had gone to fetch reinforcements. The sensation was akin to a mother bird summoning a terrifyingly large number of fathers. At this moment, those suffering from a fear of dense crowds might very well faint. The dark mass of birds resembled an ominous cloud, sweeping in from all directions. Even with Jiang Yi's already formidable attributes, he felt a chill run down his spine. No matter how strong he was, he surely could not contend with such a terrifying army of birds and beasts. Fortunately, within his spatial watch, he still possessed a teleportation talisman. Selecting the teleportation option from the 3 white spinning wheels from Sun Hao had proven to be the right choice. This item, when used for fleeing to save one's life, was incredibly effective. Teleportation talisman. Who has a teleportation talisman? We can only rely on the teleportation talisman to escape. No teleportation talismans. It's over. We're doomed. We're all going to die. Jiang Yi, it's all your fault. As despair and curses filled the air, one of the team members was suddenly pecked on the head by the most aggressive bird beast. Simultaneously, a chorus of terrified screams erupted from their central area. Help! Ouch! At this moment, Jiang Yi should have used the teleportation talisman to escape. Meanwhile, the group of Karamais who had just pressured him to apologize would undoubtedly perish beneath the terrifying horde of birds and beasts, with no remains left behind. However, Jiang Yi had already grasped the teleportation talisman in his hand and was prepared to use it. He was astonished to find that, for some unknown reason, the bird beasts were only attacking Wu Su's team and showed no inclination to attack him. It felt as though the flock of birds was afraid of him. Pondering this anomaly, Jiang Yi decided not to rush into teleportation. Meanwhile, Wu Su's team also took note of this peculiarity. Wu Su reacted the quickest. While defending against the bird beasts, he yelled at Jiang Yi, "It must be the bird's egg. Jiang Yi, for heaven's sake, throw the bird's egg to me." Jiang Yi was genuinely curious about the cause. After a moment of thought, he obediently retrieved the bird's egg from the tree hollow and tossed it to Wu Su. The moment Wu Su caught the bird's egg, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline, and he burst into euphoric laughter. Ha ha ha. The bird's egg is in my hands. Let us see if you beasts dare. However, the bird's fury towards Wu Su intensified beyond measure. In the blink of an eye, Wu Su was severely injured, howling in agony. At that moment, he had lost all rationality, his instincts compelling him to scream. Jiang Yi, save me. Those birds aren't attacking you. Hurry and help me. Jiang Yi glanced at the horde of birds and then lowered his gaze in contemplation before sincerely stating, "All right then. In light of Brother Su's earlier support, I suppose I'll help you this time." Saying this, he stepped closer to Wu Su, raising his hand to unleash a torrent of wind. With a swift motion, a massive wave surged around him, sweeping away all the bird beasts surrounding Wu Su. Chapter 50. The Humanoid Beast. Bloodline Suppression. The potency of skills is intrinsically linked to one's profession and attributes. Were Jiang Yi devoid of a full attribute score of 100 points, the mere D-rank skill, Hurricane Wave, would never yield such an extraordinary effect. This unforeseen spectacle left Wu Su and his companions utterly astounded. The cacophonous cries for help that had filled the air moments before were now silenced, as if time itself had been momentarily suspended, leaving them in a state of sheer shock, disbelief, and profound terror. Wu Su, who had previously urged Jiang Yi to act with more cunning, was himself quite astute. At this juncture, he was among the first to grasp the gravity of the situation. His earlier cries for salvation had rendered his voice hoarse, and now, as he spoke, his tone was not only strained but tremulous. "No, I was wrong. Jiang Yi, I was mistaken. I apologize. I. It was evident that Wu Su did not bask in the relief of being rescued. Rather, he was gripped by the realization of the sinister undertone behind Jiang Yi's peculiar smile. That smile had signaled intent to kill. Even before the formidable flock of birds had descended upon them, Jiang Yi had already harbored murderous intent towards him. In such circumstances, how could he possibly come to Wu Su's aid? Thus, Wu Su, in a state of frantic panic, continued to plead for forgiveness. Indeed, apologies. In this apocalyptic game, the unwritten rule dictates that only the weak prostrate themselves before the strong. As for right and wrong, what significance do they hold? Who truly cares? Jiang Yi shook his head slightly, producing the makeshift crossbow he had pilfered from Zhao Quan and his group. The bolt was pressed against Wu Su's forehead, and in that instant, Wu Su's pupils dilated in horror. It was as if fate had seized his throat, rendering him voiceless in his fear. With a swift motion, the crossbow bolt pierced Wu Su's brow at close range. In an instant, he was irrevocably dead, his eyes wide open in eternal disbelief, much like Zhao Quan before him. The sight of this gruesome act left Wu Su's companions in a state of sheer terror, as if they had encountered a specter. Their reactions were even more pronounced than Wu Su's own. Some mimicked his earlier frantic apologies, while others, in a fit of panic, exclaimed, "This person is not Jiang Yi. He must be a shapeshifter from the beast tribes." Yes, it had to be a powerful beast in human form. That was why the birds did not attack him. There existed a bloodline suppression among the beast tribes. Clearly, the small Kalami were rendered speechless by fear. As they uttered such delusions, their mental state had already begun to unravel. Jiang Yi did not personally dispatch them. Instead, he deftly evaded the encirclement of the avian beasts. Those creatures, once seemingly intimidated and unwilling to attack him, turned their ire upon the remaining group after his departure, launching a ferocious onslaught. The terrifying horde of beasts swiftly transformed flesh into bone. Jiang Yi felt a chill run down his spine as he hastily vacated the scene of chaos. Meanwhile, he pondered the curious fear the birds had exhibited towards him. Had they sensed his formidable strength? No, that could not be the case. In his previous life, when he had effortlessly slaughtered level 1 beasts at level 10, he had never witnessed such fear from them. The kind of terror that rendered them reluctant to provoke him seemed to exist solely among beasts of their kind. Weaker beasts instinctively trembled before those of stronger bloodlines. In his past life, he had even heard tales of a powerful beast cub whose mere wail could send other beast leaders into a frenzy of fear. He had once regarded those stories as mere fables, for he had never been in a position to encounter such entities. Yet now, it seemed as if he, too, exerted bloodline suppression over ordinary beasts. However, he had never heard of any human possessing the capacity to impose such suppression upon the beast tribes. Moreover, he was undeniably of pure human lineage. Why, then, did it appear as if he were akin to a humanoid beast, capable of instilling fear in ordinary beasts? Was this yet another boon granted by his rebirth? Yet, during his confrontation with the Black Widow in the club, he had not experienced such an effect. This newfound ability seemed to have emerged only after his exit from the Void Shadow. Thus, if there was something extraordinary about him, it must pertain to the attainment of his attribute limits. Levels, attribute limits? Suddenly, Jiang Yi recalled that different species of beasts, even at the same level, displayed varying strengths. Some beasts with more potent bloodlines seemed to possess inherently superior attributes. Therefore, his so-called current level's attribute limit was merely the ceiling for humans. Not for all species. If Jiang Yi were to maintain this attribute limit among humans, he could indeed achieve unparalleled dominance at his level. However, in the face of mighty beast tribes, his prowess would likely pale in comparison. So, were humans destined to be weaker than those with powerful bloodlines? Was there truly no way to transcend this bloodline-induced constraint? Or, to phrase it differently, was there a method by which he could break through this so-called current attribute limit? Jiang Yi's mind wandered far and wide. With the advantage of his designated reward wheel among humans, he was confident in his ability to emerge as the undisputed strongest. But what of the myriad tribes beyond? If this attribute limit could not be breached, then, in the distant future, would he inevitably find himself overshadowed by those beasts? However, he reminded himself that this was a concern for a distant tomorrow. Jiang Yi did not indulge in futile anxieties. Instead, he contemplated a more immediate issue. If ordinary beasts could perceive this bloodline change, would Yu Shui be able to detect it as well when they next met? After all, Yu Shui's true identity was that of a succubus, a being distinct from humanity. Nonetheless, this was a minor concern. Roughly when the effects of the longevity pill were nearing their end, Jiang Yi sought refuge in a secluded valley. With a flick of his wrist, he consumed the blue longevity pill. This pill, produced by the reward wheel, extended lifespan by increments of 1,000 years. Though the exact duration remained uncertain, even some investigative skills could not ascertain the precise value of the longevity gained from the reward wheel in advance. It was entirely a matter of luck. Hence, in his previous life, the trade of longevity pills was often referred to as gambling on pills. Sellers would offer these pills at a fixed price, while the ultimate longevity gained was left to the buyer's fortune. In his past life, during the initial onset of the apocalyptic game, he had experienced a stroke of good luck, even drawing a recipe for a longevity pill. Including the lottery draw that had yielded a longevity pill when he had but a year left to live as a longevity parasite, fortune had favored him. Yet, ever since he had joined the death squad, his luck had taken a turn for the worse. Every gamble on a pill had resulted in loss. Jiang Yi harbored a belief in fate, feeling as though luck had an inherent momentum. Those who were fortunate seemed to grow ever more so, while the unfortunate were condemned to a spiral of misfortune. It felt as if some unseen force was guiding their fates. Of course, this was merely his own conjecture. Shaking his head, Jiang Yi accessed his data panel. This time, his jaw dropped in astonishment. His lifespan now read, lifespan, 582 years and 323 days. This meant that he had gained nearly 500 years of life in a single breath. This is nearly reaching the upper limit of longevity that the blue longevity elixir can bestow. What remarkable fortune! Approaching a lifespan of 10,000 years. However, the true lifespan within this is merely the 100 years corresponding to level 1. Thus, he must expedite his ascent in levels. Jiang Yi felt invigorated, immediately preparing for another round of sweeping through the roulette. Yet, before embarking on his expedition in the trading district, he took a moment to glance at the forum. At that moment, the most popular posts on the forum were 2 announcements. The Western Grand Guild cordially invites all level 10 players to explore the endless sea. Financial opportunities await. Chapter 51, Updated Rankings. Special Roulette. Upon entering the post from the Silver Frost Club, Jiang Yi was taken aback to discover that the leader of the Silver Frost Club was none other than an old acquaintance, Wei Lingshuang. Wei Lingshuang happened to be the roommate of Chang Zhao. Unlike Jiang Yi and Tang Ku, who had developed a close bond, these 2 women had a particularly strained relationship during their university years, often finding each other intolerable. At that time, Jiang Yi was Chang Zhao's boyfriend, and Wei Lingshuang's animosity extended to him as well. However, after the apocalypse game commenced, Jiang Yi briefly transformed into a formidable individual capable of standing on his own. It was only then that Wei Lingshuang's attitude towards him began to shift, as she found herself reliant on him for survival. Yet, that woman was undeniably bold. When Jiang Yi's longevity elixir formula, along with Chang Zhao, mysteriously vanished, Wei Lingshuang had the audacity to mock him, ridiculing his lack of discernment. Had it not been for Jiang Yi's good temper at that time, any other powerful individual would have retaliated against such derision with a swift blow. Moreover, had Jiang Yi's rebirth occurred earlier in this life, he would not have tolerated Wei Lingshuang's insolence as he did in his past life. One could only say that while Wei Lingshuang possessed courage, she also enjoyed a stroke of luck. It was surprising that she had risen to become a leader of a significant faction. Jiang Yi had assumed that since Chang Zhao was thriving, the once adversarial Wei Lingshuang would have perished in obscurity. Yet, it seemed that fate was indeed favoring her. Nevertheless, this fortunate circumstance would likely be short-lived. In Jiang Yi's previous life, when he became a formal player, the Silver Frost Club had already ceased to exist. It was probable that Wei Lingshuang's good fortune was nearing its end. One could not help but wonder if Chang Zhao had played a role in the downfall of the Silver Frost Club. Jiang Yi shook his head slightly, dismissing such thoughts. He had no intention of altering the fate of the Silver Frost Club. After all, between him and Wei Lingshuang, it was she who owed him a debt of gratitude for saving her life. He owed her nothing. In this life, he was not inclined to play the role of a great benefactor. Being a benevolent individual would suffice. Upon a cursory glance at the post, Jiang Yi noted that Wei Lingshuang displayed some intellect. On the surface, she analyzed the distinctions between various classes for the benefit of the players, elucidating how to effectively navigate class rules. However, her true intention was likely to mitigate the strong player's covetousness towards the blue class roulette belonging to her Silver Frost Club. Although ascending to the 10th level in this apocalyptic game was not particularly arduous, such individuals inevitably harbored a degree of ambition. Their aspirations were akin to elementary school students pondering whether to aim for Tsinghua or Peking University. Each believed themselves to be the protagonist of the world. How could the esteemed protagonists, the chosen ones, be content with merely drawing a mediocre 3-star class from the blue roulette? Thus, she simultaneously reduced the risk of the club facing relentless targeting. Another trending post was influenced to some extent by Wei Lingshuang's informative piece. Presently, the most formidable faction in Jiang City was the Western University Guild, established by the official powers of Jiang City, which later evolved into the governing force of the Sichuan base. The Yellow River Guild was formed by local tycoons and subsequently transformed into a merchant alliance within Sichuan base. Jiang Yi recalled that the Leixing Guild had suffered grievously during their exploration of the Endless Sea, quickly fading into the annals of history. Lastly, there was the Zhuwei Guild, a unique entity as Jiang City was known as a university town prior to the apocalypse, housing the largest number of universities in the nation. Consequently, when the apocalypse struck, the student population was formidable. The Zhuwei Guild was established and developed by a group of university students, with Luo Chongqing, the strongest player currently at the top of the level rankings, being one of its leaders, indeed, one among many. The guild was not a dictatorship but rather governed by collective decisions made by its several leaders, making it the strongest faction in Jiang City. However, in Jiang Yi's previous life, the Zhuyi Guild did not flourish. Instead, it disintegrated into multiple smaller factions. The reasons for this fragmentation remained unclear to him. He only knew that Tang Ku was currently part of this guild, serving as one of its leaders. In fact, at the onset of the apocalypse, when Jiang Yi had just acquired formidable strength and was brimming with ambition, he had discussed with Tang Ku the idea of establishing a faction aimed at the university students of Jiang City. Unfortunately, he scarcely survived that period, let alone developed a faction, while Tang Ku, alongside 3 other student powerhouses, successfully founded the Zhuyi Guild. Could this be considered a fulfillment of Jiang Yi's aspirations? Jiang Yi could not help but smirk inwardly. After a brief scan of the post, he grasped the objectives of the Western University Guild. To put it plainly, the 10th level players were eager to change classes, yet not just any class. They aspired to secure promising careers, preferably those of the 7-star caliber drawn from the Golden Roulette. However, given the current trend, as they continued their methodical exploration of the beast-infested world within Jiang City, satisfactory rewards were unlikely to materialize in the near future, potentially not even within 6 months. Thus, the 10th level players grew restless, ultimately deciding to venture beyond Jiang City and explore the Endless Sea. The Endless Sea referred to the maritime expanse surrounding Jiang City. Prior to the apocalypse, cities were interconnected, but this game had isolated them with an endless sea, rendering other cities invisible from its shores. Clearly, the Endless Sea was shrouded in mystery, and previous players had dared not to tread its waters, confining themselves to the perilous world within Jiang City. Yet now, the pressure of class advancement compelled the 10th level players to contemplate exploring the enigmatic Endless Sea, as this urgency was shared among all 10th level players needing a class change. The Western University Guild publicly invited all 10th level players in Jiang City to join in the exploration. Jiang Yi had been unaware of this initiative during his previous life, as he had just joined the Suicide Squad, living a bleak existence at the bottom. The exploration of the Endless Sea by the 10th level players had little relevance to him. However, now, he could easily reach the 10th level, and the ambition and pressure to secure a high-end class were equally present. Thus, he noted the crucial information from the post before heading to the trading area for another round of acquisitions. With ample lifespan, he had sufficient resources for this round. Due to the presence of the longevity tumor, the prices for white roulette lottery tickets were generally low, while the green and blue tickets were slightly more expensive. During this round of procurement, Jiang Yi invested all the time currency he had earned from selling curse roulette tickets. He even found himself short on space wristwatches drawn from the white roulette, prompting him to procure a green roulette ticket specifically for one. The green space wristwatch provided approximately 10 square meters of space, equivalent to that of a small apartment, adequate for his needs. With excitement bubbling within him, Jiang Yi activated the Void Shadow once more. The quantity of roulettes was overwhelming, and he worried that 3 minutes might not suffice. He even prepared an additional Void Shadow. After 6 minutes elapsed, Jiang Yi emerged from the Void Shadow, feeling utterly invigorated. As he reveled in the splendor of his transformed data panel, he was abruptly interrupted by an announcement from the Apocalypse game. Ding! The hour has arrived. Today's leaderboard data has been updated. This is the first announcement, a regional notice that all official players will hear. However, in Jiang Yi's mind, unlike ordinary players, a new announcement resonated. Ding! Congratulations on ranking first in the power leaderboard. You have received a reward, a special spin. Congratulations on ranking first in the level leaderboard. You have received a reward, a special spin. Chapter 52. Huang Xian's name change? Other regional players? Jiang Yi was momentarily taken aback by the announcement. The fact that he ranked first on the power leaderboard was somewhat expected. After all, not long ago, he had utilized the roulette to enhance his data panel to an astonishing degree. He had even managed to elevate his level to a remarkable 10 in one swift motion. Naturally, his attributes had also reached their maximum limit at level 10. Therefore, it was entirely plausible that his combat power was the highest in Jiang City. However, to also hold the top position in the level rankings, Jiang Yi recalled that according to the ranking rules, players of the same level were ranked based on their progression time. Thus, with the leaderboard now filled with players at level 10, the rankings reflected the order in which players achieved this milestone. Given the timing of Jiang Yi's ascension to level 10, he should not have even made it onto the leaderboard, let alone claim the top spot. Curiosity piqued, he instinctively glanced at the chat channel to gauge the reactions. The chat had been bustling since midnight, with players eagerly anticipating the leaderboard updates. This occasion was no exception. Prior to the update, numerous anonymous predictions filled the chat. It's almost midnight. I'm so excited. I wonder if I'll make it onto the longevity leaderboard this time. The longevity and power rankings aren't really worth the hype. It's always the same players. Unless someone significant suddenly falls from grace or a lucky newcomer emerges, I'm more curious about the level leaderboard. What is so exciting about the level leaderboard? It's just ranked by the order in which players reach level 10, so there won't be much change. Have you forgotten? Huang Xin is changing classes today. Even though he is also at level 10, he might just have a chance to take the top spot. That is uncertain. After all, he is only changing classes and hasn't reached level 11 yet. But it's still possible. That is why I'm looking forward to this level leaderboard update. Perhaps Luo Chaqing's position at the top is at risk. If changing classes really allows someone to top the level leaderboard, the ensuing situation will be even more thrilling. So, let us stay tuned. Many players were eager to see if Huang Xin would indeed claim the top spot and oust Luo Chaqing. However, here it comes. The moment we've all been waiting for. Buckle up, everyone. Don't blink. What the hell? What the hell? How is this possible? After finally gaining fame from the regional announcement, how could he suddenly decide to change his name? Maybe he just wants to keep a low profile, so he changed his name to Jiang Yi? Wait, why did he even change his surname? No. Impossible. The Jiang Yi ranked first in the level leaderboard cannot be Huang Xin. Look at the power leaderboard. What the hell? Even if Huang Xin changed his name, he shouldn't be able to leap to the top of the power leaderboard. Is he stronger than Luo Chaqing now? How can that be? What if changing classes significantly boosts his strength, allowing Huang Xin to soar to the top of the power leaderboard? What if the Silver Frost Club is about to rise? No. This Jiang Yi is not Huang Xin. Look at the 27th place on the power leaderboard. The newly class-changed Huang Xin is ranked 27. So, the Huang Xin ranked 27 is the real Huang Xin? Then who is this Jiang Yi that suddenly appeared? Was there such a character on the previous power and level leaderboards? No. I can guarantee there wasn't. This is a new contender. Exactly. His level is also 10. How could he suddenly jump to first? This defies logic. Could it be that this Jiang Yi also changed classes? But it should be the earlier class-changed Huang Xin that takes the top spot. This is bizarre. I still feel that this Jiang Yi is very likely Huang Xin. Otherwise, there is no way to explain this. Huang Xin, please reveal yourself. Is this Jiang Yi the result of your name change? Huang Xin Jiang Yi, no. Are you all really willing to accept this Jiang Yi suddenly being first on both the level and power leaderboards? Why am I struggling to accept this? If you can't accept it, let your dad accept it. I just remembered. Jiang Yi. I've seen that name. Not long ago. In the trading area, Jiang Yi was selling accursed roulette. Many people were cursing him, threatening him to the point where he couldn't survive in Jiang City. What if this is the same Jiang Yi, the top contender on the power and level leaderboards, unable to survive in Jiang City? Who was that bold to threaten him? The chat channel erupted in a frenzy over the sudden emergence of Jiang Yi as the top player on both leaderboards. Some players speculated that this newcomer, Jiang Yi, might very well be Huang Xin using a name change card. Otherwise, the rules of the level leaderboard simply wouldn't make sense. How could someone who reached level 10 later leapfrog ahead of those who leveled up first? As for Huang Xin, ranked 27 on the power leaderboard. He must have been manipulated by that woman from the Silver Frost Club, disguising herself with other powerful players. Given Wei Ling Shuang's character, it was entirely plausible. Meanwhile, another faction of players believed the situation was not so convoluted. This Jiang Yi was merely another player who had risen to the top of both leaderboards. With no connection to Huang Xin, as for how he managed to attain the top position on the level leaderboard, perhaps he had utilized some extraordinary item? After all, this was an apocalyptic game. Any wondrous item could exist. For instance, a time-reversing artifact? In any case, this Jiang Yi might just be the one who was previously selling the cursed roulette in the trading area. Players engaged in various speculations. Meanwhile, Yu and Yu Shueth, stationed at the second line of defense against the Beast Tide, were equally stunned by the unfolding situation, as there were many players in the defense line. They hadn't communicated directly. Instead, they utilized the friend system for private messaging. Yu quickly messaged Yu Shueth, Jiang Yi, the one selling the cursed roulette. ISNT. His unspoken words were clear. He was questioning whether this sudden top player, Jiang Yi, was indeed the same Jiang Yi they had spied on with the Eye of Insight. that Jiang Yi had truly become a formal player and even sold the cursed roulette. But how could it have been so little time since then? Level 10. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yu Shui, being a succubus, had more knowledge on the matter. I can assure you, it's not that Jiang Yi. Even if that Jiang Yi could reach level 10 in such a short time, he could never leap to the top of the level leaderboard. After all, his ascension to level 10 happened later than everyone else. Yu furrowed his brow deeply. Then how did this Jiang Yi suddenly claim the top of the level leaderboard? This Jiang Yi wasn't even a player in Jiang City until yesterday. He must have arrived in Jiang City from another region yesterday. And in that region, he reached level 10 earlier than Luo Cha-Ching. Thus, when the data for Jiang City was compiled, he was able to ascend to the top of the level leaderboard. This is the only explanation that makes sense. Nothing else is possible. Yu Shui declared with unwavering conviction, as if she had already grasped the truth. Being a succubus, she possessed knowledge that surpassed that of Yu. After careful contemplation, Yu found her reasoning to be profoundly sensible. Indeed, it must be so. Just as he was pondering this, he discovered that a similar assertion had emerged on the forum. A post by Wei Ling Shuang had rapidly ascended to popularity once more. Chapter 53, Special Options. City of All Races. The thread begins with a provocative statement. You claim that the name change card is useless? Then I might as well declare that my celestial sister is my wife. However, Wei Ling Shuang proved to be quite astute, proposing a more palatable hypothesis. This newly arrived player, Jiang Yi, who has suddenly ascended to the top of the rankings, may very well be a player from another region. Upon the emergence of this theory, the chat channel erupted in excitement. Other regions. I can accept that. If players from other regions can indeed come to ours, then cutting in line for the rankings seems reasonable. Even if cross-region play isn't possible, can we at least merge the regional chat channels? I desperately want to know how my family is doing. I don't even know if they are still alive. Can we please stop this topic? I can hardly hold back my tears. QAQ. The hypothesis introduced by Wei Ling Shuang was largely accepted by the majority of players. It was evident that Jiang Yi's situation indeed appeared to be an instance of cutting in line on the rankings. The most plausible explanation was that players from other regions had come to Jiang City. The topic of cross-region play gradually gained traction, with players in the chat urging Jiang Yi to share his insights on traversing regions. At the very least, this would inform players from other areas in Jiang City about the challenges of cross-region play, giving them a glimmer of hope. Soon after, even prestigious alliances like the West Grand Guild began openly extending olive branches to Jiang Yi. On one hand, they hoped to recruit this top-tier player from another region. On the other, they wished for Jiang Yi to willingly share information about cross-region strategies. However, Jiang Yi was not a player from another region at all. Even if he possessed knowledge on how to cross regions, he would never altruistically share it. He was rather perplexed as to why, having just reached level 10, he found himself ranked first on the leaderboard. Given his previous experience with the suppression of avian and beast bloodlines, Jiang Yi had a theory. He had heard in his past life that the essence of leveling up was an elevation of life tier. Thus, the ranking on the leaderboard must also reflect this essence. In other words, could it be that having reached the maximum level of all attributes at 10, his life tier surpassed that of other players? This explanation seemed to make sense. Regardless of the reason, the rewards were already in his possession. Jiang Yi, without a hint of burden, swiftly redirected his attention to the two special roulette wheels he had just acquired. Unlike the ordinary wheels, which were categorized by colors such as white, green, blue, purple, orange, red, and gold, the special wheels appeared more enigmatic, cloaked in a mysterious black. The options presented on these wheels were inscribed in a bizarre blood-red script. The very appearance of this roulette will evoke a sense of foreboding. Indeed, the special wheels carried a sinister reputation. Each special will contained a fixed option, forced erasure, and its proportion was fixed at 10. No item could be used to eliminate this option, and its probability remained unaffected by any blessings. This meant that players using the special wheel would inevitably face a 10 chance of death. Furthermore, there was an obligatory rule, regardless of what was drawn. It would instantly bind to the drawer. This implied that even if a player drew an item, there was no risk of it being snatched away by others. However, similarly, one could not allow someone else to draw from the special wheel in order to kill and seize the treasure. All players wishing to obtain options from the special wheel could only rely on their own luck and gamble with their lives. The so-called gamble of life with the ordinary wheel merely risked one's lifespan. In contrast, the gamble of life with the special wheel was a genuine wager of existence. A 1 in 10 chance may appear low, But according to strict probability theory, drawing 10 times would almost certainly result in one instance of erasure. Thus, even the most formidable players from his past life seldom attempted to draw from the special wheel more than 10 times, let alone 10 times. Daring to draw 5 times was already pushing the limits. After all, the higher one ascended in status and success, the more one feared death compared to a loser. The allure of the special options contained within the special wheel was undoubtedly enticing enough to compel even the most life-preserving of warriors to take risks. For instance, a player might acquire dual professions from a special option, or a player drawing a special option might gain a new functionality. Furthermore, certain special options could represent exceptionally advanced rule-based items. Jiang Yi recalled that in his past life, over a year into the Apocalypse game, a world-class powerhouse named Luli suddenly posted on the forum. According to Luli, he had drawn a special item called the City of All Races pass from the special wheel. With that pass, he ventured into the City of All Races. After witnessing the grandeur of the city, the powerful figure candidly admitted that within the human race, he was indeed among the top echelon of world-class warriors. Yet upon arriving at the City of All Races, he realized he was merely an ignorant bumpkin. Among the myriad races, humanity seemed but a speck of inconsequential dust. It was from that moment onward that the various bases that had gradually developed began to form a human alliance in a short period. Under the advocacy of the human alliance, humanity started to diminish unnecessary internal strife, focusing instead on enhancing their racial strength and repelling external threats. Since then, there may have been other powerful players who visited the City of All Races, but Jiang Yi was not among them. In this life, Jiang Yi now held the hope of witnessing the City of All Races himself. However, the City of All Races pass required a level greater than 10 for use, meaning he would have to wait until he changed classes. Furthermore, the 2 special wheels in his possession did not contain the City of All Races pass option. Aside from the erasure option, the special wheel only had 9 remaining options. However, not all 9 options were special. Typically, there would only be 1 to 3 special options, while the remaining 6 to 8 would still be ordinary options, such as ferocious beasts or longevity pills. Among the 2 special wheels Jiang Yi possessed, there were only 4 special options: Wish Card, Beast Den, Servant Card, and Identity Card. The sight of these options made Jiang Yi's scalp tingle with anticipation. Chapter 54, The Human Nest and Second Identity. Indeed, there were only 2 options that sent his adrenaline soaring and left his scalp tingling. Firstly, the Wish Card. An extraordinary option was swiftly dismissed. Its effect was to enable players to select precisely what they desired during a spinning lottery. Yes, this ability was remarkably akin to what Jiang Yi possessed during his lottery draws. However, the Wish Card's designated reward could only be utilized once for any spin, rendering it a single-use item. Yet, even if it was limited to 1 use, this item was already quite extraordinary for an average player. Unfortunately, Jiang Yi was no ordinary player. For him, the Wish Card held no value whatsoever. The other option on the same special wheel, however, was what truly excited Jiang Yi, the Beast Lair. This term was something Jiang Yi had encountered in his past life through a forum. During his previous life at the Tianqin base, there had been a sensational robbery at an auction. Typically, auction venues were protected by powerful guardians and employed spatial restrictions to prevent players from using teleportation stones or similar items. Yet, during that particular heist, a renowned strongman managed to snatch a precious item and vanished without a trace before the eyes of the crowd. Later, when this news circulated in the forums, a prominent player elucidated that the robber had utilized the Beast Lair. The Beast Lair was a realm entirely belonging to its binder. Such lairs existed for certain special beast tribes from birth. Other races could only acquire their own lair by drawing this special option. Naturally, while termed a lair by the beast tribes, it could be more aptly described as a home in human terms. It operated under rules akin to player functions. Thus, the spatial restrictions in the auction venue did not apply to that strongman. However, the use of the lair space was akin to the void shadow. Therefore, after the strongman had stolen the precious item, he vanished into the lair space and never emerged again. At least, by the time Jiang Yi met his demise in his previous life, he had heard no news of that strongman being apprehended after exiting the lair. That fellow was evidently a master of survival. As for what precious item prompted such a desperate act from a survivalist player, Jiang Yi could only speculate, as no information had ever surfaced in his past life. However, it was reasonable to assume it was an exceptionally powerful item. The Beast Lair option, perfectly designed for survivalist players, was also ideally suited for Jiang Yi. With this, He would no longer need to spend an additional decade seeking the Void Shadow during his frenzied lottery draws. Furthermore, whenever he desired to take a break, he could retreat into the Beast Lair for a thorough respite, while other players might find themselves gradually falling behind if they hid in the Beast Lair. Jiang Yi would not. Even while reclining, he could swiftly grow stronger, thus disregarding the fact that the wish card was of no use to him. Even if it were an option with exceptional effects, he would most likely still choose the Beast Lair. This item was undeniably tailored just for him. Without hesitation, Jiang Yi placed his palm upon the special wheel. Accompanied by a prompt, he silently declared, "I choose 6, Beast Lair." In that moment, the special draw did not emit the usual spinning sound. Instead, a Doomsday Game announcement resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the Beast Lair. Would you like to bind it? Yes, no? What? He could choose whether or not to bind it. Since he had opted to draw it, binding was a given. He resolutely affirmed in his heart, yes. Binding your human nest. Ding. Binding successful. This binding process made Jiang Yi acutely aware that the Beast Lair was not merely an alternate space, but could be regarded as a comprehensive player function. Indeed, as he delved deeper into his consciousness, he discovered a new entry labeled Human Nest within his player functions. Simultaneously, he felt a peculiar sense of connection. With a mere thought, he found himself transported to another realm. This lair space appeared to be merely a dark cave. The entire cave measured approximately 5 square meters. It was empty, devoid of any furnishings. Most of the arched surfaces were composed of an unknown gray rock. One area resembling a cave entrance was shrouded in darkness, as if obscured by some sort of barrier, leaving the outside world concealed. After pondering briefly, Jiang Yi approached the darkened entrance and felt as though he were touching a barrier. At that moment, a prompt echoed in his mind. Current lair level insufficient. Lair level? Did this imply that by enhancing the lair level, he could break through the entrance barrier and exit this lair? What awaited him outside? Would it merely expand his territory? Or would he venture into a unique space? Jiang Yi was quite curious, though he remained uncertain about how to upgrade this lair space. Perhaps it required lottery draws? Or maybe certain special beast tribes that inherently possessed lairs had methods to enhance their lairs. Not overly concerned, he continued to explore this small cave space. Overall, he was rather satisfied with this lair. Though modest in size, it was entirely his private domain, without the pressure of job changes. He could very well spend an eternity within this lair space. Regrettably, he was currently hindered not only by his job change requirements but also lacked sufficient time currency to continue acquiring spins. Jiang Yi's attention shifted to another special wheel, which presented 2 options, the servant card and the identity card. The servant card's effect was to grant an absolutely loyal servant. For instance, Yushui was likely acquired by you through a servant card, as ordinary spins could not yield a succubus. If Jiang Yi were to use the servant card, he would instantly gain an unwaveringly loyal subordinate. However, the servant obtained through the servant card was quite random. Despite Yushui's stunning beauty, Jiang Yi might very well end up drawing a pig instead. Conversely, the identity card was another special option that ignited his fervor. The probability of this option appearing on the special wheel was exceedingly low, perhaps less than 1 in 200. Few players dared to spin the special wheel, and even fewer would be fortunate enough to draw the identity card. Yet, for Jiang Yi, as long as the probability existed on the wheel, he could designate it. He required no further contemplation and immediately forsook the servant card, opting instead for the identity card. As a rush of excitement surged through him, another prompt resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the identity card. Would you like to use it? Yes, no? Naturally, yes. Generating new identity for you. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired a new player identity, Zhang San. Chapter 55, the 5th President of the Moonlit Guild? Zhang San. Upon hearing this name, Jiang Yi felt a wave of unease wash over him. What in the world could it be that he had drawn? He quickly shifted to this so-called identity of Zhang San. In an instant, his entire form transformed. His height diminished slightly, his skin darkened a shade. Without the need for a mirror, he could easily guess that his appearance had completely morphed into an entirely different visage. This was indeed his second identity, Zhang San. However, the twist was that this newfound identity was that of a human. To be precise, he was of the human race. In reality, just as the beast lair he had recently drawn did not specify a human lair in its options, some intelligent higher beast races, akin to human players, also possessed various functionalities as do apocalypse game players, including the ability to participate in lottery draws. Naturally, this included the chance to draw from a special lottery. In the grand scheme of the Apocalypse game, humans were merely one among several races. Thus, beast race players could also utilize identity cards. Hence, the second identity generated by the identity card was not restricted by race. No racial limitations. Randomly generated. Humans were but one of the myriad possibilities. Yet, how could it be that amidst so many potential races, Jiang Yi had randomly drawn a human identity? What sheer luck. He had initially wished to experience an entirely new beast race identity. He even contemplated testing whether the attribute caps of beast race identities were superior to those of humans. He had considered infiltrating the corresponding beast race stronghold using this beast identity. But the outcome? Why on earth did he have to randomly receive a human identity? Was some deity of fate secretly observing him? Watching him revel in joy, only to mischievously toy with him? It was utterly absurd. Jiang Yi spent a considerable amount of time recovering from the absurdity of still being a human in this new identity. He gritted his teeth, attempting to console himself that being human was not so bad after all. Although he had not attained a beast race identity, a new human identity still held considerable utility. This second identity functioned akin to a secondary character in the game. Everything it possessed was independent of the first identity. For instance, Jiang Yi could leverage it to acquire an entirely new exclusive fate card. Subsequently, he could level it up and compete on the leaderboards. This meant that it was entirely feasible for Jiang Yi's name to dominate the leaderboard in first place while Zhang San occupied the second position. Of course, this new identity also implied that once Zhang San reached level 10, he could undergo a job change. To some extent, this was akin to Jiang Yi possessing dual professions. However, this type of dual profession differed from having two professions under a single identity. In this scenario, Jiang Yi could not utilize both professions simultaneously. He would need to switch identities to employ different professions. For ordinary players who hastily transition to an inferior profession early on, utilizing an identity card to change characters and obtain a second job change opportunity was indeed a decent strategy. As for Jiang Yi, the cost of leveling a secondary character was inherently much lower for him. As long as he acquired sufficient lottery spins, leveling would merely require a flick of his fingers. Hence, despite his disappointment in not obtaining a beast race identity, this entirely new identity still represented a commendable gain for Jiang Yi. Moreover, Jiang Yi calculated that the Apocalypse game had progressed for about a month now. The daily leaderboard rewards at midnight consistently awarded the top spot with a special lottery spin. Thus, it could be inferred that Jiang City had likely distributed nearly 100 special lottery spins. Some of these may have already been utilized, but there could still be a backlog. Particularly, he wondered about Luo Changqing. Did he still possess any special lottery spins he had hesitated to draw? Drawing from the special lottery did not necessitate sacrificing lifespan. Rather, it only involved enduring a 10 mortality rate. Simultaneously, the special options on the lottery ranged from 1 to 3. Jiang Yi speculated that ambitious, powerful players, even if they sought to draw from the special lottery, would likely opt for those with 3 special options. Those with only 1 special option would probably be regarded as subpar within the category of special lotteries. Then, his consciousness once again delved into player functionalities. At this moment, it was past midnight. Some players gradually began to rest. Yet there remained a number of night owls who habitually stayed awake. The chat channel was still lively, bustling with anonymous discussions about job changes, the endless sea, and topics concerning Jiang Yi. Meanwhile, the hottest thread in the forum remained the West Guild's invitation for level 10 players to jointly explore the endless sea, along with various factions extending invitations specifically to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi clicked into the post from the Moonlit Guild inviting him. And it was not surprising to see that the poster was none other than Luo Changqing, the former number 1 on the power rankings, showcasing his respect for Jiang Yi. The Moonlit Guild cordially invites Jiang Yi to jointly explore the endless sea. Luo Changqing. The content of the post speculated that Jiang Yi, having reached level 10, had yet to undergo a job change and was unwilling to utilize a low-tier lottery for his transition. Thus, the Moonlit Guild extended a sincere invitation for him to join in exploring the endless sea. Luo Changqing also briefly hinted at the privileges associated with the role of the 5th president that would await Jiang Yi should he choose to join. Overall, it appeared to be an enticing offer. What amused Jiang Yi, however, was the subsequent chatter. Jiang Yi not bad. The original number 1 in your region seems to have some sense. I will seriously consider joining your guild. Jiang Yi? Who is this imposter joking around? I am the real Jiang Yi. You better not let me run into you. Jiang Yi, how amusing. I have never seen an imposter with more audacity than the real deal. The players in Jiang City truly opened my eyes. Jiang Yi, very well. The real Jiang Yi is waiting right here. Let us see who can kill me. Various comments imitating Jiang Yi's original statements made him chuckle. It must be said, this group of players truly knew how to play the game. Each and every one of them, clearly imposters, spoke with an arrogance as if they were the genuine Jiang Yi reigning supreme on both leaderboards. Jiang Yi, if President Luo truly has sincerity, would you be willing to part with a few special lottery spins for me? Chapter 56. Change your name. You share the same name as the boss. This statement was merely a probe to ascertain whether Luo Chaqing still possessed any unique Wheel of Fortune. Naturally, he was the authentic Jiang Yi, blending in among numerous counterfeit versions, appearing quite indistinguishable from the false ones. Meanwhile, at the Wangzheng Pavilion on a riverside levee in Jiangcheng, the Western president of the Zhuyu Guild was convening with others. Luo Chaqing and Qing Yang, both alumni of Jiangcheng University, maintained a cordial relationship, with one ranked second and the other 11th on the power list. The other two presidents were Tang Ke and Ji Yutong. Tang Ke had previously held the 7th position on the power list, but following Jiang Yi's sudden rise to first place, he slipped to 8th. Due to his close ties with Chang Xiaoyi, his influence among the Western presidents was second only to Luo Chaqing. Ji Yutong, ranked 17th, possessed a rather peculiar psychic attack ability, which could allow him to triumph over stronger human players. The Western presidents were indeed formidable individuals. Before the apocalyptic game, they were all university students. In truth, Luo Chaqing was merely troubled by disruptive players, whereas Tang Ke was more vexed by the name Jiang Yi. Although he was certain that the Jiang Yi who had surged to the top of the level rankings from another region could not possibly be the Jiang Yi he knew. The coincidence of the name still stirred discomfort within him. As he endeavored to overcome this unease, Luo Chaqing suddenly inquired, Tang Ke, what are you thinking? After a moment's reflection, he earnestly analyzed. The first two statements appear dubious. The one who claimed to eliminate all Jiang Yis in Jiacheng seems somewhat plausible, after all. We are unaware of that boss's temperament. To dare to act across regions this early suggests a rather audacious character. The person who said, let us see who can kill me, also sounds rather arrogant, but the title this Jiang Yi feels somewhat contrived. The one who specifically mentioned a special Wheel of Fortune might be attempting to use that term to appear more legitimate. However, it is also possible that the true boss Jiang Yi, as Tang Ke immersed himself in his analysis, he froze momentarily upon uttering the term boss Jiang Yi. Although he understood that they were not the same person, the word felt peculiar as it left his lips. Suppressing this odd sensation, he continued, he may indeed have a keen interest in the special Wheel of Fortune. Luo Chaqing nodded and turned to Chang Yang and Ji Yutong. Chang Yang expressed, my thoughts align with old Tang's. Ji Yutong, whose abilities were notably unique, remained silent for a moment before stating, old Tang's analysis is indeed quite insightful. However, I sense that the one inquiring about the special wheel might be genuine. Luo Chaqing's eyes flickered with interest. What leads you to that conclusion? Ji Yutong, with a somewhat delicate appearance and typically reserved demeanor, cryptically uttered, first perception. Chang Yang, seated beside him, rolled his eyes in exasperation, inwardly scoffing. Are you a woman? First perception? Luo Chaqing refrained from pressing Ji Yutong further. The special Wheel of Fortune indeed exists, but there is only one special option among the 5, the lowest tier of goods. I wonder if the boss is still interested? The special wheel has a uniqueness that prevents it from being traded in the marketplace. If the boss is interested, please come to the Riverside Park outside Xiaobin Harbor before midnight tonight. Regardless of whether the boss wishes to join the Zhuyu Guild, I am willing to gift the boss a special Wheel of Fortune in exchange for a modicum of goodwill. Moreover, the sequence of messages appeared somewhat perfunctory. Due to this attitude, a counterfeit had boldly declared enmity with the Zhuyu Guild and refused to meet at the agreed location with Luo Chaqing. Nevertheless, Luo Chaqing did not take such threats seriously. Within the lair, Jiang Yi was not overly surprised that Luo Chaqing could recognize him. After all, to ascend to the pinnacle of the power list and oversee the most elite guild in Jiangcheng, Luo Chaqing was undoubtedly no ordinary character. Without a bed, he improvised with a set of clothes, sleeping rather soundly. Compared to the trepidation of the apocalypse, his lair provided a far greater sense of security. Upon awakening the next day, it was already past 8 in the morning. Jiang Yi stretched lazily, briefly perused the chat channels and forums, and then departed from the lair. Resuming his identity as Jiang Yi, he re-emerged at the secluded valley where he had initially entered the lair. After contemplating his next move, he proceeded in a particular direction. However, he had not traveled far when he spotted a group approaching. He slowed his pace, and after a short while, one of the group members noticed him. There is someone over there. The nearly 10-person team drew closer, and the leader, Liao Yuanfeng, finally recognized Jiang Yi, his expression turning peculiar as he called out, "Jiang Yi?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and replied, "Captain Liao." While responding, his gaze swept over the rest of the group. Li Xiao was among them. Their eyes met, and Li Xiao's pupils constricted sharply. However, after glancing at Liao Yuanfeng, he quickly regained his composure, maintaining a facade of simplicity. Clearly, he did not believe Jiang Yi would dare to act against him in front of Liao Yuanfeng. After scrutinizing Jiang Yi up and down, he spoke with an odd tone. "You're still alive. Truly a stroke of luck. However, Jiang Yi, I advise you to consider changing your name in the future." Change my name? Jiang Yi's expression turned somewhat nuanced. Liao Yuanfeng, still oblivious to the underlying tension, sighed lightly. "Your name happens to coincide with that of a top-tier boss. And due to certain reasons, that boss has already declared his intent to eliminate all Jiang Yis in Jiaqing." Chapter 57. The Slaying of Li Xiao. The Enigmatic Black Talisman. Jiang Yi nearly succumbed to his poetic inclinations, exclaiming, "Today, Jiang Yi awaits. Let us see who dares to slay me." However, he reconsidered, opting for restraint. It was wise to avoid frivolous banter. He maintained his composure while trailing behind Liao Yuanfeng, who piqued the curiosity of the prospective players yet to be initiated. Someone murmured softly, "Is it true? Does calling him Jiang Yi offend that esteemed figure? Why is he so audacious? Even the mightiest in Jiang City, Luo Chaqing, does not exhibit such arrogance. Moreover, wasn't it said that the leaders of the Chichuan Guild and the Yellow River Guild discouraged formal players from wanton slaughter, even establishing a so-called enforcement hall for this purpose? How could a top-tier figure, also named Jiang Yi, brazenly disregard the advocacy of these two guilds? What an impressive presence he seems to possess. Why hasn't the enforcement hall taken action against him?" Liao Yuanfeng initially intended to withhold too much information from the non-formal players regarding matters between formal players. Yet, since they had a Jiang Yi among them, he found himself explaining, "This Jiang Yi is not a player from Jiang City. He has come from another region." From Jiang City. Upon his arrival, he ascended to the top of both the level and power rankings. His prowess is unfathomable. The two guilds are scrambling to recruit him. How could they possibly send the enforcement hall to deal with him? Furthermore, what Liao Yuanfeng did not specify was that the concept of the enforcement hall was merely an idea among the two guilds and had yet to materialize. After all, in this world, one could claim to be acting in self-defense, while another might assert they are upholding justice. Ultimately, should anyone attempt to intervene, they would find it exceedingly challenging. Moreover, most capable players strongly oppose the establishment of any enforcement hall. Thus, only those particularly heinous murderers, who kill indiscriminately, receive any scrutiny from the two guilds. The non-formal players were utterly oblivious to the current situation. They had not thought much of it. Upon hearing the term cross-regional, they were already astounded. Cross-regional? This Jiang Yi is a powerhouse from another region. To achieve such a feat, his strength must be formidable. Of course, hadn't they heard he was ranked first on both the power and level charts? Ranking first is one thing, but the disparity between first and second is often unfathomable. Jiang Yi. Many gazes fell upon him. Previously, when Liao Yuanfeng had suggested Jiang Yi change his name, they felt indifferent. Now, observing this name-bearer, they found it quite peculiar. It felt akin to having a colleague named Ma Huidi. "Yes, Jiang Yi. Perhaps you should consider changing your name. Though bestowed by your parents, they would surely understand your need for a name change to ensure your safety. Change it, change it. Such an illustrious name is beyond our worth." Li Xiao was also among this group of non-formal players. Initially, upon hearing Liao Yuanfeng mention a prominent player named Jiang Yi, he felt a pang of concern. After all, he knew Jiang Yi was no ordinary individual. He drew out his upgrade token, and it was likely he had already become a formal player. Thus, the esteemed Jiang Yi Liao Yuanfeng spoke of was likely this very Jiang Yi before him. However, upon hearing Liao Yuanfeng assert that this Jiang Yi was a cross-regional powerhouse, Li Xiao could barely release a sigh of relief. Yet in his heart, a thread of doubt remained. Just then, Liao Yuanfeng waved his hand, silencing the chattering voices within the team. As if struck by a sudden thought, he turned to Jiang Yi and said, "By the way, Jiang Yi, show me your data panel." This action had previously been requested by Sun Hao of Luoshan, an exceptionally rude request. Yet the strong have a prerogative to be impolite towards the weak. Liao Yuanfeng's mind briefly entertained an absurd notion. If this Jiang Yi truly was the one ranked first on both lists, Then his request to see the data panel was tantamount to courting death. However, Liao Yuanfeng remained unperturbed. After all, the likelihood of that was exceedingly low. This Jiang Yi before him could only be a homonym of the esteemed figure. While Liao Yuanfeng pondered, Li Xiao secretly anticipated seizing the opportunity to glimpse Jiang Yi's data panel alongside Liao Yuanfeng. Yet, at that moment, none of them were prepared. In a mere instant, a shadow darted past. An imposing figure materialized before Li Xiao. His pupils widened in shock. In the depths of his darkened gaze, Jiang Yi's smiling face reflected. In that moment, a terror akin to the arrival of death surged within him, seemingly erupting from the very core of his being. It nearly shattered his very essence. Yet, under such overwhelming dread, Li Xiao found himself utterly voiceless. He felt a grip encircle his throat, and in his wide-open eyes, life swiftly ebbed away. His entire being perished without a whisper. All of this transpired in scarcely a second. The brevity of the event left Liao Yuanfeng and his team unable to react. Just as Li Xiao's vitality abruptly faded, his middle-aged form inexplicably aged and decayed at an alarming rate. To an observer, one might mistake the corpse for that of a centenarian. But there was more. From the rapidly aging corpse, an eerie black talisman suddenly shot forth. The black talisman, exuding a dark aura, spiraled in the air before hurtling towards Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi reacted swiftly, pulling Liao Yuanfeng in front of himself for protection. Liao Yuanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment and fear, nearly cursing aloud. The ominous black talisman exuded an unmistakable sense of foreboding, leading Liao Yuanfeng to genuinely believe he was about to be harmed by Jiang Yi. However, as the talisman merged with his body, Liao Yuanfeng's entire being stiffened momentarily, and then, his eyes suddenly widened as if he had received extraordinary news, erupting into a fit of raucous laughter. Ha, ha, ha ha ha. Yet soon after, he struggled to rein in his exuberance, clearing his throat awkwardly. Ahem, no, it's nothing. I just suddenly recalled something delightful. Such a preposterous statement could convince even a ghost. Anyone could discern that Liao Yuanfeng had likely gained some advantage from the eerie black talisman. However, the other team members, lacking Liao Yuanfeng's strength, naturally refrained from speaking out. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, even mightier than Liao Yuanfeng. Liao Yuanfeng's gaze abruptly shifted back to Jiang Yi, eyes filled with shock, wariness, and vigilance. Unconsciously, he took a half-step back, barely managing to force out a stilted voice. You, Jiang Yi. You cannot possibly be the Jiang Yi ranked first, can you? Chapter 58. What if I do not wish to join the Rakuten Club? As soon as these words escaped his lips, the teammates behind Liao Yuanfeng were taken aback. Their expressions akin to those who had seen a ghost. Instinctively, they took several steps back, one of them nearly tripping over the decayed corpse of Li Xiao. However, it did not take long for them to regain their composure. How could it be possible? Wasn't Jiang Yi, the top-ranking player who had seemingly parachuted in, hailing from Jiangcheng? The Jiang Yi before them. It was inconceivable. Liao, the captain, must have been mistaken. The ominous black talisman exuded a malevolent aura, and his instinct told him it was a tool of harm. Yet, Liao Yuanfeng's reaction suggested he had derived some advantage from that strange talisman. Jiang Yi contemplated the possibility that eliminating Liao Yuanfeng might allow him to seize that peculiar talisman. However, fundamentally, he was not a heartless murderer. He bore no grudge against Liao Yuanfeng, who had previously stood by him during his confrontation with Wu Su. Furthermore, the talisman undeniably emanated a foreboding energy. As far as Jiang Yi was aware, the truly valuable items in this apocalyptic game were intrinsically linked to the lives of players. For instance, the special options on the unique roulette, once drawn, bound to only one player and did not transfer upon death. In stark contrast, this strange talisman had evidently transferred to Liao Yuanfeng upon Li Xiao's demise, and it had even intended to attach itself to Jiang Yi. It was astonishing that it would seek refuge with the one who had slain its master after their death. Such a traitorous object, coupled with the rapid decay of Li Xiao's body, left Jiang Yi with a profound aversion to the talisman. Moreover, in his past life, Li Xiao had not ascended to any significant stature. After contemplating, Jiang Yi realized that there was no need to resort to violence for the sake of acquiring the talisman. Instead, it would be prudent to keep an eye on Liao Yuanfeng. With these thoughts clarified, he turned his gaze toward the visibly anxious Liao Yuanfeng and offered a smile. Captain Liao, do not be alarmed. Is it not already confirmed that Jiang Yi, the top-ranked player, is indeed a cross-regional participant? I joined the Rakuten Club several days ago. How could I possibly be a formidable cross-regional figure? Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng and his companions inexplicably sighed in relief. The thought of doubting Jiang Yi's honesty seemed absurd, as it would have been more suspicious if he had claimed to be the top-ranking powerhouse himself. However, Liao Yuanfeng's eyes flickered as he glanced at the grotesque remains of Li Xiao, recalling Jiang Yi's unhesitating action to shield him from the talisman. He furrowed his brow in contemplation and cautiously regarded Jiang Yi. Even if you are not the top-ranked Jiang Yi, your strength seems rather extraordinary, does it not? Are you referring to my strength? Jiang Yi chuckled, appearing remarkably at ease. Since I arrived in this perilous world, I have encountered some fortuitous events and am now a formal player. The revelation of being a formal player elicited envious and resentful glances from the non-formal players among them, particularly from Zhang Peng. Previously, while in the Luoshan team, he had been ruthlessly defeated by Jiang Yi. Now, witnessing Jiang Yi's dispatching of Li Xiao had nearly shattered his nerves, fearing he might be next. Initially, Zhang Ping felt a slight sense of relief upon hearing Jiang Yi deny being the top-ranked player, thinking that Captain Liao would surely take action against him. Yet, hearing Jiang Yi declare his status as a formal player sent waves of despair coursing through him. How could this individual possess such extraordinary luck? Jiang Yi's ascension to formal player status rendered Li Xiao's demise utterly futile. Although the club had rules against intermember violence, the current situation was different. Li Xiao was dead, and without any backing to support him, Jiang Yi could easily evade punishment by pinning the blame on the deceased. Zhang Ping felt a chilling dread in his heart and deeply regretted his previous antagonism toward Luoshan and Jiang Yi. Now, he could only bow his head, striving to diminish his presence. May I inquire about your current battle power? He blurted out, but Liao Yuanfeng merely raised an eyebrow in response. Awkwardly, he rubbed his nose, realizing he no longer held the right to be disrespectful toward Jiang Yi. Thus, he shifted the topic away from battle statistics. Liao Yuanfeng frowned and stated, while we can overlook many matters, your involvement in Li Xiao's death cannot go unaddressed. Jiang Yi did not conceal the truth, explaining that he had drawn the ire of Li Xiao after a fortuitous encounter. Li Xiao had attempted to ensnare him with a cursed roulette but had failed and fled. Their encounter now was merely an act of vengeance. Liao Yuanfeng's expression changed as he realized, you are the one who had that cursed roulette for sale. Jiang Yi shrugged in acknowledgement. Liao Yuanfeng's complexion shifted as he seemed lost in thought. Eventually, he sighed and solemnly declared, very well. Regardless of the truth in your words, let us consider this a matter of Li Xiao's own wrongdoing. The club shall not impose any penalties upon you. At this point, he took the opportunity to elaborate. The establishment of various formal factions is not merely about gathering a group of individuals. There exist specific tokens for factions in this apocalyptic game, such as club tokens and guild tokens. The Rakuten Club was founded on a club token, while guild factions utilize a superior guild token, granting them enhanced capabilities. However, do not dismiss the Rakuten Club. The entry requirements for top-tier guilds are exceedingly stringent, rendering them unattainable for most players. To join any faction, one must first be a formal player. Hence, all formal members of the Rakuten Club are indeed formal players. Your previous captain, Gao Chang, regardless of his strength, needed to become a formal player to be a member of the club. Now you stand as the most distinguished among your daredevil group, being the first to achieve formal player status. When you next encounter Luoshan and Gao Chang, their jaws are likely to drop in astonishment. Liao Yuanfeng spoke with a hint of amusement. He continued, at that time, your player functions will expand to include club-related features. Jiang Yi was already aware of this information, while the non-formal players looked at him with growing envy. However, amidst their envious gazes, Jiang Yi audaciously uttered, what if I do not wish to join the Rakuten Club? Chapter 59, The Fortunate Effect. A lottery draw upon uttering these words. The envious and jealous gazes instantly transformed into a desire to strangle him on the spot. Liao Yuanfeng's expression was equally one of astonishment. Did you not peruse the strategy posts on the forum? Or have you not suffered enough from the apocalypse? Not joining the Happy Club? What do you intend to do? Do you wish to ascend to the heavens? In this current world, the speed of individual growth is unlikely to surpass that of joining a faction. Moreover, the various factions exhibit differing attitudes towards different types of formal members. For instance, the siblings Yu and Yu Shui were the first to officially join the Happy Club as players, although they entered as formal members. The club places greater emphasis on those who have grown within its ranks, transitioning from the death squad to formal players. Such players are considered to have blossomed within the club itself. Consequently, they possess an intrinsic understanding and a stronger sense of belonging to the club. Jiang Yi's situation can barely be considered one of growing up within the Happy Club. The treatment and attention he receives there will undoubtedly surpass that which he would receive in other factions. Liao Yuanfeng, concerned that Jiang Yi did not comprehend the implications, intended to elucidate these matters to him. However, Jiang Yi maintained a carefree demeanor, raising an eyebrow and jesting, "I do not wish to ascend to the heavens. But I do indeed have some plans in mind." Plans. Liao Yuanfeng's lips twitched slightly, ready to speak, when he suddenly realized the significance of the name Jiang Yi. Could it be? Liao Yuanfeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Before he could complete his thought, he altered his words. "You do not mean to imply that among those impersonating Jiang Yi on the forum, one of them might just be you, do you?" Liao Yuanfeng's eyelids twitched once more, his mood growing increasingly complex. It must be said that people in this world are indeed different. Some pursue comfort, believing that life is the greatest treasure. Others seek thrill and excitement, rushing toward danger wherever it may lurk. Liao Yuanfeng never imagined that Jiang Yi, who appeared so stable and composed, harbored a penchant for adventure and mischief. In retrospect, it is no surprise that he might encounter extraordinary events. For according to Liao Yuanfeng's experience, those who chase thrills and embrace danger tend to achieve success more rapidly, though they also perish sooner. If Jiang Yi truly possesses such a character, Liao Yuanfeng furrowed his brow while observing him. Just as he was about to say something further, unexpectedly, Jiang Yi spoke again with audacity. "Brother Liao, it seems you just gained some benefit from that mysterious black talisman?" Upon hearing this, Liao Yuanfeng's countenance changed. "What do you mean by that?" "Nothing much, just wanted to say." Jiang Yi's tone sounded like a playful banter between friends. "Brother Liao, do you still have any time coins? Could you lend me a few?" "Lend?" Liao Yuanfeng's expression grew increasingly grave. "Yes, lend," Jiang Yi earnestly explained. "I have a blessing effect that enhances luck which is about to expire. I wish to utilize it to spin the wheel a few more times before it fades away, in hopes of making a fortune." The blessing effect that enhances luck. Liao Yuanfeng was taken aback. However, upon reflection, it became increasingly clear why Jiang Yi had risen so swiftly. The fortune wheel does indeed present various time-limited effects, including curses and blessings. The blessing effect that enhances luck can, at certain critical moments, be even more precious than the elixir of immortality. In fact, the average person might never encounter such an effect in their lifetime. Liao Yuanfeng pondered for a moment, then inquired, "What color do you wish to draw? I happen to have a few wheels that I can lend you in an emergency." Jiang Yi's eyes brightened, and he immediately asked, "Do you have a purple one?" Liao Yuanfeng's eyelids twitched again. However, soon, he and his teammates collectively gasped in astonishment, their expressions akin to seeing a ghost. The purple wheel, after all, requires the sacrifice of a millennium of life. One spin costs 1,000 years of life. How long would it take an ordinary player to accumulate a millennium of life? Most individuals would not possess such audacity. Yet, here was this fellow, who was merely a life parasite yesterday, daring to inquire about the purple wheel today. Liao Yuanfeng could not ascertain whether Jiang Yi was merely boasting or if he genuinely possessed the means and courage to draw from the purple wheel. After calming himself, he gritted his teeth and explained, "The purple wheel. Do you think it is some trivial merchandise? Even a team of 10 level 10 players would find it challenging to generate a purple wheel. Do you believe that I, not even a core member of the club, could possess one?" In reality, he had not seen a single purple wheel for sale in the trading area. The lowest quality ones were non-existent. If he hoped to acquire a purple wheel through purchase, it seemed nearly impossible. "Then, do you have a blue wheel, Brother Liao? It would be best if it has the elixir of immortality option." Liao Yuanfeng gritted his teeth and, with a flick of his hand, produced a palm-sized blue wheel. The elixir of immortality option was indeed present, though it was of poor quality. "If you find it unsatisfactory." "I do not find it unsatisfactory." Jiang Yi promptly snatched the blue wheel. Then, before the eyes of all present, he almost instantaneously shouted out the word "draw" while pressing the wheel. This audacity left Liao Yuanfeng utterly dumbfounded. Alongside his astonishment, a wave of anger surged within him. "What the hell? You are spinning the blue wheel so recklessly? Who spins the wheel without preparation? If by chance a formidable beast emerges, it could easily slay you with a single strike. It might even endanger those nearby." Liao Yuanfeng inwardly cursed, damning Jiang Yi's entire lineage. He felt that this young man's composed demeanor was merely a facade. This was far too reckless. He resembled a brash youth, far too impulsive. Yet, as he fumed silently, contemplating a hasty retreat should danger arise, he suddenly heard the notification from the blue wheel. "Ding. Congratulations. You have drawn the reward, elixir of immortality. What? He carelessly drew the elixir of immortality. Are you kidding me? Not only Liao Yuanfeng, but everyone present was left utterly speechless, as if caught in a dream. Did they previously misconstrue everything? The more cautious and devout the draw, the less likely one is to receive good items. Conversely, the more recklessly one draws, like Jiang Yi, the more likely they are to obtain precious goods. For a fleeting moment, Liao Yuanfeng began to doubt his very existence. He watched in disbelief as Jiang Yi swiftly consumed the blue-quality elixir of immortality. He swallowed hard, unable to restrain himself from asking, "Is your luck effect still active? I still have a few worthless wheels left. There are only a few seconds. Hurry, hurry, hurry." Jiang Yi's tone mirrored his urgency, as if there truly existed some time-sensitive lucky effect within him. Liao Yuanfeng hastily handed Jiang Yi a few white wheels. Jiang Yi, in a similarly reckless manner, pressed one of them. Ding! Congratulations. You have drawn the reward, elixir of immortality. Damn! Another elixir of immortality. Amidst the astonished and incredulous gazes, Jiang Yi's hand reached for the next white wheel. However, under the scrutinizing, envious stares, the tension in the air thickened. He finally cursed with a face full of regret and anger. Damn. The deadline has arrived. Liao Yuanfeng glanced at Jiang Yi's furious expression and felt an inexplicable sense of the world being excessively surreal. The other stunned teammates shared a similarly complex mood. How outrageous. This stroke of luck was simply unbelievable. Jiang Yi, with such fortuitous fortune, still appeared unsatisfied. It was infuriating. Those envious and jealous gazes seemed as if they wished to devour Jiang Yi whole. In truth, Jiang Yi's outburst was not an act of bravado. It stemmed from the interval required for consuming the longevity elixir. He had slept for 8 hours. Upon emerging from the nest space, he was eager to consume the longevity elixir promptly. Moreover, he needed to take it again every hour thereafter to maximize his benefits. If conditions permitted, he would prefer to consume a purple-quality elixir. Even better, if circumstances allowed, perhaps an orange, red, or even a golden one. Unfortunately, he had yet to unlock a single purple spin. He was indifferent to how the lesser beings regarded him, holding the freshly drawn white longevity elixir in his hand. His gaze met Liao Yuanfeng's. In Liao Yuanfeng's eyes, there was a blend of envy and jealousy, yet he had already begun to sense that Jiang Yi's strength likely surpassed his own, coupled with his disposition. The presence of a white longevity elixir did not seem worth the risk of causing trouble. However, he was taken aback when Jiang Yi unexpectedly extended the elixir towards him. Liao Yuanfeng's eyes widened in astonishment. What do you mean? Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. I have 2 spins, 1 blue and 1 white. Would you be interested in this white longevity elixir for 20-year coins? 20-year coins. Generally speaking, the price of a longevity elixir correlates with the years it can extend one's life. The white longevity elixirs produced from the spin can extend life between 10 to 100 years. The exact duration is uncertain, relying on the buyer's gamble. Jiang Yi's price of 20-year coins was already quite reasonable. However, as a formal member of the Letian Club, Liao Yuanfeng did not possess that many year coins. Yet, he was unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly retrieved his specialized command plate resembling a smartphone, saying, "Let us add each other as friends first. I need a bit of time to gather the funds." Chapter 60. The Miasma Marshes. Testing Jiang Yi? Fine. Jiang Yi responded succinctly. With a flick of his hand, he pressed a coin against Liao Yuanfeng's phone. In truth, for players more familiar with the apocalyptic game, a mere physical touch suffices to complete the friend request operation. It was an ordinary action of adding a friend. The informal players nearby could only watch and envy, as it dawned on them that Jiang Yi had undeniably become a figure they now looked up to. Subsequently, Liao Yuanfeng continued to lead the team in search of Zhou Yuming while simultaneously reaching out to friends for funds. After walking for about another 10 minutes, their group encountered another team beside a towering tree in the woods. Guan's team? Liao Yuanfeng was momentarily startled upon seeing Guanling. Aren't you supposed to be guarding outside Qinha? Why are you here in the beast world? Guanling maintained her characteristic aloof demeanor, casting a sweeping glance at Liao Yuanfeng's team. Her gaze paused slightly upon reaching Jiang Yi, but she replied nonchalantly to Liao Yuanfeng. I received news from several members of the Blood Swallow Club that this Qinha beast world is somewhat special. Special? In what way? Liao Yuanfeng felt that the danger level of this beast world was considerably lower than any he had previously explored. As long as they overcame the extreme night environment, it could be deemed almost safe. However, Guanling countered, indeed, The exploration difficulty of this beast world is ridiculously low. Liao Yuanfeng, having seen a bit of the world, quickly connected the dots. Is there a powerful beast tribe guarding the passage to our world? Guanling shook her head slightly. It remains unclear whether there is a formidable beast tribe guarding it. According to the scouting members of the Blood Swallow Club, that passage seems to lie deep within a miasma marsh. Miasma marsh. Liao Yuanfeng's expression soured instantaneously upon hearing this term. But that was not all, Guanling added. The miasma is highly toxic, and it appears that numerous ferocious beasts lie in wait within the marsh. Liao Yuanfeng's complexion grew increasingly grim, and his gaze towards Guanling turned peculiar. You are fully aware of the existence of the miasma marsh, yet you dare to enter this beast world? Highly toxic miasma, and the unknown ferocious beasts lurking in the marsh. This implies that the difficulty of their return journey has significantly escalated. Previously, the club had learned that certain beast worlds, which had led to the annihilation of daring exploration teams, were not necessarily filled with terrifying beasts. It was likely that the return passage of those worlds was characterized by extreme environmental conditions or was guarded by powerful beasts. The teams exploring the beast worlds were not guaranteed to have perished. They might simply be trapped within the beast world, unable to return. In such a scenario, the club might not dispatch personnel for rescue, potentially leaving them to perish in there, left to their own devices. Their current situation was rather precarious. Although being trapped in this beast world posed no immediate threat to life, the extreme night environment was not conducive to human survival for extended periods. Moreover, such a confined environment would hinder their growth. Given these circumstances, Liao Yuanfeng found it astonishing that Guanling would dare to venture in, fully aware of the risks. Guanling appeared rather at ease, shrugging nonchalantly. She even smiled. You might underestimate Wang Shuiyan's concern for Zhou Yuming. If we were merely trapped here, it is indeed possible that the club would abandon us. But do not forget, the news of Zhou Yuming is also here. As long as I send a casual message to Wang Shuiyan, deceiving her into believing I have found the living Zhou Yuming, she will surely devise a way to conquer this beast world. Liao Yuanfeng's mouth twitched slightly at this revelation. He felt that this woman possessed an audacity that was quite extraordinary. Guanling, unfazed by his thoughts, suddenly smiled again. Moreover, I have heard that near passages guarded by powerful beasts, there is a high probability of treasures being present. Liao Yuanfeng was rendered speechless, feeling that her ambition and courage were indeed on par with Jiang Yi. Reflecting on this, he pretended to receive a message while discreetly sending Guanling a note. Can you still use skills to see Jiang Yi's data panel? The two words conveyed thought-provoking information. Either Jiang Yi possessed some item or skill that prevented detection, or his level surpassed even Guanling's. Liao Yuanfeng, being merely a formal member of the Letian Club, while Guanling was a core member of the Blood Swallow Club with a level as high as 8. Jiang Yi had only been a tumor bug yesterday. How could his level possibly exceed Guanling's today? What a joke. Before Liao Yuanfeng could send another message, Guanling sent him a note. He couldn't possibly be the Jiang Yi who suddenly ascended to the top of the level rankings, could he? I also suspected and asked him. He said he isn't. Upon closer reflection, it seems unlikely, as the top of the level rankings must be accomplished by players from other regions. Just as the two exchanged messages away from prying eyes, a sudden scream erupted from Liao Yuanfeng's team. Startled, nearby birds and beasts scattered. Liao Yuanfeng furrowed his brow, casting an unkind glance. What are you screaming about? Zhangping trembled, pointing at the ground beside the towering tree. I just realized that puddle looks like. He did not finish his sentence before being interrupted by Guanling's indifferent voice. It is a pile of human bones, left after being devoured by the birds and beasts. At her declaration, the atmosphere froze momentarily. Guanling remained unperturbed. In this beast world, aside from the extreme night environment, the danger level is indeed low. However, should a terrifying beast horde be attracted, the scene would resemble a locust plague. Even I would be unable to withstand it. Locust plague. The mere mention of this phrase sent shivers down the spines of those present. The image alone made their hair stand on end. Jiang Yi, having witnessed it firsthand, recalled how, upon leaving the center of the flock, a vast number of blackbirds had almost instantaneously devoured Wu Su's team. The sight was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. Yet, Jiang Yi contemplated that he could now switch to two professions, one of which could indeed be oriented towards the concept of a locust plague. Ideally, it would enable him to create an army single-handedly. He remembered a powerful figure from his past life whose ability was to control insect tribes. However, it seemed the side effects were considerable, as that individual appeared emaciated. almost like a skeleton. Yet Jiang Yi had never interacted with that powerful being, having only caught a distant glimpse of someone cloaked in black robes, obscuring their form. As he pondered, Guanling and Liao Yuanfeng conferred briefly before deciding to head towards the miasma marsh to scout the situation. This expanded group then resumed their journey. During this time, Liao Yuanfeng gathered the funds for the longevity elixir and completed the transaction with Jiang Yi. Guanling also took the opportunity to add Jiang Yi as a friend, playfully probing into his level. This only deepened her intrigue about whether he was genuinely strong or merely putting on a facade. There certainly existed individuals who, in a bid to appear powerful, feigned arrogance, akin to a hollow strategy dependent on the cautious nature of others. Guanling was indeed cautious. She dared not gamble. If this young man truly possessed formidable strength, she would face dire consequences. Thus, until she fully grasped the situation, her demeanor towards Jiang Yi remained amicable. Yet, she could not help but ponder whether to seize an opportunity for a trial. After trekking for nearly 20 minutes towards the north, they finally stumbled upon the miasmic swamp. In the perpetual twilight, the swamp shrouded in noxious vapors appeared even more ominous and foreboding. From within the depths of the swamp, one could occasionally hear faint bubbling sounds, suggesting the presence of ferocious beasts lurking within. Witnessing the dire state of the swamp, Liao Yuanfeng's expression darkened considerably. This extreme environment. He inhaled deeply and turned to Guanling, inquiring if she had any thoughts. Instinctively glancing at Jiang Yi, Guanling contemplated using this opportunity to probe further when suddenly she heard a disturbance from the woods bordering the swamp. She swiftly redirected her gaze and shouted towards the source of the noise, "Who goes there?" With a resounding splash, an unknown projectile plunged into the swamp. The bubbling sounds from within intensified abruptly. Guanling's countenance changed dramatically as she instinctively exclaimed, "This is bad." Beside her, Liao Yuanfeng also grasped the gravity of the situation, his face turning pale as he cursed vehemently. Chapter 61. What is human nature? It has always been this way. Both formidable players appeared visibly alarmed. The informal players were naturally thrown into confusion. What is happening? What is wrong? In an instant, chaos erupted outside the swamp. However, there was no need to wait for Liao Yuanfeng or Guanling to explain. The informal players soon grasped the situation. The gurgling sounds from the swamp indicated the emergence of grotesque beasts. Furthermore, from the woods beyond the swamp came the cacophony of numerous birds and animals. Two herds of beasts. They were being flanked on both sides. At that moment, the phrase that Guanling had previously uttered resurfaced in everyone's minds: a locust swarm. They also recalled the human remains scattered near the towering trees. Faced with the terrifying beasts, they too would meet a similar fate. Not only were the informal players stunned with fear, but even Liao Yuanfeng's complexion paled, his legs trembling. Just then, a figure darted past the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from their midst. It was Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi had fled. Did he run? Or was it a teleportation talisman? It was astonishingly swift. The others were caught off guard. In truth, Jiang Yi did not use a teleportation talisman. He relied on his bloodline suppression, which prevented the birds and beasts from attacking him, allowing him to break through the encirclement of the attacking creatures. His speed was such that it appeared as if he had used a teleportation talisman. His swift reaction set an example for Liao Yuanfeng and the others. Suddenly, Guanling cried out, "Teleportation talisman." Her voice reached a near-breaking pitch. Simultaneously, despair gripped the hearts of the informal players. For they did not possess a teleportation talisman. They would be abandoned and perish beneath the onslaught of the beasts. In such a dire moment, everything felt overwhelmingly urgent. And Liao Yuanfeng hardly paid any heed to the informal players. He swiftly produced a teleportation talisman. Yet before he could tear it apart, a fierce wind surged towards him. Liao Yuanfeng's pupils dilated in disbelief. Guanling had snatched his teleportation talisman. Indeed, Guanling herself did not possess a teleportation talisman. She had taken Liao Yuanfeng's. The next second, she vanished rapidly from the midst of the beastly siege. In that instant, from the center surrounded by the ominous beasts, Liao Yuanfeng's anguished curse erupted. "Guanling, you wretched girl, may you suffer a terrible fate." The teleportation talisman was far inferior to the teleportation stone. It not only had a shorter range, but also a more random direction. If Guanling had the slightest misfortune, she might have ended up teleporting into the swamp. Fortunately, luck had favored her, and she found herself outside the grove, behind the flock of birds. In addition to fleeing, she was also in pursuit. The sudden assault by the beast herd was clearly orchestrated. Someone hidden in the woods had thrown a beast lure tumor into the swamp. The beast lure tumor is a more advanced lure than the beast lure incense. Someone was deliberately trying to harm them. Or, more accurately, if Guanling was not mistaken. That person intended to harm her. Guanling's expression remained impassive, yet a shadow of an unshakable emotion flickered in her eyes. After a few minutes, she produced a fiery red whip in her hand. With a swift flick, a scream pierced the air. Guanling ran a few more steps and arrived at the source of the scream. There stood a girl, resembling her, ensnared by the fiery whip. Her eyes wide with terror. Though they shared a likeness, this girl exuded a more delicate aura than Guanling. She trembled, struggling slightly, and stammered, "Sister, sister." "It's me, Guan Yi." Guanling's eyelids drooped, her tone and demeanor strikingly indifferent. "Why did you run?" "I just saw a beast tied over there." "So I was scared," Guanling responded with a nonchalant "oh." After a brief silence, she coolly remarked, "I see it's you." What?" The girl appeared flustered, unsure if it was due to Guanling's words or her frigid demeanor. As Guanling's gaze sharpened, her expression turned increasingly cold, even tinged with malice. "Guan Yi, if your sister were truly a fool, she wouldn't have reached her current position." Guan Yi trembled even more, her teeth chattering, "And no, it's not." She seemed poised to defend herself but quickly altered her approach. "No, I wasn't trying to harm you. I wanted to harm Zhang Chao and the others. They bullied me. I hate them so much. I just want them dead. Yes, just want them dead. Sister, you have a teleportation talisman. I didn't mean to harm you." Her words tumbled out rapidly, yet she still sounded frantic. Such words Guanling could never believe. In reality, she did not possess a teleportation talisman. Earlier, when Guan Yi first entered the beast world, she had pouted and asked for a teleportation talisman to leave. Had it not been for the fortunate presence of a teleportation talisman in Liao Yuanfeng's possession, Guanling too would have perished there, just as she claimed. Her growth to this point indicated she was certainly no fool. With a swift motion, the fiery red whip that had ensnared Guan Yi suddenly slackened. A flicker of surprise flashed in Guan Yi's eyes. Yet the next moment, the whip constricted around her neck, tightening slowly. Surprise transformed into sheer terror. Guan Yi instinctively grasped at the whip around her throat. Her delicate nails left horrifying blood marks on her porcelain-like neck. Her eyes bulged, and the sensation of impending death left only boundless despair in her gaze. And just when she thought her sister would ruthlessly strangle her to death, air rushed back into her lungs. The brutal force constricting her neck dissipated. She had been saved? However, as Guan Yi coughed violently, gasping for breath, a cold, detached voice floated down from above. "Before you die, speak a truth to me." "Why?" It was Guanling's flat, emotionless inquiry. In that moment, Guan Yi looked up, no longer concealing the hatred in her eyes. With bloodshot eyes and a hoarse voice, she screamed in frenzy, I hate you. May you suffer a terrible fate." The word death barely escaped her lips. The previously relaxed grip tightened around her neck once more. Guan Yi stared wide-eyed, and thus she perished. At that moment, Guanling did not retract the whip coiled around her sister's neck. It was as if a body that had not fallen could not be considered truly dead. After a pause, she suddenly addressed a branch high up in an ancient tree beside her. "Have you seen enough?" In truth, Jiang Yi had been pursuing all along, unwilling to let the one who harmed him escape. Although that person's intent might not have been to harm him, nevertheless, he was fortunate not to have acted first. Otherwise, he would have missed this splendid drama. He leaped down from the tree, landing steadily on his feet. At that moment, Guanling's remarkably calm face regained its usual aloofness. Jiang Yi observed silently, his expression devoid of emotion. However, with a slight raise of his brow, he inquired, "Aren't you curious why she hates you?" Guanling approached the ancient tree, leaning slightly against it, and lit a slender cigarette. "Why? Is it meaningful?" "Indeed. Is it meaningful?" Once, or perhaps in a previous life, when he was betrayed by Tang Ku, Jiang Yi had yearned to understand the reason. He pondered. During his university years, he and Tang Ku had been inseparable. Before that treacherous act, he had never wronged Tang Ku in any manner. Tang Ku harbored no reason to despise him. Even prior to the apocalypse, Tang Ku was not the type to be ungrateful or heartless. Everything seemed to transpire without warning. Suddenly, Guanling exhaled a puff of smoke and remarked, "Do you believe that human nature is inherently like this? Or has it only devolved into such after the end of days?" He recalled a scene from the film Elon, The Professional, where a 12-year-old girl inquired, "Is life always this arduous, or is it merely childhood that is so?" Indeed, is life thus? Chapter 62, A Fire on the Mountain. The overbearing director has fallen for me. The lady's cigarette was slender and delicate. After taking just a few puffs, she discarded it carelessly. She crouched down once more, prying the spatial ring from her sister's lifeless body. Jiang Yi observed this poignant scene, and an extraordinary phrase unexpectedly surfaced in his mind: a fire on the mountain. The overbearing director has fallen for me. He casually crushed the cigarette butt underfoot, only to hear Guan Ling's languid voice from nearby. When the apocalypse first struck, I felt quite regretful that my parents were not in Jiang City, and I was powerless to protect them. However, as time passed, that regret and longing for family seemed to gradually fade away. After a moment's reflection, he, with a gentlemanly demeanor, offered a word of solace. In light of your sorrow, allow me to share some good news. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and replied at a measured pace. Liao Yuanfeng had an unexpected encounter earlier and acquired a mysterious black talisman. I am not entirely certain of its effects, but I believe there is a reasonable possibility that he is still alive. Upon hearing this good news, Guan Ling's lips twitched noticeably. She paused for a moment before biting her teeth and exclaiming, I truly appreciate it. If Liao Yuanfeng were indeed alive, it was hardly good news for her. Although she bore him no ill will and their previous interactions were amicable, she had just seized the opportunity for survival that rightfully belonged to Liao Yuanfeng in a moment of life and death. Guan Ling did not feel she had acted wrongly. Even an impartial observer would likely understand this instinctual response. After all, in such dire circumstances, there was only one teleportation talisman, and it would naturally belong to the strongest contender. Guan Ling had never intended to harm Liao Yuanfeng. She merely wished to survive. Yet, this instinctual response was something that Liao Yuanfeng, as the victim, would undoubtedly fail to comprehend. If he were truly alive, then the enmity between him and Guan Ling would be irrevocable. Jiang Yi was well aware that this news was far from favorable for Guan Ling. He regarded her expression and, from the perspective of an observer, contemplated the grievances he held with Chang Jiaoyi and Tang Ku. Upon further reflection, those so-called grievances also appeared to be understandable human emotions from the viewpoint of some onlookers. However, as the victim, he, like Liao Yuanfeng, could not possibly forgive such human sentiments. How absurd! He was no saint. Liao Yuanfeng, though not particularly ruthless, was certainly no saint either. If he were truly alive. Jiang Yi glanced at Guan Ling, whose expression was filled with complexity. He pondered that if Liao Yuanfeng were indeed alive, there was a distinct possibility that Guan Ling would be the one to resolve the matter personally, much like Tang Ku's desire to eliminate him. Perhaps, from the outset, they bore no animosity and even interacted harmoniously. However, the moment Tang Ku seized the upgrade token, the enmity was inevitably sealed. Thus, Tang Ku would resolutely thrust a knife at Jiang Yi, intent on ending his life. As Jiang Yi contemplated this, Guan Ling did not pursue the topic of Liao Yuanfeng's fate any further. Instead, she inquired swiftly, "What are your thoughts on that miasma swamp?" Jiang Yi deliberated briefly before responding earnestly. "I originally had no particular thoughts, but seeing you carelessly toss that cigarette sparked an idea." Guan Ling's eyes brightened. "Are you suggesting we set it ablaze?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "I'm uncertain, but I wish to experiment." The pure black toxic gas above the swamp, in essence, was a form of gas. However, whether it was flammable or capable of igniting the swamp remained uncertain. Even Jiang Yi could not ascertain. Moreover, the consequences of igniting the swamp were unpredictable. Yet, genuine exploration of such a toxic mire was likely to yield no fruitful results. Liao Yuanfeng's earlier assessment was spot on. Guan Ling was indeed audacious. After a brief consideration, she decisively proclaimed, "Very well. Let us set it ablaze." As a core member of the Blood Swallow Club, she was accustomed to delegating tasks and issuing commands. Jiang Yi, however, interrupted her. "We will act independently. Let us reconvene in an hour at the small grove outside the swamp to discuss the arson." With that, he presented himself as someone ready to depart for solitary action. Guan Ling furrowed her brow slightly and spoke rapidly. "Should we gather more personnel given the uncertain circumstances?" Jiang Yi was surprised by her inquiry for his opinion. The decision to gather personnel could be a double-edged sword. At times, greater numbers indeed equated to strength, yet, on other occasions, too many could complicate matters. In any case, he found himself lacking any allies. After parting ways with Guan Ling, Jiang Yi instinctively made his way toward the swamp. In that small grove, he soon beheld a dense congregation of blackbirds, reminiscent of their previous consumption of Wusu's team. The amassed blackbirds appeared as an impenetrable dark curtain, obscuring the view of the swamp beyond. Almost an hour had elapsed since he last consumed the blue longevity pill. His earlier transaction with Liao Yuanfeng had also left him with some currency. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity to procure supplies in the trading area. Before doing so, However, he habitually scanned the surroundings, seeking a concealed location to execute his plans. Yet, during this exploration, he stumbled upon something hidden within the thicket of thorns in the grove. Chapter 63. I will carry on with your portion. Jiang Yi took a few steps forward, a flicker of astonishment crossing his eyes. Amidst the thorny bushes, two quivering figures emerged. Unmistakably, they were Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming. The duo appeared utterly disheveled. Zhou Yiming bore bruises all over his face and was pallid, clearly suffering from severe injuries and potent toxins. Luo Shan's condition was similarly dire. His body cloaked in darkness akin to the flock of black birds nearby, manifesting obvious symptoms of poisoning. Moreover, it seemed that neither of them had consumed the internal brightening fruit or the ice silk fruit. In this perpetual night, they remained shrouded in darkness, unable to see anything. The previously agitated birds had likely terrified them greatly. At that moment, Jiang Yi's approach rendered them breathless, as if their hearts might cease at any moment. These two were truly epitomes of despair. At this juncture, Jiang Yi abruptly grasped the situation. He could hardly claim to have rescued Zhou Yiming. It was more accurate to say he had merely located him. Given his own ghastly state, he was effectively awaiting salvation himself. Coupled with the peculiar nature of the return passage in the realm of the ferocious beasts of Qinhe, Luo Shan alone could not hope to return. Observing the quaking figures of the two, Jiang Yi felt no inclination to declare his identity. While it seemed a distant memory, it was merely a matter of a little over 20 days ago in this life. Shortly after the terrifying beast tied at Hanzhong University, his strength had waned. At that time, the shift in power dynamics inevitably stirred discontent within his team. There was even an official player among them. Such usurpation was, regrettably, a natural occurrence. Li Yaoping had even likened it to the Xuanwu Gate incident, asserting that the position of captain rightfully belonged to the strong. In truth, Jiang Yi had contemplated leaving the team long before this. The brief experience of teamwork had unveiled many truths to him. Thus, amidst various scornful remarks and Li Yaoping's condescending offer of refuge, he chose to depart from the team voluntarily. Others might have deemed him arrogant or oblivious to reality, while some could have considered Li Yaoping's actions excessively ungrateful. Yet, most merely tended to their own affairs, with few willing to speak in his defense. Only Tang Ke resolved to leave with him, unwavering in his decision. From college roommates to comrades in the apocalypse, when Tang Ke, without hesitation, chose to fight alongside Jiang Yi despite his diminished strength. Jiang Yi felt an almost unbreakable bond with Tang Ke, one he could entrust his life to. Indeed, it turned out to be true. During those few days, they truly faced life and death together, forging an unbreakable camaraderie. The term comrade was also referenced in the Conan movie The Crimson Phantom, describing the only entity one could trust to guard their back. In that film, Yuanzi remarked that she and Xiaolan were like that, relying solely on each other. In that moment, Jiang Yi genuinely believed he and Tang Ke shared such a bond. Yet, that fateful night, he and Tang Ke found themselves trembling beneath a wrecked car, much like Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming now. A level 6 ferocious beast. The tremor armored bear approached, its footsteps reverberating with an earth-shaking intensity. As it drew near the vehicle where they hid, Jiang Yi and Tang Ke's state mirrored that of the current duo. Fortunately, at that moment, the tremor-armored bear seemed distracted by another noise and shifted its focus away. They had narrowly escaped death. As they gasped for breath in the aftermath, Jiang Yi felt their bond of camaraderie with Tang Ke solidify even further. It was then that he made a decisive resolution to draw from the last remaining blue token in his possession. While that token was of poor quality, it contained two positive options, one being the exceedingly rare upgrade token. Tang Ke was well aware of this token's existence and rationally urged him to consider carefully to avoid a futile gamble that could lead to disastrous consequences. After all, drawing from the blue token would cost him a century of life. Upon completing that draw, Jiang Yi felt his lifespan plummet to its limits. Moreover, they had no guardian at the time. If a terrifying beast were to be summoned, it could spell their doom. Nevertheless, Jiang Yi was resolute. He urged Tang Ke to leave, fearing that his own misfortune would drag Tang Ke down with him. Yet, after a moment of silence, Tang Ke replied with unwavering determination. His words were profoundly moving. We promised not to abandon each other. We are comrades for life. If a beast emerges, we will face it together. If the upgrade token is drawn, we will celebrate together. Do you intend to leave me behind to develop on your own after obtaining the upgrade token? Certainly not. In the beautiful future Jiang Yi envisioned, if he could truly draw the upgrade token and become an official player, he would undoubtedly assist Tang Ku in achieving the same status. Together, they would continue to fight side by side and grow stronger. Tang Ku's heartfelt declaration and Jiang Yi's aspirations left him with no inkling that Tang Ku would betray him. Yet, alas, life often unfolds in ways we least expect. He did indeed draw the upgrade token from that worthless token. However, before he could revel in his fortune, a sharp blade struck. The token was swiftly snatched from his grasp. In that moment, Tang Ku's actions were ruthless, yet his expression was complex. He said, "Jiang Yi, had you drawn a beast, we would have truly been bound by life and death, comrades for eternity. But now that you have drawn the upgrade token, I'm sorry, this situation is too complicated. I can share hardships with you, but I cannot gamble on your commitment to share prosperity with me. Thus, rather than pinning my hopes for strength on your ascension, I shall strive for my own strength. In this world, the only reliable ally is oneself. Only by becoming powerful can one truly be fearless. Forgive me, Jiang Yi. I shall avenge you. Li Yaoping Changjiaoyi. And all those ungrateful wretches will not have a good ending. But I will carry on with your portion, living splendidly and honorably. In all of Tang Ku's future glory, a part of it belongs to you, Jiang Yi." Even in their farewell, Tang Ku's words remained profoundly touching. Yet, as Jiang Yi lay on the ground, his senses dulled. At that moment, one emotion consumed his mind: shock. More shocking than encountering a ghost in broad daylight. In his previous life, amidst years of apocalyptic existence, Jiang Yi had witnessed countless instances of treachery driven by self-interest, such as with Yu and many others thereafter. Yet, he had never been so astounded. This was because he had never truly trusted those individuals. Take Li Xiao, for instance. Their disputes arose solely from interests, devoid of any true emotions. Only with Tang Ku, the betrayal of someone he held in such high esteem was the most shocking, leaving him unable to reconcile. In his mind's eye, he envisioned a future where, after upgrading to an official player, he would help Tang Ku achieve the same status. And together they would support one another in this apocalypse. Just as Tang Ku had said, they would revel in their victories together. Yet he could not comprehend why Tang Ku, who had shared in his tribulations, would not choose the path of shared prosperity. As Guanling had previously remarked, it was a question devoid of significance. Jiang Yi's gaze shifted once more to the trembling figures of Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming. After a moment of silence, he departed. Much like the earth-shaking armored bear that had once posed a deathly threat to him and Tang Ku. After a prolonged interval, Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming were left gasping for breath, their bodies quaking with the remnants of fear. The absence of clarity left them utterly oblivious to the events that had transpired, yet they felt a profound joy akin to that of survivors from a calamity. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi, after finding refuge among some concealed shrubs, swiftly entered his private sanctum. Chapter 64. Having experienced the rain, should one hold an umbrella for others? At present, Jiang Yi has two primary objectives. One is to nurture Zhang San's alternate account, and the other is to continue accumulating strength to further enhance his own capabilities. Currently, his combat prowess places him at the pinnacle of the rankings, far surpassing the second-place Luo Changqing. However, a prominent guild possesses its own depth, and Luo Changqing undoubtedly possesses high-end survival tools. Moreover, if he has spun the special wheel a few times, he might even have access to lethal items governed by specific rules. Furthermore, the forthcoming explorations of the endless sea and the lair of ferocious beasts will also necessitate a more formidable strength. As Jiang Yi contemplates his self-improvement, he glances at his data panel. Name, Jiang Yi, level 10, lifespan, 9,723 years and 128 days, talent, none, occupation, none, skills, heart of a hero, sea level, poison resistance, sea level, wings of the wind, sea level, hurricane wave, D level, status, immune to all poisons, 3 days, strength, 5,000, constitution, 5,000, speed, 5,000, mentality, 5,000, combat power, 15 stars, evidently. The maximum attribute limit at level 10 is an astonishing 5,000. The prerequisites for ascending to level 10 merely require a lifespan of 5,000 and all attributes at 50. The disparity between the total attribute requirements for level advancement and the current attribute limits appears to be a fixed factor of 100. The conditions for leveling from 1 to 5 involve a lifespan of 100 to 500 years and total attributes of 1 to 5. While the requirements for levels 6 to 10 suddenly escalate to a lifespan of 1,000 to 5,000 years and total attributes of 10 to 50. The leveling conditions effectively establish a minimum threshold for player strength at each level. while the existence of attribute caps serves to limit the upper echelons of strength at the current level. This illustrates that significant disparities in strength can exist among players of the same level, making battles across levels a common occurrence. The relationship between attributes and combat power essentially follows the ratio where every 5 points of total attributes equate to 100 points of combat power. Of course, this ratio is not absolute. For the same 5 points of total attributes, some may possess a combat power of merely 50, while others could reach as high as 150. This variance seems to correlate with factors such as combat awareness, skills, talents, and occupations. Among the true elites, the focus is always on combat power rather than levels. Indeed, some formidable players, even with lower total attributes, may be recognized for their potential due to the ratio of attributes to combat power by larger factions. Currently, with total attributes of 5,000, Jiang Yi's combat power should conventionally be calculated at 100,000. Each increment of 10,000 combat power is categorized as 1 star, thus rendering his 15-star combat power equivalent to 150,000. This ratio is quite commendable. Moreover, Jiang Yi confidently asserts that his combat power likely exceeds tenfold that of Luo Changqing, without even factoring in any items. He could easily overpower Luo Changqing with ease. However, this is still insufficient. Jiang Yi then decides to peruse the public trading area once more. What had previously been an exhilarating experience in the trading zone has now left him somewhat dissatisfied, as the highest tier available is merely the blue wheel, with no sign of the elusive purple wheel. After some contemplation, he resolves to enhance his assets to gain access to the VIP trading area. Consequently, he promptly utilizes the 20 currency units earned from Liao Yuanfeng to acquire a substantial number of white and green wheels. Naturally, he also procures another blue wheel. Upon consuming the longevity elixir drawn from the blue wheel, his lifespan surges once more to over 10,000 years. Next, he draws from the white and green wheels, selling all the longevity elixirs and teleportation symbols extracted in the trading zone. This audacious move is undoubtedly brazen, but as a cross-regional powerhouse, what does a little arrogance matter? Jiang Yi pays no heed to the commotion his actions may stir within the trading zone. He then checks the forum and discovers that Sun Hao's extraction of the longevity elixir has seemingly triggered a significant butterfly effect. After reading several threads, he manages to piece together the unfolding situation. The initial post came from a core elite of the Letian Club, vehemently denouncing the Yinshuang Club for bullying the weak, alleging that they had secretly abducted a player capable of crafting longevity elixirs from the Letian Club and forced him into servitude as a puppet alchemist for the Yinshuang Club. Following the release of this post, a multitude of others emerged, all recounting various accounts of the Yinshuang Club's overbearing conduct, oppressing the vulnerable. The Yinshuang Club has seemingly transformed into a dark force, tyrannizing ordinary players overnight. Even the previously mentioned law enforcement hall, referenced by the Qingchuan and Yellow River guilds, has resurfaced in discussions. A vast number of players are now urging the Qingchuan and Yellow River guilds to intervene and eliminate the Yinshuang Club, rescuing the captive alchemist. During this period, Sun Hao also proactively posted, asserting that he voluntarily joined the Yinshuang Club and was not a puppet. This scene of players stubbornly clinging to their opinions and speaking for themselves evokes memories of online harassment from the pre-apocalyptic era. The torrent of criticism directed at the Yinshuang Club brings to mind the historical conflicts of the Spring and Autumn Warring States period, where factions often sought a pretext to justify their military endeavors. The imprisonment of an alchemist, alongside various ambiguous acts of tyranny, appears to provide a legitimate rationale for larger forces to eradicate the Yinshuang Club in the name of justice. Of course, amidst this escalating war of words, the Yinshuang Club has also been actively posting clarifications, with several threads personally addressed by Wei Lingshuang. Just as this intellectual battle reaches a boiling point, a figure emerges to douse the flames. Jiang Yi, upon glancing at the title of the post, can hardly suppress a chuckle. Chang Jiaoyi, because I have experienced the rain, I wish to hold an umbrella for others. The title of this post is entirely in line with Chang Jiaoyi's style. While undeniably beautiful, she does not quite reach the level of otherworldly allure. She has never been a mere pretty face devoid of intellect. Even during her university days, she cultivated a persona of a particularly ambitious and inspirational goddess. Throughout their courtship, she exhibited little interest in the trappings of typical femininity, such as bags, jewelry, or cosmetics. Their dates were more often spent in libraries, and she even established herself as a study blogger, pinning beautifully crafted motivational quotes to share on Weibo, garnering widespread acclaim. The content of her current post continues to resonate with her inspirational goddess persona. Chapter 65, Jiang Yi. He is still alive. Chang Jiao possesses a remarkable writing style, described by her followers on Weibo as having a serene yet powerful essence woven through her words. In her latest post, she eloquently recounts her experiences since the apocalypse. She reflects on her current status, seemingly basking in glory as a guest of honor at the Western Grand Council. Yet she alone understands the arduous journey she undertook when she first grasped the formula for the longevity elixir. During those early days, she refrained from ostentatiously flaunting her ability to concoct the elixir. Instead, she approached her newfound power with caution, steadily enhancing her abilities step by step. Only after ensuring her strength was sufficient to safeguard herself did she begin to act with greater boldness. Gradually, she carved out her own reputation. She asserts her independence, stating that she refuses to be a puppet alchemist manipulated by others. Consequently, her path has been far from the effortless journey others might presume. She concludes that her present achievements are attributed merely to the fortuitous acquisition of the elixir's formula, with the remaining 99 stemming from her relentless efforts. In a nod to Thomas Edison, she shared a motivational sentiment. The rise from the apocalypse hinges on 99 hard work and 1 luck. However, she notes that the latter is far more crucial. Without the formula for the longevity elixir, how far could one truly advance through sheer effort? Despite the light-hearted tone of her remarks, Jiang Yi felt no surprise upon reading them. In his previous life, he had witnessed Chang Jiao repeatedly extolling her hard work in public forums, downplaying the assistance of the elixir's formula. Now, she echoed that same sentiment. Following her inspirational discourse, she articulated her understanding of the challenges faced by novice alchemists, pledging to establish an alchemist alliance that would unconditionally protect all alchemists in Jiang City. She also expressed hope that all alchemists would unite, ensuring that the city would never again harbor puppet alchemists. Her declarations garnered widespread acclaim among alchemists, despite the fact that only Chang Jiao could craft the longevity elixir. Nevertheless, there were other alchemists in Jiang City, albeit with less precious concoctions that were nonetheless essential for players seeking to level up. In addition to extending invitations to ordinary alchemists, she placed particular emphasis on inviting Sun Hao, the central figure of a recent sensational event, hoping he would soon join the Alchemist Alliance as Jiang City's second player capable of producing the longevity elixir. If Sun Hao were indeed being threatened and confined by the Silver Frost Club, she hoped they would release him. With Chang Jiao's righteous post, players vehemently criticized the Silver Frost Club, demanding that Wei Lingshuang expedite Sun Hao's release. Public opinion was decidedly in favor of Chang Jiao. Even Sun Hao, upon reading her post, felt a stirring within him. He began to question whether he had been deceived by Wei Lingshuang. Was Chang Jiao truly the ruthless individual she was painted to be? Or was it Wei Lingshuang who had fabricated lies to malign her? Was the true intention of Wei Lingshuang to draw him into the Silver Frost Club under the guise of protection, while the real aim was imprisonment? Wei Lingshuang, perceptive to Sun Hao's wavering resolve, clenched her teeth in frustration, ready to respond, yet Sun Hao, as if receiving a message from a friend, paused for contemplation before stating, "I appreciate your good intentions, Lingshuang, but after careful reflection, the grand invitation from Chang Jiao to join her alchemist alliance seems too conspicuous to be a mere fade for my demise. If I were to perish within the alliance she established, it would be tantamount to slapping her face." Furthermore, he continued, "The claims you made about Chang Jiao potentially sabotaging other fortunate alchemists who can concoct the longevity elixir are merely unsubstantiated accusations." Wei Lingshuang's expression stiffened visibly. Sun Hao pressed on. While the influence of public opinion in the context of the apocalypse may not rival that of the pre-apocalyptic world, the current uproar condemning the Silver Frost Club is unmistakable. You surely grasp the implications behind this, do you not? If I remain here, it could be detrimental to the Silver Frost Club. Every point Sun Hao made left Wei Lingshuang speechless and incapable of retorting. Her complexion darkened, teeth nearly grinding to dust as memories of her university days surfaced. Every encounter with Chang Jiao had ended in defeat for her. This time, despite her resolve to retain Sun Hao, she found herself at a loss for words, contemplating how to present herself as more trustworthy than Chang Jiao. However, Sun Hao had already resolved himself, unwilling to heed her counsel. Abruptly, he declared, "If I have articulated my stance so clearly and you still refuse to let me go, it would appear as though you are indeed preparing to have me serve as a puppet alchemist for your club, just as the rumors suggest." Wei Lingshuang inhaled deeply. realizing that her painstaking efforts to discreetly bring Sun Hao to the city center had resulted in him fully aligning with Chang Jiao. While she could manage the outcry against her club, she found herself powerless to alter Sun Hao's convictions. After a moment's thought, she closed her eyes and reluctantly conceded. Very well. You are a noble alchemist with the freedom to choose. However, I hope you do not perceive me as a mere slanderer of Chang Jiao. I ask that you retain at least a modicum of skepticism regarding what I have said. After Sun Hao, the focal point of this sensational event, posted his own message. It quickly gained traction. I do not know what Wei Lingshuang of the Silver Frost Club has conveyed to you, but rest assured, I am willing to publicly pledge my utmost efforts to ensure your safety before all formal players. Sun Hao, compelled by the sentiment of Chang Jiao's post, held her in high regard. Yet, at this moment, neither he nor Wei Lingshuang, nor the onlooking Jiang Yi, were aware that Chang Jiao had not yet ventured into the world of ferocious beasts. She had merely just arrived at the shores of the Qin Lake. Indeed, in the outskirts of Qin Lake Park, Jiang Yi's recent actions of selling vast quantities of longevity elixirs in the trading zone had left players astounded, igniting a frenzy of discussion on the forums. Almost instantaneously, this topic supplanted the debate regarding Sun Hao's affiliations, becoming the new center of attention. Chang Jiao, true to her name, exuded a cool and ethereal demeanor, akin to a mysterious lunar goddess. Her gaze fell upon her phone, which reflected her exclusive fate. Her eyes, like melted ice and snow, bore a chill. With an expressionless countenance, she sent a message to Tang Ke. I have just received credible information. Chang Jiao, Jiang Yi. He is still alive. Chapter 66. The elixir of immortality crafted from the spinning wheels products. Accurate news. Jiang Yi is still alive. Tang Ke, along with the other 3 leaders of the Zhumun Guild, stands at the Wangjing Pavilion, gazing across the riverbank. As he absorbs this news, his fingers tighten around his phone. In truth, Tang Ke has experienced regret. After all, they were comrades who had weathered hardships together. When he betrayed Jiang Yi and turned to develop independently, feelings of remorse and guilt washed over him, leading him to believe he was less than human and had wronged Jiang Yi. However, one cannot dwell in guilt forever. This might be a psychological principle. A person who has erred may seek to alleviate their feelings of guilt by embellishing themselves while vilifying the victim, creating a rationale that makes their misdeeds seem justifiable. As time passed, Tang Ke became acquainted with the world of formal players, gradually maturing in an environment where the strong prey on the weak. Naturally, the guilt he once felt towards Jiang Yi began to fade. He increasingly convinced himself that he had done nothing wrong. The fault lay with Jiang Yi, who failed to adapt to the post-apocalyptic environment in a timely manner. After this shift in perspective, Tang Ke's regret morphed into something entirely different. He now lamented that he hadn't completely eradicated Jiang Yi when he had the chance. His knife had merely punctured Jiang Yi's lung. Although leaving it unattended in such an environment would render Jiang Yi's chances of survival negligible. Particularly after that blue spinning wheel lottery, where Jiang Yi's lifespan was nearly exhausted, he posed no threat to Tang Ke. Yet if the current, more mature and cold-hearted Tang Ke were to relive that betrayal, he would surely handle it with more precision. Indeed, it was due to his earlier lack of ruthlessness that an unexpected situation has arisen. Jiang Yi is alive had it merely been the fact that Jiang Yi was still alive. Tang Ke might not have been overly concerned. The crux of the matter is that the mysterious individual now topping the power and level rankings is also named Jiang Yi. From a purely rational standpoint, this enigmatic Jiang Yi should be a formidable figure from another region, entirely disconnected from the Jiang Yi he knew. Yet an unsettling premonition gnaws at him. The apocalypse has led many to believe in fate. A psychological law often cited by players is Murphy's Law. The more unlikely an event seems, the more likely it is to occur. Could it be? Tang Ke inhaled deeply, his demeanor markedly more serious than before. On the other end, Chang Jiaoyi proactively messaged him. As you deduced, he was indeed a parasite at the Letian Club. Last night, he joined the Letian Club's suicide squad and was assigned a mission to find someone in the Qinha Beast world. After pondering for a moment, her eyes flickered as she continued. I just gathered some information and am about to head down. Regarding the mysterious overlord at the top of the power and level rankings, if I'm not mistaken, you two must harbor an uncomfortable premonition. Tang Ke lowered his gaze. Premonition? You can't possibly think that the Jiang Yi at the top of both rankings is the one we know? That's not a premonition. It's psychological projection, she retorted. You don't dream every night of Jiang Yi's vengeful spirit coming for you, do you? Yet only he knew that he felt far from at ease. Chang Jiaoyi remained oblivious to Tang Ke's true mindset. Be it premonition or psychological projection, I must verify this personally, he stated. Tang Ke chuckled lightly. Verify? More like eliminate, right? He claimed he would avenge Jiang Yi, targeting Li Yaoping and Chang Xiaoyi. But in truth, he had no intentions of doing so. The reason was simple. A mere white elixir of immortality, casually concocted by Chang Xiaoyi, held more importance to him than a promise made to a deceased person. Furthermore, Li Yaoping had found a solid ally. Tang Ke had no desire to antagonize them over a dead man, especially one he had personally dispatched. He tucked his phone away, gazing deep into the distance while silently anticipating Chang Xiaoyi's confirmation. Shortly thereafter, Tang Ke was summoned by Luo Changqing for a meeting regarding the heated discussions surrounding Jiang Yi's large-scale sale of elixirs of immortality. These were not merely artificially crafted elixirs. They were products of the spinning wheel. If it had been just one or two, it would have been inconsequential. The critical issue was the sheer volume, far more than anyone could fathom. If I am not mistaken, he must have drawn some special option from a unique spinning wheel. What sort of special option could yield mass quantities of spinning wheel elixirs? This quantity exceeds even what Chang Xiaoyi could produce. Could it be that he too is capable of crafting them? The notion of producing elixirs from the spinning wheel is preposterous. The prominent figures exchanged thoughts, quickly narrowing down the possibilities to one that was slightly more logical. Luo Changqing furrowed his brow in contemplation, tapping his fingers on the table before arriving at a conclusion. Perhaps he has drawn a special formula for elixirs of immortality from the unique spinning wheel. With this formula, the elixirs he crafts would possess effects identical to those produced by the spinning wheel. This explanation seemed reasonably plausible. Beside him, Ji Yutong chuckled and suddenly shot Tang Ke a sidelong glance. If that overlord can indeed mass-produce spinning wheel elixirs, should our guild reconsider our collaboration with Chang Xiaoyi? Tang Ke, ever composed, showed no change in expression. Indeed, he soon heard Luo Changqing's steady voice. It's not necessary to change our collaboration partner. Our partnership with Chang Xiaoyi will certainly continue. Moreover, if she successfully establishes the Alchemist Alliance, her standing in Jiang City will be immeasurable. This aspiring goddess is certainly formidable. In contrast, the enigmatic Jiang Yi Luo Changqing trailed off, while Cheng Yang, who bore a somewhat naive expression, interjected, "What if that mysterious Jiang Yi seeks to undermine Chang Xiaoyi?" Chapter 67. The Price Increase of the Roulette. VIP Trading Area. As Tang Ke heard these words, an inexplicable and peculiar sensation washed over him. Jiang Yi, the one who had slain Chang Xiaoyi? Even if he was merely another person sharing the same name. It instilled in him a sense that destiny has its own clever intricacies. This enigmatic Jiang Yi, suddenly listing an abundance of roulette-quality longevity pills for sale, must be eager to elevate his status to gain access to the VIP trading area. Coupled with his earlier inquiry about special roulettes, I surmise he is consciously seeking to acquire something. This notion was also acknowledged by the other three guild leaders, who nodded in agreement. The conditions in the public trading area are abysmal. Truly valuable items are primarily located in the VIP trading area. While the other three guild leaders pondered this, Luo Changqing suddenly recalled something and contacted Qian Yong of the Moonlit Guild using his exclusive Fate Disc. Acquire all the purple roulettes from the VIP trading area. Qian Yong, responsible for material acquisition and records in the Moonlit Guild, hesitated. But boss, those purple roulettes are of poor quality and priced exorbitantly. They are hardly worth the acquisition. Luo Changqing insisted, just follow my instructions. Qian Yong replied reluctantly, all right then. After issuing this command, Luo Changqing turned back to the three guild leaders and continued. In the chat channels and forum discussions, many players believe that Jiang Yi has crossed regions, traversing the endless seas. However, I find this possibility exceedingly slim. While he may indeed possess extraordinary strength, having abruptly claimed the top spots on the level and power rankings, it seems implausible for one individual to traverse such vast distances alone. As for teammates, if he truly crossed regions with companions, would none of them have made it onto the power or level rankings? This statement prompted further contemplation among the three guild leaders. Luo Changqing proceeded to analyze. Therefore, his choice to cross regions must be motivated by a reason. Either he has significant relatives in Jiang City, or crossing regions presents him with immense benefits. Alternatively, it is possible that he could no longer thrive in his original area. This last speculation, though the most absurd, left the three leaders deep in thought. Tang Ke's gaze flickered, and he interjected. With his strength, if he truly could not survive in his original area, he might have reached a point where he was universally reviled. Luo Changqing exchanged a knowing glance with Tang Ke and nodded slightly. I share the same initial impression. This Jiang Yi capable of such a feat of crossing regions, must be a formidable character not to be underestimated. If I am not mistaken, he is likely to arrive at Jiang for their rendezvous before midnight. At that time, you all. Luo Changqing's gaze swept over the three. Cheng Yang nodded solemnly. Tang Ku appeared contemplative. Ji Yutong chuckled lightly. We are not foolish. However, Luo Changqing narrowed his eyes at Ji Yutong, emphasizing, I am confident in those two, but your peculiar abilities should not be recklessly tested on Jiang Yi. Hearing this warning, Ji Yutong's smile faded somewhat. And he replied, I will refrain from causing trouble. While the Moonlit Guild was engaged in various speculations and preparations regarding the interregional Jiang Yi, he remained blissfully unaware in his lair. He purchased some furniture and made simple arrangements within his lair space. In truth, the lair was not large. Placing a single bed and a set of chairs already made it feel quite cramped. Nevertheless, it was acceptable. He possessed a green-quality spatial watch, which provided ample storage space. As Jiang Yi enjoyed a feast, he pondered the previous life of an individual who had utilized a lair space to rob rare auction items. That person must have upgraded their lair space. Otherwise, spending years within such confines would likely be more unbearable than imprisonment. At least in prison, one would have companions. In such a limited space, there was not even anyone to converse with. Prolonged solitude could truly drive one mad. Regarding the upgrade of the lair space, perhaps in the future, he could inquire in the city of 10,000 races. After relishing his meal, Jiang Yi took a quick shower and then comfortably laid down on his bed, checking the trading area once more. Previously, the comment section beneath his listing for the cursed roulette had been filled with vitriolic remarks, quite unbearable to read. However, this time, Big Boss, are you the Jiang Yi who has soared to the top of the level rankings across regions? I am your long-lost little sister. I am your melodious Jiang Yi brother. What Big Boss? What brother? You shameless bunch. Dad, don't be deceived by them. I am your obedient daughter. Lost for years. Dad, this doomsday game is too difficult. Baby can't go on anymore. Can you transfer some living expenses? Oh no, send some longevity pills over. Please QQ. The ones above could very well be bigger than the Big Boss. How dare you pretend to be a sister? It's truly an eyesore. Bigger than Jiang Yi? What are you implying? Of course, amidst the myriad of affectionate claims and flattery, inquiries also surfaced regarding the abundance of longevity pills Jiang Yi possessed. Questions about his reasons for crossing regions to Jiang City and requests for lower prices on longevity pills or trade exchanges. Yet, he found little interest in these matters. During this round of observations, he discerned a critical issue. The various roulettes previously listed in the public trading area did not adhere to a simple rule where higher quality colors equated to higher prices. Indeed, while the options on blue roulettes were undeniably superior, the corresponding cost and lifespan was substantially greater. In contrast, a white roulette merely required a year of lifespan. Given the current supply and demand dynamics, some were willing to wager a year of lifespan on a subpar roulette. However, who among the strong on the longevity rankings would dare squander 100 years of lifespan on a blue roulette of little value? Thus, the prices for blue roulettes had, in fact, fallen below those of white ones. Only those with upgraded fate discs, elixir formulas, or excellent options could command slightly higher prices. Yet now, perhaps due to Jiang Yi's prior acquisitions disrupting the trading market, the prices for low-quality blue roulettes had noticeably surged. With a slight furrow of his brow, Jiang Yi examined his trading account. The substantial sales of longevity pills had elevated his wealth beyond 10,000 coins. He had also reached level 10, qualifying him for access to the VIP trading area. Upon entering the VIP trading area, he discovered, to his astonishment, that not a single purple roulette could be found. Moreover, regardless of quality, the prices for listed blue roulettes were quite steep. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow in contemplation before proceeding to conduct an anonymous listing in the VIP trading area. The trading entry read, Anonymous, white longevity pill, perfect quality, 10. Purple roulette, 10. After finalizing this, he acquired a few blue roulettes for lottery draws before exiting the lair space. However, upon emerging from the lair, his sudden appearance startled a few individuals nearby. Guanling instantly went on high alert, nearly thrusting his fiery red spear forward. Upon recognizing Jiang Yi, he paused. Astonished? A teleportation talisman? Did you encounter any danger? Chapter 68 Farewell, Youth, unafraid of time and wind. Indeed. The sudden appearance of Jiang Yi bore a striking resemblance to a teleportation spell. Guanling no longer dwelled on why he had used such a spell, and instead introduced, These are the 3 allies I found, all seasoned players. She pointed to a short, dark-skinned individual clad in black. This is the slender, dark-skinned fellow interjected, I am Zuin, the Zuin ancestor and the inn in safety. If you read it quickly, it sounds like prophet. You may call me the god of prophet. Jiang Yi was taken aback by the peculiar name, yet he respectfully addressed him. God Zuin. Zuin's face darkened, though his naturally dark complexion made it hard to discern. Guanling stifled a laugh and added, the god of prophet is a distinguished member of the Blood Swallow Club. He possesses a passive ability that grants him resistance to toxins and skills that target poisonous substances. Zuin remained taciturn, clearly not inclined to converse. It seemed his name was not a result of a name change card. Guanling then gestured towards another tall, bespectacled youth. This is Shang Qinghua, the top science student from Jiangxing 2 years ago. An impressive academic. Shang Qinghua adjusted his glasses, maintaining a rather aloof demeanor. He is also a formal member of the Blood Swallow Club, with a modest level, yet considerable strength, mastering a powerful fire-based skill. Jiang Yi nodded in acknowledgement. When Guanling pointed to the last individual, her gaze briefly flickered towards Jiang Yi before she coolly stated, this is Du Yuanjia, a formal member of your Letian club. Du Yuanjia scrutinized Jiang Yi and seized the opportunity to inquire, are you Jiang Yi, a member of the Letian club's suicide squad? The moment the question left his lips, the three gazes turned towards Jiang Yi with a peculiar intensity. Jiang Yi nodded. Du Yuanjia frowned, you might want to consider changing your name. Jiang Yi shrugged. Clearly, Guanling would never reveal her acquisition of Liao Yuanfeng's teleportation spell. Her earlier glance conveyed a wish for him to remain silent, which he duly obliged. Just then, a tense voice emerged from nearby, calling out, Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi? Jiang Yi's gaze shifted, recognizing the location where Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming were concealed. However, Guanling and the others were oblivious. Their emotions tightened as they cautiously approached the source of the voice. Upon nearing, Guanling was the first to spot Zhou Yiming. She hurriedly rushed over, pulling Luo Shan and Zhou Yiming from the thorns. Both were gravely injured, appearing utterly disheveled. Luo Shan was somewhat better off, still able to speak. Yet Zhou Yiming had succumbed to unconsciousness. Luo Shan nearly broke into tears upon hearing this. He felt utterly wronged. I just teleported into this beastly world and tumbled down a slope. It was pitch dark. I couldn't see a thing. The BGM speaker was entirely lost. I had to grope around, and somehow, I got poisoned. When I finally found Zhou Yiming, he was still responsive, which is how I realized it was him. Now, I don't know how much time has passed, but Zhou Yiming is no longer breathing. He is likely gone. His lamentations revealed his frustration and grievance. Guanling, though speechless, generously offered him some inner clarity and ice silk fruit. After consuming them, Luo Shan regained his sight and surveyed the surroundings. Upon spotting Jiang Yi, he looked as if he had seen a long-lost relative, nearly rushing over to exclaim, fellow townsman. Yet, upon noticing the presence of several esteemed individuals beside Jiang Yi, he quickly subdued his excitement, choosing to remain quiet. After administering 2 pills to Zhou Yiming, Guanling also offered him a specially crafted white longevity pill. Such pills provided a degree of recovery for injured players. Indeed, after ingesting the longevity pill, Zhou Yiming's condition improved. As he slowly opened his eyes, Guanling continued to feed him inner clarity and ice silk fruit. After a moment, Zhou Yiming could finally discern his surroundings. Upon spotting Guanling and the 2 Blood Swallow Club members, his spirits lifted. Guanling, Zuin, Shang Qinghua. Where is Wang Shuiyan? I want to see Wang Shuiyan. Damn that Green Bay team. I will annihilate their entire lineage. I want them to suffer a miserable fate. Clearly, the sight of the Blood Swallow Club members bolstered Zhou Yiming's confidence, igniting a furious rage within him. His eyes ablaze with anger. As he began to recover, he clamored for retribution against the Green Bay team. Guanling pressed her fingers to her temples, patiently explaining. The Green Bay team has already been defeated. You are currently in the Beast World, and Wang Shuiyan has not entered due to pressing matters. Beast World. Zhou Yiming glanced around, his face paling as his previous arrogance diminished significantly. Nevertheless, he soon furrowed his brow. Why hasn't Wang Shuiyan come? What could possibly be more important than my safety? Guanling fell silent for a moment. She must take responsibility for the beast tide you unleashed. Zhou Yiming was about to protest further when Guanling interrupted. Zhou Yiming is not foolish by nature. However, his celebrity status has inflated his ego for far too long, leaving him devoid of respect for others. He can maintain a facade before the camera, but ingrained traits are challenging to alter. The expressions of Zuin and Shang Qinghua remained neutral, while Du Yuanjia's demeanor grew somewhat complex. Considering that this pretty boy had backing, and Wang Shuiyan was infatuated, he refrained from saying much. Throughout this time, Luo Shan had been scanning the ground and eventually located his BGM speaker. His despondent mood lifted instantly. However, just as he clutched the recovered speaker with a foolish grin, he noticed a heap of human remains lying just outside the now calm swamp. That is. He swallowed hard, exclaiming, I see. That is the uniform of the Letian Club, the ones distributed by Liao Yuanfeng during missions. At that moment, he and Jiang Yi were also clad in similar attire. Yet amidst the remains, many pieces of uniforms were torn and tattered. Luo Shan's complexion turned pale, as if he had only just grasped the brutal reality of this apocalyptic game and the so-called mortality rate. It was not merely a cold statistic, but rather the tangible, vibrant lives that had been lost. Among those corpses could very well be Zhang Ping, Li Xiao, and others who had been his teammates. Zhou Yiming began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, his expression waning as his previous bravado dissipated. Guanling and the others remained composed, particularly since the absence of the living Liao Yuanfeng lifted Guanling's spirits. After a brief discussion with her companions, she concluded that the threat of the toxic gas was considerable. Should it ignite, they could be in peril if they stood too close to the swamp while igniting a fire. It would be prudent to maintain a safe distance. However, if they were to move away, Shang Qinghua's fire-based skill might lack sufficient range. After much deliberation, it was Jiang Yi who suggested employing archery to ignite a fire from a distance. Fortunately, there existed a composite bow in the vicinity of Luo Shan. However, as preparations reached completion and everyone retreated from the miasmic swamp, Jiang Yi stood poised, bowstring taut, ready to release the fiery arrow. Just as he was about to shoot, his gaze suddenly shifted toward a particular spot in the forest. Guanling, noticing his distraction, turned to him, puzzled, and inquired, What is it? Is someone plotting against us again? Meanwhile, at a considerable distance from Jiang Yi and his companions, stood a towering ancient tree. Chang Jiaoyi pressed her back firmly against its trunk, her countenance pale and slightly rigid, her heart racing violently within her chest. Simultaneously, a buzzing voice echoed in her mind. Jiang Yi, he truly is alive. Moreover, he is thriving. An indescribable sentiment stirred within Chang Jiaoyi, one she found nearly impossible to decipher. Earlier, from afar, she had observed Jiang Yi drawing the bowstring tight. Her gaze froze momentarily as an unexpected memory surfaced in her mind, one she had once transcribed during her time as an essay blogger. It was a lyric she had written down to inspire high school students, portraying herself as an idol of motivation. Never had she imagined that upon their reunion, those very words would resonate so profoundly with Jiang Yi. Once more, the young man draws the bow, unafraid of the passage of time or the winds. Chapter 69. My dear, are you searching for me? Jiang Yi was someone whom Chang Jiaoyi had once cherished. After all, given her image as an inspirational goddess, engaging in romance seemed rather incongruous. Yet, her affection for him was undeniable. She admired Jiang Yi's stance, reminiscent of a resilient pine tree standing tall amidst the chill of winter. From head to toe, he exuded an aura of unyielding integrity. That unique charisma imbued him with an indescribable allure, a quality he possessed in the past and continues to embody in the present. With her back pressed against the tree trunk, Chang Jiaoyi endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. Subsequently, she pulled out her phone and sent a message to Tang Ke. It appears he has met his demise at Jiang Yi's hands, in the Jiang Pavilion. Upon reading her words, Tang Ke felt a sudden constriction in his pupils. He maintained a facade of nonchalance, responding with an air of casual indifference. What leads you to that conclusion? Chang Jiaoyi bit her lip. I have seen Jiang Yi. Tang Ke, growing increasingly anxious, awaited a detailed description from her. Finally, unable to contain his impatience, he inquired. And then? A foreboding sensation, one he had previously experienced, surged within him, intensifying at that moment. His heart raced, a manifestation of an uncontrollable and inexplicable anxiety. Clenching his phone tightly, he shut his eyes for a brief moment before rising to gaze out across the river. On the opposite bank, members of the Western Grand Council stood vigil. A ferry was anchored upon the water's surface, poised for exploration of the enigmatic endless sea. When the apocalypse first descended, many foolish souls, unaware of the dire circumstances, attempted to escape from Jiang City through that very route. Their futile attempts only served to confirm the transformation of rivers and lakes into gateways to a world of feral beasts. Those who leapt into the waters were indeed transported to that perilous realm. However, those who remained aboard a vessel were spared such fate. Thus, the Western Grand Council's expedition into the endless sea aimed at level 10 players, necessitated the use of boats. The ferry currently docked was set to embark on its journey, already populated by numerous level 10 players. Yet, this was merely the initial wave. Early participants often met grim fates. At that moment, Tang Ku, gripping his phone, abruptly darted toward the riverbank. Simultaneously, he messaged Luo Chaqing. I intend to be among the first to join this exploration of the endless sea. Luo Chaqing, engrossed in guild matters, displayed a look akin to an elderly commuter engrossed in his phone upon receiving the message. Tang Ku casually explained, those scattered players are not easily deceived. I have heard that both the Qingchuan Guild and the Yellow River Guild are sending their top level 10 players to partake in this exploration, he added. Currently, although the Zhuyu Guild boasts the greatest strength, its credibility and influence pale in comparison to those two prominent guilds. Such words might deceive the naive. But Luo Changqing was no fool. He understood that Tang Ku was not the type to concern himself with the guild's credibility or influence. After a moment of silence, Luo Chaqing asserted firmly, speak plainly. What is your true motive? That Jiang Yi, who has suddenly ascended the ranks, there is a possibility he is someone I know. Luo Changqing's eyes nearly bulged at this revelation. Why on earth didn't you mention this sooner? We've been left to speculate about this mysterious figure's character. However, he quickly regained composure. Do you harbor animosity toward him? Tang Ku replied, a deep-seated enmity. Luo Chaqing's expression darkened. He pondered the implications. If this Jiang Yi bore a grudge against Tang Ku, would that animosity extend to the Zhuyu Guild? Would he direct his wrath toward Luo Changqing himself? Moreover, while ostensibly inquiring about a special turntable, could it be that he had come to exact vengeance? Luo Changqing felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, wishing he could pull Tang Ku aside for a serious discussion. You need not worry excessively. It may not be the Jiang Yi I know. The Jiang Yi I am familiar with has not crossed regional boundaries. If you wish to learn more about his character, I can only say that prior to our deadly feud, he was a virtuous disposition. However, I cannot speak to his current nature. Enough of this. Let us hope we have another chance to meet. These words carried the weight of a farewell, and rightfully so. The risks accompanying the first expedition into the endless sea far surpassed those faced by the initial teams venturing into the world of feral beasts. Initially, when Luo Changqing heard Tang Ku assert that the Jiang Yi he knew did not cross regions, he wondered if Tang Ku was merely overthinking. But now the mere act of contemplating such possibilities seemed to instill enough fear in Tang Ku to risk his life by prematurely exploring the endless sea. This indicated that, in Tang Ku's mind, the peril of exploring the endless sea was deemed a greater risk than surviving at the hands of Jiang Yi. So, was it that Tang Ku was merely overthinking? Or had all players in Jiang City misjudged their assumptions? Perhaps that so-called regional overlord had never crossed boundaries at all? How then had he achieved the first rank on the leaderboard? Luo Changqing furrowed his brow, feeling an increasing sense of anxiety. Tang Ku himself remained uncertain of whether his choice was misguided. Perhaps he was simply overthinking. Perhaps he would frighten himself into demise within the endless sea. Yet, throughout his journey, he felt an inexplicable intuition guiding him, warning him that danger was imminent. Meanwhile, on Jiang Yi's side, he released a flaming arrow toward the marshes. Luo Shan felt like a mere backdrop in this team, though he found solace in Jiang Yi's presence. However, as time passed, he began to perceive something amiss. The tone in Guanling's conversation with Jiang Yi did not reflect the typical dynamic between a powerful figure and a subordinate. Moreover, Jiang Yi's arrows seemed to possess extraordinary range. As the fiery arrow soared through the air with fierce momentum, Luo Shan finally grasped the reality of the situation. In such a brief period, Jiang Yi appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation, akin to a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. With precision, that flaming arrow struck the distant poisonous marsh, confirming their hypothesis that the toxic gas was indeed flammable. A thunderous explosion ensued, reverberating multiple times, igniting chaos throughout the marshland. Even from a distance, Jiang Yi and his companions felt the scorching heat wave wash over them, while the fauna and the surrounding woods fled in a frenzy. Guanling's complexion paled as she monitored the escalating explosions, urgently instructing, "The explosions are intensifying. We must retreat." The others, including Zuin, shared her sentiments, fervently echoing, "Retreat! Retreat!" In the midst of the turmoil, Chang Jiaoyi, concealed behind a towering ancient tree, contemplated the necessity of retreating with the group. However, as her gaze scanned the scene, she realized Jiang Yi was nowhere to be found. Jiang Yi, where is he? A surge of tension gripped Chang Jiaoyi, engulfed by anxiety, unease, and fear. She possessed a skill of visual enhancement, her gaze filled with an intense unease as she searched amidst the chaos. Yet, all her anxieties and fears ultimately came to fruition. A sudden stiffness enveloped her entire being, as a chill pressed against the back of her head. Simultaneously, a voice, once adored but now chilling to her core, emerged with a devilishly tender tone. "My dear, are you looking for me?" Chapter 70. Once again, I purged the world of filth. The sound of pounding echoed, as Chang Jiao's heart thudded heavily and powerfully. It did not beat downward, but rather upward, as if it were attempting to leap from her throat. In that fleeting moment, her entire being tensed, as though the figure behind her was not her former lover, but rather the grim Reaper himself. "Jiang Yi, yes, it is I." Jiang Yi's tone remained effortlessly casual, reminiscent of old friends reminiscing. Of course, he felt at ease. In this apocalyptic game world, it was the strong who thrived with ease. Chang Jiaoyi swallowed slightly, attempting to turn her body slowly. Jiang Yi did not command her to remain still, nor did he release an arrow that pierced through her head. This small reprieve eased her heart somewhat. As she turned to face him, Jiang Yi's crossbow was pressed against her forehead. Though her body was rigid, she maintained an appearance of calm composure. The image of the goddess remained unshattered. Her cold, piercing gaze met Jiang Yi's, and her stony voice softened unconsciously. "Indeed, you noticed me just now." Jiang Yi raised his hand, gripping the crossbow, and smiled. "Yes, you have delighted me immensely. I never expected your initiative to be so remarkable. I still vaguely remember you once uttered an inspirational adage. As long as one possesses courage and initiative, there is nothing in this world that cannot be achieved. Am I correct?" His voice bore the warmth of nostalgia, devoid of accusations, curses, or even apparent hatred, were it not for the cold, sharp weapon against her brow. Chang Jiaoyi might have almost believed he still held affection for her. With a flicker in her eyes, she gazed at him with unexpected intensity. "You remember, do you? But Jiang Yi, the bravest thing I have ever done in my life was to pursue you. That does not align with my persona. Yet it resonates with my heart." She spoke with profound emotion, her expression not one of pleading or weakness, but rather a hint of stubbornness. Jiang Yi could not help but be impressed. Chang Jiaoyi was indeed remarkable. Even in this life-or-death scenario, she retained her pride and composure. Like the ethereal moon goddess, she would never bow down, weep, or plead like a powerless mortal. Jiang Yi was not surprised. To be truthful, if one day Chang Jiaoyi were to suddenly kneel, weeping and begging for mercy, he would truly be astonished, questioning if she had been possessed. He chuckled softly, teasingly remarking, "I thought your bravest act was stealing the longevity elixir formula?" Chang Jiaoyi's expression stiffened slightly, but Jiang Yi understood it was not due to his words, but rather because he had struck at the core of her tension. As expected, her dark, watery eyes suddenly fixed upon him with renewed intensity. Jiang Yi, gripping the crossbow with one hand, played with a silver-black compass in the other. Chang Jiaoyi pressed her lips together, articulating, "The compass of the forbidden realm. A blue-grade item. Its range is limited, but it suffices. At least it won't allow me to escape as Li Shao did with his spatial device." She glanced at the compass, then back at Jiang Yi, her gaze complex. "You anticipated my arrival." Jiang Yi chuckled. "You discovered Sun Hao. If you hadn't found me yet, would you still be Chang Jiaoyi?" In that instant, a flicker of emotion crossed Chang Jiaoyi's eyes. After a brief moment, she closed her eyes, maintaining an air of cold, stubborn beauty. When she reopened them, a sudden smile illuminated her face. "If you truly understand me, do you believe I came here to kill you?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh, unless you're implying that you've come to rescue me?" He scrutinized her for a few seconds with an odd expression before laughing. "You wouldn't dare suggest that stealing the longevity elixir formula was for my benefit, would you?" Chang Jiaoyi pressed her lips together, still refusing to beg for mercy. She appeared to possess an everlasting spirit and pride. After a moment, her cold voice, as if stating a fact, slowly uttered, "The matter of you extracting the elixir formula is not known solely to me. While at the time, no one understood how to utilize it. Just the term longevity elixir carries immense allure. Even the ancient Emperor Qin Shi Huang was driven to madness by it. Do you truly believe that possessing such an item was beneficial for you?" "Ha ha 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 ha." Chang Jiaoyi spoke with deep emotion. However, Jiang Yi laughed joyfully, not with the satisfaction of revenge, but with pure, heartfelt amusement, akin to a child who has just heard a delightful joke or witnessed a clown perform a trick. His laughter radiated sincerity and warmth. This laughter caused Chang Jiaoyi's expression to stiffen slightly. She longed to say more, but Jiang Yi gradually stifled his laughter, leaving only a hint of ease in his gaze. He regarded Chang Jiaoyi with newfound tenderness, as if genuine animosity were a distant thought. Mimicking her deeply affectionate tone, he said with a slow smile, "Thank you. Thank you for delivering your head to me from afar and for bringing me such joy in your final moments. As a token of gratitude, I must tell you, I truly do understand you. In fact, to a certain extent, I may know you better than you know yourself. Jiang Yi, you are not the cold moon goddess. Regardless of how beautifully you present yourself, how flawless you appear deep within your subconscious, you must know just how tainted your true self is." TSK Jiang Yi feigned a sigh of empathy, murmuring, "Once again, I purged the world of filth." As he spoke. With a swift motion, the crossbow bolt pierced through Jiang Yi's brow. Given Jiang Yi's attributes, she would not survive unless she possessed an extraordinary constitution. However, to Jiang Yi's astonishment, the arrow met no resistance whatsoever. Where was the shield? Was there none? As the arrow struck Jiang Yi's lifeless body, it transformed into a peculiar black mist. Once the mist dissipated, a coin remained on the ground. Only then did Jiang Yi comprehend why the act of killing Jiang Yi had been so remarkably effortless. Chapter 71. Jiang Yi, will you regret it? He picked up the coin, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes. The exclusive fate disc. This object. Every informal player receives one upon their transition to a formal player. According to the standard regulations, once found, it cannot be destroyed or lost. For instance, Wu Su, who was also a formal player, did not drop his exclusive fate disc upon death. Additionally, Jiang Yi was aware that during the early days of the apocalyptic game, there were even individuals who specifically targeted the corpses of formal players, piercing their skulls. They endeavored to extract the exclusive fate plate of the official players, much like excavating the crystal cores of zombies in a film. Yet, in the end, none succeeded. However, now, in Jiang Yi's grasp lies the very exclusive fate plate of Jiang Yi. Has the rule become contradictory? In fact, according to the summation of prominent figures in later generations, the rules of this apocalyptic game can be categorized into fundamental rules and special rules. The so-called fundamental rules refer to the general principles governing the operation of the apocalyptic game. For instance, the exclusive fate chart will neither drop nor be damaged. On the other hand, special rules transcend the fundamental rules. It is not difficult to surmise that the emergence of unique regulations is inherently linked to the existence of a distinctive wheel. Thus, many players prefer to refer to the unique items obtained from the special wheel as rule items. The exclusive fate chart revealed by Jiang Yi is evidently a result of a certain extraordinary artifact, coupled with the recent apparition of that ghostly black aura. Jiang Yi recalls a peculiar item he had heard of in his previous life, known as the death substitute. Just as he was pondering, a sudden spark ignited in his eyes, revealing an even more intense astonishment within. Immediately thereafter, the protagonist leaped gracefully onto the branch of a towering ancient tree. Meanwhile, in a secluded, dilapidated building in Jiangcheng, where weeds thrived and the atmosphere was foreboding, a colossal beast nearly 5 meters tall had claimed this territory as its own, instilling fear in both ordinary creatures and players alike, who dared not venture close. However, shortly after the demise of the fearsome creature Jiang Yi, a faint sound emanated from an ominous, weathered coffin located in a vast pit nearby. "Ji, is that the voice of Jiang Yi?" A faint sound, which should have gone unheard, suddenly transformed into a towering figure of a 2-meter-tall man, the monstrous beast dwelling in this place. The robust man almost instantaneously leaped from the heights of the unfinished building to the edge of the vast pit. The ground trembled slightly in response. The burly man appeared somewhat foolish. After a moment of dazed contemplation, he rapped on the coffin and called out, "Master?" From the ancient coffin, a faint sound once more arose. "Open the casket." At once, the deep, jovial voice of the robust man resonated with a certain cheerfulness. With a unique blade, he meticulously slashed through the seals inscribed upon the coffin. A gentle push later, the coffin creaked open, and within lay none other than Jiang Yi. The simple-minded strong man appeared quite cheerful, calling out "Master" in a naive manner. However, his master, Jiang Yi, wore a remarkably grim expression. Indeed, Jiang Yi did not perish. However, the price she paid was far too steep. When Jiang Yi produced the compass of the forbidden air domain, Jiang Yi realized that Jiang Yi harbored an almost lethal intent towards her. The forbidden airspace compass serves not merely to prevent her from utilizing spatial artifacts for escape. More crucially, it is intended to guard against any life-preserving devices she may possess. If her life-saving artifact merely allows her to resurrect at the same spot, then Jiang Yi could easily guard her corpse. She revives once, and he can slay her again. However, if her life-preserving artifact possesses the ability of spatial teleportation, it too would be utterly constrained by the void compass wielded by Jiang Yi. Thus, had she merely possessed a common life-saving artifact, her demise would have been all but certain at that moment. Fortunately, the life-saving artifact possessed by Jiang Yi was drawn from a special roulette, a powerful, rule-level object. The substitute serves the purpose of allowing the host to resurrect at the designated location of the substitute upon the host's demise. It may sound quite ordinary, yet the significance of this prop is remarkably high. For instance, if a player is obliterated by the rules, typical resurrection items will generally be ineffective against such a level of demise. However, this peculiar artifact known as the substitute can transcend the annihilation rules, ensuring her rebirth nonetheless. Thus, such a trump card for survival remains a formidable presence, even in the late stages of a doomsday game. It can even be said that such life-saving tools reveal their true value most vividly in the direst and most perilous situations of life and death. Yet now, it was merely in the early stages of the apocalyptic game, when the vast majority of players had yet to undergo their class transitions, that she expended such a crucial trump card. What was even more disheartening was that this crucial trump card possesses a particularly repugnant flaw. Its so-called resurrection after death comes at a significant cost. Instead, at the moment of her demise, her unique fate chart will be revealed. Simultaneously, in her rebirth, she will regress from a formal player to an informal one, losing all player functionalities. It is akin to performing a factory reset on her data dashboard. All the talents, skills, attributes, and more that she possessed have been lost along with her exclusive destiny chart. Yet, there remains a glimmer of hope to regain her strength. How could this be possible? If she is not mistaken, her exclusive destiny chart has already fallen into Jiang Yi's hands. To plead with him to return her exclusive destiny chart? What a ridiculous notion. She is none other than the proud Jiang Yi. How could she easily submit to others? More importantly, she is acutely aware that even if she were to beg Jiang Yi on her knees, he would never return her exclusive destiny chart. On the contrary, he would merely revel in her misfortune, perhaps even take her life once more. Thus, Jiang Yi took a deep breath. Rather than beseeching Jiang Yi, it would be more prudent to let him believe she was truly deceased. At present, the existence of the special roulette remains exceedingly rare. Despite Jiang Yi's extraordinary prowess, he would undoubtedly be oblivious to the existence of the unique item known as the scapegoat, even if he were to harbor suspicions regarding the nature of her demise. Once midnight strikes, her name would vanish from the updated rankings of the 3 major leaderboards. Not only Jiang Yi, but all official players would be led to believe that Jiang Yi had indeed perished. Thus, Jiang Yi believed her to be deceased. Perhaps those grievances and animosities would gradually dissipate? Upon this thought, Jiang Yi's expression abruptly turned complex and indescribable. She recalled Jiang Yi's nonchalant words just before his demise. Did he truly regard her with such disdain? Then, with an unhesitating strike, does he truly not feel even a hint of sorrow or reluctance? Even in the future, should you inadvertently recall her and the myriad of moments shared in the past? Jiang Yi, will you harbor any regrets? Jiang Yi was unaware. However, at this moment, she found herself enveloped in a sense of regret. In her pursuit of strength, she had once stolen Jiang Yi's elixir formula, which undeniably granted her boundless glory. Yet now, due to Jiang Yi, all her efforts and sacrifices have been rendered mere illusions. The ability to refine the elixir of immortality has been lost alongside the disappearance of the exclusive destiny chart. It seems that the Alchemist Alliance may never come to fruition. All the glory she has desperately fought for will ultimately prove unsustainable. Deep within Jiang Yi, there resided a sense of discomfort that was somewhat difficult to bear. Amidst this oppressive and bittersweet sensation, there lingered a tinge of grievance. However, she was far from being a delicate and ineffectual damsel. Jiang Yi closed her eyes. The sky today was shrouded in a somber gray, casting a unique charm upon her cold visage. When she opened her eyes once more, the familiar pride and resilience returned to her gaze. In that moment, she resolutely reminded herself, regret? No. The word regret should not exist in Jiang Yi's lexicon. Although she had lost everything, at this very instant, she felt akin to an empress reborn from the pages of a fantastical tale. She was not entirely devoid of resources. While her status as a formal player had vanished, the items she possessed remained intact. Her loyal attendant, Jiang Yi, was steadfast as ever. She still held the potential for a resurgence. Regaining her composure, Jiang Yi promptly retrieved a green-quality longevity pill and an upgrade token from her spatial ring. These were her meticulously prepared contingencies. With her emotions steadied, she utilized them without hesitation. In no time, she reclaimed her status as a formal player. However, her level had reverted to 1, and all her previous acquaintances had faded into oblivion. Her attributes were notably diminished. Taking a deep breath once again, Jiang Yi emerged from the coffin. Beside her, the burly Jiang Yi remained blissfully unaware of his mistress's melancholic state, still grinning foolishly. Jiang Yi summoned a vehicle with a wave of her hand and instructed Jiang Yi, "Drive to the Silver Frost Club." Chapter 72. My dear, please begin your efforts in a residential complex located in the city center. The Silver Frost Club's base of operations was alive with activity. A sleek black Maybach was parked at the entrance. Wei Ling Shuang was taken aback when she received news from her subordinate that Jiang Yi had personally come to pick up Sun Hao. After all, she was well aware of Jiang Yi's capabilities. If Jiang Yi could trace Jiang Yi's whereabouts through Sun Hao, she certainly had the means to do so herself. Thus, like Jiang Yi, she had her suspicions. The beast world that Jiang Yi referred to must be the same one that Jiang Yi visited, the Qinhe beast world. Wei Ling Shuang had once wondered if Jiang Yi could be the enigmatic top figure of the leaderboard, but deep down, she felt it was unlikely. Now, with Jiang Yi emerging from that perilous realm, it suggested something significant. As Wei Ling Shuang personally escorted Sun Hao to the complex entrance, her gaze swept over the imposing vehicle. Behind the wheel sat a man of formidable stature, resembling a bear, his fierce demeanor suggesting he was not to be trifled with. Yet, his eyes bore an oddly naive clarity. Jiang Yi occupied the passenger seat, her expression inscrutable. She showed no intention of exiting the vehicle, merely lowering the window and casting a dispassionate glance in Wei Ling Shuang's direction. Her tone was devoid of emotion as she greeted, "Long time no see." Wei Ling Shuang stood outside the car, pausing in silence before suddenly furrowing her brow and asserting, "You killed Jiang Yi." Her tone was marked by an unsettling certainty. At this, Jiang Yi's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of complexity flashing in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Her gaze was as cold as winter. Her voice laced with a hint of iciness as she replied, "Who is Jiang Yi? I do not know this person." Wei Ling Shuang's eyes narrowed, and she held Jiang Yi's gaze for several tense seconds. Suddenly, she let out a cold laugh, a mix of disdain and mockery. Yet she refrained from openly condemning her. After all, Jiang Yi was no ordinary opponent, and the imposing figure beside her looked equally formidable, seemingly upright and principled. Wei Ling Shuang was, in truth, a pragmatist. She chose not to pursue the matter further, instead turning slightly to Sun Hao and stating, "I hope you won't regret your choice." Sun Hao's emotions were equally complex. It was clear that Jiang Yi possessed a unique background. However, that no longer mattered. If Wei Ling Shuang's words were accurate, Jiang Yi was presumably dead. Sun Hao had little attachment to Jiang Yi, so he felt no sense of loss. As for whether Jiang Yi was responsible for Jiang Yi's demise, in this apocalyptic world, what did it matter if a powerful individual eliminated a useless one? He bore no resentment toward Jiang Yi and chose to enter her vehicle. Thus, the black Maybach sped away, its sleek lines gliding effortlessly into the distance. As Wei Ling Shuang watched the car depart, a shadow flickered in her eyes. Meanwhile, in the back seat, Sun Hao was filled with excitement, not merely because he had joined Jiang Yi's faction, but also due to his unwavering support for her vision of establishing an alchemist alliance. He animatedly expounded, "If the alchemist alliance can successfully incorporate all the alchemists in Jiang City, then the entire market for pills will be monopolized by us. The status of alchemist will be dictated entirely by the alliance." Sun Hao could hardly fathom the prestige that would accompany such a role. Alchemists would face no dangers, only focusing on refining pills and enjoying rapid advancement. Evidently, Sun Hao had already envisioned a bright future for the alchemist alliance. Jiang Yi chuckled lightly. "It's not as exaggerated as you think. Those major powers will still cultivate their own alchemists. The reason I was able to bring you out is partly due to the Silver Frost Club's lack of strength and partly because of public support. If it were the alchemists of the Sichuan Guild, I couldn't have extracted you." Sun Hao remained fervent. "That would still be sufficient." Jiang Yi smiled, seemingly optimistic about the future of the alchemist alliance. In truth, before losing everything, she had indeed prepared to nurture the alchemist alliance. With Sun Hao set to be a cornerstone in its early stages, she had no intention of eliminating him. Yet now, following a journey into the Qinhe beast world, her dreams had shattered, everything was gone. When she entered that perilous realm, she had sensed an ominous premonition. Yet she never anticipated that Jiang Yi would emerge as a top-tier powerhouse. The intelligence she had gathered indicated Jiang Yi was merely a lowly, Useless creature. How could this have happened? Now, faced with a dire situation, Jiang Yi realized she had miscalculated. She closed her eyes, suppressing the tumult of negative emotions once more. After another 10 minutes, the Maybach came to a halt in a desolate, unfinished building complex. Sun Hao's excitement was tinged with surprise, for he knew that Jiang Yi's base was not typically located in such a foreboding area. As he contemplated this, Jiang Yi smiled and said, "Before we head to my base, I wish to discuss a few matters with you. If convenient, shall we add each other as friends?" After a moment's thought, Sun Hao nodded. He believed that even without Jiang Yi's public commitment on the forum, as long as she genuinely intended to establish the alchemist alliance, she would harbor no murderous intent toward him. On the contrary, they would be allies of shared interests, coupled with his earlier favorable impression of her from the forum. Sun Hao retrieved his phone, a manifestation of his dedicated command plate, ready to add her as a friend. However, Jiang Yi's warm smile interrupted him. There is no need for such trouble. Adding friends between official players can simply be done through a handshake. Oh. Sun Hao felt somewhat embarrassed. Realizing his lack of experience, he extended his hand to shake hers. Yet, at that moment, a sudden sharp pain shot through his palm. Sun Hao was taken aback, only to feel Jiang Yi's grip tighten. Panic and fear surged within him as he abruptly yanked his hand away, his complexion paling as he exclaimed, "What have you done to me?" Jiang Yi smiled gently. "Nothing, just a trivial matter." Her voice was soft, almost tender, but in that instant, Sun Hao clutched his chest, overwhelmed by a stabbing pain. His heart felt as though it were being wrenched. "Rest assured, since I publicly promised on the forum, I would never kill you." Jiang Yi's tone remained sweet and soothing. Yet, the look in Sun Hao's eyes was one of sheer horror, as if he were gazing upon a demon. Undeterred by his expression, Jiang Yi explained calmly, "However, have you heard of the string puppet goo? Your life and fate now rest in my hands." She smiled faintly, yet a tinge of regret lingered within her heart. Such a precious item as the string puppet goo should not have been wasted on someone like Sun Hao, who could only refine white-quality longevity pills. But now, with everything lost and unable to even produce the basic longevity pills, she resolved to employ the string puppet goo on Sun Hao. Thus, she would have another trustworthy ally alongside her loyal servant, Jiang Yi. Indeed, fate has its own intricacies. The elixir recipe that she originally mastered was extracted by Jiang Yi. Now, the one who has regained the ability to concoct the elixir, Sun Hao, can also be considered a product of Jiang Yi's influence, wouldn't you agree? Oh, Jiang Yi. I wonder how you feel knowing that the wheel you gifted to Sun Hao, which enabled him to extract the elixir recipe, has now become my capital for resurgence. Such thoughts filled Jiang Yi's mind as her gaze shifted back to Sun Hao. Sun Hao stood rigid, his complexion growing increasingly pale. He was acutely aware of the puppet string's poison. Yet, he never anticipated that Jiang Yi would employ it against him. Even more shocking was the realization that the claim in the post about enduring rain to shield others with an umbrella was utter nonsense. This woman, as Wei Lingshuang had said, truly possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent. "I hope you do not regret your choice." Sun Hao lamented deeply. He regretted believing in Jiang Yi's deceitful words. He regretted not discerning her true nature. He should have trusted Wei Lingshuang. He should have remained at the Silver Frost Club. At least then, he would have been free. Instead, he had become Jiang Yi's alchemical puppet. However, just as Sun Hao was engulfed in regret, feeling he had betrayed Wei Lingshuang's goodwill, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was as if a tightly wound string in his mind snapped with a resonant twang. Following that, a mouthful of poisonous blood spewed forth. This scene also took Jiang Yi by surprise. And Sun Hao, he finally realized, just before his demise, that Wei Lingshuang's words, wishing he would not regret his choice, were not mere condolences for his misguided decision, but rather a foreboding hint, a subtle indication for one on the brink of death. Jiang Yi, Wei Lingshuang, they were not virtuous beings. No wonder it is said that a woman's heart is the most treacherous. Alas, Sun Hao learned this too late, before his vision blurred. He saw Jiang Yi frantically attempting to feed him an antidote, but it was futile. Sun Hao perished. Meanwhile, in the beast world of Kinhis, atop the towering branches of an ancient tree, Jiang Yi observed the chaotic scene of Jiang Yi desperately administering antidotes to Sun Hao, nearly laughing himself off the branch. Ha 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 ha. How amusing this is. If his assumptions were correct, Wei Lingshuang likely intended to tarnish Jiang Yi's reputation by poisoning Sun Hao. The outcome, however, shattered Jiang Yi's first step towards resurgence. Jiang Yi had not anticipated that the Eye of Insight, which he had secretly employed upon encountering Jiang Yi to prevent her escape, would unwittingly transfer its effect of death and rebirth onto the revived Jiang Yi. He was unclear about the underlying principles, but witnessing such a spectacle through the eye of insight brought him immense joy. He even wished he could call out to the distressed Jiang Yi from afar, saying, "Come now, my dear. Please exert your utmost effort of 99. Do not let me down." However, just as he was reveling in the moment, Jiang Yi suddenly felt the branch beneath him violently throw him off the tree. Not only that, but at that moment, following a series of explosions, the miasmic swamp seemed to erupt with an unexpected transformation. Chapter 73, The Core of the Domain, The Special Profession Roulette. Previously, there were only resounding explosions that appeared imposing and sounded quite terrifying. At this moment, having been flung to the ground by the branches of an ancient tree, Jiang Yi realized that the soil of this small grove was not only charred black, but also emanated a searing heat reminiscent of magma. Moreover, every plant within this grove, whether tall trees or low shrubs, seemed to have come alive, brandishing their limbs with ferocity, simultaneously as all the flora displayed their menacing postures. The previously eternal night appeared to be tainted with an eerie dark red hue. Even with the enhanced vision granted by the inner clarity elixir, he could scarcely discern whether it was the red of flames or the red of blood. The distant explosions ceased. However, from the direction of the swamp came a low, guttural roar that was even more terrifying than the blasts. Jiang Yi felt a scorching heat beneath his feet, and after a few leaps, he caught sight of a massive, pitch-black creature, akin to sludge, crawling out from the nearly desiccated swamp pit. It looked repulsive and fearsome. If it were merely a matter of its appearance, that would suffice. What astonished Jiang Yi even more was that just from a distance, he felt an uncontrollable sense of dread welling up within him. It was as if that gigantic sludge monster could crush him with a mere slap. A single glance could claim his life. This feeling was utterly bizarre. Given his current combat prowess, how could such a fearsome entity exist in the realm of the Qinhe beasts? It defied logic. Furthermore, if the world of Qinhe beasts was indeed this horrifying, could it be that his radical approach of igniting the swamp had transformed this instance into a hellish difficulty? Jiang Yi's thoughts raced as he was compelled by that fear to flee in the direction away from the swamp. Beyond the grove lay a downward slope, and as Jiang Yi dashed out of the woods, he encountered Guanling's group. Guanling's team had grown in size, seemingly joined by some members of a death squad seeking warmth in numbers. There were approximately 30 individuals now. As Jiang Yi emerged from the woods, someone in the group called out nervously, "Who are you? Which faction do you belong to?" After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Yi approached Guanling's team. Guanling, holding a crystal ball, wore a serious expression. The crystal ball displayed images from the swamp pit. The very sludge monster that had instilled fear in Jiang Yi, it was vividly projected on the crystal ball. Without inquiring where Jiang Yi had been, Guanling began explaining. "This is a recording device that comes with a little drone. The images on the crystal ball are what the drone captured from the swamp." Jiang Yi, having lived 2 lives, was certainly aware of the existence of such devices. He nodded casually, his gaze returning to the image of the sludge monster on the crystal ball. Guanling, with a grave demeanor, remarked, "Even from behind the crystal ball, I sense a profound danger emanating from that terrifying creature. Not just me. Xuanxin and Shuaishan also feel it. What about you? Do you sense the same terrifying threat?" Jiang Yi nodded and casually replied, "I too sense danger. Which is why I fled from the grove." Although he said this, deep down, he considered another possibility. Guanling and her companions lacked Jiang Yi's strength and confidence, so they did not find anything amiss. The scholar, Shang Qinghua, began analyzing. "If I am not mistaken, this sludge monster might be a beastman player possessing a data panel. Such beings are generally far more powerful than us human players. Given the strength of the formal players present, it is likely we would struggle to contend with it. However, if I'm correct, defeating that sludge monster might yield the domain core." The domain core. Even Jiang Yi's eyes flickered at the mention of this term. Among the bold members of the death squad, someone interjected, "Big shot, what exactly is the domain core?" Guanling pondered briefly. "I don't know much about the domain core either. I've only heard that the top factions, like the West Grand Guild, maintain control over a beastman world by grasping the domain core. Of course, that's just what I've heard. I'm not very clear on the specifics. After all, it seems our 3 clubs in the suburbs have never acquired a domain core, right?" Guanling spoke uncertainly. Since even she, a core member of the club, was unsure, the others naturally felt even more uncertain. However, Jiang Yi was aware that the domain core was indeed a vital resource fiercely contested by all major factions. As the number of class-changing players increased, the focus of various factions would undoubtedly shift towards seizing the domain core. Yet, even in his past life, the precise uses of the domain core had not circulated among ordinary players. The only information accessible to regular players through chat channels and forums regarding the domain core was twofold. One, as Guanling had just mentioned, it pertains to a major faction as control over a Beastman world or battlefield. The other, which remained unknown to all players at present, was that the number of Beastman worlds connected to cities divided into various regions varied. Jiang City, where he resided, was connected to a total of 129 Beastman worlds. To put it in contemporary terms, that equated to 129 domain battlefields. This implied that the entirety of Jiang City would yield 129 domain cores. In his past life, when Jiang City transformed into the Qinchuan base, the entire city underwent a regional upgrade. Following this upgrade, the players in that region gained access to functions such as the World Chat Channel. At that time, players would be able to exchange information with other regions that had also completed regional upgrades. It was said that the catalyst for triggering the regional upgrade was Jiang City gathering all 129 domain cores. Jiang Yi even recalled that when the first region achieved a regional upgrade in his past life, the Doomsday Game issued a world announcement. There was even a global leaderboard that included a regional ranking, documenting the order in which various regions completed their upgrades. He remembered that Jiang City ranked far beyond the hundreds on that list. In this life, at this juncture, it was evident that no region had yet completed a regional upgrade. As Jiang Yi pondered these thoughts, he suddenly heard several formal players around him gasp in astonishment. Hiss. That is. Jiang Yi's gaze followed the sounds toward the crystal ball. His pupils jolted in shock, but soon returned to calm. The peculiar feeling he had experienced earlier, along with his speculations, seemed to find resolution at this moment. Then, the dark-skinned lad from Zon exclaimed after gasping, Black. The Black Profession Roulette. I remember Black is a special roulette. So that is, the Special Profession Roulette? Chapter 74. A Time-Limited Slaughter. The scene is chaotic. The voice of the Zon lad nearly cracked with excitement. These seasoned players were somewhat aware of the extraordinary nature of the Special Roulette. The unique items drawn from the Special Roulette are often referred to as rule-level items. So, what about the Special Profession Roulette? How astonishing could the special professions it yields be? Jian Shou dared not even entertain the thought. Moreover, in pursuit of more promising professions, they were even willing to risk their lives to explore the endless seas. Yet, even with the exploration of the endless seas, even the Golden Profession Roulette pales in comparison to the rarity of the Special Profession Roulette. It is no wonder that these seasoned players were losing their composure. Even Guanling, typically calm in demeanor, found her eyes crimson as she gazed at the Black Profession Roulette atop the altar-like platform at the heart of the swamp giant pit. At this moment, her speech faltered slightly. She swallowed hard to suppress her emotions and declared with unwavering certainty, this realm of Qinhuai must conceal some secret. No wonder the creatures crawling out of the swamp instill such terror in us, even through the crystal ball. They must be extraordinarily powerful. Our strength is undoubtedly insufficient. Even the proud academic Shang Qinghua was visibly excited. He fixated intently on the Black Profession Roulette and the crystal ball and, analyzing Guanling's words, stated, our strength indeed falls short. However, once news of the Special Profession Roulette spreads, not to mention the club bigwigs like Wang Xueyan, He Zheng, and Yang Miao, even the top figures of the West University Guild, including Jiang Yi and Luo Chanqing from the power rankings, would likely rush over in a frenzy. Nevertheless, Shang Qinghua forcibly suppressed his excitement and exchanged a knowing glance with Guanling. Among intelligent individuals, certain understandings need no words. While the allure of the Special Profession Roulette could indeed attract countless formidable players, the current situation posed a dilemma. The more strong individuals that arrived, the greater the hope of overcoming that mire creature. Yet, if the strong were too powerful, conflicts over the benefits of the Special Roulette could easily spiral out of control. Thus, seeking external aid is a double-edged sword that requires careful consideration. In truth, Jiang Yi observed the subtle exchange between Shang Qinghua and Guanling. However, he felt compelled to express that these two were likely overthinking. If he was not mistaken, the astonishing and enticing Special Profession Roulette they were captivated by was most likely a fabrication. Even the mire creature was likely just an illusion. Jiang Yi had found it peculiar earlier. How could such a diminutive realm of Qinhuai harbor a creature that exuded such a potent sense of lethal threat? After all, his combat power was already at 15 stars. It was scientifically unfathomable for him to feel threatened. Thus, the source of this emotion could not be attributed to the so-called Meyer creature. Rather, it stemmed from an unseen beast possessing psychic abilities lurking in the shadows. The Meyer creature was merely a diversion to capture the player's attention. The true mastermind of this beast realm ought to be. Jiang Yi's gaze drifted toward the distant woods. From his understanding, among the beast kin, those known for their psychic abilities were typically found within the peculiar ancient trees of the forest or the odd sea creatures of the ocean. Hence, the concealed boss should be hidden within that very woodland. Psychic beastkin generally possess neither strong defenses nor offensive capabilities. However, when they conceal themselves and launch psychic attacks, they can prove utterly unpredictable, much like the character Chu Renmei from the film The Village of Old Corpses, who could instill such fear that one might unwittingly bring about their own demise. Suddenly, a familiar announcement resonated in his mind. Ding, domain battlefield announcement. Congratulations, player. You have triggered the first round of the time-limited slaughter game. Game task, kill one person. Game duration, 30 minutes. Task reward, talent awakening. Failure penalty, none. A time-limited slaughter game? And it's the first round? The reward is a talent that isn't even present on the current roulette. The temptation. Jiang Yi furrowed his brow, only to notice the same astonished and shocked expressions mirrored in those around him. Players like Guanling, aside from their surprise and shock, also exhibited joy. Meanwhile, members of the Daredevil squad displayed a mix of delight and instant fear. Almost immediately after the announcement concluded, a lean, monkey-like Daredevil member abruptly lunged with a blade, stabbing towards another Daredevil member beside him. This scene unfolded suddenly but was not entirely unexpected. The crowd gathered there instantly descended into chaos due to the time-limited slaughter game announcement. Weaker Daredevil members hastily scattered, shouting for help and calling upon Guanling to arbitrate. Those with greater strength remained vigilant, their eyes darting about like hunters seeking prey. Even among the seasoned players, Du Yuanjia and the Zon lad each fixated on a Daredevil member, clearly unable to resist the allure of awakening a talent. The roulette required the sacrifice of life. And even then, one might not draw anything worthwhile. Yet now, they only needed to kill one person. However, just as they prepared to act, the academic Shang Qinghua suddenly regained his composure. He adjusted his glasses and spoke in a low tone. Do you not find? Before he could finish his thought, the Daredevil member who had reacted swiftly and was the first to kill erupted with joy. Ha! I've awakened a C-class talent. Instant flash. Laughing maniacally, he demonstrated, vanishing from his spot and reappearing 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, another ecstatic voice rang out. Ha! My talent is invisibility. And indeed, that person vanished from sight. The series of jubilant exclamations plunged the gathered group into further chaos. The Zon lad and Du Yuanjia swiftly darted into the crowd, each claiming a life. Their faces soon bore expressions of exhilaration, as if they too had received talent rewards from this time-limited slaughter game. Even Shang Qinghua, who had intended to voice his concerns, was evidently swayed by the jubilant cries, beginning to doubt his judgment. He looked toward Guanling and, frowning, stated, What troubles me is that in all prior Doomsday game announcements, only formal players could hear them. Yet this time, even informal players were included. However, if killing a worthless individual grants a talent, then perhaps it is best to disregard the oddities. With that, he too plunged into the fray of the Daredevil ranks. Chapter 75, Is Human Life Worthless? The sadness of the underclass. Feeling a sudden constriction around his neck, Shang-Chi hastily halted his steps, casting a glance at the red whip entwined around him. His expression turned icy as he furrowed his brows at the wielder of the whip. Guanling, what do you mean by this? The whip remained firmly fastened around his neck, yet Guanling's gaze was fixed on the chaotic crowd as she commanded in a deep voice, Everyone, halt. Anyone who dares to harm another will not be spared. Though a woman, Guanling exuded a formidable presence. Her words seemed to momentarily freeze the tumultuous crowd. However, the greed of some individuals was not so easily quelled. For instance, amidst the disorder, one man had already pinned a middle-aged man to the ground, poised to slash his throat with a knife. In such a critical moment, the notion of stopping was hardly feasible. With a fierce glare, he prepared to disregard Guanling's command and strike. Yet, in an instant, a dart whizzed through the air, piercing the assailant's temple. His pupils dilated, and his gaze quickly faded as he collapsed to the ground. This scene finally served as a warning to the others, and the chaotic scene gradually settled. However, Jiang Yi observed that after Guanling had eliminated the assailant, a fleeting look of surprise crossed her eyes. If he was not mistaken, that act of intimidation had also granted her the so-called talent. What Guanling contemplated remained unclear to Jiang Yi, but he watched as she strode forward like a commanding leader and declared, "Now, everyone, calm down. According to the underlying rules of this apocalyptic game, you informal players, who are below level 1, cannot possibly hear any announcements. Therefore, the recent announcement must be flawed. Did you not notice? The announcement stated a timed killing game, round 1. This implies that there will be a second and third round. The essence of this so-called killing game is to incite us to turn against our teammates, leading to our own disintegration. Thus, this timed killing game is undoubtedly a trap set by some beast tribe player targeting us. The black professional roulette scene in the crystal ball likely serves merely as bait." Guanling's voice rang out with conviction, articulating her words as if she had unraveled the truth. In the crowd, Du Yuanjia and Zuan immediately echoed, "Guan's right. This must be the plot of a powerful beast tribe player. From now on, no one is permitted to lay a hand on their companions." Their agreement was unsurprising, as they had already taken lives and acquired talents. Among the crowd, those who had also killed and gained talents joined in supporting Guanling's assertions, while those who had not were left with grim expressions, some even glaring enviously at the beneficiaries. Shang Qinghua had yet to kill anyone. His face grew somewhat rigid. He was acutely aware that Guanling's reasoning held merit. However, what if? What if the killing game was real and the talent was genuine? Sacrificing a single life for a chance seemed to bear little consequence for him. Companions? Those Daredevil members hardly qualified as allies for a legitimate player. They were merely a group of useless cannon fodder on the battlefield. Yet, Shang Qinghua, knowing he lacked Guanling's strength and understanding her uncompromising nature, dared not challenge her authority. At that moment, just as Guanling was about to speak again, a voice emerged from the crowd addressing her. "I concede that you are correct, Guan. However, we are not in an era of peace, but in a brutal apocalyptic world. Human life has long ceased to hold the value it once did. You say we should not be internally disintegrated, but the truth is, most of our internal group is just a bunch of failures. If sacrificing a few weaklings could empower the strong, even if it might be false, it could very well be true. I express this not for my own sake, but because someone like Shang Qinghua deserves a talent, while ostensibly advocating for a talent. The subtext was unmistakably deserving a kill. In this precarious situation, it was none other than Zhou Yiming who dared to speak so boldly. The others who entered the Qinghua Beast world were primarily seeking Zhou Yiming, thus he felt emboldened. Previously, Shang Qinghua had regarded Zhou Yiming with disdain. But after hearing his words, he found the young man less irksome. Shang Qinghua turned his gaze toward Guanling, continuing along Zhou Yiming's line of thought. "Just now, the middle-aged man you shot with the dart was already severely injured and nearly incapacitated. Such a person," Shang Qinghua's insinuation was glaringly evident. However, the middle-aged man, who had been tending to his wounds, suddenly paled upon hearing this. He looked up toward Guanling, stammering, "Guan, I." Desperation clouded his mind as he struggled to articulate a defense. He cast a hopeless glance at Du Yuanjia, pleading, "Captain Du, save me. I'm from the Letian Club. I know Captain Liao. He praised me before. He said I was quite good, and that's why he took me on missions. Please save me. Where's Captain Liao? Captain Du, save me. I can't die?" Ignoring his injuries, the middle-aged man fell to his knees, almost prostrating himself. His pleas were filled with anguish, humility, and despair, evoking an inexplicable sympathy. Luo Shan, having neither killed nor been killed amidst the chaos, felt a complex mix of emotions. He recalled a moment from the peaceful era, witnessing a delivery rider kneeling before an elderly man, pleading, "Please let me go. I'm running out of time." Such desperation and supplication seemed to embody the shared plight of the downtrodden. It was tragically poignant. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Yi. It was evident to anyone not devoid of reason that Jiang Yi had already ascended. To what extent, he did not know. But she was at least capable of conversing with the likes of Guanling and Du Yuanjia. However, she ultimately bowed her head. If he had the strength, he could act as he pleased. But now, as a weakling, he had no right to dictate to the strong. To Luo Shan's surprise, Du Yuanjia remained unyielding and indifferent to the middle-aged man's desperate pleas. Instead, Guanling suddenly raised her hand and tossed something forward. Initially, the middle-aged man assumed it was another dart, nearly terrified out of his wits. Upon realizing, Guanling's expression remained cold. Yet her gaze swept over the crowd with piercing intensity, her tone firm. "What I have stated requires no questioning." Shang Qinghua pressed his lips together, refraining from further comment. Guanling was about to set aside this matter and continue expressing her thoughts. Unexpectedly, Zhou Ming's expression darkened. And seizing the opportunity while the middle-aged man was bowing to Guanling, he raised a stone and hurled it toward the man's head with great force. Chapter 76, Meddling. Luo Shan's regret. Everything transpired with astonishing rapidity. No one anticipated that despite Guanling's formidable presence, there would still be individuals daring enough to oppose her. However, upon reflection that the challenger was Zhou Yiming, it seemed somewhat comprehensible. Zhou Yiming possessed his own confidence. Regardless of how he defied Guanling, she would not truly take action against him. After all, so many had come to the beast world of Qinhe for his sake. His status within the Blood Club was far from ordinary. Thus, as long as he could eliminate someone before Guanling intervened, he would bear no consequences. Zhou Yiming's eyes were bloodshot. Regardless of the truth, he yearned for talent. Yet, unexpectedly, a voice pierced through. "Stop it," followed by the sound of a crash and a scream. But that scream did not belong to the middle-aged man. It was Zhou Yiming's. After Luo Shan rescued Zhou Yiming, he drew closer to him, perhaps with a hint of flattery. Even amidst the chaos, he subtly shielded Zhou Yiming. However, at this moment, Luo Shan unexpectedly swung an axe at Zhou Yiming, shattering his hand. Zhou Yiming's right hand, which was poised to strike with a stone, was left mangled and bloodied. Bones shattered, a horrifying sight. His face turned pale, cold sweat pouring down, his gaze at Luo Shan as though he had seen a ghost. Luo Shan was taken aback. Everything had unfolded too swiftly for his mind to process. It was over. His complexion was even more ashen than Zhou Yiming's. Zhou Yiming glared at Luo Shan with bloodshot eyes, screaming, "You dare to strike me? You worthless fool! I will ensure your demise. Guanling, I want him dead. Hurry and eliminate this fool to treat my injuries." His cries were accompanied by tremors of pain. Luo Shan, now panicking, discarded the axe and retreated. That very axe had been given to him by Jiang Yi, the one Jiang Yi used to slay Zhao Quan. The bow Jiang Yi used to set fire to the marshes belonged to Luo Shan. At that moment, he handed over the fire axe to Luo Shan for self-defense. Now, Luo Shan, in a state of panic, instinctively glanced at Jiang Yi, then at Du Yuanjia, seeking help. The middle-aged man on the ground realized that Luo Shan acted to save him. He wished to plead for Luo Shan, but he had no voice in the matter. Preserving his own life was already a stroke of fortune. Guanling, observing the scene, felt a throbbing headache. Truth be told, she did not harbor fondness for Zhou Yiming. At this moment, all these calamities originated from him. Initially, her words held authority due to her absolute strength. Time and again, he disregarded her words. Guanling felt a flicker of anger as she coldly reprimanded Zhou Yiming. "Do you still have the audacity to command me? Have you dismissed my previous words as mere wind passing by your ears?" Seeing that Guanling had no intention to kill him, but was instead chastising Zhou Yiming, Luo Shan's previously despairing heart suddenly ignited a glimmer of hope. Yet, that hope was soon extinguished. From a distance, an anxious, neutral voice called out, "Brother Yiming." Zhou Yiming, who had been waning under Guanling's reproach, suddenly regained his defiance upon hearing that voice. Simultaneously, everyone present turned towards the source of the sound, only to behold a large throng rushing towards the slope. Among them were even level 10 powerhouses. He Zheng from the Letian Club, Yang Miao from the Shanshui Club, Wan Shuiyin from the Blood Club. Additionally, there were around 6 or 7 more level 10 players. This large contingent, though still at a distance, was led by the fervently impatient Wang Shuiyin. However, Zhou Yiming's external injury had healed. His bones remained fragile. "My hand is ruined. What to do?" "It's all right. It can still recover. Brother Yiming, do not be afraid." Wang Shuiyin comforted him while cradling his hand. Meanwhile, Luo Shan felt his legs weaken further, retreating once more. Yet, he soon met Wang Shuiyin's sharp gaze, akin to that directed at an adversary. Luo Shan stammered, I didn't mean to. I saved Zhou Yiming before. I owe him my life." "Big shot." Zhou Yiming rebuked him. "What kind of life-saving grace is that? You worthless fool. You merely happened to arrive near me in the beast world. Your ineptitude offered me no assistance. I nearly perished. Do you understand? And you dare speak of saving my life? I will kill you. Wan Shuiyin, cripple this fool. I want to slay him myself. In that waste." The latter referred to the middle-aged man Zhou Yiming had aimed to crush with a stone. The middle-aged man, already on his knees, desperately tried to diminish his presence, exclaiming, "No, it's not my fault. Your injury is not my concern. Killing one person grants you talent. Killing 2 is a waste. Please, spare me." The middle-aged man continued to wail in despair. From a distance, Jiang Yi observed the unfolding drama while glancing at Luo Shan. It was uncertain whether Luo Shan regretted his meddling at this moment. Nevertheless, The threat of death and fear rendered his complexion ghastly. Indeed, Luo Shan regretted it. Why did he involve himself? This affair had no bearing on him at all. Initially, he had been a benefactor to Zhou Yiming. Yet at the moment he swung the axe, he had not contemplated the ramifications. It was almost instinctual, a mere desire to save someone. Now, gazing at the desperately weeping middle-aged man, he realized that he was far more miserable and pitiable than that man. He too wished to plead for mercy. However, Wang Shuiyan seemed unwilling to grant him that opportunity. With a flick of her hand, a mass of black water surged toward Luo Shan. Terrified, Luo Shan felt his legs weaken. Yet, just as the black water was about to strike him, a barrier seemingly appeared out of thin air before him, completely blocking the dark torrent. Chapter 77. The Benefactor of My Past Life. The mysterious man in black robes. Who is this? How could they possibly withstand Wang Shuiyan's attack? As Wang Shuiyan's strike missed its mark, her expression stiffened noticeably. Instinctively, she assumed it was He Zheng. Indeed, He Zheng's character was somewhat protective. Her gaze then unconsciously shifted to the boy standing behind Guanling, also clad in the uniform of the Letian Club. She did not recognize Jiang Yi and was about to inquire when she noticed Jiang Yi suddenly turn his head, his eyes fixed upon the heights of the slope. That direction pointed towards the marshy woods. Following his gaze, Wang Shuiyan looked over. Moments later, her pupils constricted sharply. From that direction, a shadow emerged like a specter, advancing towards the gathering of people. The figure revealed itself fully beside Luo Shan, cloaked in black robes with a hat obscuring their head. This appearance bore a striking resemblance to the shadowy proprietor of Pawn Shop No. 8. The manner of their entrance, akin to a fleeting apparition, rendered them both mysterious and formidable. Wang Shuiyan's countenance darkened, and she instinctively took a step back, her voice rigid. Who are you? Jiang Yi's gaze also fell upon the back of this enigmatic figure in black robes. A thought flickered in his mind, and a person suddenly came to him. When the figure turned, partially revealing the lower half of their face beneath the black hat, Jiang Yi was 100% certain it was indeed him. Admittedly, he did not know this person's name, yet they shared a life and death connection. After being betrayed by Tang Ku, Jiang Yi lay despondently on the ground, even the slightest movement of his fingers proving to be an arduous task. With no beast-repelling incense on him, the scent of blood lingered, threatening to attract ferocious beasts for a lethal strike. He was supposed to succumb to that betrayal as per Tang Ku's design. Yet, at the moment when his consciousness began to fade, a mocking voice broke through the haze. Oh, what a waste I've found. As Jiang Yi heard the voice, he squinted and caught sight of a mysterious figure in black robes. The individual sported a hooded black hat, and the lower half of their face appeared sinister, not resembling a benevolent soul at all. Observing him sprawled in a pool of blood, the figure wore a smirk, one that seemed to revel in the unfolding drama. In a tone laced with schadenfreude, the black-robed figure remarked, "So, you've been backstabbed? TSK, failing to eliminate the root of the problem. Just another fool." With that, the black-robed individual offered him a chance to prove that the one who had betrayed him was indeed a fool. The black-robed figure, adopting this mocking demeanor, tossed a skill towards his wound. Jiang Yi soon felt his injury healing, his strength returning. However, by the time he could move again, the black-robed figure had vanished. Clearly, this was a mysterious benefactor who had saved his life in a rather nonchalant manner, as if treating it like a game. In his past life, Jiang Yi encountered that same benefactor again. It was in the second year of the apocalypse, while exploring the ocean depths. He pried open a long-awaited eternal clam, only to find the black-robed figure inside, pierced by knives and barely clinging to life. At that moment, Jiang Yi recognized his savior. His emotions were quite complex, and he hesitated, uncertain whether to repay the debt of gratitude from that time. Just as he was pondering, the black-robed man seemed to sense his approach and suddenly opened his eyes. Clearly, he recognized Jiang Yi, even smiling at him. "Oh, it's you, waste." Jiang Yi was both angered and amused. He expected the nearly lifeless figure to have the audacity to call him a waste. He retorted, "If I am a waste, then what are you?" The black-robed man lay motionless in the eternal clam, yet his dark eyes gleamed brightly. Grasping the truth, he declared, "I am a hero." Jiang Yi found this individual not only irritating when he smiled, but also exuding an insufferable air. He shot him a disdainful glance, retorting, "You're no hero. Do you believe I want to stab you again to prove you're a fool?" The black-robed man paused for a moment, then revealed that infuriating smile once more, stating, "No, you will prove that I am a hero." Ultimately, Jiang Yi refrained from enacting vengeance, and instead chose to save his life, repaying the debt of gratitude. Yet, throughout their encounters. He had never added the other as a friend, thus remaining oblivious to their name. At this moment, that insufferable, meddlesome hero was once again, like before, mockingly rescuing Luo Shan. He paid no heed to Wang Shuyan's inquiries and directed a smile towards Luo Shan, leisurely stating, "Saving someone is akin to assisting an elderly person by the roadside, or like a game of chance. Only those with abundant resources are unafraid of losing. Those who fear loss will never win." Luo Shan had intended to express his gratitude to this mysterious benefactor, but found himself momentarily stunned. He was not foolish and quickly discerned the essence of the benefactor's words. When one is impoverished, they must focus on self-preservation. When one is prosperous, they can aid others. Presently, he truly was a poor man with no resources and unable to afford a loss. The black-robed man chuckled, maintaining that irritating demeanor, before shifting his gaze back to Wang Shuyan. Moments later, his eyes fell upon the unfriendly Zhou Yiming, standing behind her. "Oh, a big star? What has that expression on your face?" Zhou Yiming, now under the black-robed man's scrutiny, suddenly felt quite unwell. Yet, with Wang Shuyan present, he felt emboldened. Just as he was about to assert himself, a sudden crash resounded. He was sent flying backward for over 10 meters, crashing to the ground. The spectacle was akin to being struck by a vehicle. Meanwhile, the black-robed man casually uttered, still in that mocking tone, "Weaklings should act like weaklings. You're fortunate to encounter someone like me. My temperament is rather forgiving." This scene left many present in stunned silence. This mysterious figure in black robes not only withstood Wang Shuyan's attack, but also treated Zhou Yiming with such disdain in her presence. Wang Shuyan was equally taken aback and hurried to check on Zhou Yiming's condition. However, contrary to expectations, despite her infatuation, she did not dare to confront the black-robed man with harsh words. It seemed she swallowed her pride in that moment. Just then, the group led by He Zheng and Yang Miao finally arrived, albeit a bit slower than Wang Shuyan. Upon surveying the scene, their gazes fell upon the black-robed man. Compared to the black-robed figure's relaxed demeanor, the two displayed signs of tension. After exchanging glances, He Zheng cautiously ventured, "You are the second-ranked lone powerhouse, Zhang Xiaotian?" The black-robed man casually lifted his chin, his tone still nonchalant. "Second? ISNT at Luo Chaqing?" He Zheng quickly corrected himself. "Yes, you are now third." However, at that moment, Jiang Yi, who had been merely an observer, felt a jolt upon hearing the name Zhang Xiaotian. Chapter 78, The God of 1,000 Faces. Beast Clan Professionals? Zhang Xiaotian. Jiang Yi had perused the battle power rankings. He was aware that the name following Luo Changqing on the list was none other than Zhang Xiaotian. However, when Jiang Yi had previously gazed at the rankings, he had felt no particular sentiment. Yet, at this moment, as he heard He Zheng utter the name, a thought suddenly flickered in his mind. Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian. Could they possibly be the same individual? Given the existence of name change cards, it seemed plausible that Zhang Xiaotian had transformed his name to Zhang Xiaotian. If this were indeed the case, then, astonishingly, one of the 6 gods of humanity, the God of 1,000 Faces, hailed from their Jiang city. Moreover, he had once saved his life. Furthermore, if this figure in the black cloak was truly the God of 1,000 Faces, Zhang Xiaotian, then the enigmatic black-clad person Jiang Yi believed he had rescued in his past life was evidently not the true Zhang Xiaotian. It had merely been a mere avatar. Jiang Yi thought he had repaid a life debt, but perhaps that individual had never cared for the survival of such an avatar. And if this fellow truly was the future God of 1,000 Faces, Jiang Yi's mind suddenly conjured the memory of a phrase he had heard from the black-cloaked figure while trapped in the eternal life clam in his past life: "See the truth, yet still love." "I am a hero." Once, he had believed that the black-cloaked figure was merely another soul struggling amidst the apocalypse. Now, if the black-cloaked figure indeed bore the halo of the God of 1,000 Faces, Jiang Yi's perception would be entirely transformed. It was akin to the phrase, "Do not underestimate the youth in poverty." When uttered by a genuine wastrel, it carried one meaning. When spoken by Xiao Yan, it bore an entirely different weight. At this moment, perhaps it was the emotions reflected in his scrutinizing gaze that prompted Zhang Xiaotian, who was conversing with Yi Zheng and Yang Miao, to suddenly turn and keenly regard him. He raised an eyebrow and, with a grin, called out to Jiang Yi, "Oh, wastrel, it's you." Yet again, this familiar opening line. However, Jiang Yi's state of mind had shifted entirely. It was akin to being labeled a pauper when one genuinely struggled in destitution, evoking a profound vulnerability. Conversely, if one were an invisible millionaire, being called a pauper would merely elicit a smile. Jiang Yi did not perceive Zhang Xiaoyan's designation of him as a wastrel as particularly contemptuous or hostile. Zhang Xiaoyan seemed momentarily taken aback by his unexpected reaction. Following that, he burst into hearty laughter, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Yi. "It seems you have avenged your grievances." The tone of his words was particularly assured, as if he were simply stating a fact. Jiang Yi met Zhang Xiaoyan's gaze for a brief moment. After contemplation, he nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I have avenged them." Of course, Tang Ku and Chang Jiaoyi had not perished. However, Jiang Yi's mindset had transformed as he began to grow stronger. He suddenly grasped the profound meaning behind the phrase deep-seated grievances. Human beings are truly like this. The more one suffers, the deeper the hatred becomes. Conversely, if one lives exceptionally well with a bright future ahead, the so-called grievances fade into insignificance. In his past life, the thriving Tang Ku and Chang Jiaoyi had nearly become phantoms of Jiang Yi's inner demons. Yet in this life, Jiang Yi's gaze was directed forward. He was growing increasingly powerful and thriving, which was the ultimate form of revenge against those two. Naturally, while he had resolved his hatred, it remained essential to eradicate the root cause. Tang Ku and Chang Jiaoyi deserved their fate. Zhang Xiaoyan was unaware of the events that had transpired in Jiang Yi's life. Based solely on his current demeanor, he surmised that Jiang Yi had avenged his grievances. He casually cast a detection skill towards Jiang Yi, only to be astonished to find the detection had failed. This young man, had he utilized some sort of item to prevent detection? Or had he already reached level 10? Zhang Xiaoyan's mind was filled with uncertainty. Being a straightforward person, he asked directly, "I haven't asked yet. What is your name?" Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow, equally forthright, and replied with a smile, "I am Jiang Yi." The moment Jiang Yi's name left his lips, Zhang Xiaoyan, He Zheng, Yang Miao, Wang Xueyan, and all the other formal players present were taken aback. Clearly, the first thought that crossed their minds was the mysterious top-ranking figure on the level leaderboard, Jiang Yi. Luo Shan also sensed the astonished gazes directed at Jiang Yi from these prominent figures. He too was perplexed, wondering why they reacted so strongly to the name Jiang Yi. However, it was He Zheng who quickly regained his composure, frowning at Jiang Yi. "The uniform you are wearing is from the Letian Club?" Jiang Yi nodded. "Indeed." Beside him, Du Yuanjia added an explanation to He Zheng. "Boss, don't overthink it. This lad and the Jiang Yi on the leaderboard merely share the same name." Upon hearing this, the astonished expressions of He Zheng and the others gradually settled. However, Zhang Xiaoyan continued to scrutinize Jiang Yi with a contemplative expression, seemingly lost in thought. Meanwhile, the attention of He Zheng and the others shifted away from Jiang Yi. They engaged in further discussions with Zhang Xiaoyan, aiming to strategize on how to collectively confront the Hidden Beast clan players within this perilous world. Concurrently, they analyzed the so-called limited-time slaughter game. It was evident that these formidable individuals, possessing strong mental attributes, reached conclusions similar to Guanling's. They were not swayed by the purported talents. Yet, during the course of their discussion, Zhang Xiaoyan proposed a grave hypothesis. The mental-type beast clan players hidden within this perilous world are likely to be professionals. Professionals. Upon this declaration, He Zheng, Yang Miao, and Wang Xueyan's pupils dilated in shock. Yang Miao instinctively retorted, "The area of Kinhu is limited. How could there possibly be beast clan professionals in the connected perilous world?" He Zheng's expression darkened. Under the same level, beast clan players inherently possess an advantage over human players, if they are professionals, especially of the mental type. The implications of his words were clear. If there truly existed a professional among the beast clan players, even with their combined strength, including Zhang Xiaoyan, who ranked third on the battle power list, they would likely prove no match. Zhang Xiaoyan's willingness to make such a deduction was grounded in reason. Before your arrival, the members of the death squad here had just experienced a chaotic battle. Those who had taken lives had indeed acquired talents, even showcasing their newfound abilities. If they were merely level 10 Beast Clan players yet to transition, they likely could not conjure such realistic illusions. As several prominent figures deliberated, the scholar Shang Qinghua suddenly adjusted his glasses and interjected, "What if it is not an illusion?" Chapter 79. Does Jiang Yi also desire a special roulette? Is it not an illusion? Clearly, Shang Qinghua still harbored thoughts about his innate talents. Guanling furrowed her brows slightly, almost instantly perceiving his inner musings. However, at this juncture, the team had expanded, and Guanling no longer held the reins of discourse. The power now resided with He, Yang, and Wang. The three prominent figures of the club, alongside Zhang Xiaoyan, the solitary powerhouse ranked third on the battle list. Generally speaking, players supported by influential forces find it somewhat easier to ascend the strength rankings. A lone wolf making it onto the strength list must undoubtedly possess genuine prowess. Thus, even though he, Yang, and Wang subtly formed a collective, they remained at a disadvantage when confronted with Zhang Xiaotian. Zhang Xiaotian's appearance was shrouded in mystery. He wore a black hooded cloak and cast a casual glance at Shang Qinghua. Unfazed, Shang Qinghua met his gaze with a calm yet respectful demeanor, then solemnly articulated. As you have just mentioned, those who have taken lives have indeed acquired their talents and showcased their abilities. This reality is far too palpable to be mere illusion. My thought is, here, he nervously cast a glance at Zhang Xiaotian, his attitude becoming humbly respectful. Great Zhang. You are undoubtedly the most powerful and knowledgeable among us. I believe you could attempt to acquire a talent for yourself, and then determine whether this game is genuine or illusory based on your experience. Yet, his words were laden with the implication of killing. In an instant, the members of the Daredevil team grew increasingly anxious. If killing were to occur, they would surely be the first to be sacrificed. As Zhou Yiming had previously stated, the lives of the Daredevil team were not worth much. Jiang Yi's gaze followed Shang Qinghua's words, landing upon Zhang Xiaotian. Was this Zhang Xiaotian truly the fabled god of many faces, Zhang Xiaotian? He remained uncertain. However, in his past life, those who attained titles as divine beings among the human race were predominantly solitary strongmen with little to no dark history. Due to their solitary development, they were seldom entangled in interests. Moreover, the 6 individuals in question exhibited a notably upright style of conduct. In contrast, the mysterious powerhouse Jean Yi, repeatedly recognized in global announcements, was regarded as the strongest among humans, yet did not belong to the ranks of the 6 divine beings. Of course, such titles were merely superficial. Many players believed that Jean Yi's status and strength should surpass that of the 6 divine beings. At this moment, Jiang Yi felt quite intrigued by Zhang Xiaotian's potential actions. Would he, prompted by Shang Qinghua's words, casually kill someone to acquire a talent, and thus discern the truth of this limited-time game? To see the truth and still maintain love? Was his statement merely a momentary exclamation inspired by the profound words of Romain Roland? Or could he genuinely achieve the unity of knowledge and action, remaining true to himself? Naturally, the 3 of them also contemplated acquiring a talent to personally assess the situation. However, Zhang Xiaotian, shrouded in his black hood, observed Shang Qinghua for a moment, then suddenly smiled, his tone somewhat enigmatic. I believe you make a compelling point. Upon uttering these words, Shang Qinghua's expression abruptly shifted, for he discerned that the smile on the lower half of Zhang Xiaotian's face communicated a clear message. In that case, I shall kill you to acquire a talent. Shang Qinghua stumbled back a few steps. Zhang Xiaotian's laughter grew even more jovial. Boy, what are you afraid of? Did you not suggest I kill someone to obtain a talent? I thought you were volunteering to be my sacrifice. Shang Qinghua retreated further, his countenance darkening. Being a member of the Blood Swallow Club, he received a timely assist from Wang Xueyan. What he means is, look over there, the Daredevil team. When a team requires sacrifices, it is only natural for the weak to be the first to be abandoned. Wang Xueyan stated this as though it were a matter of course. Zhang Xiaotian glanced at her, then swiftly scanned He Zheng and Yang Miao. Do you all share this sentiment? His attitude was unmistakable. In this world, is there truly equality among all beings? Life may indeed be priceless. Yet individuals are ultimately ranked in a hierarchy, possessing differing values. In such circumstances, sacrificing the weak is undoubtedly more advantageous. The weak possess no power of choice. In an instant, the Daredevil team members turned pale. Interestingly, at this moment, the Daredevil team members had intuitively divided into 2 factions. Those who had already taken lives and acquired talents stood together, while those yet to gain a talent gathered on the opposite side. Seemingly the most vulnerable and least valued in the food chain. Zhang Xiaotian, devoid of emotion, keenly surveyed the scene. However, when his gaze met Jiang Yi's, a flicker of interest danced in his eyes. This boy, sharing the same name as the top figure on the rankings. His demeanor exuded not merely the ease of vengeance fulfilled, but a sense of detachment, as though he were merely an observer relishing the spectacle. Of course, this leisure did not manifest on his face, but rather in his overall demeanor, a state unnoticed by others, yet sharply perceived by Zhang Xiaotian. He was not one to indulge in roundabout discourse. He directly approached Jiang Yi. What about you? What are your thoughts? Me? Jiang Yi feigned surprise, as if a naive youth had suddenly caught the attention of a prominent figure. He, Yang, and Wang were equally taken aback. Guanling and Shang Qinghua scrutinized Jiang Yi for several seconds. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Yi boldly approached. He raised an eyebrow and smiled at Zhang Xiaodian. Are you curious about my thoughts on whether you ought to kill someone to acquire a talent? Or about the authenticity of this limited-time slaughter game? Zhang Xiaodian promptly responded, the latter. Clearly, he had his own answers regarding the former. Jiang Yi maintained his relaxed demeanor. Chuckling. Regarding that limited-time slaughter game, I do have some thoughts. However, I am not one to harbor heroic ideals. My perspective is rather tainted by the sin of money. As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Xiaodian, the implication unmistakable. If he wanted Jiang Yi's assistance, he ought to offer compensation. He young. And one could only marvel at the audacity of this young man, a mere daredevil team member with a hint of fortune, daring to negotiate with these formidable figures. Particularly He Zheng, as Jiang Yi was associated with his Letian club. He was about to reprimand Jiang Yi when, unexpectedly, Zhang Xiaodian pondered for a moment and indeed nodded in agreement with Jiang Yi's words. Furthermore, he straightforwardly articulated Jiang Yi's underlying intention. You must be wondering if I possess a special roulette, correct? Upon this declaration, the formal players present were once again taken aback. What did this mean? Jiang Yi's condition for assistance was to seek a special roulette from Zhang Xiaodian? At first glance, this might seem peculiar. However, the issue lay in the fact that the formal players had witnessed that only Jiang Yi, who sought a special roulette from Luo Chaqing, was genuinely treated with respect as a true cross-regional powerhouse. Now, this Jiang Yi also claimed he desired a special roulette. Chapter 80. The Beastman's Trial? A real game. Could it be? The individual who previously sought the special roulette from Luo Chaqing on the forum was none other than this Jiang Yi in disguise. Yet, could a figure as esteemed as Luo Chaqing truly make such a misjudgment? If he did not err in his assessment, then, could it be that this Jiang Yi before us is not merely a name sharer but, in fact, the enigmatic giant himself, who has suddenly descended upon the ranks, claiming the top position? However, that seems implausible. This Jiang Yi from the Letian club surely has not crossed regions. If he hasn't crossed regions, how could he possibly have parachuted into the #1 spot on the leaderboard? Perhaps. The most reasonable speculation among the crowd is that this Jiang Yi merely seeks to leverage his shared name to create an illusion of grandeur, to deliberately mislead others into believing he is a cross-regional powerhouse. Such individuals do exist. Those who impersonated Jiang Yi in Luo Chaqing's thread are not free from vanity either. Even in times of peace, many enjoy pretending to be wealthy heirs. At this moment, the thoughts and judgments of numerous formal players regarding Jiang Yi are varied and numerous. He Yang, Wang, and the others each harbor their own theories. Nevertheless, regardless of their inner musings, their outward demeanor remains composed. No one dares to accuse Jiang Yi of impersonating a great figure, nor does anyone straightforwardly inquire about his true identity. They maintain a prudent silence, directing their attention towards Zhang Xiaodian and Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi, unfazed by the opinions of others, boldly states his desire for the special roulette. Zhang Xiaodian promptly reveals 7 special roulettes, smiling as he declares, 7 special roulettes. This quantity exceeds even that of Luo Chaqing. But then again, Luo Chaqing has the backing of a guild. The special roulettes he cannot utilize can serve as high-level resources to nurture his guild members. It is only natural that Zhang Xiaodian, as a lone powerhouse, possesses even more special roulettes than Luo Chaqing. Jiang Yi's gaze sharpens as he boldly demands, I want 5. Zhang Xiaodian's lips twitch slightly. You glutton. Aren't you afraid of overindulging? 5? Do you think special roulettes are worthless trinkets? Jiang Yi is acutely aware of the value of special roulettes. He even realizes that once a certain contract scroll becomes popular in the future, the significance of special roulettes will ascend to even greater heights, serving to cultivate elite warriors. However, I noticed you seem to lack friends, dear benefactor. With so many special roulettes lying idle, wouldn't it be a waste? He maintains a relaxed demeanor, jesting lightly. Zhang Xiaodian rolls his eyes. Who doesn't have friends? You are the one without friends. Your entire family must be friendless. Furthermore, I am hesitant to use these roulettes myself. What makes you think you can handle 5? At this point, he furrows his brow. After a moment of contemplation, he firmly asserts, I can give you at most 2. Moreover, the information you provide must be worth the value of 2 special roulettes. Jiang Yi raises an eyebrow and proceeds to select 2 special roulettes. After securing them in his inventory, he leisurely continues. Regarding this limited-time killing game, to be honest, it possesses a distinctly eerie quality. It feels both authentic and yet fundamentally unreasonable. Hence, the crowd remains uncertain whether it is an illusion or reality. Jiang Yi slowly elaborates, due to certain fortuitous encounters. I have vaguely heard of a so-called trial scroll among powerful beastmen. The effects of this scroll, once activated, resemble the recent limited-time killing game. Beastmen can utilize such scrolls to nurture their prodigies, who in turn can reap benefits from these trials, such as enhancing their innate talents. The revelation sends ripples of shock through the crowd, especially those who have already acquired talents, their eyes gleaming with joy. If this is the case, then the limited-time killing game is indeed real. Their talents are also genuine. Guanling, Du Yuanjia, and a few others experience a flicker of excitement. After all, having gained their talents, they naturally hope for their authenticity. However, Shang Qinghua's expression darkens. Yet, he does not rush to conclusions. Instead, he discreetly surveys Yang, Wang, and the others. As expected, upon learning that the limited-time killing game is highly likely to be true, a flicker of dark intrigue flashes in the eyes of these three prominent figures. Nonetheless, Zhang Xiaoyan's expression appears rather grim. His gaze towards Jiang Yi is laden with evident skepticism. His tone takes on a somewhat mocking edge. This apocalyptic game has only connected with humanity for a short while. How could you possibly know how the beastmen cultivate their talents? How can I trust that your words are not merely fabrications born from selfish desires? Indeed, Yang Wang and the others quickly regain their composure, casting doubtful glances at Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi internally chuckles. In light of Zhang Xiaoyan's reaction, he increasingly suspects that this individual may truly be the legendary trickster from his past life. Clearly, Zhang Xiaoyan subconsciously wishes for the limited-time killing game not to be real. He would not want to witness humanity being manipulated by the game's consciousness to engage in senseless, inhumane slaughter. Jiang Yi remains unperturbed by Zhang Xiaoyan's doubts. Continuing to speak slowly, yes, it is entirely reasonable for you to question my assertions. In fact, I was just about to say, you should be able to ascertain yourselves that such trial scrolls, employed by beastmen to cultivate prodigies, should generally serve as a positive educational resource. If the limited-time killing game was indeed activated by a beastman player utilizing a trial scroll, then what could their true objective be? This statement encapsulates Jiang Yi's core argument. Only then does Zhang Xiaoyan truly absorb his words. He swiftly follows up with an analysis. Indeed, under normal circumstances, resources aimed at nurturing beastmen talents would not be employed against enemies. Therefore, if what you say is true, then the actual intention of the beastman player who used the trial scroll to trigger this limited-time killing game must align with our suspicions of dismantling us. As he speaks, Zhang Xiaoyan's expression grows increasingly grave. This implies that if the game is genuine, the ultimate survivors among us, the players ensnared within, may very well be few and far between. The atmosphere in the room turns somber. The limited-time killing game may indeed be real. Their talents are authentic. However, the impending reality could lead to even greater loss of life due to this genuine game. Even Guanling and the other formally recognized players who have obtained their talents now feel an acute sense of crisis. In the first round, they might still exert their strength to sacrifice weaker members of the suicide squad. Yet as they progress further, it is inevitable that they too may find themselves in the line of sacrifice. Zhang Xiaoyan is unwilling to witness such a scenario. He furrows his brow, gazing at Jiang Yi, and solemnly inquires, is there any means to halt this so-called trial from proceeding? Chapter 81. Uncovering the Hidden Beast Clan Player. Should we intervene? Jiang Yi pondered for a moment before continuing. My analysis is not yet complete. He exuded a calm demeanor that inexplicably commanded trust. Zhang Xiaoyan nodded. Go on. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and slowly said, you all sense the eerie atmosphere of this time-limited slaughter game. It possesses a distinct illusionary quality. To put it in more relatable terms, illusion is much like deceit. When one tells a lie, it is often a blend of truth and falsehood, making it seem more credible. Zhang Xiaoyan's eyes flickered. Are you suggesting that this time-limited slaughter game might be a mixture of reality and illusion, half real and half deceptive? Perhaps the game itself is genuine, but where does the illusion reside? Or is it that the Beast Clan player desires us to believe that this time-limited slaughter is merely an illusion? Zhang Xiaoyan fell into contemplation. Jiang Yi scanned the entire assembly before smiling slowly, based on my understanding of the Beast Clan trial scrolls. The ultimate victor of this trial game will undoubtedly receive substantial rewards. Do you think that the Beast Clan player would willingly hand over the ultimate reward to a human player? Zhang Xiaoyan's gaze shifted, suddenly enlightened. His eyes swept across the crowd. You mean, the Beast Clan player is hiding among us right now, and is already prepared to emerge as the ultimate victor? The phrase ultimate victor sent an inexplicable chill down Zhang Xiaoyan's spine. A terrifying premonition arose within him. If this time-limited slaughter were to continue unabated, would it not culminate in the survival of only a single ultimate victor? Furthermore, if that ultimate victor were indeed a Beast Clan player, would it not mean that none of the human players present would survive? Is there truly such a twisted trial game among the Beast Clan? This is akin to breeding a poison. Zhang Xiaoyan's expression grew exceedingly grim. The other players, though not delving as deeply into the implications as Zhang Xiaoyan, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Expressions of doubt surfaced on their faces as they furtively scrutinized those around them, suspecting that someone among them might be a disguised Beast Clan player. If a Beast Clan player were indeed concealed among them, it would be akin to having a ticking time bomb. Beast Clan players are inherently stronger than human players. Moreover, when humans kill, they often invoke the notion of sacrifice, indicating some level of hesitation. Yet, should a Beast Clan player kill, it would be a ruthless massacre, devoid of any scruples. At that tense moment, the three prominent figures, Yang, Wang, and the others, were lost in their thoughts. The youngest, Yang Miao, stepped forward and furrowed his brow at Jiang Yi. If we are to suspect anyone among us of being a disguised Beast Clan player, I believe you are the most suspicious. Indeed, just a moment ago, you were like a weakling, yet now you exhibit such cunning demeanor. When conversing with top-tier experts, you maintain an unhurried and composed attitude. Furthermore, you even seem to know about the existence of the Beast Clan trial scrolls. All of this makes Jiang Yi appear very much like a Beast Clan player who is naturally stronger than human players. Wang Shuiyan hesitated before suggesting, I think Yang Miao has a point. If you truly wish for us to believe you, you should display your data panel. Her probing tone, despite its politeness, was rather pointed. Jiang Yi raised an eyebrow and chuckled softly. Do I require your belief? His tone was rather audacious. Wang Shuiyan's expression darkened. Zhang Xiaoyan then turned to Wang Shuiyan and Yang Miao with a bemused smile. You don't suspect that I am a Beast Clan player? The two's faces momentarily stiffened. Zhang also frowned slightly, speaking in a serious tone. If we are to engage in mutual suspicion, shouldn't we all display our data panels? But would everyone agree to that? Moreover, I doubt such a crude method would truly uncover the hidden Beast Clan player. Zhang Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow, clearly in agreement with Zhang's perspective. Wang Shuiyan and Yang Miao appeared somewhat embarrassed. After all, their intention was to seek an excuse to glance at Jiang Yi's data panel to confirm his strength. Yang Miao, with a thicker skin, turned to Jiang Yi and asked, Do you have a better method for identifying the Beast Clan player? If you genuinely wish to prevent this time-limited slaughter from proceeding, it seems we must take action against that Beast Clan player, for he too was uncertain how to halt it. In truth, Jiang Yi also did not know if it was possible to stop the game. If not, he glanced at Zhang Xiaoyan. Regardless of whether he was the god of many faces, he was indeed Jiang Yi's benefactor in both lives. Jiang Yi certainly did not wish to betray him over a trial game akin to breeding poison. Everything I know has been disclosed. How to proceed with this time-limited slaughter game is up to you esteemed figures to decide. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. With that, he vanished almost instantaneously, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Particularly Zhou Yiming, who exclaimed in disbelief, That guy. No one is pursuing him. Yet he used a teleportation talisman for no reason? Isn't that a bit ostentatious? Zhang Xiaoyan shot him a glance and said coolly, He didn't use a teleportation talisman. Zhou Yiming's pupils widened in shock as he incredulously gasped. He didn't use a teleportation talisman? He must have utilized a more advanced teleportation stone. Isn't that exceedingly extravagant? His tone dripped with envy. Zhang Xiaoyan was at a loss for words. Yet he could not be bothered to explain further to this fool. Although Zhou Yiming was simple-minded, Yang and Wang were far more discerning. Zhang's expression was serious as he pondered for a moment before asking Zhang Xiaoyan, Is it possible that Jiang Yi, Yang Miao, and Wang Shuiyan also turned their gazes towards Zhang Xiaoyan? Among the daredevils, those familiar with Jiang Yi felt a mix of emotions. Just a short time ago, he had been a weakling, yet now he had transformed into an enigma that even the top figures were wary of. Many envied Jiang Yi's current glory, their eyes tinged with jealousy. Luo Shan's feelings were similarly complex. However, recalling his encounters with Jiang Yi since their acquaintance, his astonishment was less pronounced than others. Our focus should not be on Jiang Yi, but rather on the hidden Beast Clan player. As he spoke, he surveyed the crowd. At that moment, Luo Shan suddenly stepped forward, meeting Zhang Xiaoyan's gaze. Esteemed figure. I have an idea. Zhang Xiaoyan initially thought Luo Shan was about to reveal something concerning Jiang Yi and instinctively frowned. However, That was not the case. After receiving permission from Zhang Xiaotian with a glance, Luo Shan quickly explained, just now, after the activation of the time-limited slaughter, many in the Daredevil squad immediately engaged in combat. The scene was chaotic, but I, being particularly cautious, observed closely. I discovered that amidst the confusion, there was a member of the Daredevil squad who claimed to have acquired an invisibility ability. After he turned invisible, he never reappeared. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the players present lit up with intrigue. If this is indeed the case, then that cloaked figure becomes highly suspect. However, many still harbor concerns. Even if we manage to uncover the identity of that Beast Tribe player, can we truly contend with him? The cloaked individual is certainly a prime candidate for scrutiny, yet we cannot ascertain his identity with absolute certainty. He might be a human player with his own agenda, or perhaps a mere illusion, a facade created by some form of sorcery. Subsequently, he endeavored to engage the cloaked figure in negotiation, hoping to entice him to reveal himself. Thus, several prominent figures convened once more to deliberate on methods to unearth the Beast Tribe player. In truth, rather than solely focusing on identifying the Beast Tribe player, He Yang and his companions were more eager to secure the talent rewards before the first round's time limit expired. Yet, they all discerned that this Zhang Xiaotian clearly wished to prevent conflict among the human players. The trio of prominent figures, including players like Shang Qihua who considered themselves formidable, found themselves rather disheartened. Meanwhile, on another front, after hastily traversing for several minutes, he halted beneath the towering boughs of an ancient tree in a different grove. Casting his gaze westward, he spoke in a flat tone. Why are you following me? Chapter 82, The Traitor of Humanity? Summoning the servant card. With the rustling of branches echoing through the air, a figure clad in black robes emerged from a distant ancient tree, approximately 10 meters away. Although the figure was quite far, the voice resonated clearly in Jiang Yi's ears. The ultimate reward for this time-limited slaughter should be quite substantial. I was wondering, shall we collaborate? The voice unmistakably belonged to Zhang Xiaotian, and the tone was similarly familiar. Yet, Jiang Yi responded with a smile. Why would I collaborate with you? The voice continued. Because of the life-saving favor I bestowed upon you. What audacity! Do the beast race players possess such shamelessness? To leverage a favor that is not rightfully theirs as a bargaining chip? And they dare to ask me to become a traitor of humanity? Such words were already quite outrageous. The figure in the black robe atop the ancient tree vanished in an instant. However, though the figure had disappeared, it was evident that the sinister entity had not truly left. Jiang Yi felt an uncanny sensation as the trees around him began to sway, seemingly moving of their own accord, producing a cacophony of rustling sounds. It even gave him the illusion that the entire forest was rotating. His vision blurred, and his mind became dizzy. Suddenly, a dark, chilling voice resounded in his ears once more, laced with a mocking malice. A traitor of humanity? Do you look down upon that title? It is understandable. A frog at the bottom of a well will never comprehend its own ignorance. Only by witnessing the mind of the beast race will you understand how glorious the identity of a traitor of humanity truly is. Jiang Yi felt that his expression must have resembled a perplexed black question mark. He muttered softly, You can't possibly be a certain glorious traitor of humanity, can you? Yet, that seemed implausible. After all, it had only been a short time since the apocalypse began, and already there were traitors. Moreover, this individual possessed mental abilities? Something felt amiss. I shall grant you one more opportunity. Will you remain a frog in the well? Or will you collaborate with me to share the ultimate reward of this time-limited slaughter? Think carefully. Jiang Yi's gaze sharpened as he surveyed his surroundings. His tone light, a frog in the well? A win-win situation? But why should a strong individual collaborate with a weak one? Based on what? The so-called glorious title of a traitor of humanity? As these words left his lips, he felt the trees around him truly begin to stir. It was as if a peculiar formation from a fantasy drama was unfolding. Simultaneously, the dizziness in his mind intensified. The ominous voice echoed again. You're young and yet so audacious. I hope you regret your choices before you meet your demise. As the final word resonated, the heart-shaped pendant he wore around his neck shattered. With a flicker of his gaze, his form vanished from the spot, reappearing within the confines of his lair. Alone, his expression was far from the ease he had previously displayed. After a moment's pause, he settled onto the sofa in his lair, retrieving 2 special spinning discs. His mental attribute had soared to an impressive 5,000 points. Yet, the heart-shaped pendant had inexplicably shattered. It was quite possible that this enigmatic entity was indeed a formidable professional. In his past life, when was the world of the Beast of Qinhe opened? Jiang Yi had not paid much attention to it. After all, once he had located Zhou Yiming. The world of the Qinhe beast had been designated for exploration by the Bloodswallow Club. At that time, Jiang Yi had been struggling in the Letian Club, and the information he had was indeed limited. However, it mattered not. His focus swiftly returned to the two special spinning discs. Then, he pressed down on one, silently chanting, "Summon." Immediately, the familiar notification rang out. Ding. "Congratulations, you have drawn a servant card. Would you like to use it?" Yes, no. Yes. The servant card's outcome was random, and it did not operate on the principle of a lottery. Thus, Jiang Yi could not specify his choice, but could only await the random result. Unbeknownst to him, in a distant and mysterious realm, within a grim tower resembling a prison, layers upon layers of various races were sealed within. Whenever a servant card was utilized, these enslaved beings would sense it. A flash of golden light illuminated Jiang Yi's mind, accompanied by the game-like announcement, randomly generating your servant. Ding. Congratulations, you have bound the servant, Shan Yu Deng. This name offered no indication of its species, and as the golden light materialized before Jiang Yi, what appeared was a lamp. What on earth? Had he summoned a servant that resembled Aladdin's lamp? He leaned down to open the cover of the black lamp, revealing a flickering black flame. Within that flame was a minuscule creature, resembling a hair strand. A tiny worm? This was absurd. Could this truly be a worm and not just a hair? Jiang Yi was utterly speechless, yet within the depths of his mind, he felt a peculiar connection. A faint, childlike voice resonated softly. Lift the silver. Chapter 83. As long as I live, I can grow stronger. What? Lifting silver? I've lifted iron. Jiang Yi listened to the childlike voice that seemed to have some communication barrier, unable to distinguish between male and female. He was not feeling well at all. This was also why he was not very keen on drawing a servant before. The randomness of it all was truly detrimental to one's mentality. The number of fierce beast races was beyond imagination. Take Chang Jiaoyi, for instance. Being able to randomly draw a normal bear race was already quite fortunate. As for Yu, drawing a succubus was the epitome of good luck. Jiang Yi had previously joked about possibly drawing a pig. Yet, in reality, even a pig would have made for a rather decent servant. Sure, it might be a bit dull, but at least it could engage in combat normally. Even if its strength were insufficient to contribute in battle, it could at least help manage the nest space and such. But now, he had drawn something akin to a thread of light. Judging by the voice, it was a silly little cub, regardless of the race. A cub's combat power was far inferior to that of an adult. Jiang Yi felt a sense of gloom. However, it was no trouble. After all, there was no limit to the number of servants. As long as he obtained more special lucky draws, he could still acquire other servants. In his situation, with the ability to draw special turns at will, he was already far superior to others. There was no need for complaints. Nonetheless, next time he drew, it would be wise to prepare a lucky buff for himself. Jiang Yi thought to himself, then looked at the black thread he had mentally constructed into a thread-light insect cub. He commanded, not holding much hope, "If you can't speak, then speak less in the future. Now, show me your data panel." With a whimper and a twist in the darkness, after a moment, a pitch-black data panel appeared beside the tiny thread of light. The color of this data panel seemed different from that of human players. It appeared more mysterious and substantial. Name, Shang Yu Ding. Level, 0. Lifespan, 3 days. Talent, Spark of Fire, X. Class, None. Skills, Shadow Body, SSS. Soul Fire, SSS. Chaos Fire Domain, SS. Thread Fire C, S. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yi's demeanor shifted dramatically. Yet, the revelations were not over. Status, Blessing of Fire, permanent. Blessing of Darkness, permanent. Protection of the Grim Reaper, permanent. Strength, 60,000. Vitality, 60,000. Speed, 60,000. Mentality, 60,000. Combat power, 685 stars. After reading this, Jiang Yi felt as if he had been struck dumb. Level 0. All attributes at 60,000. Furthermore, the skills were all rated S. The talent was an unheard of X level. Jiang Yi's first reaction was to doubt. Had he fallen victim to some kind of illusion and had yet to awaken? His second reaction was to apathetically inquire, "Is that 60,000 attribute your limit at level 0? The voice with an evident communication barrier replied, "Quadrant? Quadrant system deities." Oh, Buji Island. Jiang Yi took a deep breath. So, can your attributes at level 0 continue to grow? Surprised? Surprised, Palms? I should, as long as I live, be able to surprise. Translating that phrase into human language, Jiang Yi reached a conclusion. If this threadlight insect had not lied, then its implication was, as long as it lived, it could grow stronger? What the hell? Why does such a heaven-defying race exist in this world? He couldn't help but recall what the hidden psychic player had said in the woods. You do not understand how powerful the beast race is. Just moments ago, Jiang Yi had thought, how could I not know the strength of the beast race after living 2 lives? But now, he realized. Perhaps he had indeed been overly arrogant. This was outrageous. A cub from the beast race, unable to articulate clearly. Its initial attributes at level 0 already surpassed the attribute limits of a level 10 human by 10-fold. Its combat power was multiple times greater than his. This disparity, damn it. In that moment, Jiang Yi felt as if his heart was shattering. He had previously thought that his 15-star combat power made him the strongest among humans. But now, any random beast race cub could obliterate him in an instant? This was utterly disillusioning. All his draws must have gone to waste. However, he soon realized the inherent unfairness among races. If he guessed correctly, this little thread's attributes likely had not grown through the lucky draw. Its current state resembled that of a player's initial state. But the issue was, its initial attributes? When humanity first connected to the Doomsday game, the initial attributes on their data panels were mostly set at 1 across the board. This difference was a staggering 60,000 times. What the hell? Jiang Yi felt an imbalance brewing within him. But upon reflection, in times of peace, humanity prided itself on being a superior species, reigning over all other species. The entire world of living beings adapted to humanity's developmental pace. Back then, no one would have considered it an injustice. And now, it was merely the inherent unfairness of fate, having turned in a different direction. Jiang Yi quickly calmed his emotions and accepted the absurd gap between races. Simultaneously, he became increasingly resolute that the existence of attribute caps must be shattered. Otherwise, he would forever be confined to dominance among humans, and humanity would eternally remain disadvantaged compared to other beast races. However, after burying these beliefs deep within, Jiang Yi suddenly realized a detail he had just overlooked. This ridiculous beast race cub, as long as it lived, it could grow stronger. But just now, the little thread had hinted that the situation was not so simple. Moreover, the dazzling panel of the little thread revealed an obviously lackluster category, lifespan. It had only 3 days to live? Generally, human cubs live far beyond 3 days. This seemingly absurdly powerful cub had an incredibly short lifespan? Did that mean? Jiang Yi suddenly felt an ominous premonition and promptly asked that little thread, can you not extend your lifespan with a longevity pill? Heart-strengthening pill? The little thread twisted and wobbled, its infantile voice resonating once more. I want fire, need fire to sustain life. I just feel, as long as I can be nourished by you, I can survive. Indeed. Only 3 days of lifespan and yet unable to use a longevity pill to extend it. This setup, life was indeed as fragile as paper. It sounded easy to sustain life with fire. But what kind of fire? Moreover, Jiang Yi was even more surprised by the revelation. You say you chose me? Yes. Nourish me. Thus, according to the little thread's implication, the use of the servant card was not entirely random. Instead, the servant chose its master? Jiang Yi had known in his past life that servants were not mere NPCs generated out of thin air in games. They were living, breathing beings. But why did they become servants? Before binding with their masters, where had they lived and what had they experienced? Such details were unknown to the average player. After all, it was said in a previous life that when a servant binds to a master, the memories within their mind are erased. They retain only basic knowledge. Yet experiences remain elusive and unreachable. The notion that a servant can autonomously choose their master was not something I had encountered before. This seemingly distinguished beastkin cub surprisingly still recalls the circumstances of selecting its master. Thus, Jiang Yi continued to interrogate the little light thread with a myriad of questions. However, upon further inquiry, it became utterly non-responsive. It vaguely remembered that it chose Jiang Yi as its master, driven by an instinctive feeling that this master could provide for its needs. To nurture this little light thread, such an extraordinary servant naturally piqued Jiang Yi's desire to care for it well. Yet, when he asked about the specific means to sustain its life force, it was as if he were conversing with an ignorant infant. It couldn't even manage to transform into a human form. With a combat power of 685 stars, Jiang Yi was left speechless. He temporarily set aside his research on this communication-challenged cub and redirected his attention to another unique spinning disc. Chapter 84. Who says that those who engage in ordinary games are not heroes? The choice of what to draw had already been determined when selecting the turntable from Zhang Xiaotian. Jiang Yi, with remarkable dexterity, raised his hand and pressed the black turntable. This hasty action startled even the most oblivious of infants. In the darkness, the little light thread twisted into a knot. An anxious voice echoed in Jiang Yi's mind. Alas! Raise the silver. Ding. Congratulations, you have drawn the 10,000 races beast arena. Binding player system. Ding. Binding successful. Please check your exclusive. Huh? The little light thread, which had been anxious, suddenly became befuddled. The beast arena. The 10,000 races beast arena. If one were to liken a player's exclusive to a mobile phone, then upon obtaining this device at level 1, the apps available would be quite limited. Now, having drawn the 10,000 races beast arena from the special turntable, it was akin to downloading a new app onto his phone. This would provide Jiang Yi with new player functionalities. This brand new feature, it is no exaggeration to say, holds far greater value than that of the trading area. The current regional trading has become insufficient to meet Jiang Yi's demands. Not only has the blue turntable soared in price, but the purple turntable is even more elusive. However, with the 10,000 races beast arena, he now has the opportunity to acquire higher-level turntables swiftly. Of course, the prerequisite is that he must possess the strength to defeat other players in the arena. Initially, when Jiang Yi selected this option from Zhang Xiaotian, he felt quite confident in his performance at the arena. Yet, the sudden emergence of the little light thread severely crushed his confidence. At this moment, he found himself conflicted. Should he venture to the arena now, or focus on further development? As he pondered, his gaze fell once again upon the little light thread. After clearly articulating the words Beast Arena, it appeared quite excited. Thus, he inquired, "Do you know about the Beast Arena? G Island." "Oh, I. The little light thread twisted in the darkness, its tone bubbling with enthusiasm, much like a child suddenly recalling something joyous and eager to share, yet unable to articulate it clearly. Frustrated, it ceased speaking and took action. With a whoosh, the pitch-black little light thread leapt from the darkness to Jiang Yi's hand. In that instant, a peculiar, icy burning sensation surged through Jiang Yi's palm. With another whoosh, the thread, slender as hair, coiled around his pinky finger, forming a circle that resembled a pure black ring. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi felt an inexplicable deepening bond with this attendant. As he contemplated this, a garbled voice resonated in his mind. Fight. Beast. Jiang Yi furrowed his brows. What do you mean? As an attendant, can you accompany your master to the beast arena? According to the rules of the arena, inanimate objects such as equipment and items can indeed be freely brought onto the battlefield, yet living beings like pets and attendants cannot participate in combat. However, the little light thread insisted. Yes, go. With Jiuyin. Really? Jiang Yi's expression turned skeptical. The little light thread added. Board. Look at the board. Board? Jiang Yi's gaze shifted to his data panel. Upon glancing at it, his eyes widened in astonishment. He saw that his skill bar had inexplicably gained 2 skills, Light Thread Fire CS and Chaos Fire Domain SS. His battle power skyrocketed to 20 stars. What is this principle? In his previous life, he had never heard of a master being able to utilize their attendant's abilities. Well, no need to trouble you further. Just listening to this little light thread speak felt laborious. He decided not to dwell on it any longer. He prepared to head to the beast arena to test his current combat strength. After all, since his ascent, he had yet to engage in a proper battle. While he intended to adopt a cautious approach, he could not afford to be complacent. Moreover, he had not yet transitioned classes. In the novice beast arena, one could set up both life and death and non-lethal battles, ensuring safety. However, just as he was about to utilize the 10,000 races beast arena feature, a familiar announcement suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Domain battlefield announcement. Congratulations on clearing the first round of the timed slaughter game. Automatically advancing to the second round. Game task. Kill 2 people. Game time limit. 120 minutes. Task reward. None. Failure punishment. Annihilation. What? The first round did not have a failure punishment. Yet in the second round, the punishment for failure is annihilation. If the first round was merely a temptation, then the second round was unequivocally a threat. Annihilation. In the previous round, Jiang Yi had not possessed the talent for killing. However, in this round, should his life be threatened, he would likely have no choice but to sacrifice others to save himself. He wondered how Zhang Xiaotian would react upon hearing the rules for the second round. Under the threat of death, could those people continue to unite? Jiang Yi even contemplated whether he should first venture out to kill 2 individuals to secure his safety. However, after some reflection, he resolved to utilize the arena first. Just as he was about to enter the beast arena, another announcement suddenly resonated in his mind. This time, it was a new world announcement. Yet this world announcement differed significantly from the one triggered by Jean Bewley's class transition. Ding! Player Lu Li has issued a world announcement. Hello everyone, I am Lu Li from Xinqing District. I am making this announcement to convey something of utmost importance to all human players in the world. I do not know the specific circumstances in various regions around the world at this moment, but I hope that all human players can deeply realize that this Doomsday game is not merely a game. It is a grave crisis concerning the fate of all humanity. Each of us, in this crisis, is as insignificant as a grain of dust, trivial. Yet it is precisely every individual that collectively holds the steering wheel determining the fate of humanity. Thus, I implore each person to be exceedingly prudent in every decision they make, to extend their vision further into the future. I hope you can all envision what the human race will look like a century from now. Will it be a scene of ruins? Or a flourishing landscape? Of course, many may find it hard to absorb my words at this moment. You might say, I am living on the edge, scraping by from meal to meal, facing today with no thought for tomorrow. What do I care about a century from now? I understand all of this. However, I hope that the matter of class transition concerns not only your own future but also the future of the entire human race. You, we, all of us, are the future of humanity. Lastly, whether struggling, hesitating, gasping for breath, or sitting high above, I would like to leave you with a line from a song you once cherished, who says that those who engage in ordinary games are not heroes. Chapter 85, The Apprentice Beast Arena. A talented beast. This world announcement is quite lengthy. Moreover, aside from the initial phrase, which is the original voice of the world announcement, the subsequent voice evidently belongs to a player named Lu Li, a youthful voice, yet imbued with a weightiness that suggests profound experience. In that fleeting moment, on the slope outside the marshy woods, the players, filled with trepidation due to the second round of the limited-time slaughter game, felt a stirring in their gazes. The one most profoundly affected was undoubtedly Zhang Xiaodian. Lu Li. He silently repeated this name in his heart. A certain belief within his eyes seemed to solidify even further. The expressions of He Yang and the other two, who had initially appeared anxious, also grew complex. At the pavilion overlooking the river atop the Jiang Yi, the remaining three presidents of the Zhuyu Guild were equally taken aback. Cheng Yang turned to Luo Cha-Ching, who, after a moment of silence, spoke solemnly. This sudden announcement from Lu Li must stem from some extraordinary experience. A world-class elite player like him, their true strength may not solely lie in power, but also in the perspectives and insights forged through various experiences. As he spoke, Luo Changqing's gaze drifted toward the endless sea, a glimmer of resilience flashing in his eyes. Within those two orbs, the indomitable urge to grow stronger was unmistakably present. Players from around the globe felt a similar shock. Those in positions of power were equally stirred. Some, with far-reaching thoughts, speculated on what Lu Li had experienced to provoke such declarations. Jiang Yi, contemplative, glanced at the chat channel. After a brief, eerie silence, the channel erupted with various comments. Whoa? When I first heard the announcement, I thought it was about Jean Bewley leveling up to level 11. Instead, it turned out to be a world announcement by a player. This is outrageous. A player can actually issue a world announcement. Lu Li must also be a world-class powerhouse. The philosophical depth of Lu Li is remarkable. Even now, he contemplates the fate of humanity. Regardless of anything, Lu Li is incredible. He is undoubtedly a great force capable of leading our entire race to resurgence. Wait, Lu Li? Jean Bewley? Is it possible they are the same person? This is maddening. The world of these elites is so fascinating. Meanwhile, I thought becoming a formal player was my rise to prominence. Yet now I can't even afford a meal. I think Lu Li is just typical of those who speak without understanding the pain of the players. Just like those experts and professors from before, shouting slogans is utterly useless. Why not provide tangible benefits for all players? Are you out of your mind? The elite must have used some precious item to issue that announcement. They wouldn't expend a resource just for the sake of our human player spirits. And here you are, doing nothing and slandering others? What's wrong with what I said? Isn't the elite merely speaking without grasping the situation? He could convey useful information through the world announcement, yet he chose to deliver only grandiloquent empty words. How dare you? Are you a traitor to our race? The elite clearly values our human unity above all vital information. And you, instead of fostering internal solidarity, are sowing discord. Unity? Which powerful individual isn't stained with blood? Have you never slain a compatriot? Spare me your lectures on unity. Fine. If you insist on saying that, why not reveal your name and address? I'll deliver some benefits to you on behalf of the elite. Let us form a group to send benefits to this trader. Our race is clearly weaker than the beast race in strength. If we can't unearth our advantages in other aspects, this apocalyptic game will truly become our demise. Indeed, the chat channel was filled with uproar. Some found Lu Li's words inspiring, beneficial for the unity of the human race, while others felt he was speaking from a place of privilege, oblivious to the hardships of current players, urging them to ponder over humanity's future in a century. Such a situation was not entirely unexpected. After all, the world is vast, and it is impossible for it to emit only a singular note. Just like Hamlet's paper-thin figure, 1,000 individuals can yield 1,000 perspectives. Moreover, living beings are even more complex. In his previous life, Lu Li's reputation was nearly on par with Jiang Yi. The vast majority of players regarded him as a leader of the human race. This included Zhang Xiaotian and the other 5 divine beings of the human race who held him in great esteem. In his past life, Lu Li indeed shared crucial information publicly at critical junctures, repeatedly guiding the development of humanity. He had issued multiple strategies for powerful class transitions and provided numerous benefits for players regarding the development of various bases a year later. Some praised him, while others disparaged him. Yet, even if only a fraction of players took his words to heart, perhaps, it could truly influence the fate of humanity. The matters of a century hence are indeed too distant. However, it must be acknowledged that each person in this era is ensnared in the currents of time. As the saying goes, under an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. And now, the fate of humanity. Is it an avalanche? Or does it rise like a skyscraper from the ground? It lies hidden within each snowflake. Jiang Yi merely observed the player's reactions for a brief moment before shifting his focus. With a thought, he checked the trading area. His previous listing, trading a white longevity pill for a purple roulette, was still active, awaiting completion. However, he had received numerous private messages. Some inquired if he was the Jiang Yi from the leaderboard. Others asked how he procured so many longevity pills produced by the roulette. And some extended olive branches, offering various enticing benefits. He then purchased a black robe from the public trading area. After a simple change of attire, he touched the lamp silk ring adorning his right pinky finger. Subsequently, he initiated the function for the Myriad Races Beast Arena. Beep. Detected that you meet the conditions to unlock the Apprentice Beast Arena. Would you like to proceed? Yes, no? Yes. Teleporting to the Apprentice Beast Arena will cost 100 years currency. Do you wish to pay? Yes, no? Yes. Beep. Detected that this is your first login to the Myriad Races Beast Arena. Initializing scan. Scan complete. Generating initial seating. Beep. Your initial spectator seat has been established. As the voice concluded, the scene before Jiang Yi abruptly transformed. He found himself teleported to a spectator seat within the arena. The cacophony of various sounds surrounded him, incessant and vibrant. Enclosed by the western spectator area was a colossal central arena. Upon this arena stood a seemingly slender youth clad in a black robe. Perched atop an enormous creature akin to a mountain. The youth was relentlessly striking the beast with powerful punches, his movements swift and fierce, yet his demeanor remained remarkably relaxed. From the surrounding seats, a tumult of discussions arose. This guy, codenamed Bei Wu, is extraordinarily powerful. 7 consecutive wins. All effortless, not even revealing his true form. Indeed, to this day, we still don't know which race's genius he belongs to. In any case, his demeanor undoubtedly suggests he is aiming for a remarkable 10 consecutive victories. 10 consecutive victories? This young lad is clearly a novice, and it seems highly improbable that he could achieve such a feat in one go. Let us wait and see. It will surely be either the 9th or the 10th match. He is bound to face defeat. Chapter 86. The Initial Battle in the Arena. A Sea of Flames. Jiang Yi was well aware that within the Myriad Races arena, any player who triggered 10 consecutive victories would be honored with a special arena announcement. Furthermore, they would receive generous rewards for their consecutive wins. In addition, their name would be etched onto the dedicated arena leaderboard. Thus, for players of the Myriad Races, achieving 10 consecutive victories is a remarkable honor, one that is not easily attained. Beyond the arena leaderboard, that records 10 consecutive victories, the arena also features the more challenging Freaks Leaderboard and Legends Leaderboard. The criteria for entering the Freaks Leaderboard is to achieve 20 consecutive victories, while the threshold for the Legends Leaderboard is 50 consecutive victories. Moreover, both the high difficulty Freaks Leaderboard and Legends Leaderboard have an implicit condition, Participants must not have fought in their beast form throughout all battles in the arena. Players of the beast races, typically able to transform into human form, generally possess weaker combat capabilities in that guise compared to their beast form. This particular condition serves as a form of suppression for players of the beast races. Consequently, those talented individuals among them who aspire to make the leaderboard would rather suffer defeat in battle than expose their true form. Even ordinary beast race players, lacking significant ambition, usually opt to fight in their human form. Revealing one's beast form in the arena is often perceived as a sign of vulnerability. If someone could compel a prodigy listed on the arena leaderboard to reveal their true form, it would indeed be a rare honor. In such an atmosphere, concealing one's racial identity has become a common practice among players, sparing Jiang Yi considerable trouble. At this moment, the black-robed youth known as Bei Wu had already achieved 7 consecutive victories, undoubtedly a player with aspirations. To this point, he had not revealed his racial identity. Jiang Yi was not particularly interested in this battle. His attention quickly shifted to his own spectator seat. The spectator seats in the arena were not merely simple benches. They were equipped with operational panels featuring various functions. For instance, one could view the 3 major leaderboards, place bets on upcoming battles, or switch arenas to watch other concurrent matches. Of course, some VIP events required an extra fee for access. Additionally, players could enhance their spectator seats by paying more, resulting in luxurious private boxes. Jiang Yi was not there to watch a match, so he would not squander money on such extravagance. He promptly adjusted the operational panel before him and chose to participate in a non-lethal match. Subsequently, the arena began the automatic matchmaking process, which typically took a minute or two. Jiang Yi's gaze returned to the arena, and he noticed a private box suddenly materializing in the audience section across from him. Clearly, it was a VIP box that had just been transported from another arena. Inside the box sat an elderly man with a white beard, appearing quite frail. Beside him was a table holding a cup brimming with green tea, within which floated a tiny girl the size of an ant. Half of her body was submerged in the tea, while the other half clung to the cup's wall. Her bright eyes gazed intently at the arena, specifically at the black-robed youth. After a few moments of observation, the diminutive girl exclaimed in frustration, "It's that guy who made me guess his race wrong last time. His fighting style is purely brute force, yet I guessed he was of the primitive ancient clan. He deliberately misled others to guess his racial identity during combat. Such cunning. Before entering the arena, he must have undergone a similar trial as I did, enhancing his ability to discern racial identities. Therefore, he could very well be a member of the Silver Moon clan." However, the white-bearded elder chuckled heartily. Wrong again. The tiny girl slumped in disappointment, her cheeks puffed in indignation. "It's all this rascal S fault for being so sly. I curse him to never achieve a 10 consecutive victories milestone." "But Grandpa, how did you discern his racial identity?" The girl's face tightened as she declared, "In the next match, I will guess correctly." The elder merely smiled, silent. As he skillfully switched to a new arena, the scene shifted, and their opulent box vanished from the previous audience section. Simultaneously, a new arena opened, devoid of seats. The luxurious box appeared out of thin air. The tiny girl leaned over the cup's edge, peering into the central arena, her expression turning sour. The large fellow on the left. "I've already deduced he's from the Black Tiger clan of the Realm of No Regrets. So this time, I must guess the one on the right. Another one in a black robe. I detest those in black robes. Moreover, this guy, like the previous Bei Wu, has a nearly perfect human guise, making it almost impossible to discern any beast traits. He seems to be a newcomer to the arena. Jiang Yi. Jiang. Could he be from an aquatic or marine race? Perhaps he belongs to a dark race from the purity domain? I must observe how he battles. I hope he is not another who deliberately conceals his racial identity." The diminutive girl's gaze fixated on Jiang Yi as she muttered to herself, her mind racing with various possibilities regarding his racial identity. So engrossed was she in speculating about Jiang Yi's identity that she failed to notice the calm white-bearded elder beside her, who was now studying the silhouette of the black-robed youth with a furrowed brow. Meanwhile, in the arena, Jiang Yi glanced at the brawny man opposite him and had a vague inkling of the latter's racial identity. He was either a tiger or a bear, likely not from a particularly formidable lineage. Additionally, he could view some basic information about his opponent. Bonaire the Fierce, matches, 1952, win rate, 31. 66, 3 consecutive wins. As for his own information, Jiang Yi, matches, 0, win rate, 0, 0 consecutive wins. Moreover, he could not see any of their attribute strengths. The arena had a special protective mechanism in place, ensuring that even with specialized probing skills, players could not access each other's data panels. A newcomer with 0 matches had matched against a veteran with over 1,000 bouts. Although this veteran appeared somewhat lackluster, he looked at Jiang Yi with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a great opportunity. He even initiated with a taunt, "Hey, brother, your human guise is quite impeccable." Surprised by the optimism of this seemingly lackluster veteran, Jiang Yi humbly replied, "It's just average." The seasoned veteran appeared to be thoroughly amused by his reaction, bursting into hearty laughter once more. After his mirth subsided, he jovially declared, "Well, considering you are a novice, I shall not take advantage of you. Once this match concludes, I shall attain a Western winning streak. You, my inexperienced friend, might as well surrender." Upon hearing these words, Jiang Yi finally grasped the reason for the elder's exuberance. The 3 consecutive victories displayed in his information panel indicated that he had played a total of 1952 matches, with his highest winning streak being 3. It seemed fortune favored him, as he had managed to secure another 3 consecutive wins before facing Jiang Yi. If he were to triumph in this match, he would surpass his own record and achieve a Western winning streak. Such joyous news explained his jubilant demeanor. As for Jiang Yi, he seemed to embody the essence of the ancient Greek deity of mercy. Without much hesitation, he politely stated, "Since you are on the verge of breaking your winning streak, I shall certainly assist in your endeavor. However, as this is my first foray, how exactly does one go about surrendering?" Jiang Yi spoke with utmost seriousness. The petite girl in the private room gazed in astonishment. No way. Although the first match for a newcomer is indeed challenging, he didn't even put up a struggle and surrendered right away? I wonder which race could be so submissive. As the little girl pondered over the identity of this curious individual in the arena, Jiang Yi smiled faintly and leisurely remarked, "Let me see if this is how one surrenders." As he spoke, he raised his right hand. At that moment, the opponent, Brother Tiger, began to sense that something was amiss. However, he had no time to react. A fireball, formed from strands of light, materialized before him with a speed that was nothing short of astonishing. Truth be told, when Jiang Yi beheld the incandescent inferno, his lips twitched slightly in disbelief. Strands of light. An inferno? This fireball, no larger than a ping-pong ball, could it truly be deemed an inferno? Did this dim-witted little light strand harbor some misunderstanding of the concept of a sea? Just as he was left speechless, Brother Tiger, who had assumed Jiang Yi was merely posturing, was about to unleash a mocking grin when that seemingly feeble fireball, no larger than a ping-pong ball, ignited upon contact with him at lightning speed. The horrifying rate of combustion left Brother Tiger no time to even scream. What Jiang Yi witnessed was indeed a vast, raging inferno. Meanwhile, the petite girl in the private room gaped in sheer shock, her jaw dropping in disbelief. Could it be that this individual was? Chapter 87. The Undying Race. The transformation of the body into a weapon. An answer nearly escaped the lips of the young girl, but she quickly shook her head vehemently, denying it. The undying race has long been extinguished. Even if a rare gem from the vast ocean exists, it could never appear in a novice beast arena. Yet, such terrifying fire abilities, that eerie sensation of rising from the ashes as if born from death. Could it be another fire race? Could it be a bloodline evolution or mutation? However, even with bloodline mutation, the girl racked her brain, but nothing seemed to make sense. She instinctively glanced at her grandfather, only to find the old man with white beard furrowing his brows deeply, lost in contemplation. Her large, dark eyes suddenly sparkled with a hint of excitement. Could it be that grandfather cannot see it either? There was a tone of almost malicious glee in her voice. The old man shot her a glare before slowly stating, "Did you notice the black ring on that boy's pinky finger?" The miniature girl immediately turned her gaze back to the arena. However, the battle had concluded, and Jiang Yi's figure had vanished from the beast arena. After a moment of pondering, the old man conjectured, that should be a unique trait of the undying race, the transformation of the body into a weapon. What? The girl's eyes widened in shock. The intensity of her astonishment surpassed even her earlier reaction upon witnessing Jiang Yi defeat Brother Tiger in an instant. Is it truly the undying race? But the transformation of the body into a weapon? How could that be possible? The proud undying race. Reduced to servitude? Reduced to a mere tool? Grandfather, you must be mistaken. That black ring might just be. The girl struggled to continue her thought, for she understood that any words uttered by her grandfather were often well considered and unlikely to be erroneous. Thus, it is highly probable that it is indeed true. There truly exists a player who has subdued the proud, undying race. This is. Her gaze turned once more to the now empty arena, fixated on the spot where Jiang Yi had just stood. After a long moment, she finally regained her composure and cautiously cleared her throat, asking, to be able to subjugate the undying race, what kind of extraordinary being is this Jiang Yi? Deep within the old man's heart, he harbored a vague hypothesis. However, uncertain of its validity, he refrained from voicing it. He merely spoke solemnly. He is likely from a newly emerged race, just joined in the contest of myriad races. This revelation astonished the little girl anew. A newly emerged race. Does that mean the entire realm he belongs to is still under the protective period of the contest of myriad races? A realm that has just begun to undergo transformation and development. Generally speaking, it should be devoid of substantial heritage. They might not even have a well-developed educational system for cultivating talent within their race. They might not even possess a golden roulette. Under such disadvantageous conditions, how could he possibly subdue the undying race? Could it be that this newly emerged race during the protective period possesses a bloodline even more formidable than the undying race? Or perhaps, it is not the race that is extraordinary, but simply this Jiang Yi who is exceptionally remarkable? As the little girl's curiosity about Jiang Yi intensified, the second battle for Jiang Yi commenced in the arena. His opponent was a player with an impressive record of 4 consecutive victories, yet their racial identity was indiscernible. This time, Jiang Yi uttered not a single word. With another blast of incandescent flames, he effortlessly claimed victory once more, achieving his second consecutive win. At this point, the once sparsely populated arena suddenly witnessed an influx of spectators. Ordinary spectator seats and VIP boxes emerged like mushrooms after rain. Simultaneously, various murmurs arose from the ordinary spectator seats. Wow, look over there. The number of VIP boxes must be in the hundreds. The one I just watched, who achieved 7 consecutive victories, didn't he have nearly as many VIP spectators in his arena? So who exactly is this newcomer? How could merely 2 victories attract so many high-profile individuals? Isn't it obvious? He must be an exceptional prodigy from a high-ranking race. Many of those in the VIP boxes are likely relatives or friends of prodigies, here to support and observe. If relatives and friends are all VIP dignitaries, just imagine the status of that prodigy within their race. He must possess a particularly high bloodline concentration. His initial bloodline talent must be at least of S-class. Such a being attending a novice beast arena is practically child's play. 10 consecutive victories? The leaderboard? He could undoubtedly achieve it with ease. The true ambition of such individuals should be the prodigy list, or even the legendary list. The various discussions were laced with a tinge of envy and an involuntary sense of reverence. Clearly, in the eyes of ordinary beast race players, Jiang Yi had already become a terrifying genius with an unimaginable background, beyond their reach, and the subsequent matches indeed validated their assertions. 3 consecutive victories. 4 consecutive victories. 5 consecutive victories. Jiang Yi maintained his effortless streak. The number of spectators continued to grow. The VIP boxes multiplied as well. Among those VIP dignitaries, many possessed insight akin to that of the old man with the white beard. For instance, in one of the most luxurious VIP boxes, the black-robed youth who had just battled in the arena had now transformed from combatant to observer. His gaze was fixated intently on the spot where Jiang Yi had fought, his brow furrowed. In his lavish seating area, there was another youth clad in white. Compared to the resolute and somber demeanor of the black-robed youth, the white-clad youth appeared more dashing and poised. If the black-robed youth resembled a hermit burdened by deep-seated grievances, the white-clad youth appeared to be a carefree scion of wealth, exuding an air of leisure. At this moment, he spoke with a playful tone, now that the boy has just finished his battle. If you choose to match for a fight at this moment, given the arena's matching mechanism, there is a significant chance you might be paired against him. What do you say? Care to give it a try? Leaning comfortably in his seat, the white-clad youth, with a twinkle in his eye, teasingly urged, "Never mind, never mind. You just achieved 9 consecutive victories with great difficulty. It would be wise to avoid such a mysterious genius and match against another opponent. Achieving 10 consecutive victories should be quite manageable. If you were to jeopardize that 10-win streak out of pride, how regrettable would that be?" Chapter 88. The Wicked Amusement Among Geniuses. There exists a distinction between consecutive victories, even when they tally to 10. For instance, if your information panel displays matches, 10, win rate, 110 consecutive victories, it signifies that from the very first match, a newcomer has achieved a flawless streak, thereby earning the title of a one-life 10 consecutive victories. At this moment, the information panel of the black-robed youth reads, Beiwu, matches, 9, win rate, 109 consecutive victories. indicating that he is but one match away from accomplishing this prestigious feat. The existence of the Beast Battle ranking remains a distant aspiration for ordinary players. However, for those truly ambitious geniuses, it is merely a target that is bound to be attained. What these prodigies genuinely concern themselves with is not whether they can achieve this goal, but rather how impressively and powerfully they can do so. The stage of the myriad races competition has endured for countless years, bridging innumerable realms and birthing countless talents. On the Beast Battle ranking, which ordinary players deem unattainable, the recorded names number well over 1 million. As the saying goes, even if you are one in 1 million. If the base number is sufficiently large, there are countless others just like you. Thus, those geniuses who are revered by countless ordinary players seldom focus on looking down upon them or wasting time in condescension. Instead, they steadfastly direct their gaze forward, aiming for those who are even stronger than themselves. Beiwu is an ambitious and driven genius, yet at this moment, as he listens to the sarcastic remarks of the youth in white, he finds himself in a state of inner turmoil. Should he secure the honor of a one-life 10 consecutive victories, or should he challenge the formidable opponent he feels compelled to confront? Honor? Retreat? A voice within him clearly asserts that personal growth surpasses any ephemeral accolades. However, wagering the easily attainable honor of a one-life 10 consecutive victories does not seem as simple as it appears. There is, after all, a chasm between knowledge and action. Observing Beiwu's silent contemplation, the youth in white could easily guess the turmoil within. Leaning back in his seat, he chuckled heartily. Why the dilemma? If you truly wish to challenge him, once you both ascend to the Beast Battle ranking, you can initiate the challenge then. Besides, that lad's fighting style is merely derived from that ring of the undying race that he has possessed. It's entirely possible that his own bloodline and strength are not as formidable as you imagine. Who knows how he managed to tame the Undying? But think about it. While they are called the Undying, how difficult is it really to survive long-term? That kid might just be riding on a 3-day trial card. In 3 days, he may very well be left in your dust. Clearly, the youth in white was quite optimistic. Beiwu cast him a sidelong glance and finally spoke in a low voice. Do you really think someone who can tame the Undying would just end up trailing behind me? The youth in white remained leisurely, crossing his legs, regardless of the possibility. Why ponder so much about the future? Let us focus on your 10th match. Look, he has just commenced his 6th match. You should be able to avoid him in your 10th match. Indeed, at that moment, Jiang Yi began his 6th battle. The difficulty of achieving 10 consecutive victories lies in the fact that as a player's win streak increases, the opponents they face become progressively stronger. Jiang Yi had breezed through his first 5 matches, but his 6th opponent was already a seasoned expert with a win rate exceeding 80%. As Beiwu's gaze swept over, his brow furrowed deeply. Jiang Yi's opponent was none other than Qiansheng, matches, 63, win rate, 88, 88, 12 consecutive victories. Simultaneously, the ordinary spectator area erupted in astonishment. What? This is only the 6th match, and he is already matched with a strong contender from the Beast Battle ranking. Previously, Beiwu only encountered a player from the ranking in his 8th match, and that opponent was clearly not as strong as Qiansheng. Could this enigmatic genius really falter in this round? Is the matchmaking mechanism off? Why is he facing a player from the ranking so early? I recall that previous geniuses achieving 10 consecutive victories typically faced ranked players only in their 8th or 9th matches. Those who matched with ranked players in their 8th match were already regarded as formidable geniuses. This mysterious youth is matching in his 6th. Truly, he is a terrifying prodigy of a high bloodline race. Could this individual actually ascend to the monster ranking or even the legendary ranking? Are we witnessing history? The monster ranking seems plausible, but the legendary ranking? Unlikely. After all these years, how many names have graced the legendary ranking? Moreover, I sense that this mysterious youth's strength is clearly questionable. Wait, what issue? I can't quite articulate it, but let us continue watching. I feel that the attention he has garnered may ultimately prevent him from even achieving 10 consecutive victories. What nonsense! How could someone so powerful possibly fail to secure 10 consecutive victories? Just wait and see. Though the players in the ordinary spectator area were somewhat naive, a few had begun to discern underlying issues. Jiang Yi's attacks were indeed formidable and almost otherworldly. For the unclassed players in this apprentice arena, a mere touch from those threads of fire could spell instant demise. Nevertheless, to be frank, Jiang Yi had yet to showcase any abilities beyond the threads of fire. Players on the Beast Battle ranking had all achieved 10 consecutive victories. Their combat experience and awareness were undoubtedly vast. Moreover, Many of the strong players who had already ascended the ranking often enjoyed targeting and proven geniuses. Once they grasped the matchmaking mechanism of the arena, interrupting a genius's 10 consecutive victories could be easily orchestrated. With Jiang Yi's prowess, achieving 10 consecutive victories and climbing the ranking should not pose a challenge. What truly proved difficult was the one-life 10 consecutive victories. At this moment, the beast battle ranking contender named Qianxing was evidently fixated on him, intent on disrupting his one-life 10 consecutive victories. Unlike Beiwu, who shared the same aspiration, Qianxing, as an established player on the ranking, was eager to seize this opportunity to make a name for himself, interrupting a genius's winning streak and stepping on their pride to gain glory. Perhaps this, too, is a unique wicked amusement among the talented. Meanwhile, akin to the excitement of the player Qianxing in the arena, a petite girl perched on the rim of her teacup gazed intently at the battlefield, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she murmured, "At last. At long last. He is matched with a player of true caliber. This time, Jiang Yi must unveil his true abilities, mustn't he? As long as he demonstrates his prowess, his identity may become evident." Chapter 89. The Unsung Prodigy. I shall allow you to triumph. The reactions of the audience remained inscrutable, yet one could surmise their sentiments regarding Jiang Yi's presence in the arena. As he scanned the information of his adversary, surprise coursed through him. This was merely the 6th match, and he found himself pitted against a contender from the beast fighting rankings. Moreover, this Qianxing was evidently not just an ordinary player who had barely scraped together 10 consecutive victories. He had only participated in 63 matches yet boasted a highest record of 12 consecutive wins. Clearly, 12 victories were not his ultimate limit. To encounter such a formidable opponent in his 6th match was indicative of a flawed matchmaking mechanism behind the arena. As he pondered, the pre-match whistle sounded. The young man, clad in a dark robe, exuding a sinister aura, cast a chilling smile at him and remarked, surprised, "Are you? Fear not. I have deliberately suppressed my abilities to target you. Otherwise, even in your 10th match, you would struggle to match against me with my true strength." What a brash fellow! Jiang Yi could hardly believe his popularity had soared to such heights. Even more astonishing was the sinister youth's next words. "Oh, by the way, the outcome of this match also pertains to my streak of 13 consecutive victories. Thus, in terms of significance, it remains fair for both of us. Should I lose, my 13 victories shall come to an abrupt end. If you lose, however, it will mark the end of your aspiration for 10 consecutive victories." He added with a mocking tone, "But I dare say, regardless of the match's outcome, your ambition for 10 consecutive victories is destined to fail. Am I not correct? You unsung prodigy?" The last remark dripped with derision, inciting an uproar among the audience. Goodness! This Qianxing was exceedingly arrogant. His confidence was palpable. The audience began to speculate the meaning behind his term unsung prodigy. Did it imply that Jiang Yi was not a formidable talent from a superior lineage? In the VIP box, a young lady furrowed her brow at Qianxing's demeanor. An elderly man beside her adjusted his beard and replied calmly, "It seems that the elders of his clan who accompanied him in the earlier matches have discerned Jiang Yi's potential." The young lady tilted her head in confusion. Jiang Yi's potential? What do you mean? Could it be that he truly is an unsung prodigy? In the face of Qianxing's taunts and skepticism, Jiang Yi remained remarkably composed, exuding an aura of tranquility amidst the chaos. He awaited the whistle that would signal the commencement of their battle. Ding! Both sides are ready. The match officially begins. The moment the announcement resonated, the atmosphere in the arena shifted dramatically. It became heavy, oppressive, and taut with tension. An intangible force seemed to envelop both combatants. Unlike Jiang Yi's previous 5 matches, this one commenced with a startling twist. The sinister youth in black vanished from sight in an instant. His bewildering speed elicited gasps from the audience. By heavens! How can he be so swift? Did he not claim to have suppressed his power? This cannot merely be speed. It must be a spatial ability. Instantaneous spatial skills? Impossible. It must be an innate talent. As the audience buzzed with rapid conjectures, the arena transformed even more swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the vanished figure of the sinister youth reappeared behind Jiang Yi, launching an invisible black blade toward the back of his head. Jiang Yi's reflexes were equally sharp, and to the astonishment of all, it appeared as if he possessed eyes in the back of his head. With a mere flick of his hand, he seized the youth's wrist. However, he did not unleash the fiery onslaught as anticipated. Instead, he executed a powerful shoulder throw. Jiang Yi possessed a keen combat instinct. Yet, why did he not utilize fire? The audience swiftly found their answer. The sinister youth, upon being slammed to the ground, transformed into a shadow that gradually dissipated. It was a doppelganger. I had a hunch that a champion with 12 victories would not be so reckless. Simultaneously, the arena witnessed the emergence of 18 additional doppelgangers surrounding Jiang Yi, launching a coordinated assault. Incredible! To conjure so many doppelgangers simultaneously. No wonder Qianxing had exuded such arrogance. He indeed had the right to boast. This was merely his suppressed strength. His true capabilities must far exceed his claims of 12 consecutive victories. It was evident that achieving 12 victories after only 63 matches indicated a potential that could contend for the Demon Talent rankings. What a joke. A prodigious talent eligible for the Demon rankings appeared on the path of a newcomer challenging for 6 consecutive victories. Even with suppressed power, this was absurd. The audience gasped in astonishment. Meanwhile, the battle unfolded with relentless dynamism. Although the individual strength of the 18 doppelgangers was not particularly formidable, their combined assault bore the hallmark of overwhelming numbers. Jiang Yi, having traversed 2 lifetimes, and having emerged from a sea of corpses and blood in his previous life, possessed combat awareness that was never inferior to his foes. In fact, one could argue it was his forte. Presently, as he navigated through the swarm of 18 doppelgangers, he appeared to be the one under siege. Yet, seasoned observers could discern that his movements remained poised and unflustered. It was as if he truly had eyes at the back of his head, effortlessly managing the enemies behind him. The audience watched in awe, exclaiming, regardless of the outcome, "This young man's combat awareness is certainly on par with the champions of the beast fighting rankings." However, after approximately 7 or 8 minutes, one by one, all 18 identical sinister youths were toppled by Jiang Yi, dissolving into shadows. The audience was left in disbelief. Is there a master among us who can discern where Qianxing is hiding? It does not seem like invisibility. It feels more akin to a unique ability. This Qianxing possesses something truly remarkable. Amidst the discourse, the tension in the arena escalated further. The vast expanse of the arena, which should have been a battleground for 2, seemed to belong solely to Jiang Yi at this moment. Many spectators of considerable strength could not pinpoint Qianxing's location. This situation was decidedly unfavorable for Jiang Yi, while his expression remained inscrutable. The audience perceived an undercurrent of tension as he remained ever vigilant against an unseen yet formidable opponent. At this juncture, it appeared that Qianxing held the upper hand. His earlier bravado was not unfounded. Even more startling was the revelation that the arrogant individual could become even bolder. From seemingly nowhere, Qianxing's voice echoed mockingly from the western quadrant. "TSK, you truly are an unsung prodigy. However, if you still aspire to achieve the 1 life, 10 consecutive victories feat, I am willing to grant you that boon. Lend me that ring of yours for a couple of days. In this match, I shall allow you to win."